morning by Ricky Renner. Yeah.
Mike conceded after about 5 or 6 laps, knowing there was another battle to be fought on another day.
Yeah, and that's going to happen right now. So we're going to bring you 40 plus to start our show. If we stand right here, Mike Brown's going to take us out. So Megawatt, Matt Watson, myself, Jason Wygant, headed to the tower. Rodney Tomlin and Kevin Kelly will be joining us all day long. Let's go watch some racing.
Hang in there for a great day. Glad you're joining us.
Yep.
Well, guys, picking the action up here in the next moto of racing. Looks like Mike Brown has taken the lead and the whole shot in this senior 40-plus class as we kick things off. He's looking to take home another number one as he dons the number one in this class now. It's, yeah, we all. That's how it works.
How do you get up here that quick?
That's TV, man. That's how magic.
That was
that's
magic.
Yeah.
The magic was Megawatt and I were willing to take one for the team and did run over. We stood on the track as the moto had started, and that's what we're willing to do. If you need it on camera, we're going to go where you tell us to go.
Hey, man, I've been a team player for years, dude. I'm a company man.
There you
I'll
go.
take one for the team, no problem, dude. Mike Brown would run me down, homie.
Actually, if Megawatt were to pick a way to go, that would be probably right in their top 5. At finish line jump, Loretta's Mike Brown.
Hey, well, I've already told you guys, and we're going to get a bit morbid here for a second, but I expect whichever one of us is left last to spread my ashes and turn one a high point. So that's all I can tell you.
We'll do it.
Yeah, that's why Loretta's is top 5, but we know number 1 is High Point. Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
absolutely. Got to go with the hometown track. You know, born and raised, learned everything I know about the game from High Point, from the Coombs family. And Weege, you know what? It's been a pleasure watching you develop into that world-class commentator you are. I remember when you were just an intern at the office, getting your team about, getting your job about. And I got to tell you, about sincerity, 24/7, you get it.
Dude. Yes.
You know what? You still found time to go ride with us at Roaring Knob. You still found time to hang out. But
Scotty Atkins. Scotty Atkins' house on Snake Hill Road.
Scotty Too Hottie, man.
Scotty Too Hottie, yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations to you on an awesome career. You've done an amazing job. It's been a pleasure to watch that. And like I said, you're saying,
Right now.
It's true. Like when I first showed up, when I thought I had a job, but apparently I didn't. I don't know. Davey gave me keys to an apartment and said move to Morgantown, but then they never gave me a computer, a job description, or a paycheck.
So
I was
clean this
confused.
room out.
Yeah, but I did have a place to stay, so I took that as, and then it took about 3 or 4 months to finally find my way, which was actually in GNCC, which is where I met this guy, Rodney Tomlin, and Rodney's as good as anyone at covering 16 straight hours of talking.
He's the best.
But luckily there was one day where they needed 17 straight hours. So he threw a microphone my way, and next thing you know, we were both announcing, and then we've taken off from there. But the difference is that Megawatt has the skeletons in the closet. He was there when I first started riding dirt bikes. My parents, I'm just going to say, my parents, I think my dad might be watching Racer TV right now. We were not motocross people at all.
I'm pretty sure I saw Weege put his knee pads on over top of his pants one time.
Well, that was our buddy Barry Hawk when I went riding one time. He's like, you put the right knee brace on the left side, dorko. Yeah. So
that's because my left knee's really bad.
So I watched motocross as a kid growing up. It was my favorite sport. I read all the magazines. I had a subscription to Cycle News at age 8. I could barely even read well enough. I mean, reading Cycle News at 7 and 8 years old, I would challenge my daughter to read that well at that age. Mike Brown, by the way, leading. So I followed motocross my whole life. I don't believe my parents were pumped about the idea of riding a dirt bike at all, let alone racing one, and also the cost involved. So I had to wait till 23 years old to finally get on one of those things. Megawatt, you were actually there. Luckily, we didn't have iPhones, so you didn't shoot the video of that because it was terrible back in those days. And then right here in the hills of Loretta Lynns Ranch, I decided about 2 years later, I'm like, I'm ready to race one of these GNCCs. Oh, I was not ready. I was not ready. So the trail's right behind there. Our announcers tower is Brown leads Paymart and Gruy early. And of course, Karsten is behind Gruy because that's always the case. So I crashed, I think, 9 times between this motocross track and then the woods on the other side of it. And I remember our speed guys, Mike Holbert and Hollywood pull up and they say, update. Jason Wygant is in dead last. We have 572 riders, and he's in 572nd place.
And just ahead of him, Jessica Coombs.
So I'm proud that I eventually improved enough where I have managed to beat each female employee of our company in a race at some point. I've been able to beat all the females I think I beat Jessica this year. Actually, at Steel Creek. Jen Canyon, R.I.P. Johnson Taylor, R.I.P. Number 1 Jen, R.I.P. I took you all out. I beat all the females. Yeah.
Hey, Kevin Kelly joining us in the tower this morning now.
Yes, I am.
Good morning.
All right, we're having fun here in the tower. The 40-plus riders. I consider myself a young man doing what I'm doing, but I got bad news. I'm going to be eligible for this class soon.
Hey,
I'm
homie.
going to be a 40-plus.
Megawatt looking at 51 this year.
Oh, 50-plus.
51
50
this
plus.
year, bro. Yeah, absolutely.
So Mike Brown leading, Greg Paymart second. John Gruey is trying to get Paymart. So where is Karsten? This is a comparatively huge
right
gap
there in the
of
fourth
only
position, dude. This is a who's who, okay?
Yeah,
Brown,
Paymart,
Gruey, Carson. I mean, this is a who's who. Look at
Carson.
Fosnock back there. He's only in 7th place. So this is how we scripted it right here, my man.
Edward Walston is 5th. He's been running with these guys all week. Rob Floss 6th, Billy Fosnock 7th, Brian Garahan 8th, Brooke Fluker 9th, and Ricky Schroeder, richest man out here, Silver
Hey, dude,
Spoons
let-
10th.
Let me tell you, I saw a limo pull in last night, and it had a trailer behind it with a gold-plated CRF. I said, "Who's this fool?"
Ricky
I said,
Schroeder.
"Now we know."
Ricky Schroeder.
Okay, Silver
Yep.
Spoon
Had the
rolled
hot
in.
tub in the back seat there.
Is that what
Pool
that
in the
was?
back. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I
Hot
saw
tub
the steam.
in the
I couldn't
trunk.
really tell, but that's what it was with a hot
He doesn't
tub.
even pressure wash the bike. He actually just puts it
Dips
in
it.
a pool, dips it in the pool in the back of his limo.
It's purified water.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw the butler pull a thing out. They dried it with air, dude. It was amazing,
Yeah,
incredible.
he has a butler actually to take care of the bike.
Not a
It's
mechanic,
a
a
butler.
butler.
He was
Butler.
standing down there with Gatorade on a silver tray, you know.
Gives it the
Amazing.
white glove treatment up.
Yeah.
Not going to work,
Yeah.
boys.
Better
Yep.
clean that crossbar
Red
pad.
Bull is served. A cigarette girl comes by, but it's just all stocked with Red Bull. Mike Brown, shocker,
Wow, 16
dominating this
seconds.
moto here. But a little history made. He actually got beat this morning by Ricky Renner. So Mike Brown's win streak since returning to the ranch is up in smoke, and he's not happy about that. He's coming back. Gruey and Paymart having a crazy battle. Gruey, I don't think Gruey knows how to ride by himself.
No, he loves riding with his buddies.
Has to battle.
He's finally pulled away from his nemesis, Barry Karsten. 3 seconds. That's as far apart as they have been. They pitted next to each other. They drove down 75 together, side by side, 3 in the morning. Cannot shake Barry Karsten. He's about to get around Paymart, though. Frenchie under the attack of the diminutive John Gruey. A feisty little fella.
You know, Gruey doesn't use a lot of energy on the bike, man. He just picked good lines. He's just one of those guys that can constantly flow. And, you know, everybody said, oh, John Gruey, you know he's going to be in there. But to watch how he does it, man. You
Yeah,
know,
very economical.
man.
Efficient.
He's very efficient on the bike, no two ways about it. And if you notice, he doesn't really get locked into one line, Kevin. He's going to use the line that's available, and he'll find the smooth line. He'll ride the fringes a bit. And,
That's what my dad always preached. Like, look for different lines on the track. And vets these are old school guys, and they walk around, they check out lines. They are constantly paying attention to the racetrack.
And they're smart enough to know the main groove's going to be the rough groove. The main line's going to be the rough
Yep,
line.
yep.
And
There's a reason
avoiding
for it.
bumps right now. Look at these guys. I mean, tire to tire, maintain an amazing pace. These guys are turning 203s. Mike Brown turned to 157. I think our fast lap today is a 153.
That's not even fair. Mike Brown,
So-
he's a bad dude. He is
he
a bad man.
dude. Absolutely.
Paymart looking over his shoulder, the number 70 of John Gruey, tucked right in there. I mean, he is not going away.
No, these guys coming through Waterworks right now, you're looking at a 2:03.9, a 2:02.9, 1 second. And that's literally what it looks like on the track. It
Yep.
is 1 second. And these guys have been riding this way for 4 laps now.
Gruey looking for a way around. This is the second place battle we're watching. Paymart on the 44 Kawasaki, Gruey on the 70, matching his age. Still able to get it done. And he might have done it right there. Looks like John Gruey has made the pass. We can actually look away from the screen and see them in real time directly in front of us. Paymart trying to counter on the outside.
And Gruey just patient. Just rode back there.
Sit back, see how this race develops.
Exactly. Don't follow. And as we notice, and it seems to me, history proves itself. Sometimes you think Gruey, third, fourth position, a few seconds back, but those last 2 laps, when that 2-lap card shows up, if he's not in the lead, he's going for the lead.
No, he's very fit. He is not going away.
No,
that's for sure.
You know, you watch John Gruey. John Gruey got to participate in a MX Legends ride at Crawfordsville a couple years ago. Jeff Stanton, Guy Cooper, Kevin Windham, all these guys. And Gruey right there in the mix with those guys, turning similar lap
totally
times.
Can see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was really fun to watch him in that environment as well.
He harasses everybody back home. He was talking about riding the pro classes back home, and when he takes his helmet off, they're like, "That old dude beat me."
Just waxed you.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Waxed you.
He goes, "If we ran 70-lap races, I would win every one of them."
And he's right.
Halfway
they
home.
just need to add a lap per year for Gruey.
There you go.
And
he gets stronger
consummate
and
forever
stronger.
champion. Yeah.
Don't get it. Mike Brown out front, 24 seconds now. The wheels are coming off now as Mike Brown has turned to 201. So he is backing it down. He's managing this race for sure. He just raced, like you guys said, about 20 minutes ago, it seems like. So he is managing almost back-to-back motos. Gruey, Paymart, Karsten, Edward, Walston Investments in the number 5 spot. Rob Floth is 6th. Billy Fosnock 7th. Brian Garahan 8th. Brooke Fluker is 9th. And Christopher McMillan rounds out your top 10. Is Brooke Fluker, is that a female? Is that a lady?
That I'm not sure about, man. But I tell you what, take a look at some of your lap times, Kevin, right? 5th through 8th place or so. These guys riding very similar.
They are all in the 211s.
Yeah, riding very similar times. So right now, it's just going to be waiting for somebody to make a mistake, somebody get tired. Then you're going to start seeing some shuffling going on right there. But then there's a big gap up to 2 minutes, 2:03, 2:05, and 2:02. Look at Karsten.
Look who's back.
There he comes.
Barry Karsten has made a pass on Paymart, and Paymart is not done.
And I think AARP gives you like 3 seconds a lap, right?
They do.
If you have a card,
yes,
you get 3 seconds a lap.
Discounts at Denny's, 3 seconds a lap.
Exactly. So Karsten not going away, 2:03. Gruey stepped it up that time, 2:03. And then Mike Brown, as you
look at the lappers. Just, it's chaos right here. You're going to see Karsten pop out and Paymart right there behind him in that HOV lane, just tucking it right in.
Like that 31 on Karsten, that's how many years he's been here, isn't it? Like
yes.
31 years, something like that.
That's how many years he's been in the vet class. It's probably not that far off. He's got to be in his 50s, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm 51. I'm saying Karsten's on the other side of 55.
Wow.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I believe so.
Wow. He is a gold member at AARP. He's got discounts coming left and right.
That's right.
He's never paid full price for anything.
Uh-oh. There he is.
A couple of guys here that have won some titles. Whoa, look at this. This is so strange. This guy, how many titles did you get snatched away from you? Ryan Villapoto in the tower. He's got 1 title. Michael Lessie took all of his titles. He's in the tower as well. You can feel the tension as we speak.
Like,
he made up for it in his pro career is what Mike said.
We had this conversation yesterday with Mike, and it's like fighters going to opposite corners of the booths right here. Mike said, I was the king of Loretta's, and, when you take a look at Ryan says, yeah, look at them national titles. Ryan said, take a look at those. What's happening, RV?
Not too much, just hanging out here at Loretta's. It's pretty cool to be back, and, the track's changed a lot since I've raced here, I think for the better, and it's awesome just to be back and hanging out, and I think we've been pretty lucky with the weather so far. It's starting to heat up a little bit, but knock on wood, we haven't seen those torrential downpours that we see pretty much every year, at least one day.
Hanging out in the tower, we have Michael Lessie and Ryan Villapoto, and as expected, as scripted, Barry Karsten has caught John Gruey like they've done 400 motos in a row here at Loretta Lynns. It doesn't matter where they start, they're going to finish banging bars at some point.
And what's crazy is they're right there on the track. Between those two riders is 90 years combined racing experience.
In the vet class.
There.
Just the vet class. That's not the other 84 years they raced professionally and in the mini ranks in the early 30s.
Yeah, all the mini titles those guys won on wooden wheel bikes, dude.
Correct, the steam-driven Hondas. They've done this every time. Yeah, that we've joked about it. And Mike Alessi up here, you were just commenting how close they were racing earlier yesterday.
Yeah, like I said, at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock yesterday, they were riding this close for the whole. Oh, Gruey just hit that lapper, dude. He got right in between them. Yeah, like I said, they were battling this close yesterday for the entire 20 minutes, and it's crazy to think that here we are at 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning today, and they're doing the same thing again. So, it's like magnets; they can't get away from each other.
It never gets old watching Gruey and Barry Karsten race. We got to get Gruey. He says he's going up to K-Rock. He says he's coming to take Barry Carson's money.
Oh,
and
Barry's backyard.
Barry owns that place, and if he beats him heads up, I think that's a definitive answer.
That's like putting a stake in your neighbor's yard.
That's
dude.
a bummer. Yeah, he's planting his flag. He's
Holy
coming.
Cow.
John Gruey and Barry Karsten slugging it out for the 4 millionth time here at Loretta Lynns. Mike Brown out to a 34-second lead.
Mike Brown, as we said, 46 years old, so not quite as old as a couple of these guys, but more than eligible for this class. Looking forward to that plus 50, I'm sure, so he can just race like 6 classes next year.
He's eligible for every class under the sun then.
RV, what's up, man? What's going on? What's the news down here this week? What have you seen? What got your attention? What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Just like I said, hanging out and enjoying it. And, I think got some pretty good classes coming up. I'm looking forward to watching, I think it's that 125 schoolboy class with Ty Masterpool in it. He's been riding pretty good. And the first race that I was able to watch, he didn't get a very good start, was able to come through the pack and ended up second. So I want to see him get a good start and then kind of see what he does with a good start and, see where he goes with it.
Yeah, you talk about Ty put in some great rides so far this week. Like you said, not the best start, but able to really take the situation and turn it around, take advantage of some smart riding, some good lines. And when we take a look out here right now, we look at some of these senior classes. We're going to see RV back here at the ranch anytime soon.
Get some photo ops up here.
I was going to say, got our photo ops in here.
Between you guys, how many
Absolutely.
titles do you have? Those two are like 12. You got 11. Michael Alessi has 11.
12.
You got what? That's what I'm saying.
11 plus
titles.
one.
Between you
11 plus
guys.
one.
Well, that's our math class for this morning.
I ran up here. I was in the booth working with the TV crew, working on my computer, and I'm like, did I just hear both guys in the same? Yeah.
Absolutely, dude.
But apparently Jeff Emig nailed it right on his Instagram story. What did he say?
Yeah, he beat you to it. We, buried the hatchet. We're friends now, and when you come back to the ranch, man, it's all about having fun and enjoying it. And you put the past behind yourselves, and you just come here and just have fun and watch the kids race and cheer them on. And that's what Loretta's is all about, honestly, at the end of the day.
Time heals all wounds, is what Emig said.
No two ways about it. Your
Time heals all
dad
wounds.
and I had hard feelings 15 years ago. Your dad and I had hard feelings over an article I wrote. And,
Your dad and a lot of guys, but we're good now.
Yeah, I didn't approve of a lot of things. It's just my opinion, And let me tell you something. I think the world of your dad right now and you guys. Let me tell you something. The storyline from you guys, what American Motocross youth has been able to learn from you as well as Ryan, dude, it's incredible. And to listen to your dad say, you know what, Megawatt? I didn't make all the right decisions. What worked for the Alessis sometimes didn't work for anybody anytime or something like that. But to hear him reflect on it, to hear him acknowledge shortcomings, acknowledge strengths and that type of thing, and be committed as he is to the new teams and that kind of thing, man, God bless Tony Alessi. You know what I mean?
In life, you make mistakes. That's part of life. You learn from your mistakes and, you don't make them again, obviously. And, with my dad, he's a great man, he's doing great with Moto Concepts and did a great job with Justin Brayton this year. Winning that Daytona Supercross was huge, not just for him, but also for Justin Brayton himself as an individual, as a person, to finally get that monkey off his back that he's never won a Supercross, and to be able to do it at not just the gnarliest Supercross ever, but the roughest one. I mean, it's basically like a motocross race in a Supercross stadium. So for JB to win that was huge for him and for Moto Concepts, the team.
Yeah, I love that guy. And you know what? I just have to really believe that it may not have happened without Tony in that program. It may not have come to fruition at that time without his tutelage.
It's been since 2012 since he's been on that team, obviously, and just trying every year to improve the bike, get the team better. Just
to get to that next level to be a race winner, supercross winner. And I'm not saying that maybe that's why I've had failures in pros, but you know, you can only use that mindset so long as an amateur. But when you get to pros, everything is different. Things are different. The training, the diet, the thinking, the mindset, and the bike setup. Obviously, everything is different. So for him to see what he has done for him and the team has been awesome.
It absolutely has been. That you just covered my point 100% right there, and to watch it almost a 180. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know what? I'm glad the success was bestowed upon him. He deserves it. That's a guy who's worked. And you know what? No matter what decision he made for those boys.
That's right.
He made
And
for Jeff.
TA, he was always, always about winning when it's amateurs and just pushing super hard. And, you know, as a father should, he just wants the best for his kids, which I understand now that I'm a father, and you just want the best for your kids at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Right now, we're getting ready to send it down to Rodney. He's on the Race Tech podium right now. I got to tell you, RV, Mike Brown got about a 44-second win right there. John Gruey, the consummate vet down here. And, of course, Barry Carson, of all people, down there making it happen. Oh, looks like we
made a significant
on
upgrade
the podium this time.
Significant upgrade from Rodney on the podium. I mean, pick your category. Better in all aspects. Now, Mike Brown just won this moto by 44 seconds, and he is busy downloading information on the way suspension worked with Scuba Steve from Rockstar Husky, because they are still not satisfied. They want to make the bike work even better, because the 44-second lead, we have to have an immediate team debriefing to make the bike work better. All right, up on the box here. I'll give you guys all night at the campground if you want to download bike info. Now, I love the way only Brownie is doing it this way. He's just conquered the podium, and he just poses here like this. I'm going to let you keep doing this because it's your distinctive, unique way. Here is another gold medal. Let's hear it for Mike Brown. All right, Mike. Somebody just told me 40-plus class and a 40-plus second lead, but you're still not satisfied. You're downloading with Scuba Steve. It's trying to set the bike up even better.
For sure, they're always working. You know, it helps those guys and helps me for sure. And you know, every time I've been on a track, it's been a different track and a different bike. It's gotten better every time, so I'm happy about that. And yeah, I've still got 2 motos to go, and you know, if they keep going the right direction, it's going to be a lot better on the bike, and hopefully get a better result in that 25. But just go out and have fun and do good. We
got Ryan Villapoto, by the way, up in the announcer's tower. Are you cool with that? Because you had to battle RV hard back at Washougal about 5 days ago.
Oh, that was awesome. I was say it was probably one of the funnest races I ever had. Even he won, but it was just fun riding 125 for sure, and just to be out there with that guy on his track, you know, it was just the whole fun. You know, I didn't go out there to expect to do anything, and rode it better than I thought, and had a good time riding with those guys. So no, he's for sure he's a great rider, and look up to him.
You know what though? You've always been good on the 125s. Maybe with these 40-some second leads, could you maybe come race this class on a 125 some year? That could be interesting.
Maybe. I think Robbie did a few years ago, Renard, and he did good on it. So I don't know. If I come back next year, maybe try that. I don't know. We'll see. Another year older, I could be a lot slower for sure.
That's true. And the 25 plus, they're giving you all you can handle. Mike, you want to thank some people for this 40 plus win?
Yeah. Husqvarna, Rockstar, FFXR gear. You know, they've supported me a lot the last 2 years, and you know, they've helped me a lot, and it's great gear. Everybody go check it out. And Dunlop, FMF, my mechanic Scott, Scuba, Murphy, all the guys at Rockstar, Dunlop tires, and Oakley and Bell helmets for sure.
All right, let me give you the whole shot check, by the way. Where'd that thing go? Oh, right there. Hold that up. You're going to take your pictures. Bell helmets, whole shot award for Mike Brown. Let's hear it for our moto winner. And, of course, we got to give these guys their podium time. You can head out if you want. The electric start is nice. Even the 125 would take a kick. You know the rest of the podium in this class. It's just all about consistency. Let's hear it for John Gruey. I'm starting to think that you don't know how to ride by yourself. You just have to battle. Paymart, Barry, whoever it is.
Yeah, you'd think after all these years I'd be able to get a start and do my own thing and not have to fight with anybody. But, you know, that's the way it is when all these guys are putting in the same amount of effort. You know, you're going to get a battle. So, you know, I just got to be ready for those last 3 laps and not so much the first, 7 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay, so happy with this moto in the end?
Yeah, for sure. Coming out second behind Brown. We all don't count him, so you know, and hopefully nobody else does know, Mike's just on a different level, and it's great to have guys like that out here representing the sport. So just pumped to be second.
Who do you want to thank, John?
Team Babbitt's, Team Green Kawasaki, Dunlop Tires, Decal Works, FMF, Fox Gear, all they do, it's tremendous. Renthal, Twin Air, Tamer Hole Shot Devices, man, Factory Connection Suspension. The bike was working really good today. So, man, if anybody I forgot, I apologize. It's you know, everybody that helps me, I really appreciate it.
All right, there it is, John Gruey, second place. And we'll bring up third. Hey, John. John. I mixed you up there. I'm like colorblind or something. There you go. Thank you. Oh, that's how you do it. No, he's tough. He's not going to. Yeah, do it. I like it. All right, first of all, forget the moto. I got a real question. I was at this Kawasaki and Thor dinner last night where they were giving swag away to Kawasaki and Thor athletes, and somehow you won something. How are you entered into that? You're neither brand. You're just taking all the stuff.
No, the guy I came with, he was an alternate on the Cowie, so he took my wife up. She put my name down for some reason instead of Dan's name being your rider, and I won the prize at Kawasaki, so thanks, Kawasaki. And,
all right. We know you're a lifetime Suzuki and Answer MSR guy. How'd that moto go for you?
Oh, it was good. Great start right behind Mike. Man, my first lap was terrible. I went back to sixth. I dug hard. I had a lot left at the end. Man, I thought I got 2 white flags, so that kind of freaked me out. But it gave me another lap to catch him, and I did. And man, I put a move at the finish line, but I couldn't make it stick. So.
I cannot believe these battles. These are ridiculous. Okay, who do you want to thank one more time?
Harai helmet, Scott goggles, FMF, Dunlap, Twin Air, Suzuki, Bromley Suzuki, the RM Army, Answer, Sunstar Sprockets, my family. I got my whole family here. My sister's here with her kid racing in the 30-plus class, so it's generations of racing here.
That's what it's all about. Barry's only here because his son's racing. That's the main motivation. Let's hear it for our third place finisher, Barry Karsten. Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to send to the tower. Pleasure as always, Barry.
So that'll do it with Senior Plus 40. That's Moto number 2. Mike Brown sitting with 2 first-place finishes. John Gruey with a pair of seconds. Barry Karsten, as usual, finishes up third. Great ride for Barry. He just sat right down, Indian style, did an interview with Wykant on the podium. Mike Brown just rides his bike up there, doesn't even get off of it. Like those vet guys, they do exactly what they want.
Yeah, I like that Mike Brown style.
Just sitting right there.
Yeah, I don't think he gets off the bike the whole week. He just, in the pits, he just sits on it.
He rode back to his pit and he slept on it.
Just want more time to get comfortable on this bike.
It's all about seat time. He goes, you guys can train all you want. I sleep on my motorcycle. That's Mike Brown. Barry Karsten, he came up, sat down. I was expecting you to get on your knees like you're talking to a 50cc 4-6 kid. Hey, little Barry, good job, buddy.
Who do you want to thank?
All right, C-Class racers off and running. It's their second moto. Hang on, boys. Get through these first couple of turns. No, there it is. A couple of kids hit the deck. They're right back on the machines, though. That's great to see. We'll take a look at our top 10 as we try to sort out who did what. 6th place finisher was DJ Weber. I know he was a top 10 rider. Tyler Uneka finished up 3rd. Your 2nd place finisher was Luke Phineas, and your winner was Nick Nolte Norton out of El Dorado Hills, California, on the number 16 machine. We'll check back in with him. Eli Wright with the whole shot. Jason, that had to be interesting, just seeing Brownie rolls up on his bike. You got Barry just sitting down during his interview. Like, it's just such a varying style. That makes sense, though. Barry sits down a lot when he rides, so he's going to sit down during the interview. Mike Brown rides more than anybody, so he's sitting on his bike, getting that seat time. Cannot replace gate drops and seat time. Mike Brown just proved it.
Yeah. He measures his seat time by hours.
There's an hour meter. There's an hour meter.
His bike
on the seat.
His bike is a day meter, not an hour meter.
A seat meter.
Yes.
All right, Eli Wright Number 24 with a hole shot, but couldn't quite hold on to it. A couple of kids crashing in that first turn. It's our second moto for these young bucks in the 250C class.
Yeah, those guys are awesome. Just such personalities there. And Brown, after destroying the field, I had to rip him away from Scuba Steve and the Rockstar Husky team.
Already
Just
breaking
want to talk
down,
suspension and
download.
what was better and what they can improve, how they can make the bike work better the next time.
Brownie is just a racer. He was put on this planet to ride dirt bikes in some capacity.
Yes.
GPs, pro
I don't care.
motocross,
Baja.
enduro cross.
Whatever, man. He does not care.
I'm going to see him and Indian Larry doing circles at the fair at 90 miles an hour, standing up without a shirt.
The globe of death.
I know it's fast. Luke Phineas out front. Tyler Uneka in the number 2 spot. Eli Wright, your hole shot award winner, was 3rd. Andy Fay was 4th. Cameron Delker was 5th. And TJ Weber in the number 6 spot on the Husqvarna. Nick Norton 7th. Mark Dawson 8th. Seth Crotty 9th. And Daniel Heed rounding out your top 10.
Ryan Friedley is 11th. Evan Hamowitz 12th. Cameron Batty 13th. Logan Schaefer 14th. Colton Hemmings is 15th. Got a battle brewing on our screen right now. Eli Wright, I think, is the 24th, trying to make some passes. And right in front of him is the 71, Andy Fahey. So actually, Fahey got a round right.
Yeah, we've changed up the running order here for sure. The 71 now out front. He goes from 4th to 1st. He's got on the blue Yamaha, the yellow handguards. Got a Honda right behind him, it looks like, or a KTM. Eli Wright, perhaps.
It's Husqvarna, man. That could be DJ Weber. Got the right mix going. He's got a little sample in the background. Got the beat.
He's got one earbud on the ear, pumping up, fist pumping for the crowd, that is.
Yeah, one big headphone in the ear.
DJ Weber.
DJ.
Remix. It's his remixing because he's DJ
Andy
Weber.
Fahey, look at the aggression. He just knocked Weber down. So DJ Weber goes down, spinning the hits. And Andy Fahey.
That's my jam.
Says, I'm all about the podium here. Now the number 19 in the battle, that's Cameron Delker. This 24 of Eli Wright on the KTM has basically been involved. He's battled 4 dudes on
different
one
guys.
lap.
Leave me alone.
Come on.
He's like the new kid at school. His first day of school getting picked on. They're sizing him up.
Somebody else has got in the mix as well as that. The number plate is totally covered.
Good Lord. That means he's definitely done some battling from the back of the pack. The 74 still, I believe. No, that's a Yamaha.
I'm trying to pick up the number.
Good Lord.
I think that's even Evan Hamowitz. Hamowitz we had in about 9th place, and now he's in the 4th. Hamowitz is 4th, so it's Luke Fanice leading. Tyler Unaka is 2nd. Whoa, Andy Fahey 3rd. Hamowitz next, and Delker is the one that just made the huge mistake there on the 19.
Hamowitz with a 205. How do you move 6 spots with a 205?
I think it's the inconsistency of lap times in this class. If you just have a one lap that's not as filled with mistakes as everyone else, it doesn't have to be a blazer. It's just other riders around you make bobbles.
Crashes.
Yeah, if you can just, in this class, you know what I've actually learned? The Lit Pro device that you can buy and put in your helmet. A lot of the pros use it during the week. And what they're actually searching for now is not the best lap time. They have a consistency curve. And the goal is to have every lap you do all day within
1%, 2%.
Yeah, 98%. And they said that one of the biggest differences between young riders, amateur riders, and pros isn't the best lap.
The disparity between the slowest and
an
fastest
amateur rider
lap.
will be within 20% of his best lap throughout the day. You put those things on the dudes at Baker's Factory, it's 1%, 2%. They're within a second all day long. Mike,
Makes
I'm
sense.
sure you've seen that too. So in the C class, you notice that. A 2:01 lap time for our leader, Fanice, is darn fast. But they go up and down. It's 5 seconds one lap. They gain 4 the next. That's the difference.
14 mistakes there, and that'll get you.
Well, heck, we were seeing that in the B schoolboy yesterday with Pierce Brown.
3 crashes.
But a 152 lap.
Blazingly fast.
Yeah, I think a second quicker than anyone else.
It was.
Has anyone else been in the 152s? I don't think so.
No, he was the fastest recorded lap time.
Right. Yeah, but lost 15 seconds with the mistakes and ended up finishing the moto in 5th.
That classic Gary Bailey line, you got to go slower to go faster, and that really was the case there. We're watching 71, Andy Fahey, and the number 14 of Evan Hamowitz.
And Tyler Uniaka is just up ahead on the 52. Nick Norton was the first moto winner, and he's in 8th place right now. Look at this battle. Fahey and Hamowitz.
Whoa, where's he going? He turned hard right on the straightaway there. The billboards, that's just chaos for those kids, man. They have not learned the art of ruts.
And Luke Fenice, your leader, by the way, in this moto, finished 2nd in the first moto, so he's in good condition right now. 3rd in the first moto is Uniacke. So we might be looking at Uniacke, who's 2nd in this moto, and Fenice battling for the title of Moto 3.
Sure looks like it.
Yep. Yeah, you mentioned the slow down to go faster. Last week I got to go to the JGR Suzuki track, and they were hosting a camp for the RM Army amateur kids. They had Justin Hill doing some coaching, and he was so funny. He said, I know this sounds crazy, but I want you all to come into the turn 5% slower. And just keep doing that. And he's like, trust me, everything will come together better. And then after they did that, he's like, all right, now we're going to do it 10% slower. And it looked better. We didn't have the watch on it to know if it was better, but he's trying to get them in the mindset of if you come in at every corner as hard and fast and brake as late as possible, it's actually slower, even though it seems so much faster.
You're so much more susceptible to a mistake, too, when you're going that much on the edge.
Yep. Yeah, yep.
Get a mic, man.
Trying to be smooth and consistent. That's what they're trying to work on to get these kids up the next level. Good battle right here. 71 of Fahey and Hamowitz.
Hamowitz got him. He got around Fahey, and that may change the championship portrait for him for sure. Hamowitz
5th in the first moto, so kind of surprising there considering the laps he's putting in right now. Alessi's impressed. He thinks these guys are riding real well.
He might have a ride waiting for him. He is scouting future talent.
Scouting future talent, taking him out of the C class. Hey, wasn't Cameron McAdoo? Didn't you vouch for him?
I did, for sure. I mean, I noticed him when I was at club, and I called TA and Genova, and I was like, man, this kid that's here at club is pretty good. Like, I want to give him a chance. And he's like, let me think about it. Passed up the flagpole to Genova, and one thing led to another. They gave him a little bit of a tryout at the Daytona Supercross, and sure enough, now he's a Geico rider and riding with a contract and getting paid to race.
Making dreams happen, Michael Alessi. Nicely done, making dreams happen. Yeah,
Dream
McAdoo,
maker, son.
I think McAdoo told me he wasn't really super serious racer until like 13 or 14, so he's come a long way in a short time.
He has. He definitely has. He's had a couple of injuries since he's turned pro, which is understandable. That happens with these kids when they get, on a fast bike and a contract and making money. I mean, they start, risking a little bit more, and they get hurt, which it happens in this sport with motorcycles. But his progression has improved so immensely that he is a top rider now, and he can be inside the top 5 on podium guy at any moment, anytime in the Nationals.
All right, yeah, that's Cameron McAdoo, who was unheard of at Loretta's up until about his last year. Picked up a good performance in the A class, a good ride as a pro, so you never know where the next star is coming from. It could be from this group right here.
Uniacke was off the racetrack and had a big bobble, and has allowed Evan Hamowitz to get around him. He's now in the number 2 spot.
Kevin, were you able to see exactly? Did he miss the corner? Did he land right?
Yeah, he shot straight off the side of the track. Didn't fall, but just got a little squirrely. Imagine that.
Yeah, I saw him make his way back on, but wasn't sure exactly what happened, and you see exactly the result of it. So
mistakes.
So this is 250C Limited. I got to figure also these dudes, have they ever ridden a track this rough? I mean, where would you?
Maybe a regional. Maybe a regional.
Yeah, that could be. Yep.
But you don't consistently get the opportunity to ride these types of tracks.
No.
The B-class riders, they go to facilities, training facilities, that they try to replicate this stuff on a daily basis. So these kids, ruts, the roughness of the length of the moto, a lot of newness, a lot of new stuff happening for them. As we watch Evan Hamowitz try to hold off Tyler Uniacke. As the laps continue to wind down, we've got about 4.5 minutes remaining. Hey, got some vehicles we need moved. The folks from Humphreys County Police Department said we need these trucks and vehicles moved right along the bleachers here.
They got body bag Jay Wagner and an RMZ 450 ready to ram your vehicle out of the way if that's what it takes.
Headbutt your vehicle. So if you're parked on this road right here, this is a functioning road. You cannot park on the road. They have SO running up and down, keeping that road clear. So Hamowitz now solid in the number 2 spot, starting to gap Uniacke. There they are, looking at Hamowitz, then Uniacke. How has he kept that bike so clean? Does he have a guy that comes in for a pit stop, wiping that thing down? Whoa, what a run through the 10 Commandments for Uniacke.
That
Back
was
in the game.
Uniacke
approach
way, a unique
to the Ten
approach by
Commandments.
Unica. Unica's not done. Hamowitz caught him from way back, past him. Unica's starting to figure it all out and coming back at it. This is the battle for second.
2-lap cart looks like it's going to be coming out, so Unica needs to get on his horse and try to pass Hamowitz.
Finesse. He's got the finesse game dialed. Finesse.
Phineas.
Phineas?
No, I'm just Phineas and Ferb is what I'm going with.
That's what, Digital Dave had on the podium with him the other day when he finished second.
Probably Phineas. You're probably right.
Finesse finished second in the first moto. He is way out front here in moto number 2. He has the fastest lap of the race also and a 25-second lead. And if it ends like this, he has a 2-1 score going into moto 3. So he looks good. Oh, Unica way wide that corner.
Taking the wide way around that one. Right in the middle portion of the racetrack. That's the big Thor sweeper. That's what we call it. Omaha Beach, if you will. Tom Hanks down there taking different shots for this camera.
Taking shrapnel for Private Ryan. Luke Finesse gone. He's got him on the screen right now, the 99. Look, he jumps out of the picture. We can barely even keep up with the guy.
He's so fast.
Unbelievable. So Finesse got it under control. 2-lap card is about to come out, so I am going to come out of the podium.
Get out. Leave. We're watching him here, the number 99 of Luke Finesse, consistently running those 204s. He's a solid C rider. Through the 10 Commandments, we go with the KTM rider, your leader, 25 seconds out front, yarding the field, if you will. Evan Hamowitz and Unica had a nice little battle there for a moment. I think that subsided. Fahey is 4th. Cameron Batty 5th.
Yeah, and all these guys players from Moto number 1. So all these guys contenders right now for sure.
Oh, and anything can happen.
The only guy who's really not is Norton. I think Norton, he won the first moto, didn't he? And clear back in that 6th position right now.
Yeah, every pass counts. You never know how that last moto is going to shake down. Finesse could have issues. Norton could win the moto. He may need some help from somebody else. I love 3 moto formats.
That's survival. That's
love
what I say. You don't get lucky 3 times, Kevin Kelly. You don't get lucky 3 times. At least as a youth, I never found that. So that's for sure. All right, this one getting ready to come to an end right here. Looking like 13.5 minutes in, just about a minute and a half to go.
Yep, we're on the Lucas last lap, the Lucas Oil last lap for your leader, as indicated on screen. Finesse is ready to rock. He's going to see the checker flag when he points this machine left, right towards us here in the announcer's tower. Finesse getting a thumbs up from the flagger. That flagger likes what he's seeing.
Absolutely. Down there on our Race Tech podium, Jason Wygant getting ready to get us all the lowdown.
Dude, he's got time to grab a burger, get things ready. He'll toss that bike right up on the first stand as we look down the run here for our 2nd place run.
Yeah, so we're just about set here. Finesse has brought the 99 to the stage. Probably going to have to do some camera adjustments because that bike is so bright. It's not too lit, it's just so bright. Hamowitz has clinched 2nd place spot after that battle with Tyler Unica. And they're all in here to the impound area, and we'll be on the podium in just a moment. All brought to you by Race Tech. We're going to make it happen down here. Cloud coverage just came back. So every time you think we're going to finally get the legendary Loretta Lynns heat and humidity, the clouds bail us out again. It's actually another really nice day here. I got medals here for 250C Limited. We got a whole shot award as well. Hey, here we are. This guy won by so much. He had time to rest, relax. He's probably already washed the bike. Looking at a 2-1 score going into Moto 3, and a great ride for the gold here, Luke Fenice. Is it Fenice? How close am I?
Oh, yeah.
Fenice. Nailed it. Wygant. I know EIs and how to say them. How did that moto go? It was awesome.
Yeah, I just focused on getting a good start, and then after that, just running consistent laps.
What do you think about Moto 3? How do you focus on that to try to get the title?
I feel great. I just do the same thing, I guess, but like better.
Getting better all the time. Yeah, will there be like a download where you talk to the guys and think about lines and bike setup and all that stuff before the next one?
Probably not. I like the setup the way it is, but we'll talk about lines for sure.
All right, Luke, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Fly Racing, Westfield Power Sports, Podium X, 100%, Alpine Stars, Loretta above, and everyone else. Thank you.
There's your moto winner, Luke Fenice. And we're looking for second place. This is a good charge through traffic. Yeah, why is that? He left. All right, that's a little strange. Evan Heyman's a good run, but yeah, we got an empty stand where second place should be. All right, we'll move on to third. Fenice. It's Luke Fenice. Luke Fenice. I thought I knew my EIs. All right. Dude, you are relentless. These Club MX people do not let you off the hook. I guess that's how you do it. When it comes to lines and corners, drills, training, pronunciation, all about discipline. Second, third, actually, in this case. That was a good battle, though. So we have our third place finisher, Tyler Uniacke. Lots of battling going out there in that one. I feel like every moto you're in, you're battling.
Yeah, I got off to a really good start. Kind of settled in second, had a pretty good gap between first and third. And just a small mistake, went down and got past. I tried hanging it with him, but I got tired, and yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Tyler?
I thank my mom and dad and my trainer, Terry Bostard, AJL Engineering, Lucas Oil, CP Racing, EMT Racing, No Toil, DT1, Mika Metals, Engine Ice, just everyone behind me. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Tyler Uniacke taking third. All right. And both our second place rider and the rider that got the whole shot both took off. I don't know if they're tired, hot, sick, or they just don't know what they're supposed to do. But they're gone. So that's it for our podium. That was easy. Take it away.
Hey, we got some house cleaning we need to do. We need all the vehicles that are parked on this road right here by the finish line announcer's tower. You cannot park on the road. Cannot park your vehicles. That is a functioning state highway. Yeah, all the gates. These roads have to be accessible for emergency vehicles in the event we have some issues. So please, they're coming by. They're trying to get all these vehicles moved. Golf carts need to have everything off of the road. All those vehicles down there. If you have a vehicle parked alongside the road, you're going to have to move it. You park your booty on the edge there, but not your car. All right, Open Pro Sport, Sight Lab.
Hey, hold on. I do have a whole shot award in the end here in 250C Limited.
Jump in there.
Yep, thanks, guys. All right, who do you want to thank for that?
My mom and my dad. That's about it.
And good reflexes for the start. That helps too. Let's get the photo, and I'll send it back up to the tower for Pro Sport.
All right. Here's the Open Pro Sport. Here's how they finished last time we went racing. It's your top 10. Lance Kobish was 10th. Your 9th place finisher was Justin Thompson. Luke Neese finished up 8th. Your 7th place finisher was Dustin Winter. Justin Rodbell was 6th. And your top 5, it was Yairi Mitchell out of Bermuda. 4th place finisher was Curran Thurman. Mitchell Falk was in that number 3 spot. Seth Hamaker and Derek Drake. So should be an interesting run. Wes Williams hopping in the tower here joins us. Mike Pelletier from the AMA house.
This is it.
It is a full house. So again, we're taking a look at the Open Pro Sport riders as they get ready to rock and roll on their Sight Lab. Derek Drake says he wants his Horizon Award. He's on the number 33 machine, that TLD KTM ride, trying to figure out his next move as a pro. He's got a deal set up with TLD. They want to bring him on right now. He, I believe, is going to wait until May. So he's going to ride A all the way through the end of the year, hit Mini O's, hit the Spring Nationals, and then Once Hangtown hits, Derek Drake wants to turn pro. Then I think Mitchell Falk's plan is to go straight to the pros at the conclusion of this race. There's a look at Derek Drake on the number 33 machine. So the sight lap underway, and they'll take a good look at this racetrack. Yairi Mitchell, if you remember Yairi Mitchell out of Bermuda, he came here and won a title on a PW way back when. 15 years later, here he is. 10 years probably. Still got some vehicles we need moved. Megawatt, you want to handle some housekeeping again?
Yes, sir. According to the Sheriff's Department, we've got a silver Hyundai Elantra with a Florida tag, BNY N44. We have, let's see, it's parked along the pond next to the bleachers. And then we have a black Harley that needs moved, and it's got a Tennessee license plate of 72 Charles 023. 72C023. That's a black Harley. It's parked next down to the bleachers by the pond as well. And that silver Hyundai Elantra from Florida with BNY N44 as a license plate. You need to move it immediately or they're going to move it for you. Yeah, we'll just get Terry Beck to put it on the hook and move it for you, Mike, and you can stay right up here and call the races, dude. Easy, buddy.
Hey, let's talk starts with one of the best, Mike Alessio. How many titles we got here? 11. You have 11 titles here, and how many of them you think were won right there on that starting gate? Like, it starts there. So some quick little tips on the gate for some of the kids back in the pits. How does it work? Like on the gate, as far as creating that little ramp of dirt, the whole process of packing the gate. Tell me how it works for you.
And it has to be a good technique. And if you don't have the right technique, you're not going to get starts. But also being light, quick reaction, those are all big key components for getting good starts.
We're going to see the footage coming to you live here on Racer TV. Red Bull providing the live drone shot, giving you a great shot of that starting line. And gate choice, gate selection, where do you want to be on this gate?
Always by the box. I've always been a box guy. I've always been a kind of guy around the box. I don't do the inside, so that's not what my forte is. But here we go, open pro sport. Grab the hot dogs, grab a burger, grab a nice ice cold drink, get to the...
Look on the inside here. Derek Drake says, I want the inside. He's right by Richard Taylor on that Suzuki. Drake,
here we go,
your first moto winner, the number 33. Check. Head down, gate down, and
whole shot looks
Derek
like
Drake.
It's going to be Yamaha, number 58.
Derek Drake on the dead inside had a really great jump there.
58 whole shot.
And it's Drake back in the number 3 spot.
Rodbell.
The number 91 of Curran Thurman in the number 2 spot. There's Drake in the number 3 spot. Rob Bell, your early race leader.
Going to second place. Drake just moved into.
Derek Drake picking off, moving into the number 2 spot. Mike Alessi joining us in the booth. Ricky Carmichael in the booth. So how many titles now do we all have? Let's add them all up between myself,
yeah, Megawatt. Yeah, we got
RC, you got 9?
Yeah, we got Ricky
Carmichael. I don't know.
You don't even know. You don't even keep those stats anymore. All right, I like that.
I don't know. Not enough. Is that fair?
I know. We talk about this guy day and night here at the ranch.
When I came back here in 2012, they tried to get me to run this open pro sport.
You were like, no thanks.
Anything with pro in it, I don't do
it
out unless it's pro circuit. That's the only thing.
But I got good news there. I remember you didn't you do an area or something? And
yeah,
you had to battle Jeremy Martin.
Yeah.
But it's all right because Jeremy Martin turned out to be fast.
Dudes are trying to take. Yeah, these guys ride every day. I rode like a day before the both qualifiers.
Yeah. But it's okay because Jeremy Martin turned out to be fast. So it wasn't like you were battling some squids out there.
No, right, for sure.
Rodbell was out front early, but tell you what,
Drake
Derek Drake's been
just took the
quick
lead.
lately. Yeah.
He just took the inside to that inside to the tabletops, and that's all she wrote.
Kern Thurman third, Seth Hamaker fourth. So Hamaker's got to get on his horse and go here because Drake has been very strong midweek. There is Hamaker on the 51. Not pretty through that corner, but making it work.
Yeah, Drake was telling us he wants to win that Horizon Award. He's told his old man, I want that award. I want to be that guy.
That's a prestige
Kevin,
award to win here.
You and I were talking about Gruey at Ironman a couple years ago, riding that Legends race with RC, and he got. Well, we're listening to the guy that says talking about pro racing. Hey RC, you going to send it up over that triple? Oh, not me, Megawatt. No, not me. Lap number 2. Up and over the.
Well, because I didn't think it was easier than what I thought it would be, and the approach was nice and safe.
Oh,
so.
this thing's awful fun, Meg.
Oh,
Hamaker
down,
just went
Hamaker.
down. They forced it in there on Thurman and just couldn't get the needle to get through. And Mitchell Falk just swept right in there and just swooped it up.
Is Hamaker on the 450 or is he riding a 250?
250. He's on 250.
And you see that mistake right there, what kind of time that cost as far as track position is concerned. One small mistake like that.
You know, it's nuts. I watch these guys, and a lot of these guys opting to ride the 250, and I feel like, I hate saying this back in my day, but a lot of us would ride, it was 125 and 250. If this class was available when I was racing, I would for sure opt to ride the 250.
100%.
The bigger bike.
Why give up free horsepower?
Why take a pocket knife to a sword fight?
Exactly.
Look at Mitchell Falk here on the 62. He's trying to get 2 riders at once.
He's going to swoop it right here.
Thurman, well, there's no room because they're taking up both of the lines, so he's got to find a third one. We know that there's 2 lines in almost every corner on this track. Could there be 3? Oh,
They're going to
Rodbell
the
and Thurman
outside.
almost together. They did find 3 lines
There
in the
it
same
is.
corner. 3 wide.
Got them both. Got them both on the outside. Wow, amazing pass right there by Mitchell Falk. And what the people don't understand that are listening right now, the riders in first and second are on 250s compared to most every other rider on the track on a 450.
Yeah, 2 KTM 250F. So I guess the theory there is, hey, you're going to be racing 250F for the next level as a pro. Just keep practicing on that. But RC, is it really going to mess you up that much if you ride a big bike here and there?
Oh, absolutely not. I think it just grooms you for later on in your professional career. When you make the jump from 250 to 450, you have some experience.
And I believe at one time you trained on the bigger bike too, even though you weren't racing, but during the week you would ride a bigger bike just to make you stronger and give you the fitness.
Well, that's right. It's really important. And not only that, the bigger bike can take more workload. It's not doing as much work as a smaller bike. So we did it for mechanical purposes as well.
Absolutely. You guys did less maintenance and it made you stronger at the same time.
That's right.
Hamaker just went up the inside after the 10 Commandments and just made the pass on Thurman.
All right, so that's shaping up. Okay, that shows how much. That shows how much the game has changed. In Ricky
there
Carmichael's
goes-
time, they had to worry about maintenance costs for the motorcycles.
And just like that, Hamaker is in third place, just past Rodbell for third.
Well, he's got. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Yeah, I was
he's
just
got
gonna
some
say.
work to
Yep.
do to catch the guys in front of me. He does have a clear track. It'll be interesting. We'll have to take a look at the lap times here and compare against Drake and Falk. See if he can reel them in. But for sure, he's got.
I tell you what, RC, now that these guys have got a clear track, like you just said with the lap times, it's going to be interesting to see if he can start chipping away at Falk and Drake right now, because Hamaker is probably the fastest guy on the track, but he's coming through traffic to get to the front.
Definitely helps, as you know, Mike. Starts are everything. It's 50% of the work. You can get a whole shot. You definitely set yourself up for the best chance you can at a win.
Hey, it's easier to pass 39 guys to the first turn than to try to pass 15 to 20 of them throughout a half-hour moto.
Absolutely. Track is really good. Multiple lines you can see in the corners. If you're watching the broadcasts on your television, it's always nice, especially when you're coming from behind.
I tell you what, any kids that this week that say they couldn't pass, that's bull, because there's multiple 3, 4, 5, 6 different lines in the corner, so there's no excuses for passing this week.
Drake getting a little bit of breathing room right here. They're tripling through the 10 Commandments, and he's got more than a little bit of
There we
breathing
go.
room.
Here's the battle, Ricky, for second.
You said Hamaker just reeling right up on Falk. He made up a lot of time in less than a lap.
You can tell, Ricky, he's picking up time in every single corner, every jump. It's just milliseconds everywhere.
His aggression looks far more than anyone else. Not always does that mean that he is the fastest guy. Could be just his riding style. Some guys are fast and they don't look like they're using any effort, but I feel all week this guy has just been 110%.
He's just in the attack position 24/7,
Attack
like a
mode.
little young RC.
I don't know about that.
Hey, he's on a Cali.
Going a lot better than I am, that's for sure. Look how rough this track is with all this sand here. Just crazy. All the braking bumps, accelerating bumps. I mean, it's...
I tell you what, the MX Sports crew have done such a magnificent job bringing in great dirt, sand, all the different elements, and to make bumps, ruts, and just make it challenging. Oh, we got a rider down here. Okay, that's just a lapper. And we still got a good battle here on track between Mitchell Falk and Seth Hamaker going for second.
That's Copeland.
Oh, yep. He's up. He's slowly but surely getting up. Yeah, he's okay. He's a little dinged up, but he'll be fine. Back to the battle for second between Mitchell Falk and Seth Hamaker right now on track. We are 7 minutes and 40 seconds into this second moto of the Open Pro. Hamaker is definitely trying to stick it in there and try to get past him.
He is the fastest guy on the track. He ran a 153, Drake at a 154, Falk at a 155. However, they are 6 seconds back behind Drake. You guys can do the math on there. If Hamaker wants to have a run for this win, he is going to have to quit wasting time behind Falk and make this pass very quick. It's going to be too late.
He needs to get going right now, Ricky.
Oh, yeah.
And as far as like the overall, we're looking at the paperwork. Derek Drake's coming in with a 1. If he wins this, it's another 1. That's 2 points going to the last moto. Seth Hamaker's got a second in the first moto, so a third in this moto is going to put it tough for the third moto for the overall.
Oh,
and
tight
there it
squeeze.
is, Ricky, right up the inside.
Just so aggressive, doing what he's got to do, trying to find a way to get by. Up. Falk goes back by him.
Around the outside of him. He just got that triple, and that was all it took. He had the momentum into the corner.
Hamaker might have missed his opportunity to have a chance to catch Drake here, but that is a great counter move by Mitchell Falk, getting back by Hamaker.
That was good race instinct, just knowing right away, get that triple, get to the outside, and get him back. But this thing ain't done right now, Ricky.
No, he's got to get by here. If he wants to have a chance, he's going to be on the outside. It's nice defense by Marshall.
It'll be interesting to see if he goes to the outside right here in this next corner, because he made 2 passes on 2 riders in this corner early in the race. He is definitely right there all over him, just waiting for the slightest mistake, Ricky, and he's going to pounce on it.
Hey, can you guys speak to how good and raceable this racetrack is? How you can ride different lines for an entire lap and be dead even, no line's any better than the other?
Well, you can see right here on our broadcast, I mean, there's inside lines, outside lines. Not sure which one of them faster. We'll leave it up to these guys, but it's cool to see that. Oh, we got a down rider, number 75 here. But yeah, multiple grooves, that's always good. That's what a racer wants. Multiple lines present options to get by your competitors.
Oh, mistake by Falk. He went outside. Hamaker up the inside. Triple. Nope, not enough. All while Derek Drake's just getting away and riding a smooth race, pulling probably no tear-offs during this whole moto.
You're really good at this, Mike Alessi. Are we done? Are we done for the day?
Oh, I didn't know you were here, Jason. Why
why
don't you guys go take a lunch break? You take an early lunch break.
All right, no worries. I'll find something to do.
There you go.
He dismissed us a moment ago. He told
he
Kevin
did.
and I.
You guys got it.
Unless
I'm
he told
out.
Kevin and I, go get a lunch. I'll see you guys at Cozy Cabin 6 later. Me and RC got this. So we were basically dismissed for the day. So
awesome. You guys have at it. RC and Mike Alessi are going to handle this moto.
Hey, RC, I'm looking at the lap times here. Derek Drake with a 155.2, Mitchell Falk 155.1, and Seth Hamaker 155.2. All 3 of the riders are running
within
55s.
a tenth. Yeah, that's crazy. However, they're the same lap time. If they want to catch Drake, they're going to have to step it up. Start running them 54s, 53s if they want a chance at all. Drake's done a good job at keeping his lead at bay. Gonna be tough, and when these guys are battling, they actually lose a little bit of time. Let's get another lap time here, 155.7. to 155.8 and then 156. So Drake's still pulling away. These guys are wasting time. They're trying hard.
It's minimal here and there in the corners. They kind of give and take. It's a little bit of cat and mouse, as you can see. It seems like Hammaker picks up and gets in there, but then Falk kind of gets away, and that's just the racing and the nature of the beast. We're 12 minutes into this second moto, a 20-minute race, so we still got 8 minutes to go.
See right here, Hammaker's dropped back a couple bike lengths, probably getting tired of eating roost, and maybe regain his composure here and then make one more attack to get by.
Looking at this, it seems like he threw everything at Falk there, but he couldn't make the pass. Kind of pulled back, took a second wind, got a breath, and now he's going to make his final charge in these last 7 minutes.
That's right. Falk having some good lines. Yo.
Ricky, when we take a look at the track, we see a lot of changes over the last few years. How different is this track from when you were competitive here and really winning some titles?
Yeah, it's a lot faster. The track is a lot faster. Back where you're watching a TV right now, where these guys are. This all used to be like tight S corners back here, going in and out of the trees. So it's a lot more open. The speed is a lot faster now compared to when I was here.
It's more of a four-stroke track now.
Yeah, I wish they would go back sometimes to the tighter corner tracks and not be so fast. But this is what they choose to do, and you know, it's still fun to watch. This corner right here has been so rough all week. It's sandy, so you can't sit down. You got to stand up, keep a lot of speed through there. It's amazing how rough this track is.
Yeah, it's definitely getting rough, Ricky, and here we go. Coming around Derek Drake, another lap led, 153.9. Look at that.
Man,
that's
stepping up there.
And Derek Drake has the fastest lap of the race with a 152.8.
Yeah, you can see there he was about a second and a half faster than Falk and almost 3 seconds faster, well, 2 seconds faster than Hammaker. So he's setting sail here. He has stamped his lead. I do not see these two guys being able to catch Drake.
Nah, they got an 8.2 second lead Derek Drake has on Mitchell Falk and Seth Hammaker. The battle right now is for second, and everybody can see it. And like I said, I believe Hammaker's just kind of waiting for that next little mistake, and he's just going to try to pounce on it. Honestly, he's setting up one last attack here in these last 6 minutes. I'll tell you what, I really like the Hammaker. He's full out all the time, 100% attack position, just going for it.
So you guys saw Hammaker earlier trying to get by Mitchell Falk. And I really believe this is where, especially you can see how the dirt is really heavy. When I say heavy, I'm meaning thick. It's bogging the bike down, like these corners right here. You lean the bike over, it grabs the side knobbies of the tire, pulls the horsepower down, okay? You don't accelerate out of that corner like you would on a 450. I really feel if he was on a 450 Hammaker, he would have gotten by Mitchell Falk by now.
The difference between the 250 and the 450 and what they're riding is the torque through the corner. And as the 450 pulls the torque through the corner, they can accelerate and just get going quicker. Where the 250, it kind of lugs down, and it takes a second or two to get going, the momentum. Here we go. Hammaker is looking like he's trying to get by Falk. He's just not right up in there enough. But we're going to see right here.
Can't make it stick. That's right, Mike. He's there. He just needs that little bit of extra horsepower to get by him. He's been in a couple good spots, and like I said, we just hadn't been able to make it stick. Definitely can't blame him for trying. The guy is going everywhere, just sending it.
Yeah, these riders are riding 110% right now.
Oh yeah, they are.
And Hammaker's got to be using much more energy right now. He's going inside, going outside, just trying to do anything he can to find that advantage. But I tell you, it's just costing him precious amounts of energy.
Oh, of course, because he's behind. He's having to hold his breath while Mitchell Falk is in the front. I mean, he's trying to defend his position, but he's able, he's got basically clean air, if you will. He's not getting pelted by dirt, so he's able to breathe a little bit easier, so he's exerting less energy, which is key here towards, a little under 4 minutes to go left in this second moto.
Looks like we got about 3 laps to go, Ricky, 2.5 to go.
Yeah, with the 2-lap card out now, Ricky, at this point, do you just pull out all the stops, or do you try to hit the reset button and say, okay, we got another lap that we really need to make the charge?
Well, no, he has to, if Hammaker wants to have any shot at a title, you know, he's going to have to get by Mitchell Falk. Otherwise, his chance of winning an overall is going to be much, much harder. You know, I'd like to be sitting here with it going into the final with a 2-2 rather than a 2-3.
I agree, Ricky, 100%. In order to go into that championship third moto, you have to give yourself the best opportunity and be the closest you can, because Derek Drake right now is looking like a 1-1 going into this third moto. And the best thing for Hammaker right now is to get into second with a 2-2. That's 4 points. That gives him a fighting chance in the third moto.
I mean, you can see Derek Drake just knocking out 53s right now. These guys are cruising around in 56s and 155s. Pretty strong laps. You need Derek Drake. He's backed it off a little bit, but he's got an 11-second lead. He's able to do that. He has the ability to do that.
We got 2 laps to go. 2-lap card just came out, so if Hammaker is going to do anything, he's going to have to get it done in these last 2 laps. Oh, little mistake right there by Falk. He just lost the rear coming out of that corner. And it's crazy, he didn't lose hardly any time. There they come to the 10 Commandments. They're starting to catch a few lappers here coming up on the front.
There he goes. He's launching a charge right here.
This is he's throwing everything, Ricky, right now into this. This is his best opportunity with these 3 lappers coming up. They might be able to hold up Falk in a corner, and that could be just enough to where Hammaker can get in and get by him.
See Hammaker going on the outside, trying to keep the momentum. He loses just a little bit here. He's going to have to get creative.
See, the lappers held him up in that corner.
Yep.
There's the triple. There's the triple.
Oh, he pulls up.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad.
Man, he just can't quite make it stick, and you got to give him an A for effort because he is trying. There's no doubt about it. And you know how this is, Mike. I think he can't bury his bike in the corner if he wants to have a shot at getting by Mitchell Falk here.
And in order to pass him, Ricky, he can't be following. He's got to take a different line because they're on this basically the same, you know, in the same equipment, 250 versus a 250. So in order to pass him, he's going to have to make a pass going around the outside of him. Because you see Falk, he's taking all the inside lines, the best lines.
Yep. But that's what you do in his position, you know. He's playing defense, and Seth is going to have to work that much harder to get by him.
I will say this: Seth did post the fastest lap time of that lap, a 154.6 over Falk, a 155.6, and Derek Drake a 155.5. What do you think, Ricky? Think he's going to be able to mount an attack and get by?
You know,
him,
he's definitely given up a few bike links here. Don't want to see that. I mean, he's tried so many times, made so many attempts. I don't know if it's going to be possible. He's going to have to pull up here on his wheel and get close, and he is.
This is it. This is the last lap, last half of a lap coming up, ladies and gentlemen. This is for second on screen in the Open Pro Sport. This is for second place in the Moto. There you go. He's got a different line outside. This is where he caught up a lot of time last lap, Ricky.
Yeah, that's right. Falk got, although he did get bottled up behind a couple lap riders. Coming up short there, makes a little mistake. See, it's like, Hammaker just needs to be right, be a little bit closer to take advantage of those opportunities. Only a couple more corners to do so.
Lapper up the inside. There it is, up the inside. Oh, couldn't make it stick.
This has been an unbelievable battle. Hammaker's going to have to hold it wide around this.
Derek Drake's coming around, taking the checker flag. That's the Open Pro Sport winner, Derek Drake. Congratulations, but we got a battle still for second. Here it is, final corner, going for the pass. And, very close, just not enough. Look at how close that was, Ricky. It was .02.
That was an A for effort. That was unreal effort by Hammaker and great defensive riding by Mitchell Falk. Mitchell Falk really never made any mistakes, and he was able to handle that pressure from Hammaker the whole moto. It's pretty impressive.
And that right there, Ricky, to me, watching Mitchell Falk hold him off, held the pressure, didn't let the pressure get to him. He wasn't looking back, making mistakes, and he held himself, and he got himself a second place in that moto.
Well, I tell you guys, as that one comes to a close, one of the most exciting races we have seen here this week so far, Open Pro Sport, Mike Alessi and RC himself. Oh, we got somebody down on the beach right here now on this last lap. We have a rider down there, not able to get up under his own power as of yet, getting attended to right now by the medical staff. So do see some movement there. Going to get the bike off the track. So as the checkered flag continues to fly, putting the Open Pro Sport to bed here, Derek Drake followed by Mitchell Falk and Seth Hamaker.
45 or 46.
All right, looks like Scott Meshi, RC, able to read that number plate from clear.
He's back on the bike.
Is up under his own power, throwing a leg over the bike right now. So Mike Alessi, great to see that. Holy cow, here on the last lap of this race, 2 turns to go.
All right, let's get to the podium here because this guy's already done. He's already rested and ready. Heck, he'd probably go out there for another 20. He is crushing it here at Loretta's, in position for a title now after solid performances in both motos of Open Pro Sport. Gold medal for Derek Drake. What is going on right now, man? Every moto you go out there, you actually seem to get better and better and better.
Well, you know, usually how it works for me. Yeah, I've just been feeling great all week, and man, I'm so nervous for the start. I mean, more nervous I've ever been racing, and you know, I just try to talk myself off the ledge on the gate, and you know, got another good start from the inside on the against 450s, and yeah, just put the hammer down. I know Mitchell, I could gauge Mitchell and Seth behind me, so I knew what I had to do, and got her done.
What are you nervous about? What's the difference going to the line? You've talked about it every moto, yeah.
Well, it's Loretta is number 1, and everyone's watching, and there's nothing like this place, really. And it's a great track for racing, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay, Moto 3, probably not going to be a cure for the nerves either with a title on the line.
No, definitely not. I'll definitely have a hard time going to sleep tonight, but we'll get her done and bring all we got.
Who do you want to thank, Derek?
My whole family, my trainer Randy, forgot him the last 2 times. I got to see him, and then my mechanic Tyler, the Shore family, Red Bull, KTM, GoPro, Dunlop, FMF, Adidas, Ethica, Orange Brigade, Spy, just everyone, thank you.
All right, there it is, a big moto win and a gold medal for Derek Drake. Looking for a second place, Mitchell Falk. I'll tell you what, proving you can ride under pressure. He had Seth Hamaker on his wheel all the way, but didn't give him the spot. And that second could be valuable. You never know going into Moto 3. That one extra position could ultimately make all the difference. So it ends up being a TLD KTM 1-2. Let's hear it for Mitchell Falk. For about 9 seconds, Hamaker got by you. You tripled past him, and then you never let him back by. Man, that's difficult to ride with that kind of pressure.
Yeah, me and Seth both were kind of stuck behind a few guys, and we were going back and forth on the first and 2 laps, and I just knew I had to get around him and try to get a little lead while he was battling with the other guys. But unfortunately, I wasn't riding that good, and he caught up to me, and I couldn't get after Derek, and Seth was pressuring me the whole time.
What do you think you can fix? If you don't feel like you're riding that well, what's the plan here for the next day or so?
Loosen up and have nothing to lose.
There you go. All right, who do you want to thank?
Troy Lee Designs, Red Bull, GoPro, KTM, 100%, Dunlop, FMF, Ethica, Stance, Troy Lee, Nature's Bakery, N-Style, C-Span, Adidas, everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much.
There it is, runner-up, Mitchell Falk. All right, once again, that's title contention right there. Even if he's not feeling perfect in a moto, you grind out a second. Could pay off late in the week. I'm going to bring up our 3rd place finisher. This guy rode so hard, but just couldn't quite pull the pass off and is going to end up in 3rd. Let's hear it for Seth Hamaker. Well, you tried, by my estimation, about 930 pass attempts, just couldn't quite get it.
Yeah, it was the whole moto. Me and Mitchell were going at it, and you know, he was riding great. Derek was out front, riding good as well, but I tried everything I could to get around him and just couldn't make it happen. Felt really tight that moto. I needed to loosen up, but first couple laps hurt me pretty bad for the end of the race, but that's part of it, and we'll come back swinging the third motos tomorrow.
Yeah, was it just a bad start, or did you get tangled up? What happened there early?
It wasn't that bad of a start. Just the first laps, poor line choices, I guess you can say, and that made me tighten up. So a little bit bummed about that, but we're going to come out swinging tomorrow.
Yeah, everybody's still in contention for it. Do you want to thank some people?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Monster Energy Team Green, Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, Dunlop, Renthal, Maxima, AP Designs, N Style, Fly Racing, Bell Helmets, Oakley, Alpine Stars, Asterix, VP Racing Fuels, Unifilter, everybody over at Team Green helping us out, and I'm looking forward to these next motos. We're gonna get the job done.
All right, that's some determination. Let's hear it for Seth Hamaker. All right, you got 3 proud young men there that all want to go for it in Moto 3, so that'll be fun to watch tomorrow afternoon. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. One moment, we'll handle this on the podium. Yep, up front. Man, he's been up front in all the motos so far this week. The Yamaha man. Let's hear it for Justin Rodbell. Start was good, and you had battles on your hands for a lot of this one.
Yeah, I don't know, just battling some weird things. It was a horrible moto, but we'll come back and figure out what's wrong and figure it out.
Who do you want to thank, Justin?
Bundy Belt for getting me that start. My mom, my dad. I know this ride wasn't great, Mom. You're back home, but I'm sorry. Shoei Helmet, Shot Gear, MTA Distributing. Traders Racing, this wouldn't be possible without them. They've helped me a ton this year. I wouldn't even be racing. So, Garnet, south of the border, especially without them, they're helping me out a ton this year. Freddie, Mike, Matt, everyone there, Chad, helped me with my conditioning. I know I didn't show a lot, but we'll come back.
Everybody's determined in this class. Let's hear it for our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner, Justin Rodbell. All right. We got some fired up kids for the next one when we race Open Pro Sport one more time. All right, I'm going to send it back up to the tower.
All right, thank you much, Jason Wygant. Getting ready to get updated here on some race highlights, I believe. Got some footage coming up from the Racer TV guys downstairs. So far, an amazing day of racing here, just about 11:30, getting ready to start some 51cc right here. If we got rapid replay, look at this. Looking at our Pro Sport Moto 2 highlights right now, Mike.
Yeah, and as Derek Drake, he just came in, took the lead, and that was all she wrote. He just said, see you later. You boys grovel over second. I'm out of here. I'm going to take first position and see you at the finish line.
That's exactly how that went. Now take a look here.
Yeah, Seth Hamaker just was trying to force it up the inside right there and just made a small bobble, got down or fell down. And, he put on a late charge, and he came back up and trying to get up to Mitchell Falk, which was awesome. Trying to limit the mistakes in this race, as you see, as Falk was coming around the outside and got into second place, passing 2 dudes around the outside. That's impressive.
Mike, what about the effort put out here? I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And to watch it at this level for an entire moto, what do you say about an effort like that?
For sure, 110, 150%. These guys are all out. And here, Seth Hamaker had to pass me, but right here, Falk got that triple right there. And as they came in the corner, Hamaker made that small mistake and around the outside, and that's all she took for Falk to take back over second place. Little mistake right here by Falk, no harm, no foul, but you know what? He didn't lose any time.
No, it looked like AMA flat track, as a matter of fact. The guy lost 0 time, and it could have been a total disaster.
It totally could have been, but Derek Drake came home with the win, and as you see how close it was between Falk and Hamaker at the end, 0.2 of a second.
Hey, and how about the ability for these guys to ride 4 wide on this track?
There's
4 wide, Mike. How about that
ability? Anybody who says the excuse that there's nowhere to pass, I couldn't pass, there's no lines, that's bull. At the end of the day, almost every corner has 3 to 4 to 5 different lines and different choices for these riders to pass in. So you can't use that excuse that there's nowhere to pass.
I got to tell you, I listened to you, and your game is just amazing. You're a pro. We've been on the mic together before many times, but I got to tell you, when RC came in, man, I saw it was just like a race.
It was race time.
You brought your level back up again, Alessi. You're like, I'm not going to let RC whole shot me today, dude.
It's good, having 2 racers, current racers that were just there just recently, and we have that knowledge and experience of what we see on the track and opportunities and passing positions. and places to pass. Like, hey, man, you can go outside right here, like we saw with that pass that Falk had on the 2 Yamahas in the corner lead up to the finish. That was a pass that you could see coming. And he just had the momentum using around the outside. So, yeah, working with RC was awesome, and being able to commentate with him was great.
Yeah, all these years later, a lot of these kids, like it or not, a lot of these kids don't remember any of your riding, dude. Don't remember any of your races. They don't see it. But you know what? It lives on. It's part of the lore. It's part of the history. And the good news is there's always going to be guys like me that were there. We watched you, Bradshaw, Emming, Karma. We watched them all, okay? As a matter of fact, I was at the very first Loretta Lynns with a friend of mine, Phil Amos. He finished 22 in the senior mini class, but we were here. We got the feel of it from the start. And, of course, being involved and as close with the Coombs family as I have been for years, to watch this thing evolve and know what you added and contributed, know what Ricky added and contributed, know what Kevin Wyndham did add and contributed. A lot of these kids don't realize. So for the fact of you to come back and spend time on the mic, TA coming and giving us time last year and that kind of thing, RC, always the consummate pro giving back. I mean, how cool of a feeling is that for you, Mike?
It's awesome, and thank you for that. It's been a pleasure to be here and just giving back to the sport and with the knowledge that I've grown over the years. And you know what's crazy to think, back in 1994, 1995, my first championship here was actually the race that's getting ready to happen, the 7 to 8 limited. This is where it all starts, right here, right now, for all these young kids and the dream to be the next Carmichael, the next Dungey, the next Stewart, the next Villapoto. It starts right here in these next 4 classes.
And you know what? As we look down here, we're going to see something special. Like I saw something special in this little kid on this number 800 bike. Who is this kid who's just barely flat-footed on this PW and is dragging the bars? Who is this kid?
Hey, at the end of the day, like I said, this is where it all starts.
Exactly.
Right, Rodney? What do you think?
I absolutely believe that. And one of my fondest memories of my first ever Loretta Lynns, it was like 1995, 96, somewhere around there, it was Mike Alessi in the 50cc class, man. And it had to be 95, I guess.
It was 1995. That was my first ever title, all the way till 2004 was my last year racing here at the ranch.
Well, wow, that's pretty cool. So I was here for Mike Alessi's first time. That's when my announcing career here at Loretta Lynns began.
Well, you guys blew up at the same time. I mean, Rodney Tomlin and Mike Alessi, their careers are,
just at different stages.
A different path, but you guys were at the same stage. You guys were the pinnacle right there. You guys were just blasting off. So unbelievable. Rodney Tomlin and Mike Alessi's careers launched at the same moment in the Loretta Lynns. Never thought I'd hear that.
It's kind of scary in a way.
Some history right there.
Yeah, it is.
Rodney?
That is kind of interesting.
Guys, I'm going to head to lunch for a little bit. Mike, thank you so much for everything. I'm sure I'll see you this afternoon for sure, man. Appreciate you. And Rodney, I'll catch up with you in a little bit, bro.
All righty, sounds good. Hey, just talked with Rachel over at Moto Tees, and she tells me that there's several bibs that still need to be picked up over there of folks that had ordered some bibs. So if you haven't picked your bibs up yet at Moto Tees, you can. We've got Abbott, the 34, Binder, 44, Brown, 93, Sakur, 87, Doyle, 39, Heavenland, 33, Houston, 15, Howell, 32, Jensen, 58, Huron, 47, Conkey, 43, Lore, 93, Mays, 92, Nico, 52, Pater, 55, Peters, 95, Poirier, 57, Pop, 50, Robinson, 56, Slater, 53, Ward, 15, Wellman, 44, and Strickland, 23. You've got some bibs over there. Some of you actually have 2 bibs that you may want to pick up. And looks like we're ready to pick up with the action here, Mike. And like we said, the 7 to 8 limited class.
This is where it all starts
the
right
launch
here.
pad.
And the first moto, we had Jonathan Getz, who was able to get that first place position. Second place was Seth Dennis. And then third place, Vincent Way, Nick Way's son, his youngest son. So that's pretty cool to see. He got third. He actually got the whole shot. Led a couple laps, had a fall. Unfortunately fell over, but still ended up on the podium.
Wow, it's good to see the legacy lives on through Nick. Nick is another rider that I remember early on in my career as well. in southeastern Ohio. He used to come down and visit from Michigan quite a bit over at the Action Sports Super Center and so forth. And wow, it is just so cool. Again, a full circle for a lot of these guys, and you coming back and looking at it from this perspective. And you know, you never know. You may be coming back here pretty soon with your little girl in about 5 years or so.
Like I said, never say never. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a family sport. This is what we love to do, and this is a family sport. And why we come and do it in the first place is because it's fun and we enjoy it.
Exactly, and I like how you said it. I had, you know, when they ask you about the pressures and this and that and the other, you said, no, man, I was over in the creek talking to the chicks, jumping off the cliffs and stuff like that. And that's a big part of this. You know, I was out checking the sound system a few moments ago, and I seen Jalik Swole. He was over on the dam watching racing action and just kind of hanging out and chilling with his buddies over there. And, you know, you could see he wasn't letting the pressures of what was going on the racetrack affect him and his time off the track.
Well, that's the biggest thing, Rodney, is that you're here to race, but at the same time, more importantly, you're here to have fun and just enjoy the whole week of racing, and at the same time, try to get good results. And like Jalik, like you said, he's trying to enjoy his time between motos and just relax and take the pressure off so he's not thinking about that next moto that he has to win.
Well, under this sighting lap here for the second moto of the 51 7 to 8-year-olds, as Mike pointed out, Jonathan Getz, the 22 machine from Old Town, Florida, taking the #1 spot in Moto #1. The runner-up from last year, Seth Dennis, out of Loretta, California, third. Vincent Way was, or excuse me, that was Dennis in second. Vincent Way was in third. Then Cole Palacha, the fourth place rider aboard the 52. Kai Morgan out of Henderson, Minnesota. He was the 89 machine. He rounded out the top 5. Mason Rayner out of Albertson, North Carolina, the 13 machine. He was 6th. 7th was the #9 of Miles McCarty from Indianola, Iowa. 8th place then was Peachtree City, Georgia's Landon Gibson on his KTM #72. The 77, Tristan Pruitt out of West Lynn, Oregon, was 9th place, rounding out the top 10. Out of Salem, Pennsylvania, then was Kevin DePino on board the #94. And, you know, reading through this list of riders, Mike, it seems kind of odd to think that, you know, you've read these names so many times, and these guys are only in the 7 to 8-year-old class, but there's a lot of these names we recognize from 4 to 6 and making that graduation in the 7 to 8, and some of them already graduating to 65s from the 7 to 8-year-old class.
Well, you know what's funny, Rodney, is I kind of find it ironic that the last race that we just had was the Open Pro Sport. In 10 years, let's just call it, probably in 10 years from right now, these riders on the gate getting ready to take off will be in that class, the Open Pro or the A class, getting ready to graduate, hopefully in hopes of being the next Carmichael, Stewart, Villapoto, and making it to the big show.
Exactly, and this is where dreams are made. And you know, kind of referencing back to your career, it's kind of a launch pad. I mean, we talk about Loretta's in general as being a launch pad, but this 50cc class can also be a launch pad, because I had folks turn to me and say, this kid right here is destined for greatness. We're expecting big things out of him, and obviously, and rightfully so, you proved your point out there, that's for sure.
You don't know, I mean, it's hard to say, judging by the kids, they're so young, but usually the best ones, you can see it right away from these little riders. They're destined to be good riders all the way up till they're pro.
Yeah, Ryder DeFrancesco might be a perfect example of that right now too.
I was kind of blown away. I was looking at the catalog, the sports souvenir, and he only has 4 titles here. I was blown away. I was thinking, oh, for sure 7, maybe 8. I'm thinking he's going to blow me, Sansarillo, and James Stewart's record away at 11. And I looked, he only had 4. I was like, that record might stay.
Yeah, well, he's still got a few years to go, though. But, you know, at the same time, you got to respect the competition that he's been racing against, too. I mean, the level of competition in the divisions that he races is just amazing. And not saying it wasn't during your time, but nowadays, man, the equipment that everybody's got so much more even, the training schools and the academies and the focus that these families put on it, you know, it kind of levels the playing field a little bit.
It does a lot. And like you said about the training schools and the platform these kids are training at, it's so gnarly that they're at such a young age, they're groomed to be the next Carmichael. And here we go, gate drop. And the whole shot goes to, maybe look for Vincent Way, possibly getting the whole shot again, maybe up the inside.
27.
That looks like it's him.
It's him, Vincent Way, out of now Marietta, California. I wonder if we can call him part of the Michigan Mafia.
I definitely would agree, Rodney. He definitely taking after his father, Nick Way, and getting the whole shot. So that's pretty dang impressive with Vincent Way getting the whole shot.
And we'll see how things sort out as we roll through this first lap of racing. Is that a number 9? That would be Miles McCarty. He finished 7th in Moto number 1. And number 2 back there, that is Seth Dennis. Yep.
Oh, he got the double out of the corner into the 10 Commandments. Look at that. Doubled his way right into the lead. And just like that, Seth Dennis in first place.
Ooh, little mistakes there by Way, but he regains composure coming out of the 10 Commandments. And he's got that number 9 machine of McCarty right behind him as they head into the Storyland.
Heading back into Storyland right now, Seth Dennis has got the lead with Vincent Way in second place right now.
Riders continuing to jockey for position. Riders will be looking for the 20.
Big crash right here. We got 2 riders down, number 58 and 20 going down together. And, 2 more riders, 3 more riders.
Ooh.
Oh, we got us a pile up in the back.
Oh, mercy. Darren Pine on board the number 58. Parker Shields, the number 20, off to a good start, it looks like. But unfortunately, going to take themselves back in the pack now. As we catch back up with our front runners, there's the 22 of Jonathan Getz, it looks like, who has taken over one of the front positions. And now we're nearing the completion of this as we see our riders now starting to make their way into what I call the heart of this Loretta Lynn race course. Up and over that Kawasaki Camelback and into this Thor sweeper turn around Lake Polysport.
I tell you what, Rodney, these 2 riders out front, Seth Dennis and Vincent Way, they are on the gas right now.
Yes, they most certainly are. Actually, that is the 22, or excuse me, the 2 machine. I called it 22, but Getz, we will be looking for that rider right now as Way holding on to a comfortable and strong second place position. Still the number 9 back there in the number 3 spot of Miles McCarty. And there is
Here comes Getz right here.
Getz finally checking in. He had to work his way up through the pack. He's up to a 4th place position as we wrap up lap number 1. And he's got Mason Rayner, the 13, in 5th place right behind him. The 55, Jonathan George in 6th. Ryder Ellis is 7th. Cole Blecha, 8th aboard the 52. Hogan Mims, the number 70, is 9th. Karen Lynch, the number 73, in 10th. Tristan Pruitt, 77, is 11th. Griffin Alfala, he is 12th. He's the 36th. Darren Pine, he's back up in 13th place position. So he had a pretty good run going there in the early part of this. 13th place aboard the 58. The 21 Talon Staggs is 14th. And Caden Dudney rounds out the top 15 aboard the 40.
It's going to be interesting, Rodney, to see how far Getz can get up there. If he can get back up in the second and make this a 1-2, 2-1. Going into the 3rd moto, it would be a tie between Seth Dennis and Jonathan Getz.
Well, I tell you, he had to work through a lot of carnage to get to that 4th place position. We saw it happening out there in Storyland, and that might be where the story of this moto may be told for Getz, because he was able to make up several positions as riders went down out there, it looked like. And in doing so, he pulls to within, now it looks he's about 10 seconds out of the front of the pack of Seth Dennis as we cross the finish line at the end of that first lap. We'll keep an eye on that to see how he's closing on not only the riders in front of him, but as well the 1st place position, which is obviously something he's running and gunning and looking to shoot for.
Vincent Way just went down on screen. That's unfortunate. He's got to do a U-turn, get back on the track safe. That's very unfortunate. He's going to lose second now. That's going to put Miles McCarty into second.
Wow, and a lot of riders not far behind as the second lap is nearing completion. So a lot of riders able to get by in a short amount of time. We'll see where that puts Way back to, but we'll also get to see how hard Way can fight back up through the pack as this moto wears on. Only 4 minutes into a 15-minute moto, so we still have just under 11 minutes left to go. Leader checking in about any time. I believe that's him coming under the Lucas Oil banner now. And wow, Seth Dennis is making a statement here in Moto 2.
He's got a big gap now that Vincent Way lost second when he went down. He's looking up at upwards of almost 30 seconds lead at the end of this second lap.
Mercy sakes alive. Getz now into the 2nd place position. He just pulled up on the number 9 of Miles McCarty as And he got by him, and here comes another rider running and gunning too. That's the 52 of Cole Blacka. He's up from 8th place position there on lap number 1. So here's the new running order. It is Seth Dennis out front. Jonathan Getz 19.2 seconds back in the number 2 position. Blacka in the number 3 spot aboard the 52. McCarty now in 4th. Mason Rayner rounding out the top 5 with Jonathan George in 5th. Ryder Ellis now 7th. That's changing quite a bit. Hogan Mims in 8th. Vincent Way, 9th place position he dropped back to there on the 27 and the 77, and Tristan Pruitt rounding out the top 10.
Rodney, looking at this right now, we got a 1-2-2-1 situation going into the third moto between Seth Dennis and Jonathan Getz, putting us in a tie, basically winner take all in the third moto between the two.
Exactly, and I have to wonder if Jonathan Getz is going to try and make a point here in this second moto to Seth Dennis to see if he can maybe put a dent in that overall lead in this, well, after 2 laps of racing, we're seeing near 20 seconds that Dennis has. So this will be a good indicator of what that third moto could be like if Getz really makes the push here. Got to tell you, Cole Blacka is another rider that I'm somewhat impressed with that the moves that he was making there on that first lap of, or that second lap of racing. He made some major gains as he went through the roster there. He was back in that 8th place position and all the way back up. He just kind of latched on, I believe.
Here we go. We got a battle here still. He's pressuring Getz right now for second place in this second moto.
So he latched onto him, man, and he's not only latched onto him, he wants to be the leader.
Uh-oh, there's the pass. Maybe
no. Almost. He's got him set up. It's not over yet as we enter the Rocky Mountain Sweeper turn now, as the battle for second place. Moto 1 winner Jonathan Getz is being challenged now by the 52 machine, Cole Blacka, and I'm looking down through here to see what his Moto 1 scores were looking like. He actually finished 4th in Moto 1, so he may have a little something.
Oh, there's the pass. Got him up the inside just like that. Moves into second place. Wow, nice pass.
Very impressive, and he might be on a mission to prove something from that first Moto 2. Again, we talk about the inconsistencies there because of the start picks and so forth, and we may be starting to see the consistency part of this battle now as Blacka is up to the number 2 spot with Getz, the Moto 1 winner, back to the 3 spot, and this is getting interesting. Seth Dennis, though, with these battles that are shaping up behind him, really getting a big break as he stretched that lead out now from 19 seconds to just over 22. Miles McCarty still back in the number 4 spot, Mike, and Mason Rayner now starting to put a little bit of a gain there as well on board the number 13 machine. Again, these second motos, something, you know, maybe you can answer this, and I know it's been a long time since you were on a 50, but I think it's probably relative across the board. What's different about Moto 1 to Moto number 2 for a lot of these kids?
Well, the biggest difference is the gate position. Some of these riders may have picked 30s or 40s on the gate pick, which is going to put them way outside in a position where they're not going to get a great start. Where the second moto, they have a much better gate pick, and that's why they're running up front. So you're going to see a little bit of inconsistency with the results between Moto 1, Moto 2, but you can still see the cream is always going to rise to the top here in this second moto. And going into the third moto, between Seth Dennis, Cole Blacka, and Jonathan Getz, it's going to be close between all 3 of them for the title.
You know, and there has to be some anxieties with a bad gate pick, and I imagine that those anxieties probably translate into mistakes or maybe even some great achievements in a moto.
Well, and you know what's crazy, and a lot of people won't realize this, but it's so mentally defeating to get a bad gate pick for your first moto. You're like, you put your hand in that bucket, you pick out a number, and it's a 30 or a 40, and it's just like, your whole enthusiasm and excitement, it just like drops instantly because of a gate pick. But that can all change with the race that's unfolds, and you can make a bad start into a good race, and that can make the whole difference.
And then that gives the rider the confidence for the second and third motos, and that's usually when we see things really start to, the gloves come off, I guess.
It's trying not to let the gate pick, get you down before the race even starts. And at the end of the day, it is just a gate pick. But you got to fight through it, the adversity, and that's just that's how Loretta's is. You have to fight through the adversity to win a championship.
Well, right now Seth Dennis seems to be on track to do just exactly that. After finishing second in Moto 1, he is leading here in Moto 2 after 4 laps of racing. He had a 22-second gap over Cole Blecka and Jonathan Getz, who were battling for that number 2 spot. And as we wrap up lap number 4 for these riders, Blecka now 23.6 seconds back, loses about a second or so, second and a half, I guess, if you look at that. And then Jonathan Getz a 2:30.6, 2.5 more seconds back behind him. So guys are starting to settle into position. There's Rayner now. He caught McCarty. He's gotten around. So Rayner's up to the 4th place position. McCarty now in 5th. And look at this.
Vincent Way.
Up to 6th from 9th.
6th. That's pretty impressive. He went back down to like 10th. And he's charged himself back up into the top 6.
Yeah, pretty impressive. So this is, like I said, this is where he's proven his worth, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. He's a good hole shot rider, and looks like he's good for making up some time also.
We are 10 minutes into this second moto. We have 4 minutes and 19 seconds to go before the checker flag. I'm looking at Seth Dennis to go into the third moto with a 2-1, 3 points altogether. And Jonathan Getz with a 1-3, that's 4 points. So basically, it's another situation where basically whoever beats who wins the title.
Yeah, and that's the fun part of Loretta Lynns in these amateur national championship finals. And like we were talking yesterday, though, we were talking about inconsistencies and things like that, but sometimes it may not be necessarily winning the races that are consistent. It's just finishing the best consistently moto after moto after moto.
Well, you have to endure all the elements with good starts and being consistent, being up front, and the other elements of your bike braking or the bad weather or circumstances that are out of control. I mean, that's how you win Loretta's. You have to be consistent, but you have to have the biggest thing, Rodney, is luck.
All right, now tell me this. Is a 7, 8, or 9-year-old kid thinking on that level right now?
That's a tough question right there. Unfortunately, probably not. Their whole focus is just race and have fun and do the best that they can. And at such a young age, they're not really thinking about calculating points.
That's something that mom and dad and the teams and stuff like that are doing for them, right?
Exactly, Rodney.
They're just out there cheering them on. They just know they want to go out and ride the best race they can, maybe and likely win. That's what they're out there to do.
Well, like I said, this is the beginning right here to being the next Carmichael or Stewart or Villopoto. It starts right here, right now in this 51.78 class in the Limited.
That's right, the launch pad, if we will. There's Blecka and Getz.
Flag.
White flag is out, and we're going to have to get set up for a podium and ready to interview three very excited young men as they are all looking at the possibility of a national championship title. Wow, Seth Dennis, runner-up last year, looked like, and I'm sure felt like maybe a runner-up may be imminent here after first moto, but he had a point to prove. Comes out here in the second moto, gets off to a great start and quickly moves to the front of the pack and has pretty much not looked back as we near the completion of lap number 6 here soon. We will see, well, right now, a 26-second deficit between himself and second place, and he's got to be feeling pretty confident after this one's over.
I tell you what, Rodney, when he made that pass on Vincent Way on the first lap in the 10 Commandments, he took off. He said, see you later. You guys enjoy second. I'm out of here. I'm going to win this race and set myself up to win the championship in the third moto.
It was almost like a sonic boom that kind of sent Vincent Way into a little bit of a bobble there.
It threw him all off because it happened so quickly and so fast that when he went by him,
yeah,
it threw him off. He didn't know what to do.
Yeah, and then he ends up dropping back to 9th, up to 6th, now back to 7th. So Way's got his own work cut out for him here in moto number 2, but Seth Dennis slicing right through this Loretta Lynn race course and headed home for checkers, and the lead as far as the points race is concerned in the championship title fight here.
Oh, did you see that? He gave a little look over to that kid as he was going by, and that was pretty cool.
That's confidence right there. Through the Thor sweeper turn around Polysport Lake, and now under that Lucas Oil banner, through those rollers, and right
Here
to
it
the
is,
checker
into the
flag.
last corner, and your winner is going to be Seth Dennis here in moto number 2.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's cool. Thumbs up to mom and dad. Fist pump. Heck yeah, I'm going to the podium.
That's right. He knows he gets to go talk to Jason Wygant down there, so he's pretty pumped up for that. Waiting on second place to still check in. Looks like it's still Cole Blecka. Man, what a good performance out of him. And I'm not taking anything away from his Moto 1 performance, but to be able to come out And he made some moves quick, too, to get to where he was.
And this puts him in a good position still for the third moto for the title with a 4-2. That gives him 6 total points. Seth Dennis will have 3 with a 2-1. So anything is possible for Cole Blanca to get this title in the third moto with a little bit of luck. So, here comes Jonathan Getz in third. So that's going to put Jonathan with a 1-3, so that's 4 points. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be, basically, like I said, a winner-take-all in the third moto.
Mason Rayner should be checking in the number 4 spot, and Ryder Ellis checks in the number 5 spot as we look at our Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard. And of course, we see Miles McCarty 6th, Landon Gibson 7th, Caden Dudney in 8th, Tristan Pruitt in 9th, and Vincent Way experiencing problems again on that final lap. He drops out of the top 10, and Jonathan George will round out your top 10 as we head down to the Racetech podium, where Jason Wygant stands by to talk to all 3 of our riders, who one of will be likely a national champion after that third moto.
Well, I guarantee you, yes, that is for sure. Someone will be the national champion after the third moto. Obviously, it's a big question who that will be. Send it Seth Dennis, staking his claim with a big moto win there. KTM people are pumped. Tell you what, it's not easy to figure out exactly how it's going to work in the 50cc divisions. They're scouting riders that are very young. They mature at different times. You never know who's going to be fast when we get here to Loretta's, but we definitely got one now. Oh, the long hair. What happened to the long hair? Man. You can hang out too. I like this. You can stay here. Yeah. Yeah, you can stay. I like that. All right. Family affair here. Let's hear it for our moto winner, Seth Dennis. Dude, you got a good look going here. Got the family up on the podium. How'd the moto go, Seth?
It was just kind of right off of the start. I had to make the passes off the start. Then just slowly pulled a gap and tried to stay consistent through the whole moto.
All right, what about Moto 3, man? What are you going to do to prepare for that one? You going to be on the road bike out there just training and training and training, or are you just going to chill out?
I'll probably just chill out.
That's the spirit. All right, who do you want to thank, Seth?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Orange Gain, XL, Dunlop, Elusive Gloves, Scott, Nost, 60, Pro Taper, FMF, I got Asterix, Nihilo, and that's all.
All right, looking good and winning. Hard to beat that. Let's hear it for Seth Dennis. All right, that's cool. We're going to get second and third place up. You two can go hang out, chill. They're not going to put him on the road bike. Not going to tell him to train in the road bike, of which he couldn't even fit one anyway. All right, awesome competition and some solid consistency, by the way, in this class. Here, come on up to the center. Stand right there. There we go. Second place, Cole Blesha. Bleka. Now we got it. All right, somewhere in here I have a silver medal for you. And here it is. All right, Cole Bleka, second place, moto medal. You can brag to all the kids at home when you bring that back. How'd the moto go for you?
Just had a terrible start. I was just trying to work my way through the pack, and then I just felt really clean, good, and smooth.
Yeah, you rode well. I'll tell you what, you took on some roost though. It's not easy out there, is it?
Yeah, just a lot of roost.
Tough though. Who do you want to thank, Cole?
Race Tech, Answer 60, Nihilo, 100%. And everybody else, thank you.
See that? Race Tech podium right here. And there is our winner. Second place now, Cole Bleka. Cole Bleka. All right. All right, Cole. Good job. That's second place. And we're going to bring Getz, who gets third and a bronze medal. This kid's been fast all week. Let's hear it for Jonathan Getz. Well, you've been riding really well every time you're out there. Tell me about that moto.
It was hard.
Why was it hard?
It was deep, and it was raw.
Yeah, that makes sense. Who do you want to thank, Jonathan?
Belle, my mom and dad, 100%. FMX, DM Racing, FMX, T2 Graphics, Evan.
There it is. Let's hear it for Jonathan Getz, third place. We got a whole shot award here. We got a whole shot award winner, Tim Clark from Bell Helmets, helping us out. Okay. Telling you what, this dude has got the starts dialed. Let's hear it for our Bell Helmets whole shot award winner, Vincent Way. We're going to have you go back and teach your dad some lessons on starts. How'd the rest of the moto go?
Not so well. I tipped over a lot.
Track's tough, right?
Yeah.
All right, what are you going to do in Moto 3?
Get a good start and hopefully stay in the lead.
All right, Vincent, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, grandma and grandpa's, my small crew, Mariah, Scott, Answer, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Bell Helmets whole shot award, Vincent Way. All right. Send it back up to the tower.
All righty, that'll wrap things up down on the podium now. As we look to our next class, it is race number 30, the 51 4 to 6 limited class. All right, 10-4, you're on the radio. Go ahead. We got a couple cars that need to be moved real quick. What's the situation, Griff?
We're trying to get the Sidewinder track set up for tonight. We have a white Ford Ranger,
Well, we lost.
the first truck that needs to be moved. Next, we have a white Ford F-150, Georgia tags CBG 2662, and that's Hall County, Georgia. And we have a white Toyota Tundra. It is a Kentucky tag, UK Wildcat tag 1289GX. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if any of those vehicles partial descriptions match you, head on over and get those moved. We are getting the Sidewinder set up for tonight and getting things ready to go. As we take a look at our Lucas Oil starting gate, we see that the 4 to 6 Limited are getting ready. Andrea Lee from On Track here in the tower with us, and we say good afternoon to you, Andrea. It seems like you guys are right back at home underneath the willow tree there and inviting students to come and check out the online school.
Yeah, we're just really happy to be here, Rodney. We're just so grateful, and so many of our students are here. Tomorrow night, we have 24 graduates. This is our 11th graduation on the big stage with Mr. Tim Cotter, our Master of Ceremonies. So I want to remind all of our graduates to be sharp at 7:15 to get your graduation attire. And you can also stop by the booth and pick that up. But we're so proud of them. They work so hard. And we even have a valedictorian this year, Lane Pierce, who will have some words to share with us. And a GPF continued scholarship. We're so happy to partner with GPF and announce a recipient who will get a free ride at GPF training facility and On Track school. In addition to that, we have an announcement you're not going to want to miss. We have rather large donation to help kids continue their education, and I will be able to share that when the press release goes out tomorrow.
Awesome. I can't wait to hear what that news is, and to hold back like that, and I can see the excitement in your eye. It must be something pretty monumental.
It is, because, you know, I'm passionate about learning. I'm passionate about student success. And if there's hardworking students that want to continue on, you know, I talked to Jamie Astudillo yesterday, and she's road racing, and she's here just for graduation. She wants a business degree, and we can help her do that.
Awesome. Online college, too, right?
Absolutely.
On Track, we appreciate you being 11 graduations. You guys have been around for a long time. It's a proven the fact that this program works.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I missed you at Snowshoe because I can't wait to get to another GNCC race and just be. I feel like I'm back at my summer vacation when I come here.
You are. You are. This is the world's greatest motocross racing vacation.
It is. I mean, Michael, my son, won here in 2009, and if anybody told me I'd still be coming here 11 years later or whatever it is, 9 years later, I just wouldn't have believed it. But I'll have my granddaughter here tomorrow and my daughter, so it will be a family vacation.
Awesome. Love it. So stop on over. You guys are located under the willow tree again?
We're actually next to MXers for Jesus. So we're right in there, and we've got information. We've got a Snapchat $100 giveaway. Come read about it, and information about our K-12 accredited online school.
Awesome. Andrea Lee from On Track, and again, the graduation, their 11th graduation coming up this Friday night, right before the Yamaha Moto T's talent show, which is always, for me, one of the greatest nights of the year. Unfortunately, my daughter not making it. This is the first time in 5 years she won't be competing. She had a doctor's appointment. She's got a job interview and all that stuff. But I know she's really, really missing it. As we take off with these 51 4-6 limited class riders, it is Tace Morgan who has opened up with the early lead, folks. And, of course, a lot of position jockeying going on. Now, we've seen those 7-8 limited class riders. A number of them are somewhat experienced, if you will, as far as Loretta Lynns' experience is concerned. However, a number of these 4 to 6-year-old riders may not be as we roll through this first lap of racing. Riders to watch out for: the 55 of Ryder DeRigo from Corona, California, the 99 of Braden Comerford from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the 20 of Tatum Michaels from Asheville, North Carolina, the 26 of Braxton Mees. He's out of Alamo, California. The 18 of Jeffrey Drysdale out of Evansville, Indiana. The 31, Lane Willis, who finished 6th out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Lytle, Texas's Tegan Andrews. The number 11, Riley Johnson. Also, Kristen Wagner and Quinn Despres. That would be your top 10. And here comes your top 10 in Moto 2 as the 4 to 6 make their way by for the first lap of racing complete. And it is Ryder DeRigo out front once again. Braden Comerford in the number 2 spot. That's where he finished in Moto 1. That's where DeRigo finished in Moto 1. In the number 3 spot is Tace Morgan. Morgan riding aboard the number 99 as we scan results. Or excuse me, the 83 was what Morgan's on. He finished in the number 14 spot in Moto number 1 out of West Haven, Utah. One of those Rocky Mountain ATV MC boys, I'm pretty sure. Braxton Mees, the 26 machine. He's currently in the number 4 spot. He finished 4th in Moto 1 with Tegan Andrews, the number 11, rounding out your top 5. Andrews finished 7th in Moto 1. 6th place, the number 31 machine. That is Lane Willis out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. He finished 6th in Moto 1, currently running 6th in 7th here in Moto 2. The 24 of Eden Steinbrecher. Steinbrecher is running, as we said, 7th aboard the 24. His Moto 1 score as we scan results. 28th position out of Orangeville, California. So a great jump here in the second moto for him. Riley Johnson, the number 16 machine. He is running in the number 8 spot. He finished in 8th place in moto number 1. Hudson Kurtz, the number 81 machine, is running in the 9th place position, and he finished in 15th in moto 1 out of Selma, North Carolina. And rounding out the top 10, Tatum Michaels, the number 20, who finished 3rd in moto 1. He is currently 10th place, or at least was in lap 1. So with that, we got the stage set. Let's check out the action on the racetrack and see just exactly how this is all starting to pan out. We see that already battles have begun. They are really intensifying up front. We got a few riders by themselves, and here come, I believe, our leaders checking in. Should be DeRigo, Braden Comerford, and there is the 20 machine we were talking about. That was back in 10th place. We'll assess where he's at right now. I believe still back there, maybe up to a 9th place position now, as we'll be looking for Riley Johnson and those riders that he's been battling with as well to see where they are. But DeRigo, Comerford, Tace Morgan, Braxton Mees, Tegan Andrews, your top 5 after that first lap. And these riders should be nearing, and here they are, nearing the completion of lap number 2 now. 89 machine checking in with us now. Ooh, is that the 99? That might be the 99. I missed that. Comerford may have gotten around Dorigo for the number 1 position. If that's the case, the gap is really opening up. Whoa, 3rd place position now coming through. Tace Morgan really on the throttle, pushing. He must smell blood in the water for something there on Dorigo, because he has got the hammer down right now, trying to reel in Dorigo. 4.8 seconds between first and second. Comerford and Dorigo now. Tace Morgan checks in another near 4 seconds back. 3.8. We're looking for now Braxton Mees, the 26. And as the 4th place ride checks in, looks like some changes. Eden Steinbrecher up to a 5th place position as Tace Morgan checks in aboard the number 11 in 4th place position. So Steinbrecher, as we were talking, had a 28th finish in Moto number 1. So he has moved up to 5th place now. And this 4 to 6-year-old class, another one of those maybe inconsistent for some of the riders, but we'll see how consistent they can be when that 3rd moto wraps up. But right now we watch Tatum Michaels in 6th, Lane Willis is 7th, Riley Johnson the 16 and 8th. Braxton Mees now drops back to 9th place. There's Quinn Heavyland, the number 33 machine. Heavyland finishing out of Leawood, Kansas in a top 20 position in Moto number 1. So we're seeing a lot of these riders that didn't get as good a start, so maybe made some mistakes, get things sorted out here in the 2nd Moto. I scan back through the results and I see 14th place, the number 30, Margaret McCarty, a.k.a. Margie, out there. And we got a chance to witness her domination at the regional. This little girl, very fast and a real hoot to watch. So keep an eye out for her. She had a rough first moto, as I was keeping an eye on her to see how things were going for the number 30. She ended up finishing 21st place. She's opened up here after 2 laps up to 14th. Wouldn't be surprised to see things work out a little bit better for her. And speaking of working out, look at this. Things are working out for Ryder Dorigo now as he is reeling in that number 99 to try and regain the position out there. A little lap traffic to work through. But Dorigo has reeled in Comerford now, who's out front. And this is where the battle is. Dorigo making up almost 5 seconds so far as we round the Thor sweeper turn. There's only maybe a second or two separating these riders as they come into the final turn now. And at the finish line, we could see things within a second and a half or so. So Comerford, the 99, still in the number 1 spot. Oh, man, ground being made up by the 55. A little more time, a little more real estate. Lap time that time, 2:53 for Comerford, a 2:49 down from a 3:01 on lap 2 for Ryder Dorigo. So taking 12 seconds off that lap time might be a good indication of what we're about to see. Around backside the billboard now goes the battle for the number 1 spot. Comerford out front through another lap rider, the 55 of Dorigo, having to manipulate that as well around the Yamaha Mechanics area into the Bell Forest. The battle for the lead. Tace Morgan 23 seconds back in the number 3 position. He just crosses the finish line as they enter the first turn area. And here comes Dorigo. There goes Dorigo. And Comerford now in the number 2 spot as the 55 machine takes over the number 1 spot through the short chutes under that Red Bull arch. Now through the comedic turn into the 10 Commandments. Lap traffic may play a role in this one, but Dorigo is able to manipulate it. Looks like he's got this sorted out, and Comerford will follow those same lines. As we said, Morgan in the number 3 spot with Tegan Andrews in 4th, Eden Steinbrecher up to 5th, Lane Willis in 6th. Tatum Michaels is running in the number 7 spot. The 26 of Braxton Mees is 8th, Riley Johnson in 9th, and Chyson, or I guess that would be Kyson Wagner, the number 91, rounds out your top 10. 11 through 15 now, Carson Whitman in the 11th place position. The 33 of Quinn Heavyland in the number 12 spot. The 30 of Margaret McCarty is 13th, up from 14th now. Camden Scoggin, the 14 in 14th place, and Jeffrey Drysdale, the second. The 18 machine rounds out the top 15. We are, 10 minutes into this moto already, believe it or not, and working on that fourth lap complete. We're should be seeing our leaders there in that Red Bull sweeper turn area pretty soon. There we're checking in with Tace Morgan, again, all the way back in Storyland. And the gap that he's got is 13 seconds back to fourth place. So Tace Morgan's kind of like laying out there in no man's land, racing his own race right now. And I'm sure he's pretty satisfied with how this second moto is going after a 14th place finish in moto number 1. He says, that's how this is supposed to go. I'm supposed to be closer to the front of the pack, and that's just exactly where he's at in third place here in this second moto. I know Big Ray, one of those Utah riders, he says all of our Utah riders out here, he's out here cheering on the fences right now, I'm sure, from Rocky Mountain ATVMC. And we're watching another battle shape up here. Let's look a little further back. That's even outside the top 15 there for the 77 machine I've seen going by there. But this is these are our leaders, I think. Yeah, the 99er Comerford right there in the mix. And look at that, Dorico is unfazed by lap traffic. Track really taking on a type of rough race face here for this now third day of racing. We saw an amazing transformation on Monday with practice, and I know a lot of folks are probably thinking we've got our work cut out for us this week, and that they have. But today, the track, again, just shaping up a little bit differently, but as this race day wears on, don't be surprised to see that traditional Loretta Lynns rough face come back out. Sunshine raining down. We're a little warmer, probably already this morning. I noticed at around 10:30, 11 o'clock, hotter than we'd already been so far in the week during racing action. So the overcast skies are gone, at least for now, and the sunshine rains down here in the Hurricane Mills Valley. And the dog days of summer are certainly here at Loretta Lynns. Ryder Dorigo after 4. Comerford is second. Tace Morgan in third. Steinbrecher fourth. Tatum Michaels in fifth. Lane Willis in sixth. Tegan Andrews in seventh. Braxton Mees in eighth. Kyson Wagner is still ninth. Riley Johnson now rounds out your top 10. As we look there, I believe Johnson may have had a little stronger finish. Yeah, an 8th place finish in Moto 1. So he's off just a couple of spots there in the 10th place position. Checking the action on the Racer TV broadcast right now, we see that Dorico is still there by himself. A 2:53 lap time last time around. He did turn into the 3:01 range. I believe it was on lap number 2, but that was after a little miscue. And since that time, he has proven to be the fastest on the track. He's seen a 2:49.846 on lap 3, and now Chillin had a 2:53, and still, after all that, only a 1.8 second lead. But he did turn a 3-second faster lap than Comerford last time, so this one should be a little more comfortable as they come around for lap 5 complete. The white flag, I believe, coming out for the 5.5 machine this time around. Let's double check this. No, it is out. The checkers will be flying for the 55 this time around. And he'll be heading down to talk to Jason Wygant with a big smile on his face, I'm quite sure. Giving a little head nod there as he goes by the finish line camera. Ryder Dorigo looking at a 1-1 scenario in this 51 4- to 6-year-old class. Not 100% sure of this young man's age, but sure he's in that 4- to 6-year-old range, as we'll be heading down to the podium in a moment with him, and also Braden Comerford. As we look at the Rocky Mountain Top 10 leaderboard now, Tace Morgan expected to check in that number 3 spot now, with Eden Steinbrecher, who was only 5 seconds back in the number 4 spot. Now, again, Tace Morgan, as we scan the results for that rider, bettering his results here in this second moto. The 83 finished fourth in Moto 1 and a third here in Moto 2. Eden Steinbrecher, the 24 machine, looking at fourth place, and he checks in 0.8 of a second behind Morgan. So he was putting that pressure on, not able to make the pass. Tatum Michaels in fifth. Tegan Andrews, the 11, is sixth. Looking to Lane Willis, Braxton Mees, Kyson Wagner, and Riley Johnson to round out your top 10.
All right, and we got our winner at the top of the top 10. On the top of the podium again, let's hear it for Ryder Dorigo. Man, you are rolling this week. Tell me about your moto, Ryder.
I was like mid-pack star, but I rode my lines and I just pinned it.
Awesome, awesome. Who do you want to thank?
Elusive Graphics, Answer Racing, Navi Shop, Zayden in Heaven, Fixated, Pro Taper, Lord's Mechanical, Dunlop, Flow, Thrill Seekers, and Mom and Dad.
Awesome. All right, Ryder Dorigo has the moto win. Good job, Ryder. There you go. Yeah, getting some more practice holding gold medals. Looking for Braden Comer for it with the silver medal. Let's bring up Braden on the 99. Come on up. All right, these kids are good. Ryder's going to go hang out. He's got some toys to play with, I think, over there. Toys to play with and maybe an iPad so he can watch some cartoons. I like that. We appreciate that. Let's hear it for second place, Braden Comerford. All right. Let's talk about the moto. How'd it go?
Great.
What'd you do? Did you get a good start?
No.
Okay, so you had to pass some guys?
Yes.
Tell me about that. We're working on it. We're working on it. All right, who do you want to thank, Braden?
God, Jesus, my mom, my dad, my brother. I'll sell trainers, gun helmets, flow graphics, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it for Braden Comerford, second place. All right. We'll have a camp. We'll do a camp. We'll get it dialed. This is a close battle for third. Tace Morgan ends up getting it. He had some heat being applied at the end. Let's bring Tace on up for third place. We got him. Oh, and he's already got his Bell Helmets whole shot money. This is normally an oversized check, but it's even more ridiculously gigantic when you're giving it to riders in the 50cc divisions. So here's our Bell Helmets whole shot award. He likes that, but I'm sure what he's really pumped on is the bronze. Third place for Tace Morgan. All right. All right, Tace, tell me about your race.
I was got the whole shot, so I first tried staying first. I made a mistake in this corner over there, so when I had to try to catch back up.
Awesome. And someone was close behind you at the end. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, King Cobra, Florida, RMX, and my brother and sister.
There it is, everybody. Tace Morgan taking third place. Got to thank the brother and sister. That's key. Okay, we're still rolling through the 50cc divisions. That's it for this one. I'm going to send it back up. Rodney?
All righty. Thanks a lot, Jason. And we roll on.
I know we got Brian Spencer up there keeping a keen watch on the racing, looking at all these riders, scouting out, telling you what he sees.
Yeah.
Eagle eyes.
I hope he's got an eagle eye on our paperwork because I cannot find race 31.
Yeah, just get Brian Spencer up there to find the paperwork for you.
All right, yeah, that'll work.
Yep.
Brian, where's my paperwork at?
All right, we got to get. We're going to run down how these first motos. I'll fill for you here, Rodney.
Oh, I found it.
All right, we got it.
Yeah, this is the 4 to 6 special limited class we got coming up next. Race 31. Colt Martin out of Talladega, Alabama. The number 47 was the Moto 1 winner. The number 82 of Travis Schneider. He out of Rhinebeck, New York, took a second place position finish. The 31 of Easton Graves from Walker, Louisiana was third. 24, Mason Moore from Wagner, Oklahoma took fourth. In the number 5 spot, the 71 of Max Daniels out of Driggs, Idaho. The 19 of Cameron Travis out of Hiram, Georgia in 6th. 7th place, the 96 of Gavin Aboud out of Apple Grove, West Virginia. 8th place, then the number 16, that is Ezra Robertson out of Denham Springs, Louisiana. 9th place, the 34 of Noah Shuey out of Kokomo, Indiana. And rounding out the top 10 out of Mounds, Oklahoma, on the number 14, Cade Nightingale. And you know, just scanning these results, and I was reading down, I think it's kind of impressive for a manufacturer to be able to capture the entire top 10, especially in a class so competitive as the 4 to 6 show class. But Cobra owns all top 10 spots, believe it or not. And I am getting word that the king is here. The king of, Jeremy McGrath. Oh, no, Jason Wygant is, I don't have word. I got visual contact on you, my friend.
Yeah, I am the king. I'm the king. I'm the king. We got to hang out with MC last night. It was awesome. It's kind of an annual thing now that he's part of Kawasaki Team Green again. Had a Q&A session with McGrath, Adam Cincerulo, and Garrett Marchbanks. We had to keep Marchbanks in a cage, though, because he's so huge and intimidating. We didn't want him to harm any of the small children there. And he was very nice. He behaved. We threw some slabs of raw meat in there to keep his mood where it needed to be. So it was really interesting hearing the different perspectives. You had McGrath, who had a completely different path to racing compared to most. And also he was a different era, which changes it even further. He didn't really race motocross till he was 14. You have Cincerulo, who was so good at Loretta, so good. He was so good here. But even Cincerulo was a Florida kid, so he got to ride year-round, and he said at a lot of local tracks, that's not enough for Rodney. We got a pack of Oreos, Rodney, that's not even scratching the surface for you. Cincerulo just rode at a lot of local tracks. Then Marchbanks, kind of the modern way to do it. At 8 years old, he moved from Utah to a track in California, Racetown 395, lived at the track in a motorhome starting at age 8, and then around age 11, I think, he moved east, started riding at Club MX south of the border, and said that he spent 4 Christmases in a row, Garrett Marchbanks, by himself. No family, because he had to be riding and training, and he was on the other side of the country from where his family is still from in Utah, where they work jobs. So that's the most modern way of doing it. You get into these training facilities early, and hey, it's hard to argue the results. Marchbanks was the man-child here last year. Now he's pro with Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki.
I don't know, man. That would scar me, man. Being away from my family on Christmas, it would literally scar me. I love Christmas.
Oh, so the one thing, it's not the living in a racetrack in a motorhome. That's not it. It's not the leaving and moving to the other side of the country at age 10. The part that really scarred Rodney, Christmas.
You're right. Yeah, that's the part that really gets me. With a mouthful of Oreos.
Oreos, yeah. Rodney pretty much always said. Rodney, when he gets a little emotional up here, it's kind of like a pacifier. We just pop an Oreo in Rodney's mouth, and tears dry up. Yep. So we continue to roll through our 50cc racing, our Lucas Oil starting gate, and we are underway with another 50cc moto. We're going to go through 4 of them, and we've completed 2. Congrats out to Ryder Dorigo with that win in the last one, and a great job on the podium as well. It's really cool to interview those kids. Kevin Kelly back in the tower. Rodney is chasing the Oreos with his energy drink of choice, which is a Red Bull. So Rodney's all sorts of fired up in this tower. Noah Shu has your 51 4-6 limited hole shot award.
Are those kids all twins right there? All have the same exact gear combo.
What?
It's all yellow. There's 5 kids. Like, how will you even decide who's who?
Like a
yellow
discount.
helmets. Was that? Yeah, that was a basketball team. There's a pass for the lead, 3rd to 1st.
Wow, he's using one inside line.
That's impressive.
Without a rut. Look,
There's
it's
that
3 wide.
The yellow jersey back there, that's like the Tour de France. We can't have but one of you guys wearing that, guys.
Yeah, we're going to start doing these motos with elapsed time, like the Tour de France instead of moto scores. And somebody's going to come into the final moto with a yellow jersey on. So
and
Noah
the yellow
Shu,
jersey winner here, Noah Shu through the Pyrenees.
Noah Shu has been shuffled back after getting that hole shot.
I want to go ahead and apologize to all of you West Coasters because I just spent the last 30 minutes up there doing that promo thing that Jeremy had us do for Red Bull Straight Rhythm.
Red Bull, yeah.
Pretty much
Red
beating
Bull.
up the West Coast and my hatred of Jeremy McGrath back in the day. That was pretty much
Oh.
my entire theme. Was I just couldn't stand the guy. He knows
Really?
it now. We've had a conversation.
I didn't
Damon
know that.
Bradshaw
You
was
told
my
that.
guy. Yeah, I
Oh.
told Jeremy that. I said, I couldn't stand you, man. I read that Cycle News article way back in '93. They had this big story on you. I was like, God, he's coming. We can't stop him. For 72 Saturday nights, you crushed the dreams of every East Coast motocross fan.
Yeah, we were talking 90s with some of the folks
Yeah.
at there, Red Bull, for some stuff they have coming for Straight Rhythm later in the year. And I did the same stuff you did. I really feel like the 90s really was divided into two eras. When the 90s started, all those guys.
We retired them. You're done.
Yes, they're not associated with the 90s. It's basically like.
And they
if
were
you
there.
came before
Matasevich,
McGrath,
Stanton,
Yeah.
Kudrowski.
You're done.
You're out of gas.
You're done.
He retired you.
Yeah, he retired
And now
you,
I'll take
and
over.
I will own the 90s. This is-
He immediately retired them. It was a violent retirement. Like, they
Yes.
still had good years of service
just
left.
picking people off.
You don't come in your first year and win the Supercross title unless you're Jeremy McGrath or Ryan Dungey.
It
That's
reminded me of that
wild.
movie Taken, where it's just slicing dudes up,
What happened?
laying
Yeah.
them out nonstop. That's carnage everywhere.
Jean-Michel Bell, you're done.
You're
Jeff
done.
Stanton, you're done. Kudrowski, you're done.
Yep.
LaRocco, you're done. And he didn't retire Kevin Windham, but good Lord, he beat him 4 million times.
Crush some dreams. But I'll tell you, as we watch 50cc 4-6 headed toward the finish here, and then we'll give you the rundown once they get to the line. During the Q&A with McGrath last night, one of the winners of a prize, kid's first name was Ezra. So the mom comes
Oh.
up to get the prize, and I'm like, hey, where'd you get that name from? And she's like, we live in the same town as Ezra.
Bainbridge, Georgia.
Yeah. So I said, ooh, I don't know if that's cool with
Careful.
Jeremy. Jeremy's like, oh, you know Ezra? How's he doing? How's he doing? And then he took time to ask her, what is Ezra up to? How's he doing? I haven't talked to him in a while. Give him my best. That's how cool Jeremy
That's how
McGrath
good he is. It's full circle with me because I am probably the biggest fanboy of Jeremy McGrath. I really appreciate the person he is and
Yes.
how he handles the public. He's the best at what he does, hands down.
He is. He's the king in more ways
I'm talking
than one.
about you, Rodney. We're talking about Ezra, or
Colt
excuse me,
Martin.
McGrath.
He's the one that made those maneuvers into the lead. We were watching Mason Moore. This is not the parade lap, folks. They're
No, we're
actually
racing.
battling through those rutted corners. It's just difficult on a 50.
As soon as they come into them, they all just, the feet come off,
Yep.
and you just kind of walk your way through the ruts, as you see right here. Another one walking his way through. It's the Blackwater 1000 for the 50s. There's
Yeah,
Timmy
yeah.
Coombs leading again here. He's
CR 500 in the 50
in the
class.
50
What?
class.
What?
That's not even fair.
Colt Martin leads the way. Travis Schneider is second. Easton Graves third. Mason Moore.
A Valentine from Emil.
Mason
over
Moore's fourth.
Emil
And
at
Max
Three
Daniels.
Palms.
Is this specific because we're in the 50cc class? Is that why this is here? You had a challenge for us. Okay.
It's a good man.
Emil from Three Palms threw a challenge down to Kevin and I yesterday and said, best joke gets $20. And then I saw Emil later in the day and he said, there weren't any funny jokes at all. Y'all ain't getting nothing. At the Texas style.
Y'all, yuns ain't
So
getting
he's
nothing.
come up here with a ceremonial presentation of the envelope. Jason
And-
and Kevin, good handwriting.
We'll send what's the accounting firm that always had the sealed?
Yes, yeah, it's Ernst
Yes.
Wagner or something like that. Body Bag Wagner. As Colt Martin continues to lead, what do we have? This is more right. Come on. Can you read this, Brian?
No, he can't. If it's Braille, he could.
Okay. Oh, all right. Dear Kevin and Jason, Emil here just wanted you to both know your comedy performance is lacking. In an effort to help increase the comedy performance, Three Palms would like to contribute $20 each so you guys can buy yourself some funny. Good luck, God bless, and keep the comedy
Is that like
real.
a backhanded
So-
compliment? I'm thinking.
Hey, there's real money in here. He's actually paying us to inspire us to be funny.
Please be funny. I will pay you. You have
I will
sucked
pay
so
you.
bad.
Yes, exactly.
I'm
I
going to
will
pay you to
pay
be
you
funny.
To be good.
It was in the size of a. You remember the Valentines you would go buy and give the kids? That's the size of
Yes.
this little envelope here.
Mhm.
I expected it to pop out with a little heart in there.
Yeah, you always had that one kid in second grade you couldn't remember the name of, so you had everyone labeled except one. And then
Yes.
you're like, I don't remember. You were too dumb because you were in second grade, and you could not remember who you were supposed to give that to. You could not remember, oh, there's the kid whose name I do not know, and it doesn't have a name in the envelope. And then you'd give some other kid two, and then that kid would get nothing. Well, I'm glad to see we failed that test so spectacularly.
So we need to
Thanks,
suck
Emil.
more often. We get paid more. That's how it works.
Yeah. Oh, we
All
can
right?
do a whole lot worse.
Yeah, trust me.
We can do a whole lot worse
You
if
don't
we're going to
even
get paid
know.
for it.
Emil from Three Palms has got a big race coming up. Emil, when is your, what is it, Moto Games?
Moto Games. It's coming up in November, and maybe you can come and announce for us.
Maybe. We'll have to see here. I don't know. If I suck this bad, I don't want to suck at your track, too.
Well, we do have a training program at Three Palms just for announcers like yourself and Jason, and we do feel like we could make some drastic improvements with your mediocrity comedy.
Okay,
There it
well,
is.
maybe I have a camp there. I'm pumped because Kevin and I are staying in a cabin. We always stay together.
Always.
Tradition.
Period.
And Kevin, I was smart enough to show up as late as possible, so I did not have time to go to the grocery store. So Kevin got all our food for the cabin.
Yep.
So I essentially owe him money, and now I've just picked up some money. So this is
Got
going
it
to be
coming
a
and
zero
going.
net, zero net dollars spent on food. Y'all fell for it again. How about that?
So you sucked on purpose, and you made money for it.
Ready back now. All
Safe
right, good to
travels
see you, folks.
back to Three Palms in Houston, Texas. Big race coming up November.
Thank you.
Moto Games, check them out. Three Palms.
They ain't
They're-
playing.
No.
They ain't playing at Moto Games.
No.
They ain't playing.
No games
Hey, serious.
at Moto
They ain't
Games.
playing no games
Let's check
at
back
Moto
in
Games.
with our 5146 special
Don't you look at that money, Rodney.
limited.
Don't you even
Colt.
look at those $20 bills.
Don't even think of it. Yeah, Brian can't look because he's blind.
Yeah, that's the way
That's
I
the
like
point.
it.
Like to hang out
Get
with
your
blind
sticky
people.
hands out of there. Yep.
Braille $20 bills, he's in.
So Colt Martin continues to lead. No changes in the running order. But look at the gap that Martin has opened up. Colt Martin has got a 13-second advantage over Travis Schneider. And Easton Graves is third. Was that actually a form of a bribe from Emil at 3 pounds? I mean, he just
He's from
left money
Texas.
up here.
There's some winking going on and
Yep.
some of that stuff.
Yep.
Use this any way you see fit
Yeah.
there, little buckaroo.
Buy yourself some
Why did he
comedy.
turn into like the biggest rancher? Hey there, fella.
Yeah, I didn't know. He actually just rode up here on a horse.
Yeah.
Didn't realize it. He said he's headed back to, he got the Conestoga wagon, and they're headed back to Texas. Travis Schneider on the 82 is on your screen right now. Now, we've got a battle on our hands. I think Easton Graves has been able to catch up. First 2 laps, everyone was pretty much spread out. Oh, do you see the impact Travis Schneider's taking when he hits those sand whoops with 4 inches of suspension travel?
Yeah, the number 82 rolling through those. Those are, he loses sight. He goes down. You lose him in the shot, and he comes
That's
back
right.
up. You see the top of the helm, back down in the bottom of the hole.
We might have to put whip flags on these bikes, like when you go out
There
to
you go.
Glamis.
Yeah, so you can see the kids. There's the number 31 of Easton Graves, working his way around the racetrack. Look at him. He jumped up onto that little step up. Easton Graves popping this little tabletop. He is fearless. Going around the big sweeper now. Graves, as we follow him, the drone has moved in for the attack, for the kill.
Hard for the drone to stay airborne at the proper speeds to keep up with these a little bit slower 50cc machines. Oh, there's Graves down on the
That's it.
inside.
Schneider, that's Travis Schneider. That's who Easton Graves is working on, the 82 machine. They're right in front of us.
Yep.
Put a splash of gasoline, you can ride the, oh, he went off the track.
Whoa, that's Schneider off the track.
Oh, he's off. Will he hold on to the spot?
Whoa,
Yeah,
and they
right.
almost crashed over the tunnel of love.
I'm sorry about hit you. I'm sorry about that.
Travis Schneider would not get off the gas, stayed in it, and stayed in second place.
He got off the track but didn't get off the gas. Right
That's
by
right.
the billboards. Now they're heading to the mechanics area. Look at that. The arms are slinging. Go, boy.
And you can hear them. Only in the 50cc class when you actually hear the parents yelling.
Yep.
A, they're louder, and B, the bikes are quieter. Easton Graves back in third, still working on Travis Schneider. That's the battle we're watching on the screen. Behind them, Mason Moore, Max Daniels fifth, Gavin Aboud is sixth, Raphael Rossitier is seventh, Ezra Robertson is
There's
eighth.
your guy.
Yep, Cade Nightingale ninth, Cameron Travis 10th, Owen Malone is 11th, Noah Shue had the whole shot back to 12th now, Colton Chaplin, Cameron Cook, and Bryson Woodman is chopping away at the field. The Woodman in the number 15 position. Colt Martin, I'll tell you what, his Colt does have the orange nub on the end of it to designate it as a toy gun.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking 4 to
No,
6
we
year
have
olds.
zero tolerance here for weapons at the ranch. But his
Yeah.
motorcycle has the front end is all orange to let you know it's not a real.
It's not a real, yeah, it's just a toy.
Just like the toy
Yep.
guns.
I believe there is a sign down in the staging area. No weapons past this point. Do not go on the track, Colt Martin,
With
with
your
a Colt
gun.
45. Yeah, not allowed on
Colt
the track.
45, Martin out front 47. Huge lead, too.
Did you see that, by the way, at your Atlanta Supercross? They had such high security at that new Mercedes-Benz
Mercedes-Benz
stadium
Dome?
that they were patting riders down.
Yes.
Weston Pike got patted down searching for weapons in his riding gear.
He is
Yeah.
a true weapon for JGR, so I could see with him breaking him down. He's kind of.
Yeah, what do you do if you're just tough like him? You can search the guy all you want.
I'm
He
still-
still is a weapon.
Yeah, with my bare hands.
Yeah, my bare hands.
I could hurt you.
He actually took a couple of them out.
Yeah, I got searched. We were all going in at the same gate. They sent me all the way around. I was like, I'll
Yeah.
see you in about 3 hours, and I'll walk around this
Yes.
ginormous stadium because I can't go in with these guys with the same credentials.
The riders getting searched in their gear before they went out for practice. Colt Martin continues to lead, 22-second lead now.
Wow. We're looking about 3 more minutes of racing action, which means maybe 1 lap.
That means means about 0 more minutes of me up in this tower.
Gonna head
and
down.
A whole lot more time for me on the podium.
Oh, this is great. We can't get enough of you down there on that podium.
See if
Jason
Colt
Wygant.
Martin can hang on to this lead. What do we got a battle here?
So we got Brian Spencer up here.
We got a battle on screen. Trying to see. Is that the 45? I think that might be a rider they just lapped. Look at
Yes, that is.
28. That's back in.
That's Raphael
14.
Rossiter.
Raphael Rossiter. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Brian Spencer, our spotter up here. He is our blind race correspondent. Brian, what are you seeing out there on the racetrack?
You know, Kevin, just like I have for the past 30-plus years, absolutely nothing. Next question, please.
Back to you, Jason Wygant.
All right, excellent analysis there.
That was our eye in the sky, Brian Spencer, the blind motocross enthusiast. He's a great sport.
Yeah, we had Brian actually on the TV show from this event last year. Our man, Big Brad Jones from NBCSN. Really cool feature. Brian's one of our favorite characters at the racetrack. Cannot see, but is still a huge motocross fan for the sound of it. So
Yeah,
really cool to have him with us.
This is Brian's Christmas. Like, he talks about this on social media. He can't wait for this to get here. He is as big a fan. If you think you're a fan, this guy can't even see. He's a bigger fan than you are because he is all in. He will stand up all day in the heat and watch the racing. Well, listen to the racing. Listen to us talk about the racing as we continue to talk about Colt Martin on the 4th lap. There's a look at number 82, Travis Schneider, and Mason Moore now on the 24 machine. That's who you were talking about a moment ago, Mason Moore. There's a look at the 47, our leader, Colt Martin, coming through the 10 Commandments. The 37 and the 47, I believe the 37 is a lap rider as your leader works his way around. Colt Martin, number 47 on the Cobra. Cobra running top 8. They own the entire top 8 here. There's a look at 82 now coming through the 10 Commandments. That's Travis Schneider. He had a 3:13 lap time, 24 seconds back of your leader. Colt Martin putting the fastest lap down on lap 2 with a 2:56.595. Not bad for the little 6-shooter Colt Martin. Probably 6 years old. This is the 51 4-6. Got some of this money that Jason Wygant forgot to take with him, so Brian Spencer, if you want to have some of that, by all means, jump on it, man.
I'm actually down in the impound area here at the finish line, and the lunchbox, this is crazy for Tim Tooley, who's one of our technical vice president, senior vice president of technical operations. Is that what we're going to call you? Senior director of technical operations down here. His lunch is a bag of chips and some contact cleaner. That's how they do it down here in the impound area. Contact cleaner on the side, and then chips. That's the main meal. Probably get some 10W40, some full synthetic.
Is that Lucas Oil Contact Cleaner? Big thanks to them for providing the lunches there for our guys. Pure oil.
That's how much of a technical guy these guys are. They drink oil. You think you know a thing about motors?
You don't know anything
You
about
got nothing
motors.
compared to these guys.
That is impressive. So the checker flag is out. You did it, my man. Number 47, Colt Martin, knocks down a win. Let's see where Travis Schneider is. Number 82 on his trusty Cobra machine there.
Yeah, we got our Colt Martin all the way up on the podium, and I think he just caught air
on
the podium ramp.
That's impressive.
That's how fast he's going.
Wow.
He wouldn't even slow down for the podium. And the rest of the field coming through, waiting on second and third. Colt Martin firing today. Colt on that number 47. And here's our second place finisher, Travis Schneider, cruising on in. And Mason Moore has officially locked up that third place spot. So I'm going to head to the stage and hand out a gold medal. What a performance by Colt. I love the 50 class. I don't care. You can bring the whole family up here for any class you want. This is the only group that does it. But sister's hanging out on the podium before. Because you know you win in this division, it is absolutely a family affair. I don't think Colt's able to drive himself to the racetrack quite yet. Gold medal, let's hear it for Colt Martin. Yeah, that's the spirit. How was that moto, Colt?
It was really good. I just put my head forward and started going away.
There you go. Some of the ruts were super deep. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
How do you get through those, man?
Just gotta pin it wide open and stand up.
Pin it wide open and stand up. It's good advice for anybody. Colt, what's sponsors? Who do you want to thank?
GPF, Alpine Store, Team Turbo Florida, Mom and Dad, and JT Racing, and that's it.
There it is, folks. The number 47. Let's hear it. Colt Martin. All right, awesome performance by Colt. You guys can hang out, have some fun. He's probably earned himself a toy for that. Maybe make a Target run or so when this is over. Head over to the Moto Tees. I think they've got all kinds of motorcycle toys. Let's bring up our second place finisher. Head on up there. And second place is Travis Schneider. All right, Travis, how was your race?
Good.
Take me through it. How'd it go?
I crashed on that the step up and then that triple. I jumped it and then I landed on a breaker bump and it just kicked me right over the bars.
And you still came back for second?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, how about that? That's awesome. Triples are tough on the 50, no doubt. Who do you want to thank?
God, family, friends, Lampy MX Training, SGB, Motocross, Vest.com, Performance Track, 360 Specialties, Weddings at Indian Ridge, Valley Moto Shop, Garage Doors of Naples.
There it is, folks. Let's hear it for Travis Schneider. Her right there. She's going to get your photo with the silver. And third place is going to go to, is that Mason? Let's bring him on up. All right, good job, Travis. Thank you very much. And here's the bronze for Mason Moore. Yeah, that's right. Good job, Mason. How did your race go, Mason?
Good.
Take me through it. What happened out there?
I almost got the whole shot. And I almost wrecked.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad and my papa and Nana and Bees Middlelav and Cobra and Amazon.
All right, let's hear it from Mason Moore, third place. All right, that's awesome. All right, these kids have all learned a trip to the creek, maybe a trip to the toy aisle at their favorite store. You can't go to Toys R Us anymore. It doesn't exist. Can't believe that. We have our whole shot winner. We got it. All right, I got a big check for him. Let's hear it for our Bell Helmets whole shot winner. All right, Mr. Shoe, who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, TMA, Mitten Cycle, X-Brand, Answer. I forgot about all the rest.
Let's hear it. Bell Helmets whole shot award winner. Let's hear it for Shoe. Hold that up. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. Awesome job. That's 3 50cc classes. And now brace yourselves. If you're sitting in your motorhome, you want to get into the driver's seat and put the seatbelt on because we are about to unleash approximately 40 ground-pounding horsepower total of the entire gate, 40 horsepower between all 40 bikes combined. And we are going to put some thunder into the weather as we unleash this 50cc shaft drive class.
We are about to bring the heat here, folks. It's race number 2, moto number 2 for these young men. Brayton Craiglow comes in here with a first-place moto finish. Isaac Ling was your second-place finisher. Bode Bradford was third. Brayton Willis fourth. Kylan Stewart was fifth. Zane Libretto sixth. Keiki DeFino was seventh. Easton McWhorter was eighth. Reed Cohn was ninth. And Braxton Baldock rounded out your top 10 as we get ready to uncork, turn these young men loose, the 51 4-6 shaft class. The crafty veterans, they have been here, they've been training year-round. They have one thing on their mind, and that's playing Fortnite as soon as possible.
You folks, if you're fans of whips and scrubs and big quad and quint combinations to the rhythm lanes, this is the class for you.
We will break it down. They'll do things you've not seen all week. They're going to send it off the singles. They will hit every single jump. They paid their money for all the jumps. They're going to touch the front side, the back side. It is coming. You've waited for it, Jason Wygant. You paid your gate fee. Treadhead seats are just $10.
Yeah, I think that's going to be my advice right there. I like that. Get out there and touch every one of those jumps.
And they're going to do it. As we continue to break the sub 4-minute lap time here with the 50cc shaft.
You can see the intensity in the faces of these young athletes now that we got the camera
He
down there.
just shook the dad off. Get out of here. I got this.
I got this. Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
There's rider number 94. I see you with those limo tent goggles. Rider number 75, number 99, number 66, feverishly working on the motorcycle. Number 83, wondering what's wrong with his bike. Number 11, wave to us. Hey, what's up, bud? There's number 53. And moving on down the line. What's up, number 52? We see you, dog. Number 32, make sure that kill switch is on. Number 17's got the bike pinned. Number 30 has hand guards.
30 hand guards for the roost.
What's up, dog? Doing some gang symbols there for number 20. I'm not sure where he's from. I don't even want to guess. Number 81 with that left-handed kickstart there, putting his feet back on the rubber grips, plastic grip combo there.
Yeah,
that's the hot setup.
Grips, rubber foot pegs.
It's a good look, man. Look at him. He's got it pinned. Dad's got the thing stuck in the air. It'll just take the skin right off the shin when that back tire lays on it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he is all in. Number 31, great posture. Hey, number 15, not to be outdone.
Yeah,
what
it's really about how much
look.
air you can get under that rear tire, apparently. That's 15. That's Beckett Ferry. That's Red Dog.
There it is, all the way on the
bike
inside.
up. Yeah, we got tons of second and third generation riders out here the last couple of years in these classes. It's been really fun to watch. Now they're locked and loaded behind the. That's actually one of the more difficult things, to just ride over the metal bar of that starting gate when it hits the ground.
They have to use their feet to do it. With the combination of 3 horsepower and their feet, they're going to push.
Ran.
Ferry on the gas early on the inside.
In full top.
Oh,
a rider down. Luckily getting right back on the machine. Bell Helmet's whole shot up for grabs.
Little 41 little bobbleheads bouncing around out there.
Brayton Craiglow, 29 on the Yamaha.
Wow.
Won the first moto, has the Bell Helmet's whole shot award.
What up, Craig? I love watching these kids when they re-grip. They have to reach down way hard, grab that little plastic grip, give her some gas. Yamaha, undefeated in this class. Undefeated in 30-plus years.
Hey, real quick, we need Glenn Wellens. Glenn Wellens to the MX Sports office trailer, please. Glenn Wellens to the MX Sports office trailer. Thank you very much. So Brayton Craiglow is out front. You almost have to adjust as an announcer to the timing. We're 1 minute in. We're almost expecting to see a lap complete.
Right,
I think
they're
the
just
first
now.
lap is generally taking about 1:40 because it's a short lap because the starting line is 3/4 of the track. So for a lot of the classes, they'd be getting near the finish line. This group is in the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, that's about 20 seconds into the racetrack for everyone else. They're gonna, if they bust that incredible 4-minute lap time like Eli Tomac did when he busted the 2-minute lap time here, that's a huge thing. The accomplishment, a sub 4-minute lap time. Is it possible, Jason Wygant?
Can anyone break that elusive
4-minute
lap time barrier in the PW class? Yeah, Yamaha, good statistical work from those folks. They said last year Justin Cooper won a lot of titles. Yamaha won their 300th championship at this event last year. They got a little odometer on the banner over at the Yamaha setup down in the pits. Rolling the odometer, 301 and beyond. I can almost guarantee
Almost.
they're going to get at least one title this year.
They're going to get one. Every year you can guarantee one here out of this PW class. One rider there claiming it's a Kawasaki, a KW50 there. His was green. KWX.
Brayton Craiglow, here's your battle down through the sand section. They're working their way through.
He's not running away from these kids. They all run about the same speed. There's our man, 29, Brayton Craiglow. He is actually pulled out to a very handsome lead. He's got the all-black gear combo, black Craigar rims that they picked up on the way in. The saw blades were last year's deal. They went with the
Pep Boys.
Yep, straight Spider Mags.
I watched Brayton. I did the podium interviews in the first moto. Clearly, Brayton has been coached to stand up while he's riding. He actually stood up, got the checkered flag, stood up, riding an impound, rode up to the podium, still standing, never sat down. So he's been coached well. Look at this, standing everywhere he possibly can.
It makes a big difference.
Look at that. Let's see if he sits down in this rutted corner. That would be next to impossible. I got a conspiracy theory here. Did they purposely put that billboard in
So
there
you couldn't
in
see.
the one spot where he would sit down to try to make him look that much better?
There he goes.
Conspiracy theory.
Back up on the machine there, bouncing his way through there. Bow, bow. They factor in taking out 2 pounds of air pressure to add another ½ inch of travel with the tires, so they're a little
Make it a
squishy.
little squishier.
Every little advantage.
Oh, there's some old school mini bike dads out here who still say they have game. I want to do that as a reality show. And if it happens and it's not involving me, I know now you stole it because I'm about to tell you what the reality show is going to be. So if it happens, I will find you. I know that you're about to hear it right now and you're stealing my idea. There are a lot of old school mini bike dads who have told me they can build the best PW50 in the world. Several. So let's get some of those all-star dads from the past. Big James Stewart told me, you send a box of parts to him, he will build a PW50. Doesn't need any instructions. Doesn't need any of those.
He'll do it
service
blind. He
manuals.
will make
could
himself
blindfold
blind.
Himself. Probably could. He's like, I built so many PW50s. I know how to make them work. I know how to make them fast. Send me a box of parts. I'll build one. So we should take some of the all-time PW50 dads, bring them out of retirement,
Have them race
and
to
have
put
a
together.
reality show. See who's the best, indeed the best all-time PW50 builder. I mean, you're talking 40 years almost of history now of dads building these same exact
Okay,
bikes.
now what are some of the craftier tricks that you can do to a 50? It's like disengaging the kill switch.
The kill switching is what I've
There's
always heard about.
some gear.
Something.
There's some special gear. You can turn the piston around. I've heard you can do that. There's some
Really?
little tricks there.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, he wasn't saying I would just build one. I would build a
The
good
fastest one.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the things we just mentioned all are illegal. You cannot do that here.
They've got their tricks. That's what makes this class, honestly, through the years. I think lately it's been pretty clean.
Yep.
But through the years, there's been all kinds of tricks. And what actually I think helped is we have a larger variety of 50cc classes now. You look at the 4 to 6 age group. We just ran a 4 to 6 group also on the faster Cobras, KTMs, and some other brands. So if you really want to play that game and be that serious, we've
Do it
got
in that
classes for you.
This is an entry-level
Yeah.
introduction to the sport kind of class, and it serves its purpose well. And there's no need to change it. It needs to be here. You got to have a way to get into this sport for, a couple of grand with the bike, the gear, the whole deal. And this is the one you start with. You can ride this thing in your backyard. Shooting up that roost as he climbs up. Ray Butts back.
The tower just shifted.
You feel it?
The tower just shifted. Ray Butts is here. Wow, we got Big Brad Jones from our NBCSN TV crew
Oh.
and Ray Butts
Who's
from
taller? Stand
Rocky
up.
Mountain ATVMC. This is two behemoths about to go at it. This is Big John Studd taking on Andre the Giant up here in this tower. Oh my gosh.
That's Big Brad, Big Raymond Butts, and they're going to fall right through the hole in this floor here because that's
This tower is not designed. This tower is not. The two biggest people here at the ranch are in this booth at the same time.
800 pounds of man right there, literally.
Dude, watch what you say. Like, I am just full intimidated right now. Brayton Craiglow continues to lead. You knew that. Zane Libretto is second. Bodie Bradford is third. Weston Fryer fourth. Alexander Doak fifth. Brayton Wills is sixth. Reed Cohn seventh. Kaki DePino is eighth.
Kiki, do you love? That's
Tyler Stanzik.
Kiki.
And Ryden Novak. Ethan Deal is next. Julian Lozano is 12th. Kylan Stewart 13th. Grayson Russell 14th. And Abel Fleener rounds out top 15.
There's Libretto and Bradford battling it out. The number 81 of Zane Libretto and Bode Bradford following him his every move. He could have went all the way inside, made that pass all day long.
Well, maybe, but we can't quite see from the camera's perspective. I'm assuming the ruts down there are out of hand for these bikes. I think like basically pump tracking around here for them.
Look at that whole setup there. The Yamaha pit area
Yeah,
is
that's
just
really stepped
next
up,
level.
man.
Yeah. Little Ferry is in here. He started on the very inside, not quite inside the top 15 right now. A pair of ferries, if you will.
He'll give you a ride across that pond.
Ferry's got 2 kids. Way's got 2 kids on 50s as well.
It's awesome, yeah. All right, there's the 81 of Zane Libretto dealing with some heat from Bodie Bradford. If he makes the pass, you know what Zane's going to say? No fair, learn to share. I wanted second place.
Yeah.
I was there first. I had it.
And the funny thing is he'll actually hear every word he's saying as he's going past him.
Yeah, you can.
Because the bikes are super quiet.
All right, we're going to see if these kids learn to share. I got bad news. Only one of them can get second place in this moto.
No, those kids
Teach
do
you to
not share.
but not
Nope.
in competition. Nope. No participant trophies here. Oh, they are skying those singles heading into Storyland, landing so hard.
That's the tricky part about this class, too. You can't hear your competition. They just come by, you're like, well, can't hear you, man. Normally, you can hear the guy behind you panic revving and all that. There's a sweet-looking KU 125 in the background there.
Yeah.
It's a sweet ride.
Yep. There's apparently a Kawasaki version of Megawatt out there somewhere collecting old vintage Cowies. Megawatt, our 4th member of their announcing team in the booth, continues to sell out rooms of his house with vintage Hondas. Said his kid came back from the military, and he said, I got bad news. Your bedroom's done. I got 2 bikes in there now.
Yeah.
I had to sleep on the couch. Kaiki? They helped us out? Oh, okay. Well.
Nice.
All right. We're now down to using YouTube and Siri to learn how to pronounce the riders' names. Gosh.
Kaiki.
Brayton Craiglow continues to lead on RacerTV.com over the big Rocky Mountain. You're watching Zane Libretto and Bodie Bradford in a torrid fight for the number 2 position with Weston Fryer in 4th, Alexander Doak in 5th.
Looks just like that Mitchell Falk, Seth Hamaker battle we saw earlier. Just playing it on slow motion here. You can really break down the slow motion film. This is the actual race. Broke
We
down.
had Ryan Villapoto, Michael Lessie, and then Michael Lessie, Ricky Carmichael up in this tower at the same time. That is not happening at any other race, not even Monster Energy Supercross, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Only here at Loretta's is stuff like that happening. They were hanging out, helping us with the announcing, all 3 of them.
With the call, they said, please leave. We want to run this.
Well, we might be done next year. One of us is going to have to go if Alessi wants to go full-time into announcing races, which it seems like he does.
The battle still waging on. Zane Libretto, Bode Bradford.
You want to chat? Hey, let's bring on Ray Butts here from Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Ray is available in the announcer's tower because normally there's one of the big obstacles on the track. We just have Ray lay down and then we pile some dirt on top of him. The 50s can't even get up that. He's just too big. The beard,
Taking a
can't
break.
get through the beard, so he's taking a break so the 50s can get through. He gets to come up here and hang in the tower with us. These sunglasses just disintegrated. So Ray, what do we got going from the good folks at Rocky Mountain ATV MC?
We still have everybody's umbrellas and stuff over there. If you haven't picked them up, we've got a goodie bag, got a horn for everybody to blow for your riders out there to cheer them on, let them know that you're out in the crowd. Plus, we have free next day shipping through today. That if something breaks, you need it. We can have it here tomorrow.
You still get something by the end of the week. You still could.
Yeah, if you order it today by 4 o'clock,
Nice.
it'll be here tomorrow. So after that, FedEx kind of punks out. They don't bring anything on Saturday.
Yes.
So
that's not your call. That's FedEx's call.
yeah, it's out of our hands after that. So.
You've been doing that the last couple of years. Has it been used? I don't know the ins and outs. Are people doing that? They'll break apart and get something?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's there's 40 or 50 orders a week. I mean, it's not a tremendous thing because, to be honest, most people are ready when they come.
Yeah.
And if they
prepared.
do break something unexpected, there's a lot of great vendors here. And if they can buy it on site, obviously that's quicker and not always cheaper, but it's quicker. And it's usually about, whether or not you can get it fixed fast here at the ranch. And, you know, we're just kind of a safety net. If you can't find it here, you can have it the next day.
I know how cheap I am. My deal would be, if we got to skip a second moto to buy it for 30% less at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, that's what we're going to do.
Well, define cheap, because, you know, most people have probably spent, I don't know, 15, 20 grand to get here.
Yeah,
and,
it's all relative.
You know,
Yeah.
so you're going, okay, what's $100? But, you know, the
That's
thing
their
we
first
like
mistake.
is we've got 130,000 parts in stock,
Uh-huh.
different part numbers. So, I mean, our stocking levels are deep. We have all kinds of stuff. So it's a great safety blanket if you can't find it here.
I was hanging out with some of my friends at the Thunder Valley National in Colorado, and one of them, his sister has worked at a Yamaha shop for like 22 years, and they were actually starting to have conversations talking in part numbers. Like, what's the front brake lever for a YZ125 for the next 12 years? They knew the part numbers. Some people get that knowledgeable with this stuff, but they actually know stuff by part number. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you get somebody that's been entrenched in the market for a long time, and they know every little bit and piece.
Right.
You know, where we started. I mean, when I started, all Rocky Mountain had was ATV tires and wheels. That's all we did.
Wow.
And we had a one-page ad in dirt wheels.
Uh-huh.
And so ATV tires and wheels, that's my jam. Like, I can like walk up and tell you what bolt pattern it is, like what size.
So you were there
offset.
then. You go that far back.
I've been at Rocky Mountain 23 years. So,
Woo!
you know, probably longer than most of the riders that are racing here this weekend have been alive. So
That's right. Yeah.
there's
We
a
gotta
couple
adjust.
vets out there that's, you know, seen the 80s, but not many of them. So.
We got to adjust when we're here at Loretta's. The years are different. It's the Lucas Oil last lap. Ray, you can keep on chatting with Kevin, and Rodney, I got to head down to the podium and take care of these stock PW shaft drive machines. They're stock bikes, but you got parts for them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
There we go, the Lucas Oil last lap. Raymond Butts, how many of these kids could you pick up at one time, you think, with the bikes? 7, 8 of them? The top 10. He could hold the top 10. Everybody under that tent, Raymond Butts could pick all of you kids up.
We might not even have a podium here. We might just have Ray lift
Yeah,
them.
no, just stand on Raymond. You get the top biggest part of his belly. That's the top of the podium here. Hey, we have 3 kids in this podium in this race whose dads are racing in the plus 30 class. So the rivalry reaches all the way down from the plus 30 class down into this 51 4-6 class. I think Libretto and Lowry are 2 of the kids that I was just told that their fathers are racing in that plus 30 class. That is cool. So Timmy Ferry and Nick Way, you got to step your game up. We got dads doing double duty with their kids.
Yeah, it's really a cool stat you throw out there, Kevin, because what we almost take for granted here, you know it's the best of the ranch. You don't just show up. That means that everybody had to qualify. So if dad and kid both get through the system and qualify, that's already a heck of an accomplishment.
Absolutely. Father, son, like we say each year, like my kids play baseball. I don't get to play baseball on the same field on the same day as my kid. They get to share an experience. They get to race. Their kid gets to race. They can both talk about it. Very unique aspect about our sport. Really cool. That, I think that you would be in the mix there. The Clydesdale class, the minimum weight plus is 300 pounds. Yeah, Ray from Rocky Mountain ATVMC wanting to implement a weight-based class, not a skill. You just got to eat your way to a minimum weight, 300 minimum. What do you weigh, Ray? Be real here. What?
More than 300.
More than 300, less than 500.
Less than 500.
Somewhere in that range. Between the 300 to 500 range. You cannot gusset well, can't add extra welds to your motorcycles, can't do all that. It's got to be stock motorcycles over 300 pounds, the Clydesdale class. There's something to that. Lucas Oil last lap as we watch your leader, 29, Brayton Craiglow, out to a 31-second lead. Man, normally consistency not a hallmark of this class. You know, the kids will fall, they'll get bad starts. This kid's going to go 1-1. There's your leader, the checker flag is coming out for Brayton Craiglow. What a ride for that young man. Craiglow going to have his way right down, make his way right on down to the podium. How did the fantasy motocross work out for you this week? Did you guys get all your cards turned in? Kind of still waiting to how it's all going to sort out?
Yeah, I mean, we got quite a few people turning in, picks, and they've got the leaderboard going down there. Now that we're getting into second motos, it's starting to change it up a little bit. But it's been pretty fun to kind of watch all the different classes and get people more involved with more than just one or two classes.
Yeah, that's why I dig fantasy football, because I pay attention to teams and riders and positions I would never pay attention to. You're like, hey man, the plus 45 could be the tipping point. You may win a championship, or you may win the fantasy motocross based on plus 45, something you might not pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, all the data's out there. You can see all the past champions. We wait till practice is over so you can kind of see practice times. I mean, there's some guys out there that are money, like Mike Brown and,
Yeah, you can guarantee some of those guys.
John
Gruey, yep.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are, I don't want to give them the fantasy jinx or anything.
Right, but they're very consistent.
Very consistent riders. And, so I think it's kind of fun. It just gets people looking around. And I know I'm the worst. I mean, when my kid's racing, all I look at is whatever class he's in.
Don't care about anybody else.
I know a couple friends that come with us, but yeah, it's tough to shake your focus off of that.
We're going to shake our focus and send it down to Jason Wygant, who has our winner, Brayton Craiglow, Bo Bradford, and Zane Libretto. That's your top three. Jason, let's hear it for some happy kids. They're popping the tops on those juice boxes, having a good time down there.
That's right. So thanks to Ray Butts there for Rocky Mountain ATVMC. Thank you, Kevin. And big thanks to this guy for putting on a show for us. Let's hear it for Brayton Craiglow. And Brayton also nailed the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award in this one, got the gold medal. We'll have you stand over here. These guys are smaller than the bikes. All right, Brayton, how'd that moto go?
Good.
Tell me about it, man.
Track was good. I love it.
I noticed you stand up around 90% of the track. You even stand up when you're riding to the stage. You got some people telling you how to ride?
Yeah.
Standing up's the key?
Yeah.
Cool. Who do you want to thank?
God, Mom, Dad, Bell Helmets, Store Gear, FMF, Paradise Water Sports, Timmy and Matt from Matt Walker's, Timmy, Dunlock, Drew, Casey, and John, that's all.
All right, that's a bunch of the buddies I think that are out here riding also. Let's hear it for Brayton Craiglow. Oh, yeah, hold that medal up, man. They've even got the podium part dialed in with this program. Well, we had a good battle for second place. I'm looking for Bodie. We'll bring up our second place finisher, Bodie, and that was quite a battle all the way. They were putting some serious pressure on each other, diving inside and out, some serious block passing. No, just kidding. All right, we're going to take a break on Racer TV here in just a moment, but first our podiums. Let's hear it for Bodie Bradford. I'm once again impressed with Bodie, showing some serious reading skills for someone in kindergarten. That's awesome. How'd your moto go?
Good.
Take me through it. Tell me all about it.
It was rough.
That sums it up, I'd say. You want to thank some people?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out here. My mom and dad and my family. Kyle Regal and Taylor Painter at Tapped House Training Facility. SPR Yamaha, Dunlop Tires, Mika Metals, Acerbis, Twin Air, and anyone else who has supported me.
Let's hear it for Bodie Bradford, silver medal. All right. Good job, Bodie. Reading is fundamental. That was good stuff there, reading the sponsor list. Not bad for someone in a 4 to 6 division. And we have a bronze medal to hand out here as well. I believe Zane Libretto had it down to the last lap, and I think he held on to it all the way through the checkers. So we're looking for Zane. All right. Another podium sweep for Yamaha in this shaft drive 50 class. Who would have thunk it? Let's hear it for Zane Libretto. All right, Zane, tell me about your moto.
Really rough?
It's getting a little hot out, too?
Yeah.
All right, you got some toys you're going to go play with now?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of toys are you going to play with?
The sand pit.
Sandpit, yeah, that's always good. My little guy likes that too. Who do you want to thank?
Mom and Dad, Jesus, YSD, TMA, Grandpa Mike, Thor, Alpine Stars.
There it is. Let's hear it for Zane Libretto. Bronze medal. Here, just hold that up a little bit. There you go. Awesome. Looks good in the photos. And that's going to wrap the second day of 50cc racing here at Loretta's. We're going to take a quick commercial break on RacerTV.com. We'll be right back.
So putting our fingers on the racetrack via the awesome equipment.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing. Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system, from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. Expect longer engine life, longer oil life, cleaner exhaust, and less fuel consumption. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best? The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
Riders these days have no idea how good they've got it. It used to be that if you wanted a dirt bike, you had to buy yourself a motocrosser and get to work. It was up to you to modify the thing. Now, Honda just makes it too easy.
Every hole shot, every corner, every detail, every obstacle there to slow you down is another chance to get faster. When you've got a legacy of world champions to live up to, every second counts.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross makes its way to the legendary Budds Creek Raceway in Mechanicsville, Maryland for the 29th annual Budds Creek National on Saturday, August 18th, located 30 minutes south from the U.S. Capitol in the scenic southern Maryland countryside. Be trackside when the dirt flies. Go to BuddsCreekProMX.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 18th at Budds Creek Raceway. August 18th at 1 p.m. The season finale of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship makes its way to the celebrated Ironman Raceway in Crawfordville, Indiana for the 5th annual Ironman National on Saturday, August 25th. Go to IronmanRaceway.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 25th at Ironman Raceway. That's Saturday, August 25th at 1 p.m. Visit IronmanRaceway.com. We'll see you at the races August 25th.
Suzuki Arm Army, it's the overarching umbrella of all Suzuki racers. From local guy that just loves going to the desert to your top factory guy that's out here doing it for the fans. It's what we're all enthusiasts that just love to ride on Suzukis. That's what we're trying to do, is give them the best tool set to succeed from the guys racing locally in their regions, and just kind of getting their feet wet and getting involved with the Suzuki dealers that love racing and being part of that, to going to the national program and into Supercross and motocross professionally. So we're putting all the pieces together to connect those dots.
Welcome back to Racer TV Live, and of course here to Loretta Lynns, as we are live from Hurricane Mills, Tennessee for the 37th running of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC Amateur National Motocross Championship, presented by Lucas Oil here at Loretta Lynns. I'm Rodney Tomlin, Kevin Kelly. Also, we've got Jason Wygant on hand with us, and Megawatt in the house. And, of course, we know it's all about racing, or seems to be all about racing, especially when you tune into RacerTV.com. But I'll tell you, it is the world's greatest racing vacation. And on Sunday night, we had a chance to take a little, have a little fun and take a little trip around the ranch in the annual Oakley Golf Cart Parade, where folks dress up their golf carts if they like, and we all join together and travel through the pits and welcome all of our neighbors out to this vast ranch and to this Loretta Lynn experience. Many folks never witnessing this, but we generally get a nice healthy turnout, big smiles, lots of waves, and of course always good times. And I want to say thanks to the folks at Oakley for being a huge part of this Amateur National Championship and helping bring fun for the family as well on a Sunday night with the annual Oakley Golf Cart Parade. And with that, not only golf cart parades on Sunday night, we had Mini Moto, Red Bull Mini Moto coming to town. It was a mechanics invitational, but it got a little wilder than that. We had crazy folks out there like old Weird Beard himself. And, of course, as these guys shot it out on the Mini Moto track on Sunday night, we were also shooting it out at the shooting range, believe it or not. If you wanted your hand at a machine gun earlier in the week, folks coming down from Nashville, and you could rent a machine gun, a grenade launcher, or something like that, and you could exercise your Second Amendment right down there, my friends. Full-on Tommy guns, you name it. It was a lot of fun. Kevin, I don't think you made it in town for that, did you?
No, I didn't, and I just wonder what you folks from California were thinking. Like, what is going on? They got machine guns at Loretta, Lynns. Trying to get rid of these guns over there. We love them out here, boys. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, that was a big 50 cal. They were driving around with that thing on the back of the...
That's a Gatling gun. Good Lord. He went through 500 rounds in about 10 seconds. Raven Butts, his eyes lit up. He goes, how many elk can I kill with this stuff?
At least one. Cut and wrap. Cut and wrap.
Cut and wrap.
Ship it home. Put it on ice, boys. Wow.
Man.
That's cool. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so that they were... And, of course, don't forget, Sunday also brought to the families here at Loretta Lynns the Nathan Hall Memorial, the Nathan Hall 422 training ride. It was a 5K ride where we got together in the memory of Nathan Hall, one of the fallen riders, and of course everybody got together for the training ride. We went on a 5K run. It was police escorted. There was one young lady that actually ran. Some were using pedal assist bicycles, those battery operated bikes. Others were using plain old foot pedal, but we had one young lady that actually ran the entire distance, believe it or not. It was a lot of fun, folks getting out in a great and for a great cause. Here at Loretta Lynns in the memory of Nathan. They gave away some great prizes and some scholarships and things like that they do for that foundation. And then, of course, folks got a chance to sit around, mix and mingle afterwards. And just mainly getting to see a good look at this place on bicycles and getting to ride together. A great place and a great way to lead into Loretta. It's a little warm on Sunday, but I think today may be the warmest day of the week so far as we...
And it's still not a Loretta's-esque week. Like it's you bake like at 10 o'clock at night. It's 90 degrees.
This is normally
manageable.
10, 11 o'clock at night weather. What we got going on right now.
Right.
Hey folks, don't forget we are live on RacerTV.com right now. But Loretta Lynns Amateur Motocross will be on NBC Sports Network as well. We'll have 2 different episodes, 1 hour episodes. Episode 1 will air October 13th at 3:30 p.m. and re-air on October 17th at 1 p.m. Episode 2 will be on November 11th at 5 p.m. and re-air on November 14th at 4 p.m. So write those down. And, of course, I want to say thanks to NBC Sports Network for helping cover the world's largest and greatest amateur national motocross championship. Intermission is still underway here at Loretta Lynns, and we'll continue with live coverage at RacerTV.com right after this.
I tell you, looking over at the racetrack, Rodney, the way they've plowed this.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing. Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system, from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. Expect longer engine life, longer oil life, cleaner exhaust, and less fuel consumption. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
I'm a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me.
Be the best.
The best. The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use
Cometic products in my engines.
Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket.
Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket
for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
riders these days have no idea how good they've got it. It used to be that if you wanted a dirt bike, you had to buy yourself a motocrosser and get to work. It was up to you to modify the thing. Now, Honda just makes it too easy.
Every hole shot, every corner, every detail, every obstacle there to slow you down is another chance to get faster. When you've got a legacy of world champions to live up to, every second counts.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross makes its way to the legendary Budds Creek Raceway in Mechanicsville, Maryland for the 29th annual Budds Creek National on Saturday, August 18th, located 30 minutes south from the U.S. Capitol in the scenic southern Maryland countryside. Be trackside when the dirt flies. Go to BuddsCreekProMX.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 18th at Budds Creek Raceway, August 18th at 1 p.m. The season finale of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship makes its way to the celebrated Ironman Raceway in Crawfordville, Indiana for the 5th annual Ironman National on Saturday, August 25th. Go to IronmanRaceway.com to get your tickets today. The races start at 1 p.m. Saturday, August 25th at Ironman Raceway. That's Saturday, August 25th at 1 p.m. Visit IronmanRaceway.com. We'll see you at the races August 25th.
Suzuki Arm Army, it's the overarching umbrella of all Suzuki racers. From the local guy that just loves going to the desert to your top factory guy that out here doing it for the fans. It's what we're all enthusiasts that just love to ride. We love to ride on Suzukis. That's what we're trying to do, is give them the best tool set to succeed from the guys racing locally in their regions, and just kind of getting their feet wet and getting involved with Suzuki dealers that love racing and being part of that, to going to the national program and into Supercross and motocross professionally. So we're putting all the pieces together to connect those dots.
To go. Okay, so out of the gate, we had our Red Bull live drone. Out front early, a bunch of Yamaha riders, including Justin Rodbell, got that Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, but Derek Drake just on the gas on the 33 TLD KTM, not messing around. Drake says he usually gets faster as the week goes on. He made it happen, got into the #1 spot, was able to pull away from there. Gate has just dropped, meanwhile, on our 125s. Brock Lassiter has grabbed your whole shot. Here's your battle. Seth Hamaker going at it with Mitchell Falk. They went at, watch this, so pass made, then Falk is going to man up and say, I'm going to triple, gets back into the number 2 position. They were this close for about 7 laps, and Falk never made the mistake that Hamaker was looking for, right down to the checkered flag. We're back on the track with the 125 class. So that was Open Pro Sport earlier in the day. Drake takes the win over Falk and Hamaker. Now we've got the 125s. You're watching them live through the 10 Commandments. Brock Lassiter with the whole shot.
Man, bummer for Max Miller. Miller almost had the whole shot, I believe, launched into a rider, and then that rider goes down. Cost Max about 5, 6, 7 spots. I believe that's him in that mint green 7MX gear, about in the number 8 or 9 spot.
Preston Kilroy, who won that first moto, by the way, is number 80 on a KTM, so we'll be watching out for him. Masterpool and Levi Kitchen, second and third. Cullen Park and Chandler Baker, they were top 5. Oh, wow, Rodney, a rebuild job on the sunglasses. They turned from reading glasses to sunglasses. He turned from nerd to cool.
Wow, that
with
quick.
Just a click of the magnet, Rodney.
So
wow.
the number 40 out front now, early hole shot.
Gage Linville.
Gage Linville back after making that long bit of a break there off the 65. Trains down to MTF 100% of the time. Pops Linville's about 4'0". Gage is about 6'3".
So we have the reverse of all the other
Correct.
mini bike dads who are huge
Yep.
and jockey-like sons that ride motocross bikes. Gage is the exact opposite. So Gage Linville leads him around. It was Brock Lassiter with the whole shot, but I believe he's been pushed to third. There's Linville in the lead in 125 BC. Orion Gregory got that belt. You can see it up every night in the constellations. Orion Gregory in second. Levi Kitchen third in Moto 1, third here in Moto 2. Lassiter back to fourth. Where are our first Moto stars? Where is
They're
the number
back.
80 of Kilroy?
He's not even inside the top 15 from what we see now. We do see Aiden Tierro and Max Miller 7th and 8th. New leader now, Orion Gregory, has gotten around Gage Linville.
A constellation.
Orion.
More like a shooting star right now. Orion Gregory
right.
flashing across your screen in the number 1 spot.
Every 75 years, you'll see him.
Yep. Freely's Comet. Is that Haley's Comet? Freely's Comet was Kiss.
Haley's.
Yeah. Haley's Comet was
Ace Frehley's
Ace
Comet.
Freely's Comet.
Ace Frehley is
Yeah.
Close. I can see
No,
where
you
your
remember he
mind-
actually had a tour. He tried to capitalize on that.
Oh, really?
He started a band called Freely's Comet.
I did
I'm
not
like,
know that.
You are seriously naming a band after something that was going to be popular for 7 months.
And then it's gone, just like your career. So
It
it
pretty
pretty much
was.
mirrored
Hey,
the,
good job, Ace.
kind of
Frehley.
how it worked.
Yeah. So Gage Linville in the lead. Well, he was. And then Orion Gregory shooting into the number 1 spot. So where are our championship contenders? Where was Orion Gregory in Moto number 1? 29th.
Makes sense. There's Levi Kitchen in third. I believe he finished top 3 or 4 in that
yeah.
first moto, so
Yep.
he's right where he feels comfortable. And I believe the push will be coming from Miller and Tierro back in 7th and 8th. You'll start seeing those KTM riders with the mint cooling effect 7MX gear that Max Miller runs. Max missed Loretta's with us last year, had some issues with his knee. There's Tierro now. Aiden Tierro has moved up to the number 4 spot, Jason Wygant.
Yeah,
There-
Tierro started pretty far back in Moto 1, and then I think he had another crash once he got to around 7th, and that really spoiled his result in that moto. He ended up 11th. So he's got revenge on the mind right now.
Max Miller and Ty Masterpool right behind each other in 11th and 12th. So Max having some issues in that lap.
Big battle right here. We're watching the 41.
Right here. Kilroy just now coming across. He's got to be in like 25th,
Wow.
Jason Wygant.
Unbelievable. So you saw him back there, Ray. That's not what he wants after winning that first moto.
No, that's a bummer. But, he's a warrior. He's going to charge up.
Yeah, definitely don't count him out, especially in this class, the 125 BC. Consistency is no guarantee. So any points you can get in any of the 3 motos could make all the difference at the end. As Orion Gregory is proving it, looking at 29-1 moto scores at the moment.
That's why we race 3 motos.
Yep.
Gage Linville's trying to stay in touch with Orion Gregory, and the push coming from behind him with Levi Kitchen and Aiden Tierro closing in. Tierro's bib's about to rip off. He's going so quick there.
Oh, Tierro on the move right now. If
He's
the
already gotten
goal-
around Kitchen.
Yep, if the goal is momentum on a 125, he has got that part of the game dialed in. The corner speed, man, he barely even slows down at all.
Yeah,
and
and
that's what's allowed him to close up.
Remember, we have fresh lines, so they're having to kind of cut these in at race speed. Whoa, Aiden Tierro's rear end stepping out. He is riding wild right now.
Yeah, this is fun to watch. Tiero absolutely hanging it out. He does not want to wait to get Linville. This is for second place. Here we go.
So an 11th place finish for Tiero last time. Now he sits in third. So your leader is now your first moto winner way back in 20th. First moto 29th, now your leader. So crazy math going on here in this second moto.
And Orion Gregory, the leader, you can just see him on the side of the screen there coming over the finish. So all three of these riders in the same shot. Then it's Kitchen. And we'll wait for an update on everyone else that's coming through traffic, including Ty Masterpool, second in Moto 1, and our first Moto winner, Preston Kilroy. All right, PK is coming up. We got Ray Butts here sticking his head out of the top of the tower.
He's actually standing on the ground, though. He's standing next to the tower, poking his head in the tower, talking to us.
Just stretches the neck like a giraffe.
Yeah.
Comes in. You guys good? Yep, we're good.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
He can lean over and get us a Red Bull from the Red Bull rig from here.
Yep, just reaching on over. So into the 10 Commandments, Gregory, Tiero, and Linville. Oh, this is a three-rider battle now.
Yeah, that's definitely tightening up. There's Tiero around the outside, trying to get around Linville. And that is the push coming from Linville and Tiero now. Tiero coming up a little short there on that triple.
Look at Linville all over the leader, Orion Gregory. He has come undone here, had 3 awesome laps. Now this one's a struggle. Tiero's going to try to get them both.
Yeah, Linville looked over. He couldn't do anything about it as Tiero was motoring around on the outside. He may go from third to first here in just a moment. Tiero hanging it all out in that right-hander, Jason.
I don't think the front tire ever got in the rut. He just steering with the rear. Now all the way around the outside, Aiden Tiero. This is fun to watch, just kind of charge. Into the lead he goes.
He has made all of his passes from the outside. If he can stick this one, Aiden Tiero lands first. Tiero out front. What's the Preston Kilroy update? You got anything for us, Raymond?
I don't see him. Still top 15. Man.
I think he's just outside of 15th. He looked like he was pushing through a pretty good group out through the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, they're still in bunches earlier in this race. Ty Masterpool, by the way, still in 10th, so he's got work.
It's fun watching Tiero work through the crowd there. He's really working the sides of the track, trying to find that smooth line. Looking good.
Yeah, some of the edges, maybe a foot or so, didn't get plowed up, so he may be using some of that harder ground to keep that momentum moving forward. Ty Masterpool picking up a spot going into the number 7 spot.
Gregory and Linville still dueling for second. It is wheel to wheel. I think Gage Linville's made the pass. So Gage Linville in control of second place now. Couldn't make the pass on Orion Gregory when he first got to him, and that's what opened the door actually for Tiero to shoot past both. Now the 47, Levi Kitchen. You don't like the heat? Get away from the Kitchen. This is going to be some pressure. To the inside goes Kitchen.
Looks like PK just broke the top 15.
There's still time, not halfway through this moto. I'm telling you what, if he can even get to 7th place, I feel like that's the max. If you can get a 7,
you're in there.
Yeah.
Shot for
We've
sure.
seen titles won with someone getting a 7th for a moto score. You go back to 10th, it's going to be next to impossible.
Especially when you have a class with so many guys that can actually win. That helps you with that 7.
It does. Yeah, get some buffers in there. Well, just as an example, Aiden Tiero, 11th in Moto 1, leading here in Moto number 2. So if you can get to 7th, you'd still have the edge.
Over Tiero, for sure.
Yeah.
There's a look at the number 40, the big, tall, lanky rider of Gage Linville. There's Kitchen on the blue Yamaha. And you're going to start to see Ty Masterpool come into the screen here along with Lassiter. He's got the all-white machine white handguards. There he is landing on the ground right behind those kids.
Yeah, where is Masterpool 7th, but the lap time? 155.5. 155.5. 5 seconds quicker than Lassiter, who's in front of him. He's quicker than everyone on the track.
Yeah, he's already made a pass.
Yep, he's fastest rider on the track right now, Masterpool.
Picking him up right in front of the tower. Red gear, got the stripes like he broke out of prison.
I think that's an accurate way to describe the early laps of one of these races. It is a prison break.
It's just free-for-all, man. Out of control. There's Kitchen again, getting some camera time. Pick back up with Aiden Tiero, Gage Linville right behind him. And then you have Levi Kitchen. That's 1, 2, 3. There's your 4th place ride, and that is Ty Masterpool. What a ride. Yep. He's gotten around Orion Gregory now.
Well, that is impressive. Masterpool not anywhere to be seen on the first lap. I don't know what happened. We know he had the bad gate pick in Moto 1. Moto 2 should have had the second pick. Start should not have been this much of an issue.
He is so good through those 10 commandments. He's tripling out. He's making up tons of time. He's got those two riders right in front of him. Levi Kitchen now going to be his next victim. There is the 40 or the 87 of Tiero. Now they're out in Storyland. They're coming your way, Jason Wygant, and you can pick up that battle.
Yes, I'm standing 2 feet in front of you, so I have a much better view of this. You're 2 feet closer to me in the front of this announcer's tower. So Masterpool, I didn't know if he could even salvage a top 5 in this one. Now he's trying to get up on the podium, and it's still only halfway through.
Tiero's not that far away from him right now. They're just the next straightaway behind, about 5 seconds back. There's Ty around the outside, trying to work his way around Levi Kitchen. You can pick him up on the 95 Yamaha, the red gear, blue bike.
Yeah, he's fairly light on that machine, so not too hard to pick up.
There it is. He is working.
Coming through, trying to get away.
Look at the speed around the outside that Masterpool's bringing. He is going to fly right past the 47 now. That is a podium slot for Ty Masterpool.
That was shades of Ryan Villapoto going a long way around. He takes a look over his shoulder, tries to make sure he has the measure of Kitchen. He does. Star Racing Monster Energy Yamaha rider has another spot, so already up into a podium position.
Into the billboards. Now Gage Linville is going to hear it from the number 95 of Masterpool. They're by the mechanics area. Linville, the tall, lanky MTF rider on the KTM. Masterpool kind of starting to grow now. He's kind of stretching out a little bit in this youth class.
Well, you know, it's birthdays that do it for you. That's how you get larger. And speaking of, Jerry Masterpool, Ty's dad, happy birthday to him. We've been tipped off by the mayor, Jake Masterpool, that dad hates birthdays being referenced, especially his own. So, happy birthday to Jerry Masterpool. Ty going to try to bring his dad a little happy birthday present up on the podium as he's going after Gage Linville for second.
Wow, he just aired out that single, and he is almost ready to put together the pass on Linville.
Feet on the pegs on the inside of the left-hander where the track reconnects in that split lane for Masterpool. This is Masterpool.
That's a Masterpool way. They have their feet on the pegs more than anybody else, no doubt.
Well, only the dude that won the PW class in the previous
That's
moto.
the only one.
He actually had more time
Other
on the
than
pegs.
that.
Yep.
So Linville being stingy with the lines.
Ty keeps it up. I mean, he's running 4 seconds a lap faster.
He has a chance.
He could pull the lead. You know, he can take the champion, the lead.
The
in
moto
this
win.
one. Yeah,
He
moto
absolutely
win.
can now.
Couldn't get that out.
He's spinning his wheels a little bit right now. He's been behind Linville for about a half a lap, so he's got to regroup and put together a charge. He's got 6 more minutes of racing to go, and they can see him.
Yeah.
That's
Tiero,
it.
the way he was able to slice and dice his way to the front, he thought he'd pull a huge gap. I think you just don't see that with
No.
the 125s. You don't get those 20-second leads.
They're all three in the same turn.
Oh, yeah.
The push is coming from both Linville and Masterpool.
Masterpool
almost
2.5 that trip,
Yes,
that double.
He faced the third jump.
What? Did you see that?
How did he do that?
He just did a step on, step off of the triple here after the finish line. Instead, he doubled and then singled off of and onto a braking bump. Ty Masterpool, this is in some impressive riding, but still can't take the measure of Gage Linville. Linville doing an excellent job being stingy with the good race line.
Yeah, every time he gets off course, he drops into some of that thicker dirt.
Yeah.
And it's tough. As we go back to that race, Masterpool with the red gear, Gage Linville, the yellow and black combo there. That's what he went with from Fox. Had his choice. He went with that.
Out of Lake Park, Georgia, Linville going from inside to outside as we enter the 10 Commandments. Let's watch the second set.
Oh!
It didn't work for Masterpool this time. Bounced off the track.
He went 3-3-3. He's pulling a tear off, calm, cool, and collected. We're about to poop our pants watching him.
And how about this? Linville, because he's dealing with the pressure, has caught back up to the leader, Tiero. Tiero pulled away. Linville caught him. Masterpool's going to try an outside line on Linville, and he makes the pass.
Masterpool makes that pass. Now, watch out for the lapper. Now he has to slow down.
And
barely able to hold on to that.
Woo, yeah, I thought Linville would get him back, but no, Ty Masterpool locking down second on that number 95. Now has Tiero in his sights. Neither rider lifting as they land from the hard pack onto the sand, wide open.
And he's got to be careful. Linville's still close enough to make a pass. He just huffed that one, too. He's just going as far as fast as he can, jumping everything in his way, including the competition.
Well, you know, it's funny. When Tiero was making moves, he was the one that was using all the outside lines. Now Masterpool is the one on the outside everywhere. Tiero has moved into protect mode and is using the insides. Gage Linville coming right back on Masterpool.
Yeah, hang on. Right in front of us. They both kind of whip it into each other. Linville now back to the number 2 spot.
That was impressive. Linville responding and repassing Masterpool and making it stick. So Ty Masterpool has to go back to work. They're right behind Tiero. This is a spectacular 3-rider battle for lead.
Masterpool goes down. Bummer. Masterpool flew into that rut, and that's all she wrote.
Well, he's back up quickly. Didn't stall the motorcycle. But let's see. What do you think the damage is there? 2 to 3 seconds. Gage Linville almost has an inside line on Tiero. They're into the long short shoot side by side in a battle for the lead. No. Linville not able to get it. Tiero holds him off, but for how long? Gage Linville responding to the challenge.
What an incredible run there from all those young men. Tough break for Ty Masterpool. Goes down. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. Only 3 minutes of racing remaining. The 2-lap card is out.
That was a fast moto. We're seriously all the way up to the 2-lap card. There's so much action to call. Well, that means I got to head down to the podium. We got Matt Watson back up here just shedding a tear as he hears those 125s buzzing around out there. That's tears of joy for him.
So Aiden Tiero has cleared some of the lapped riders and opened it up just a bit. Is that Masterpool jumping back into the shot here? It is Ty Masterpool, who's going to be a bike link. He's almost ready to make the pass again on Gage Linville. So I'm sorry, I take it back, Ty Masterpool. He took offense to me saying there's no way he can get back up, but he can absolutely still win this race, Jason Wygant. It's going to be a 3-way battle. Oh, and Masterpool has drawn alongside. Did he get the pass done on Linville? Waiting to see them pop into view. No, not just yet. Tiero right in front of this battle for the number 2 spot. Linville goes outside. He follows Masterpool's line there. Now we've got lap riders that are going to affect Linville. Masterpool's going to go around on the outside. He's got a shot to put the pass together.
So a lap and a half after crashing, he's almost got the position back again.
Right back with him. Makes total sense, right? That's Loretta Lynns 2018.
That is.
One more lap over the tunnel jump by the billboards. Your leader, 2nd and 3rd. This is where it all went wrong.
Oh, and our leader's down in the same corner that took Masterpool down. Tiero loses the front end.
So your leader goes down. Tiero is down, and now that hands the lead off to Gage Linville, who's fighting for his dear life to keep Masterpool behind him. Unbelievable. Lucas last lap, and he has got the pressure on him. Linville has control of the inside. Masterpool using every square inch of this racetrack. He's had some interesting lines into this 10 Commandments section as well. Linville, he follows him right in there. They're both going to double in, triple. They'll triple again. No, Masterpool says, I almost killed myself a minute ago not doing that. Here he comes around the outside. He's got a shot. Linville closes the door. Last lap, the Lucas Oil last lap. Can Ty Masterpool put it together?
I'm impressed with Linville, man. He is held
the whole time.
Yeah.
Here we go. Just about a minute's worth of racing to go. Masterpool with the pass. He gets around. There's an error from Linville, and Masterpool now, your leader. Linville looks over his shoulder, goes, good Lord, you can have it. Around the big sand sweeper. What a wild, wild moto. We told you it was going to be good. Ty Masterpool brought the goods. Aiden Tiero went down. Masterpool went down. It was who could salvage after those big mistakes. And Ty Masterpool is going to be a moto winner. He's going to give his pops a big birthday present right here in the form of a moto win. Unbelievable race.
Well, we saw some good battles earlier this week. Some incredible battles. But I don't think we had a moto with the drama of this one. Tiero, Linville, Masterpool, what a race, but it's Ty Masterpool taking the win. He led one lap, the last one.
The most important one. That is unbelievable. It's going to be a great interview coming up here from Ty Masterpool, Linville. Levi Kitchen will land on the podium. Tiero, unfortunately, hits the deck, finishes behind Colin Park, who finishes 4th. We're still looking for Tiero. Orion Gregory is 6th. Brock Lassiter, Max Miller is 8th. Gage Stein and Parker Earl round out your top 10. Unbelievable race. We'll send it down to Jason Wygant, who has our winner.
Now, I enjoyed it too much. I went down to the infield. Seriously, man, I had to go to the infield and watch that. The racing was so good. Heartbreaker for Aiden Tierra, who led a lot of that one, but missed. I would assume he missed the line that he wanted with the front tire in that left-hander by the billboards. Lost the front end, went down, was able to recover, but lost the lead. And Gage Linville responded to the challenge the whole way, but Masterpool just too much there in that final lap. That's the way we love to see our racing here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. That was spectacular. Levi Kitchen ends up in that third place spot. Don't count Kitchen out. These are 2 podiums and 2 motos. All right, we're headed to the podium. They got Ty Masterpool down there letting him cool off. Let's do the whole shot. Yeah, sure. Come around front here, Brock. Let's hear it for our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award winner, Brock Lassiter. Got some pumped up people.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Race Tech, Donnell's Motorcycles, Speed Graphics, Bell Helmets, Fly Racing, Decker Performance. Been really, them and Race Tech been working together, really getting my suspension dialed, and they are doing an amazing job too. And I'd like to thank Atlas, my mom and dad, Rick Schroeder for keeping me training all summer, and Jesus Christ for keeping me safe.
All right, let's hear it for Brock Lassiter. Bell Helmets $100 whole shot winner. We'll bring Levi Kitchen. I see him over here. What a crazy moto. Levi did an excellent job staying in the hunt the whole time and is rewarded with another bronze medal. Was also on the podium in the first moto. He's getting one more thing here. It is the podium goggles, very critical. So this guy's in title contention as well. Consistency counts, especially in 125 BC. Let's hear it for Levi Kitchen. Dude, that was an intense race. You were right in the thick of it, too.
Yeah, I got off to a better start that time. I was probably like top 5. Made some quick passes and then just got in behind Linville, and he was ripping, and then just tried to pace him, and then Aiden passed us, ended up falling on the last lap, and just rode smart and consistent, never fell. So.
Who do you want to thank? It's been a good week so far.
My mom, dad, my sister, Yamaha, Thousand Oaks, Fox Racing, JMR Suspension, Factory Fire 1, Henson Clutches, FMF, Mika Metals, Fusion Graphics, and Dirt Bandit. Thank you.
There it is, folks. Levi Kitchen with the bronze. And we'll take second or first. I don't care what the order is. I know that was pretty intense down there at the line. Second place is going to go to Linville, who led a little bit of this one, but he was in the battle the entire time, came down to the last lap. But you got to admire the fact that when they caught him, he stepped up his pace and joined the fray. He's going to end up coming so close to a moto win. Second place for Gage Linville. Well, that was some of the most intense racing I've ever seen. When Masterpool got to you, you didn't care. You wicked it right up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not. He's nowhere special. I mean, it's an extra rider, but we got to do. I mean, try to keep up with him and see what we can do.
What happened on that last lap?
I went on the inside. He went outside, and I hit my clutch and made a little bobble, but it's racing, so.
Oh. Did your clutch hit the ground?
Yeah, my clutch hit the bank or whatever, and it's kind of freed me up a little bit, but. All right.
Moto 3, you got something for it?
Oh, yeah.
Gage, who do you want to thank?
The Lord for keeping me safe, Mom and Dad for getting me here, MTF and Colleen, Big B for all they do, JMS for building this rocket, David Wallace for helping everybody, just everybody, 100%, Fox for the sweet gear, 100% for the goggles, Micah Meadows, just everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Gage Linville. Good job, Gage. Certainly kept that one exciting. And he's not making life easy on himself. This is not the way you want to write the script, having to come to the pack in every moto, but he does have 2-1 scores heading into moto number 3. Let's hear it for our gold medalist, Ty Masterpool. All right, first of all, first moto, we know the gate picks are random. We'll give you a mulligan for that. But what happened on the first start lap or the start this time?
Off the start, I put my padding in wrong, and I missed the side lap. My helmet went buckle. So I got no side lap. Definitely got my heart rate up a little bit, but just tried to stay calm and all that. And then I got a pretty good start. kind of got closed off. I was in like 20th, and then kids fell into me, and I saved it and all that. Just tried working through the pack and just ride my own race.
Yeah, you were riding incredibly well to get there, but once you got there, Tiero and Linville, man, you guys had a battle.
Yeah, I caught up to him, I think, like the last 3 laps. Then I got up right on him. Then I was going to make a move, and then I fell down right here like a lap or 2 to go, and I just got back up and just kept on charging.
Yeah, I mean, on the last lap, did you have a spot picked out, or were you worried it was too late?
No, I wasn't really worried. Just the plan always stays the same, just charge, and nothing ever changes if we start in last or first. It's just keep on charging.
Awesome. All right, now, what about the water balloons? I heard there's something going on there. What's up with that?
Hey, it's just good old water balloon fight. So, everybody takes it a little too serious, but it's all good.
Yeah, I don't think the Mass Pros can be accused of that. That was your brother who tipped me off on that one. And finally, I heard there's a birthday in the family. And as someone that really loves hearing about it.
Oh, yeah, good old.
He is so not happy about this.
He's definitely walking away right now, turning 60. Like, wish him a happy birthday. Just can't thank him enough for being with us and helping us. Just couldn't do it without him at all. Just can't thank God enough for him.
All right, happy birthday, Dad. And who else do you want to thank, Ty?
I'd like to thank God for being with me no matter what. Definitely was with me on that line whenever I was panicking a little bit. Can't thank him enough for that. The whole Star Racing crew. Ryan Vodapoto the other day, whenever I got dead last start, we went over there right after the motos and did like 30 minutes to start, didn't even get back, and I can't thank him enough for that. Just whole Star Racing crew, my mechanic Jim Frederickson, my physical coach, Monster, FMF, Alpine Star, Thor, 100% Bell, and just all those guys, just awesome.
It was awesome. Ty Masterpool, second moto winner in 125 BC.
Congratulations again go out to Ty Masterpool as we get ready to rock and roll with some 450B Limited. Your first moto winner was the number 23 of Parker Mashburn, who spent the better part of the last month or so leading up to Loretta's, transplanted from Texas down to MTF, getting in some last-minute prep. Devin Simonson finished up second out of North Carolina. Tristan Lewis was third out of Locust Grove, Georgia. Christian Fernandez finished up fourth. Braden Lessler finished up fifth out of Ramona, California. Your sixth-place finisher out of Cypress, California, Ezra Lewis. Eugene Christian III out of Oxford, North Carolina, was seventh. Your eighth-place finisher out of Kingston, Tennessee, was Adam Crawford. Ninth-place finisher, Durko Vander West out of Cairo, Georgia, was ninth. And Palmer Neely rounded out your top 10. That was 450B, moto number 2, coming at you. Megawatt. Great moto. You got to catch that tail end of that 125 BC moto. What a battle.
Wow, it's everything everybody expected. The players were up there. The names were up there. I got to tell you, man, Tiero, you didn't notice. You were actually focused just a little to the left. But, man, that guy augured.
Drilled in there, huh?
And, I mean, it was a hard hit.
Right.
The guy went down, definitely shook him up, but bounced back up like a silly putty, dude, and was able to get back on the bike. But tough break for him. When you take a look at the performance by Ty Masterpool, it was sort of expected for him to put in that kind of performance, but it wasn't expected for him to do it from behind.
And not
for sure.
While crashing. It's unbelievable.
10-4.
He crashed and made up time. His lap time with the crash was still awesome. Like his lap time was still good.
I think you're probably right. Yeah,
exactly.
You're probably right. For once in your life.
All right, Tristan Lewis with our Bell Helmet Hole Shot Award on that number 53 Yamaha. What can he do with it?
Big thanks to Landon Peppered for bringing up some fresh smoked salmon.
Seriously?
Yeah, a couple pieces of salmon there.
I'm down with that. I'll swim upstream.
The Alaskan brought it down here to us. Got a third-place moto finish
He's
to his
part
credit.
of that Kevin Kelly fan club. Come in here, gave us the lowdown on what was happening.
That's right. Yeah, that was awesome.
Gave us a post-Mammoth report and gave us a current Loretta report,
Boom.
man. Hooked our man up with tonight's dinner, so
Amazing.
dinner's on him.
Thanks, man. Parker Mashburn back there in the number 3 spot. He is your first moto winner. Looks like he's now moved up to the number 2 spot on the 23 KTM. Go get it, Parker. The old man says, I'm just spectating this week. So old man Mashburn just is chilling out, letting Parker do his thing, kind of staying out of the way. I think you're on to something here. Hey, we have the Sidewinder coming up tonight at 8 p.m. that Jason Wygant is going to be announcing. Just got we just voluntold you that you are doing that.
Really?
Voluntold.
Right. Yeah. Parker Mashburn dude's got some style. He just pops the tear-off off, and that even looked cool. I can't even do that.
It did. It was nice and professional. I mean, clean. Yeah.
Snapped it.
It looked good.
Yeah. There's the number 70. He's going to be your early race leader.
We've all seen that sloppy tear-off pull.
Yeah.
We've
yeah,
all
you don't
seen
want that. It pulls all of them
They
off
rush
at once.
it,
Yeah.
You know.
You kind of sit down and you let the front end's kind of going down. You got a little cross-up going on. You pop it, a nice snap.
Right.
That's right.
Precisely.
Devin Simonson out front on the number 70 machine. He finished second in the first moto, so they're all tied up if you freeze the field. So Parker Mashburn wants to put a point or two in between himself and Devin Simonson.
Look at our lap times, Kevin Kelly. 145, 146. Seeing the track take a big change here this afternoon.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
doubt about it. And lines that we're working this morning.
Totally different.
Yeah, totally different. Big Ray mentioned just a few minutes ago, PK, his guy, was looking for the outsides. You and I talked about fringes early this morning. We said this thing will look different this afternoon. That race line will become rough and choppy. And sure enough, lines that did work this morning kind of disappearing this afternoon.
Yeah, you got to be open-minded about your line choice when you're racing out here. The track you rode 5 hours ago, like you just said, completely different. So each lap could be potentially different here. It's Parker Mashburn tiptoeing through the tulips. He almost went down there.
You know, and that's a result of one of those huge ruts. If you went back and looked at that anthill back there, those guys are almost seat deep in that thing right
Literally,
now. And
they're
if you
3
if you
feet
catch
deep.
if you catch a toe or a side panel on that thing,
it'll
it
pull
can bring
your
you to
leg
a
right
stop,
off.
Kevin. Yeah, absolutely. But that's not affecting our leaders right now, able to navigate through those ruts and this changing course. And once again, not following. We mentioned that when RC and Lassie were in here, not wanting to follow. Sure enough, that's going to provide you the knowledge you need today to make those passes.
Parker may want to follow the guy out front because he's got some good lines put together early on. Maybe combine those lines that you think are quicker than yours with some of yours that you think are quicker than his and put together a good lap.
Absolutely, and that's the idea of being behind. You know, not necessarily just follow, but like you said, see what he's doing, see where it is working, and you're obviously going to see where it's not working as well. So use that time back there, make that move as soon as you can, but put that time back there to good use.
Identical lap times for the most part for Devin Simonson and Parker Mashburn. 157s for the both of them. Tristan Lewis with a 158 in third. Eugene Christian is fourth with a 159, a 158 for Christian Fernandez. The slick fielding middle infielder, bats left, throws right. Brought him up out of AAA, the Gwinnett Stripers here. He's looking like he's very comfortable at the major league level, riding in that number 5 spot.
When you talk about the top 5, about 1 second basically.
Yeah.
Well, almost 2 seconds basically separating the top 5.
What happened there? The number 53 ride goes down. That's Tristan Lewis. What a bummer. He loses many positions there as Jason Wygant is plunking away on his used Craigslist Apple Mac Pro. There's no way he paid full pot for that. Putting that story down, I'm sure, for the 125 BC class, aren't you?
Yeah, that's actually not an Apple. That's a knockoff.
Didn't even pay.
Yeah, it's a lemon.
It's a crapple.
It's a lemon.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a lemon.
It's got an orange on the front of it. You
Yeah,
got it from Taiwan.
It's just like it. Yep.
So we're watching Devin Simonson on the blue Yamaha lead Parker Mashburn. They switched positions from the first moto. Simonson was second. Mashburn was your moto winner. Mashburn kind of stalking him. He's getting close now. I believe he's put together his lines of choice, and he is working on a pass here. 5 minutes in, 15 more minutes to go. 15 minutes, you can do what, Jason?
They don't sponsor this event.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'll figure it out by next Saturday.
I bet you will.
Yeah.
Grant will pride you.
Well, I'm excited to see what
you could
the
save 15% or more with
My
Racer X. Go to racerxbrand.com.
There it is.
Type in exhaust in all capital letters, and I'll give you 20% off. That's even beating some other companies that only guarantee 15% off. Just do me one favor. Do not type in Pulp MX into the discount code. Don't do it.
Nope.
I want to shut those guys down and make sure they do not get any credit for anything. So type in exhaust in all capital letters. Go to racerxbrand.com right now. I don't think we're set up anymore at the dry dock. We're handing out 20% off discount codes all week long. Big thanks to our man Justin Hale down there. We trucked Justin Hale all the way from the desert of Arizona. Used to go out there riding with Destry Abbott, and we imported him to Morgantown, West Virginia. I think we brought him down here last Wednesday, so he's definitely learning what working at Loretta's is all about. It wasn't even hot these last 2 days, and I see Justin Hale from RacerX head to toe sweat.
It's not even hot.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
The racing up front is hot, though. You can check it out. Parker Mashburn has closed it in again. I thought he had something cooking in those 10 Commandments.
You see how bad Tristan Lewis was affected by that little mistake right there. Dropped him back into the 5th position. Was running up there in the top 3, actually, side by side, basically. And just one little mistake cost him. Dropped him clear back to a 2:08, so you could see exactly how much time that fall did cost him.
That triple is normally jumped, and now they've kind of backed off of doing it. I guess it's not quite fast enough or faster to jump that triple or something. They've been jumping it throughout the week.
Once again, something on that takeoff, something could have changed.
Right, choppy. It's a choppy run up to it.
Sure.
That left-hander is wet and thick, so.
I noticed a lot of these ruts, Kevin, getting the hook on the end. A lot of them, getting that hook. So, and believe it or not, that can happen in a straight rut as well.
Sure.
Just because of the bike's accelerating and spinning. So.
That's usually when the dirt gives way so much, then it hits some hard dirt, and that's where it just says nope. It's not, the ruts change, and that's where it's going to stay. Devin Simonson wants to stay out front on that blue Yamaha. Parker Mashburn wants to put his 23 ride out front. They have to settle it, dude. They're tied in points right now going into that 3rd and final moto. 1-2, 2-1. Christian and Fernandez, they've moved up a spot courtesy of Tristan Lewis's little miscue.
Once again, the best platform in the business. You know, these guys tied. Guess what? We're going to have a real tiebreaker. We're not going to get a bonus point for who finished best in the 2nd race. Heck with all that. We're going to settle this thing mano a mano.
And they're about. Parker Mashburn is trying to change that right now. He is closed in, and he's got a good run. He's going to go outside, maybe have some momentum, and go for the triple through the 10 Commandments. It looks like it might have worked. Oh, somebody's got to slow down, and no. Still side by side. There's only room for one bike. What are you doing?
Kevin Kelly, great call. Carried that momentum, took the farther distance, but you know what? Set him up for that triple. You're not going to triple from the inside.
That might be the championship because they were all tied up in points. Parker Mashburn needed to make that pass. And now look at him going to the inside. He's been going outside the entire moto.
Now we're in defense mode.
And Simonson ready to capitalize. There's one of those hooks right there that bounces you back into the middle of the raceway. Simonson still looks aggressive. Mashburn had a few miscues coming out of this turn. It's got another one that bounces you back.
You know, I think Simonson's very aware of how much time is left. I don't think he's, I really don't think he's in panic mode by any means. And like we said, he might be studying the competition right now. And if the opportunity presents itself, sure, take advantage of it. But in the meantime, he's sitting in a great spot. At this point in the moto, leading's not the big advantage. At the end of the moto, that's when you want to be leading. So right now, as far as Parker Mashburn's concerned, he's got plenty of time to maybe let that opportunity come to him. Maybe a mistake by Simonson, Mashburn. Simonson's going to have all kinds of opportunity here. Plenty of time to let the race come to him or find an opportunity and make something happen. Eugene Christian, the third, still in that 4th. Actually, he just got passed by Christian Fernandez, dropped back into that 4th position. Now, right now, a 154 for Mashburn to a 157 for Simonson. So a big difference right there. Starting to see a little bit of difference in those lap times as you look back to a 159 for Fernandez, 202 for Christian, a 158. Tristan Lewis still riding really fast, but not able to gain any position back after that follow. Vanderbest, 2 minutes. Lessler, 2 minutes. And Palmer Neely at 2:05, and then a whole host of guys at 2:02, 2:03. So right now you can obviously see that Mashburn has laid the fuel to the fire, and Simonson needs to find an answer. Christian Fernandez making his way up, and Tristan Lewis trying to fight his way back into this thing.
Yeah, the tail of the tape. Looks like on that lap 5, that was Parker's fastest lap of the race, a 154.9. Simonson with that 157. It was just go time for Parker Mashburn. He's also showing you he's pretty fit. We're getting deep into this moto, and Mashburn's still in the mix, still on the offensive, laying it down. He wants to get away from Simonson.
Yeah, and like you and I said earlier, in Moto 2, you got a point to prove. You know, you got a mission, you've got an objective, and yeah, we're all looking at the big picture. We want those consistent scores, but it's time to get out there, and if you have the start and you have the opportunity, do exactly what Mashburn's doing.
Couldn't agree more. Lap number 6 coming at you. 8 more minutes of racing remain. Can Parker Mashburn hold on?
Looks like Vander West picked up a spot that time around, moving up into the 6th position. Like I said, he's locked into a group of riders there that begin with Tristan Lewis from that 158 to about 202 lap time. So those guys riding very similar speeds, 3 to 4 seconds in lap time difference. But what happens, a lot of those times, it's just a little longer distance in a corner or whatever. So you're still riding in that same group, even though you're faster than the guy ahead of you. And I use that excuse all the time.
I love it.
My
it
lap
sounds
time
great.
was quicker. I was just behind him.
Yeah, it was quicker, and I was using more of the racetrack. Linear feet, I went further than you did.
I went an extra lap using those outsides.
If you add it all up, I traveled
Absolutely.
further than you did. Average speed was faster. You just beat me. That's the only difference. That's the only technicality is you actually beat me.
With that being said, 12 and a half minutes in, just about 7.5 minutes to go.
Another 155 for Mashburn on lap 6. Simonson's 157. That now gives him a 3-second cushion. It's a fluffy cushion. 157 for Fernandez as well, but he's 14 seconds back of Simonson.
Yeah, this podium fight here is going to get really good, Kevin. And like you said, man, Mashburn just keeping it so consistent, so close on those lap times. Everybody else actually varying 1 to 2 seconds per lap, depending on that traffic, depending on that outside line or whatever. But Mashburn's in control right now. He's hitting the perfect line every time. And, man, it's paying off slowly. As you said, it's creeping from 1 to 2 to 3 seconds. Next stop, 4 seconds.
Next stop, the podium.
Yes, sir.
Parker Mashburn trying to stay within about a second, half a second of his quick lap time, which he's done. That's the mark of true consistency, true fitness. The later the moto, the better, the quicker, the more solid you are. And that's where you earn these titles. That's where you earn a championship. Those hot sunny days, about 3 in the afternoon here at Loretta Lynns, you can lead way in, deep into a moto. There's a look there. And you can earn a championship by just legging it out, going to work.
Coming up on 14 minutes now, 6 minutes to go. Again, a little bit off, about a 156.5 this time, but still within a second and a half of where he's been for an entire moto. Now, when we say an entire moto, we are at the 14-minute mark, so
plenty of opportunities for mistakes. And
right.
Normally, you're back home riding those 5-lap motos. We're doing 10. We're doing 10 of the roughest track that you can possibly imagine. It's very rare that you even get the opportunity to race on a racetrack that has gotten this rough. Most of your local race promoters, they have to deal with Johnny Blue Jeans, who it's his second ride ever. You can't put an average layman on this kind of racetrack because they're going to fall over a million times. It's going to turn them off to motocross, and they'll go to that smooth raceway down the road where they don't get where they don't crash a million times.
I swear, Kevin, when you said promoter, got to smooth it out. If not, he has an empty paddock next week.
That's correct.
He has empty pits next week.
Absolutely.
Because that's what it dictates for his crowd and those level of riders. And when you take that rider that you're speaking of and you put him onto a situation like this, man, it's a fish out of water.
Yeah, it really is. So once you get to that point where you need this type of environment, then you have to go to the MTFs, the GPFs, where they have super fast guys where they replicate these conditions and get you ready, which is exactly what Parker Mashburn did for the last 30 days. He's been down at MTF training with those guys, getting him ready for this very moment.
A couple of our local guys, they prep the track on Monday.
Leave it.
And they water it throughout the week, and that's it. They keep a little dust down, get some traction, but they let it get rough all week long.
That's how you win championships. There's Devin Simonson on the number 70 Yamaha as the 2-lap card is out. 2 laps to go. White flag comes out after that, lap number 8. Around the billboards we go with our second place rider, Megawatt.
And the strategy we were talking about, as you see, Mashburn now 157. Simonson dropped his down. Fernandez still a 157, but we're still growing that gap. So 5 seconds on the gap right there for Mashburn. 2-lap card is out right now. Going to be waiting on that Lucas Oil last lap. Head down to our Race Tech Podium presentation. Right now, full sun out and look about 85, 86 degrees, I believe. Got just a bit of a breeze on occasion flowing through. You can see the tree leaves a bit. So no dust whatsoever today. Conditions almost perfect out there on that racetrack. As a matter of fact, I have to say conditions are perfect. More than enough passing lines, no dust. Very few slick spots, and looks like traction everywhere to me. So just about 1 lap left here in our 450B Limited, and this thing has really played out similar to as everybody expected. Parker Mashburn, Devin Simonson up there, Christian Fernandez, Tristan Lewis, Eugene Christian, our top 5. Darko Vanderwest in that number 6 position. Brandon Lessler, he's in that number 7 spot. Palmer Neely rides in 8th. Brandon Gregory rides in that number 9 spot. Adam Cranford rounding out the top 10. Cranford turning a 2:03 that time. A lot of guys ahead of him in that 2:05, 2:06 territory. So Adam Cranford turning some great laps here late in the race. White flag is out right now. Leaders have gone by. White flag is out, so 1 to go in this one. Looks like this time around, Mashburn turning it back just a little bit, dials it back to a 2:00.46, giving him a gap of 4.2. So Mashburn pretty much putting it in protect mode right now as he gets this last lap. Want to make sure he doesn't have any issues with any lappers, doesn't miss any marks, do anything crazy. And Simonson looking for a mistake. Still close enough that anything can happen, but pretty much sitting back there waiting for something to happen right now. Christian Fernandez about 12 seconds back in that 3rd position, hoping to finish out this lap and get himself on the podium from Moto number 2. Coming up next after our 450B Limited, looks like our college 18 to 24 should be down on the line. In staging area should have our Super Mini 2 13 to 16. Looking forward to both of those classes. Both of those classes extremely fast and extremely competitive, deep and stacked with talent. Mashburn still out front, trying to keep this thing on 2 wheels, not make any mistakes here in this last half a lap. Looking for that 23 machine to come back out of the woods. Coming out of the waterworks and back into the beach. I believe that is our leader. Not throttling back much. Looked like Mashburn still attacking those whoops back there, still hitting those braking bumps. And here he comes right now with hand in the air, the number 23, Parker Mashburn, on that KTM machine, headed down to the Race Tech podium. I'm going to run that machine right up there. Going to get underway with Kevin Kelly down there in just a moment. As we mentioned, coming up next will be our college 18 to 24. That's race number 18. Race number 19 is going to be Super Mini 2 13 to 16. They'll be followed by the 250C Junior at race number 20. Mashburn followed across the finish line by Devin Simonson. Christian Fernandez taking that 3rd position. Tristan Lewis, man, had a great ride going early. One mistake put him back into that 5th position, able to pick up another spot by the end to get himself up into 4th and keep himself in contention. Eugene Christian, the 3rd in that number 5 spot. Darko Vanderwest in that number 6 spot. Final gap, 5.5 seconds, Mashburn over Simonson. Rest of our riders now making it through the finish line. We mentioned Darko Vanderwest coming in the 6th position. Lessler able to get himself in the 7th position by the end of the race. Adam Cranford in the 8th spot. Brandon Gregory in that number 9 spot. And Noah Adams rounding out the top 10 in our 450B Limited. Kevin Kelly getting everybody sorted out down there on our Race Tech podium. Getting ready to hear exactly how the race went down from Parker Mashburn's perspective. Devin Simonson going to give us his story, as well as Christian Fernandez. A little bit of prep going on down there in that starting area. Got to keep things as fresh as possible, give as much traction as possible for that Bell Hole Shot Award. Making a few touch-ups right there going into turn number 1, getting our podium straightened out down there.
Yeah, we got it. These guys are hot, man. They don't want to come out from under that tent. Let's go. Devin Simonson, I see you first. Come on over here. Let's talk to our second place finisher. He led this bad boy for a minute. Devin Simonson, I'm going to grab your silver medal. There we go. Let's step in front of the motorcycle. Put your hands together for your second place finisher, number 70, Devin Simonson. Devin, that was a great race. You finished second in the first moto, very consistent. Do you feel like you still have a shot at this championship going into that third moto?
Yeah, Parker's riding really good, so he's going to have to make a couple mistakes for me to get up in there. Other than that, yeah.
So take me through that moto, particularly whenever he put the pass together about lap 4 or 5.
Yeah, I thought I had it, and then I guess he was closer than what I thought through the 10 Commandments, and he went outside double, triple, and I went inside double, 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 and it just wasn't working, So
what are you going to do to change the outcome next go around? You going to watch some film, kind of see where he was a little quicker?
Yeah, for sure.
Got anybody you want to thank, Devin?
Yeah, Yamaha Lumberton, my mom and dad, south of the border, Mike, Ryan, everyone. 100%, Bell, Race Tech, DSCI Exteriors, and anyone else I forgot, thanks.
Hey, congratulations. Let's hear it for Devin Simonson on that second place finish, number 70. We'll bring up Christian Fernandez. If you are in the house, Christian Fernandez, we'd love to see you down here. Hand out some hardware. We've got a bronze medal for you if Christian's here. There he is. Let's hear it for Christian Fernandez. Come on around here on the front side, Christian. The bronze medal is yours, man. You had to work for that battle all the way to the end. Christian, great job. Are you satisfied with this third place finish?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I kind of let him run away too fast in the beginning. I didn't get the best start, so I was trying to make a charge back, but it was a little too late.
How's the track treating you? We're just coming off kind of a fresh prep one race before. Is that good for you, or would you rather have it rough?
I like it rough better because, I don't know, I just don't like the slick stuff. I don't really trust it that much, so, yeah, I would prefer rough other than track prep.
Understood. Hey, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my brother with all our training Max, my mom and dad, O'Neill, Bell Helmets, Moto Fix Industries, Next Level Healthcare, 100% goggles, micro medals, Matt Goda Mags, Freedom of Mags for the great track back in Houston, and all my friends and family back home. Thank you.
Awesome work. Let's hear it for Christian Fernandez, third place finisher. Outstanding work there. We're going to bring up our winner. I see him lurking in the background. Let's hear it for the number 23 of Parker Mashburn. Your dad said he's going to stay in the shadows, and I think it's working, man. You guys changed the program up a little bit. We're just kidding aside. Dad's enjoying watching you do this, I'm sure. Parker, great race. Did you feel like you needed to win this moto going into that third moto tonight to kind of take that chance away from Devin?
Yeah, just to make it easier on myself for the final moto. Just go out there and ride like I know how. And if I do that, I feel like I'll put myself in a good position for the championship.
So about lap 4 is when you made the pass. You kind of sat there and were you scoping his lines and figuring out a way of getting around him?
Yeah, the track is kind of sketchy. It's pretty slick out there, so I was just trying not to go down. Devin's riding good, man. It was kind of hard to pass him, but I made it happen. I'm up on the box.
You are. You got 1-1s going into that third and final moto, but I know you don't even want to think about that. It's like talking to a pitcher who's got a no-hitter. We don't want to bring that up.
Yeah, just keep it in the back of my mind. Focus, stay up, do what I know how to do, and hopefully I get the title.
You went down to MTF. Do you feel like that played into your favor?
Yeah, man, MTF is good for me. There's a lot of fast guys out there pushing me every single day. I feel like it made me better, and I'm just pumped to be here, and I really appreciate everybody at MTF for everything they've done for me.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Hope, Nathan Ramsey, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Monster Army, Dunlop Tires, FMF Pro Taper, 7 Gear, Scott Goggles, MTF, Tony, Pete, everybody over there. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ed Torrance with my motors.
There it is. Let's hear it for your winner, the number 23 of Parker Mashburn. Parker, outstanding ride, man. We're going to say hello to Tristan Lewis with the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Come on up here, Tristan Lewis, one of my Georgia friends from back in the day. Got himself a whole shot. He's got $100 to show for it as well. Tristan Lewis, Great work out there. I think you fell about halfway through the moto, right?
Yeah, I got the whole shot and I got off and I was just trying to make good lines and Devin got around me and I made a small mistake and washed the front end and I got up and charged back to fourth.
You're still in contention for this a top 5, a top 3 for the overall. You feeling pretty good about your week?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. In my 250B Limited Moto, I was passing for second. I went down and managed my way back to 5th, but I'm still in contention. I just got to get good starts like that and get up in front and ride.
Keep collecting these checks and you'll be on the box. Who do you want to thank, Tristan?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my brothers, my girlfriend, the man up above for keeping me safe, MTF, Colleen, and Brian. They've helped me out a lot, 100%. Andy and John for hooking me up. Joel at FMF, Garnet, 139 Designs, Factory Connection, David Walls. He does most of my bike work back at MTF. Troy Campbell, he provided me with a bike. I'm not even on my bike. And I managed to get the whole shot on 250, so let's keep the ball rolling.
That is awesome. Smile for the camera. They want to document this. The folks from Bell Helmets providing $100 hole shots for every single moto. Tristan Lewis was your latest winner, and we'll toss it back up to the tower with Megawatt and Jason Wygant.
Hey, we're back. Thanks, Kevin. And we got a quick draw on this next class. Their guys are out surveying the track. No track maintenance needed, so we're going to check this one out. Parker Mashburn sitting on a pair of pocket aces. Sometimes holding a pair, but in this case, he's sitting on a pair of pocket aces with the 1-1 scores. Next up, I believe, college class. Suzuki believes in education, rolling to 1-2 finishes on the Suzuki RM Army RMZ 450s. In the previous moto, it was Richard Taylor and Jack Fowler, 1-2. And Joseph Tate ended up finishing up in third. Now, Fowler, for a brief moment in that first moto, if memory serves right, had the lead, but he crashed. A good job by Fowler on the 88 to pick himself back up and end up taking second place position. So he's still in contention for a title. Now, Richard Taylor, our moto winner, second generation rider. Rich Taylor, long-time pro rider and R&D man. There's a ton of motorcycles that pretty much everyone at the ranch, I'd say 80% of the people at this ranch who've ridden a dirt bike have probably ridden one that Rich Taylor helped develop.
Oh, no
Yeah,
doubt
right?
about it.
Yeah.
No question about it. And that guy was notorious. The reason they hired that guy, he could pound a bike. The reason they hired him, he could break it.
Really?
You know,
For durability.
As talented as he was, as
Yeah.
fast as he was, but he had a style of a Rick Johnson. He had a style of a Bob Hanna, basically. He was a Tom Carson. He was hard on a bike. You know what I mean? And the bottom line was, if you wanted to see his durability, loan it to him for a week.
Really?
And yeah, we'll tell you Sunday what the thing's made out of.
Okay. So Rich, longtime development guy for a lot of companies, including Suzuki, and now his son is in the Suzuki RM Army Amateur Program. Got a moto win. Let's see if he can turn it into a title.
Chip off the old block.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't break the bike this time. Let's be a little bit easier on the equipment.
Exactly.
So did you just say that our buddy Tom Carson is in the will ride a bike very hard brigade?
Absolutely,
Really?
man. Tom Carson, that's a guy that'll bend foot pegs. That's a guy that will stretch a frame in a couple weeks' time. Tom Carson will hammer braking bumps. Okay, Tom Carson does not find the smooth line around the braking bumps. He finds the shortest line to the next corner.
All right, I'm going to talk to Tom about this. This is good. This is
Oh,
good.
TC,
Good
man,
fodder.
he's an animal. Hey, he's one of the original Moto mercenaries.
Okay.
Tom Carson, race anywhere, anytime.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Show me the money, dog.
Anywhere around the world.
Yes, and that's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
And show me the money. The guy was going to race anywhere from Bangladesh, dude, to Budapest, okay? He'll get her done, man, definitely. Moto. And another guy, Fred Andrews, same thing. Freddie said, hey, I'll bring that number 17 to your house. Not a problem, dude. We will race anywhere, anytime. And you know what? He would give it everything he had for that 5th, 6th, 7th place. Much like Carson, get up there, lead, run with some of the biggest names you've ever met, okay, and leave it all on the track. And that's why you respect guys like Carson, Andrews. That's why they go down in legends of old guys like myself. So for sure.
You got some tales here of these guys. That's kind of like our buddy Mike Brown. He's like the modern day guy that we're saying he'll just go out there and race any type of race anywhere.
No question.
Yep.
He came 8 years later.
Yeah,
okay?
this is a new generation
So
of that.
he carried on the flag for those guys.
Yep.
No question.
Okay, so College Boy is next. This is 18 to 24-year-old riders. We mentioned the top three was Taylor, Fowler, and Tate in the first moto. Hastings was 4th, and Hunter Schlosser was 5th. Hunter Schlosser was 5th in that one. So now we're ready for College Boy. Their parade lap, sight lap is over. We're on the Lucas Oil start gate. And just about ready to drop the hammer on this. Big thanks to Rocky Mountain ATV MC for helping everything they do here at the ranch, and that includes with our Racer TV coverage. And, of course, Lucas Oil. Had a real good time hanging out with the Lucas Legion all week. They do a lot of great things for amateur riders.
And they loan us Ray Butts.
Yeah, they did.
They loan us Ray Butts every year.
Loan us Ray Bucks, yes.
You know, you can't ask for more than that. That's generosity.
Well, the cool thing is, we've had different sponsors at races, and sometimes they come to the tower and you're afraid to ask them about anything dirt bikes because they don't know anything about it. But Ray, whose son races and has raced here at the ranch many times, knows the drill as well as anyone.
Lives it.
Yeah,
I love the tale. He had 18 part numbers emblazoned in his memory when the career started. Wheels and tires.
Already, okay. Yeah. I got a story for you about that in a little bit, but we got the 52 Honda rider racing on the track with Johnny Garcia into the lead. A pile-up here in this anthill on the inside of Turn 3. And 4 riders down, but I believe everybody was okay.
I tell you, Jason, that seems like a lot. We've had very clean starts this
First
week.
turn's been great.
Yeah, absolutely so.
Yeah, it's that second turn. There's that anthill, and then usually someone gets kicked. And luckily, they're not going very fast through there, so we haven't seen any injuries.
Man, somebody just put that outside to good use right there and picked up like 2 spots in that corner on his first lap. So noticed a clear inside line, took it, went for it, and while everybody was bunched up, able to take advantage of it.
Well, what I'm not seeing is part of that RM Army, that brigade that was up there in the first moto. So it's Johnny Garcia leading them around on the number 52 Honda, and then one machine of Ezra Hastings in.
Yeah, so good for Garcia, putting that start to good use. Going to get some lead time in here, and who knows, see where the chips fall. And for Garcia right now, what he needs to do is keep that heart rate under control, be calm, not miss these lines, Jason.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to blow a corner, doesn't need to overjump something or come up short. He needs to race ahead and not worry about the 51 machine behind him.
It's one of the craziest things as we're watching the number 22 not up in our results from the first moto. Hayden Hefner finished 15th, and here he is running up front here. I finally found him. Anyway, one of the craziest things to me is how hard these riders go in the first lap. They did go to sight lap, but you can only memorize so much from the sight lap. We talked to Michael Leslie about it yesterday. He's like, it's pretty much just instincts. You just look when you're riding, and you start figuring out lines then on the fly without practice in the morning.
Yeah, well, the way things roll here, that shadow is going to be different. That hole's going to be different.
Yep.
The hook is going to be different on the end of that rut. And guess what? That rut may not even be there.
Yeah, it's just a complete guess, inside, outside in these corners. This track has changed so much. We're watching Hayden Hefner, who has taken the lead from Garcia. So Hefner struggled a bit in Moto 1 with that 15th, but now in the number 1 spot. Garcia and Hastings coming through. Josh Strickland has been nailing starts all week long. He is in 4th. Joseph Tate, 3rd in the first moto, is 5th. Where are our first moto contenders, Taylor and Fowler? I don't see Rich Taylor, and I don't see Fowler in the top 15. What happened?
I'm not sure where those guys are, but I was expecting bigger things, that's for sure. But there's Blake Taylor.
That's a different one. We're looking for Richard.
Yeah, we're looking for Rich Jr.
Remember we saw that 4-rider pileup. I have to wonder if one or both of them didn't get involved in that.
Because we haven't seen either one as of yet. So good call, Jason Wygant. Very well could be.
Okay, so we might be looking at 1st and 2nd in the first moto, basically in about 38th through 40th place.
And our leader right now, Hefner, finished 15th in Moto 1. So telling me maybe he picked himself up off the deck once or more
something
times.
must have gone wrong.
But you know what? Good for him. It was a nice, clean move, too, to get the lead. Very calculated, and did it before the end of the first lap. Didn't even make it to the finish line and had that lead, so good for him. Johnny Garcia just needs to put it on cruise control right now. He's got Hastings riding right behind him. He's a little quicker than Hastings, but for Garcia right now, take advantage of where you're at. Make the most of it right now.
Yeah, they've built a nice little gap over the next pack. These 3 riders don't get caught up fighting each other. Try to get that moto medal. Ezra Hastings trying to make it happen right now. Johnny Garcia, they're battling it out for 2nd place. You see it with our Red Bull drone shot live here on RacerTV.com. And the leader, Hayden Hefner, not too far out front. Hayden Hefner, I'll tell you what, he's a classy guy. He's a playboy. Hayden Hefner out front, not playing around right now because he has heat. Johnny Garcia is back. Hefner a mistake. Garcia trying to retake the lead.
Yeah, that's what we said. You know, Garcia just going to kind of hang out maybe and look for a mistake. But when you see that opportunity, you have to take advantage of. Not sure what Hefner was doing right there. Like you said, a slight bobble. But look at this. Garcia has new life.
Woo,
and
Garcia.
here he comes, going to take the long way around, Jason.
Garcia just bulldogged it, lifted the front end, and then triples out.
Dude.
Johnny Garcia back into the lead.
Let's put an exclamation point with a little triple out right there. Headed back into the beach, so back out front. Johnny Garcia responding to that nice clean pass by Hefner. Maybe he saw something out of Hefner in the last 2 laps that he's going to put to good use from here on out.
We're going to find out what kind of shape Garcia is in because that was a lot of effort that he just put in to huck that triple and also manual over some of those big bumps.
Oh, my goodness.
He's sprinting away right now. He is fired up. Hefner under fire from Ezra Hastings in third.
Yeah,
see him all right there.
Yeah, Joseph Tate hanging out back there in that 4th position. Josh Strickland in the number 5 spot. Gray Tate in the 6th. Vinny LaHoovie 7th. Austin Winslow in 8th. Spencer Winter in 9th. And Reese Campbell in that number 10 position. So all of these guys right now only on 3 laps. Actually, our top 3, top 4 only on 3 laps so far. And as these guys put it together, look at this. Vinny LaHoovie Jr. making time. Vinny LaHoovie coming out of the PA area, able to put himself up into the 6th spot right now. Vinny turning a 2:01. Your leader's turning a 2 flat, then a 2:03 and a 2:02 right ahead of Vinny. So his 2:01, he should be able to make up some time, but it's going to be interesting to see how Hefner and Hastings are going to be able to respond to this pressure. Tate and Strickland going to hook up, going to bring themselves closer to the front. Vinny LaHoovie Jr. hopefully going to be able to get himself in the middle of one of those trains right there, kind of get in the tag-along mode. Austin Winslow, Austin riding in the number 7 position now on that 50 Yamaha. A little bit slower on the pace, about a 2:04 right now, but Winslow able to see the leaders, able to keep an eye on the group ahead of him, so very important. Gray Tate, a 2:06, just a couple seconds off of Winslow's pace, but what he has to worry about is he's got to worry about Reese Campbell behind him. Tate turning in 2:06. Campbell turning about a 2:04, so definitely making a quicker lap time, but probably taking farther around the course, taking a longer line. So we'll see how that plays out for him. But Johnny Garcia looks like out front again. Hayden Hefner able to make that pass there at the end of lap 1, but not able to keep it, not able to make it stick. So the Playboy himself, Hayden Hefner, back in that 2nd position. Ezra Hastings looks like he was turning a 2:02, so running a bit faster, maybe about a half a second faster than Hefner, but once again, depending on line choice, just really not able to get up there and use that little extra bit of speed.
So Tate now on that 81. I don't know what has happened to Hefner. It has come undone. He had the lead, lost the position, lost another one here. So Hefner, probably because of that crushed velvet suit that the Hefner family likes to wear, probably a little bit hot on a hot day like this. I'm
not
just
very
kidding.
breathable.
He's in regular motocross gear. Yeah, not very breathable.
You got to think those tails would be a hindrance as well.
It gets caught up in the rear end.
Yeah, you're trying to seat bounce. You got crushed velour hanging up on the gripper.
He's got a cane.
I think
you hold on with those white gloves.
Give gripper a whole new meaning, really, I think so.
Yeah, totally different kind of gripper seat. So Hastings up to 2nd, and with the 3rd in Moto 1, Joseph Tate up to 3rd here in Moto 2, I would think would unofficially be your points leader. We finally have one of your top riders from Moto 1 on the radar. It is Jack Fowler in 13th. So by my estimates, Fowler and Taylor must have gone down on the first lap in that pileup in turn 3, and the rest is history.
Yeah, you have to be absolutely correct. Out of 4 guys, they had to be two
of
them.
Can you believe that?
No doubt about it.
Poor Chris Wheeler is down there pounding the Advil right now from Suzuki, seeing the one class that they really seem to have on lock, and they go down together.
Dude, the ibuprofen going down heavy down there. Too,
hey, it happens to the best of them. How about your boy Mitch Payton this summer? My gosh, are they star-crossed or what?
Holy cow. And you know what? I have to say, nothing is a given. And when you see the Geico Honda pulling a whole shot, when you see a Star Yamaha pulling a whole shot, you know, there was a day that you didn't expect anything
all the way.
but a PC Kawasaki out
right.
front. And let me tell you, the development of all these teams, the level of all these riders. Hey, Mitch was the first to do it correctly. Peak antifreeze, blue Hondas, team uniform look, Axo gear. Everybody did the same thing. We showed up at the same time. We practiced a great pattern for today's racing, and you see it successful for all of the teams, but nothing is a given anymore.
No, man. In fact, look, we have 6 brands that can win in any given day in any class out here, and also at the pro level 6. That's really an all-time high watermark for parity in the sport amongst brands. Suzuki trying to get back up into the thick of things. Jack Fowler is 13th. And we still do not see Richard Taylor, our first moto winner, inside the top 15. So this is a disaster. I'm trying to find those guys watching out the window here. I see Jack Fowler on the 88. He has 2 riders in front of him. But where is the 44 of Taylor, our first moto winner?
Have you laid eyes on him?
I think we finally got him here in the sweeper, coming to us on that 44, the RM Army, and the FXR gear. So the good news for Taylor is there's 3 riders right in front of him. He just made another pass. Now he's going after the number 37.
Hey, I got to tell you, did you see how that bike moved left? Did you see how he made that move and didn't really care about that rut? That's Rich Taylor Sr.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, hammer it through that
Hammer
rut.
through there.
Okay.
Hammer through there.
When in doubt, gas it out.
Gas it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the theory of his old man, believe it.
Still not enough to be in the top 15, though, for Rich Taylor. Oh, we found him, 44. I'll tell you what.
All kinds of
Game
time.
ball to our RacerTV.com crew. They found the 44. We're halfway through the moto. So we've got our first moto winner on camera, but boys, he got a lot of work to do just trying to work his way into the top 20 right now. He is at 20th place watching the 44 Rich Taylor. He wins Moto 1, down in Moto 2.
He's halfway at halfway.
Okay,
so let's see where
no
we're at.
excuses.
Let's see what he's got in the tank. And I know one thing. Dad had plenty in the tank on the white flag.
Okay.
So that was never a problem.
Okay, no excuse. If you can pass the first 20 riders in the first 10 minutes, just pass all 20 and the
Make
next
it
10.
happen.
Make it happen.
It's that
No
easy,
excuse.
Jason.
It's just math.
It's that
just
easy.
simple math. So Johnny Garcia throwing it down. Has the lead right now. He and Ezra Hastings in a good battle for the number 1 spot.
I got to tell you, Jason, Hastings made that pass on the first, and I really thought that he was going to take control of this thing.
Me too.
He pulled a margin for half a lap, and Garcia said, whoa, 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 pump the brakes.
That's twice that Garcia, remember it was Hefner, got him too. This
10-4.
dude steps it up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, that guy responds to pressure.
Yeah. You only see that kind of racing here at Loretta's. It's so intense. People can find the motivation. There's your gap right now between first and second, past the Yamaha mechanics area. Garcia with 2 seconds now on Hastings. He's starting to pull back away. Vincent Luhovi moving up. Nah, that's not one of them either. You're looking for Jack Fowler.
Hey,
Jack Fowler has gotten himself into 10th. So he'd be looking at a 2:10 right now. Where was Garcia in Moto number 1? I remember he was up front, and I think he had problems.
I know Lahubi Jr. was 6th place.
All right.
He started
He's
this
a
thing,
contender.
He started this thing at about 12th, and he is up to 4th place right now. The guy's making time. Look at his lap time now, 2:02, so just outside of your front runners, and actually right behind Tate.
Johnny Garcia, 19th in Moto number 1. He was up front early, ran into problems. I don't remember exactly what it was, but 19th. So you can scratch our Moto winner here from title contention, I think. The way this class is going, 119.1 to get the job done. Looking at a 119.1. 22 points gets it done. Yep. Ezra Hastings, second. So I guess it'd really be Joseph Tate who'd have a pair of thirds. He might be the rider to watch for this championship. 13 minutes down, 6 minutes to go. Ezra Hastings on the 51. Hastings is looking at a 2-4. Hastings 4th in Moto 1, 2nd here in Moto 2. And Jack Fowler still 10th, who was the runner-up in Moto number 1. Okay, so we're thinking that Richard Taylor, our first Moto winner, as he comes around right now in our Palasport Beach turn, should be just around the top 15. So we'd be looking at one rider with a 119 and another rider with a 115.
Jason, we are looking at a 100% different racetrack than
Yeah,
we
it's
saw
true.
just a couple
It's
hours
true.
ago. If you start watching these guys on the final straightaway here, if you start watching the entrances into the 10 Commandments, and especially over on the beach, these guys are definitely riding the wide track. They're definitely finding that fringe right now.
Yep.
And whether they're listening to us or it's just instinct or not, I don't know.
I mean,
But
take my advice. I know all about it.
these guys are doing that. They're moving out on the track to each side, the inside and the outside, finding those smoother spots. Oh, man, down. Who is that? That is Taylor again, 44 down right in front of us.
Oh, man, Richard Taylor.
On the Husqvarna, or I'm sorry, on the Suzuki, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But part of that RM Army, but just like the old man, going to bring it.
There he is. We got the crash right here on
110%.
TV, just picking it up. That's us right there in the tower. They just rode by. So Richard Taylor had just broken into that top 15 and then goes down. A human-like effort. Well, I think he now has to ride with a bent motorcycle.
Yeah, that bike's bent, Jason.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Hanging to the right.
I actually tried to turn my head sideways to
To
see
try
if that
to-
was true or
yeah,
not.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's not straight.
Got a special stagger in it. It can hold, Cole. Telling you what, that thing is pulling to the right big time. So really unfortunate for Richard Taylor. This second moto has led to his undoing. Johnny Garcia out front on the 52.
Looked like Johnny just made a mistake there in that deep rut. Looked like he dug in a foot, and Hastings able to get a couple bike lengths in on him right there.
Hastings on that 51 trying to close back in from second place. He was 5 seconds back, and probably going to be closer than that. Joseph Tate
Yeah.
is third. He just looked over his shoulder. He wants to know, am I free to go after the leader? Yes, you are. 2 laps to go.
2-lap card is out. And I got to tell you, my hat's off to Johnny Garcia right now. My hat is off. I'm impressed with this young man, able to respond twice, able to pull that thing out. Somebody pulling over right there must be a lapper, but nonetheless, Garcia, 2 to go, riding like a seasoned veteran right here in our college 18 to 24 class. Not succumbing to any pressure, not paying attention to what's behind him, racing forward the whole time. Johnny Garcia, cool, calm, and collected right now. So, Rodney, did you say right now, as they stand, as Hastings and Tate would be tied? Awesome, leading into the third moto. Great, fantastic. And with Mr. Garcia having some bad luck in the first moto, pretty tough. And then LaHoovie had a 6th in the first moto. So, wow, all 3 of these guys up front for the championship. Two-lap card still out looking for our leader. Where's that number 52 Honda at? Making his way back through the beach right now, the number 52, Johnny Garcia. Surrendered the lead momentarily on the first lap, responded, able to pull away, and right now, last time around, 7.7 seconds for the man on the 52 Honda, Johnny Garcia. So every time around, that half a second adds up. At the end of 8 laps, guess what? About 7 seconds. So that's how it happens. Textbook 101 at Loretta Lynns, for sure. Making his way down to the podium, Jason Wygant for our Race Tech Podium presentation. Going to find out from Johnny what that pass was all about, how he made it happen, and what it took to keep that heart rate under control for this final half a lap here. White flag continues to fly, waiting on our leader to come back around one more time. Going to be seeing that checkered flag in just a few moments. Garcia should be working his way back into the infield here any minute. We're going to bring this College Boy 1824 Moto number 2 to a close. Garcia now working his way up and through the infield section of the track. throttling back just a touch. Doesn't want to make any mistakes. Doesn't want to miss any of his marks right now and throw anything away. A great ride by this young man here today. Cool, calm, and collected at all times. Johnny Garcia making it happen. Ezra Hastings making an early pass. Tate able to get up there and hang on to those guys. LaHoovie Jr., Vinny started somewhere around that 9th position, worked his way up into the number 4 spot, throwing down great laps, throwing down 2 minute, 1:59 right around there. So Vinny, one of the fastest guys on the track, looking for a better start in our final moto. And right now, here he comes. Here's your winner of moto number 2, Johnny Garcia on that number 52 Honda. Waiting on that number 51 machine now to work his way around. All right, Ezra Hastings coming across the line, that 2nd position. Joseph Tate rounding out your podium in that 3rd position. Number 4 spot going to Vinny LaHoovie Jr., and Josh Strickland taking that number 5 spot on the number 23 Honda. Giving that starting line just a bit of a drink down there, giving that first turn a bit of a grooming. Getting ready for that Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. So Johnny Garcia, the recipient of that, of the Bell Whole Shot Award, and taking a moto win.
Don't sleep on this college boy class. I believe it was 2 years ago that a young man named Justin Cooper actually was champion of this division. And we know what Justin went on to do. Eventually became the Horizon Award winner by sweeping the A classes last year, and now a factory rider and contender weekly in Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. So this class is legit, and this guy is as well. Every time they threw a challenge down, he had an answer for it. He ends up with a big moto win. Let's hear it for Johnny Garcia. You earned that one, man. You had a challenge from a Hefner. You had a bunch of challengers, and every time they got to you, man, you held up under pressure and you pulled away.
Oh, yeah. I was just focusing on being smooth and smart and riding consistent and leading the whole race, and that's what I did.
How cool does it, how good does it feel, and how cool is it to have a gold medal here at Loretta's?
Oh, it's the best feeling ever. Last time I was up on this podium is in 2010 in the 65 class. So for me to be up here right now, it's a big deal, and I couldn't have done it without everyone that's by my side. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Who else do you want to thank, Johnny?
Definitely Nemesis Performance, Rusk Racing, Skills Racing, Yoshimura, Tamer, Whole Shot Device, Factory Connection, Shannon Ide, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
There it is, Johnny Garcia, your gold medalist. All right. Championship's crazy in this one, unfortunately, for Johnny. Hey, Johnny, what happened, by the way, in the first moto there? I know you were up there, ended up with a 19th.
Yeah, I did all right on the start. I got like a top 10 start, and then I went down twice. And after you go down twice in sand section, it's really hard to recuperate and get your mental fatigue down and get back on the bike. But I knew I was going to come back second moto strong, and look where I'm at.
You did it, exactly. All right, good job, Johnny. So that means the championship in this class is crazy because the 1-2 finishers in Moto 1 were both down early in Moto 2 and didn't make it up to the podium. I want to bring up our second place finisher on the 51, and we'll hand out a silver. So he is in title contention as well. I believe he's looking at a 4 and a 2, and we'll bring up the 51 right now. Hold on here. We got a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Get the photo. Oh, yeah. So in contention for the championship, second place man on the 51. Come around the front here. Let's hear it for Ezra Hastings. All right, Ezra, you're in the hunt, man. You've had two pretty solid motos.
Yeah, first moto, did really good, and then the last lap I just got a little cross-roaded and just tried to finish strong. And today I got a really bad jump and just held her on around the outside, and it paid off, and then just did my thing.
What about Moto 3, man? What's it going to be like thinking about that one?
From last year, last year was tough, but now I got experience with it, so it shouldn't be as bad this year.
Who do you want to thank, man?
Everybody at Hoosier Tire, everybody out at SSR for helping me out the past couple weeks. My dad for everything, my brother back home, my girlfriend and her brother for coming out to watch me, Mathis, or Amsoil, and Fly Racing, Kuzo at 100%, FMF Joel, and everybody else, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Ezra Hastings, second place in College Boy. And third place, this guy's been consistent. Handing out a bronze medal. 2 podium trips for him. Come around front. Let's hear it for Joseph Tate. All right, Joey, take me through that one.
I got a little bit worse of a start than the first moto. I think I came out like 10. And I just put on a couple quick passes. I think by the first lap I came around 5th and just picked off the other 2 guys. Finished out 3rd.
All right, who do you want to thank, man?
I want to thank everyone at South of the Border, Mike Burkeen, Matt Burkeen, Freddie Norn, Chad G, Ryan Schaefer, everybody over there. Scott Goggles, Fox, Relink, Milford Riders Club, F3 Filter Cleaner, Dunlop, all my friends and family for supporting me this week. Everyone back home, all the New England fans, Danbury Power Sports, Ace Tire, Cole Beach Photos, Factory Connection, and FC Mike. I lost a friend last week, passed away in a motorcycle accident, so I'm riding for cheese this week. Love you, brother.
All right, that's awesome. All right, you made him proud. Let's hear it for Joseph Tate. So that's our college podium. I'll send it back up to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. Coming up next, race number 19. That's our Super Mini 13-16, race number 19. Those guys out on the course right now getting that sight lap in. Taking a look at any changes made to the track here, any changes that have developed on the track. So race number 19, those guys underway right now. Coming up next after them, it'll be race number 20, be our 250C Junior Limited.
We have Jason and Rachel from Lucas Oil. Jason, you guys might be the hardest working guys in the business. You guys are slinging product, and you're slinging product here on site, and the money is going where?
The money is going to VetMX, and it's all donation-based. We've had a great turnout this week so far. In fact, pretty much our whole pallet is almost gone. So if you haven't made your way over there, you might want to try and get there soon. Pretty much we're down to the Slick Mist products, which are all great as well.
Yeah, so what do we, he's raising money for charity, and you brought a pallet of product that you're basically donating to raise money. So whatever you sold of that pallet goes to this charity, VetMX.
Correct. And you didn't even have to really pay for it. It was donate if you want or walk away, and we'll all look at you awkwardly for taking the product.
And we'll talk about, we have a list of names that we are going to call out if you did take any products. So we've been keeping it.
Where can I get a hold of this stuff?
Yeah, of course, the cheapest guy here is already making his way Wygant down to your pallet. So he's going to be taking all your stuff. And you guys are a big sponsor here, and you still you're telling me you got $75,000 worth of contingency headed towards the racers.
Correct. Yeah, we'll be sending that out right after you guys get on your way home. So be looking for that in your emails, and take a look at the My Lucas Oil site and see what we have to offer.
And you guys are the best. We talked about you yesterday. Just a great-looking family. Kids look awesome. You guys are awesome, and you do awesome stuff. Like you're actually for the good of the sport, and that's so rare these days.
Thanks. Well, I'm gonna send it over to my wife when you get into the family stuff. She definitely has more to say than I do. And I think you just like this.
It's like sticking this mic in front of you and bothering you.
Maybe we should talk about how good you guys look. I mean, pretty much 4 guys in a room that is smaller than a toilet stall.
All right, we're gonna
get friendly in here.
We are. You're rubbing shoulders here. We're gonna talk about some racing at hand now. And Nate
I don't want to hear
Thrasher,
the word slick mist
Talon
again.
Hawkins running 1-2, but Crockett Myers with a whole shot on an RM.
He's been killing it on the starts. Crockett Myers really good off the start. Hey, it's Kevin and I. We stay together, and our hotel or cabin usually has multiple beds, but one is just for the luggage, and
the other
we stay as close as we possibly.
We're the best
possibly
friend
can.
that the best friend could be right here.
All right. So Myers has been shoved back actually to third. Yeah, it was Talon Hawkins in the 71 making some moves.
That's a My Lucas athlete they're letting us know, huh?
Oh, Talon Hawkins.
There you go.
Okay. Yep. You know, I was able to make that pass. He had that slick mist and just slipped right by. Nothing they could do to
Slid
stop
right
him.
by him.
But Nathaniel Thrasher has been thrashing the competition in both of these super mini motos. Whit family going to go back and do some modeling photos down by the creek with the coolest looking family out there. Even got the baby style in too. Telling you what, get the REI, where's Jay Peterman from Seinfeld? They need to get some photos. Put that in.
Hey, they're a great time after hours too. Just relax and kick them back. Dude, they are the ones to hang out with.
But that affected our performance yesterday morning. That was the problem.
No doubt.
Yes, we paid
too much fun on it was Tuesday night, I think, down there.
There's Max Volan. He's kind of back off the pace currently, right behind Crockett Myers. He's a Red Bull athlete. Volan working on the number 72, your whole shot award winner. Volan in 4th, Myers 3rd, Talon Hawkins 2nd. Nate Thrasher is way out front now.
Nate Thrasher, I'm saying this is the performance of the week as far as I'm concerned. He has been dominating in his first 2 motos this week. He's now dominating in his 3rd moto of the week. Look at that. 4 seconds a lap faster than anyone else.
A 1:45 for the opening lap of Thrasher is blistering right now.
Kevin, you're 100% right. He muscled his way out there, and he's using strength right now to make that happen.
He's a big kid, too. If you look at Nate Thrasher and Crockett Myers, 2 of the bigger kids on the track, and that just tells me that Nate Thrasher is ready for a big bike as soon as this Loretta's thing's over.
Absolutely. This kid's physical. We're going to get Loretta's out of the way, and we're getting on a big bike, you know.
He is a bad dude. A lot of people interested in Nate and his next 10 years of employment, I guarantee. There are talks going on right now with Nate Thrasher. He's got an offer to play.
What makes this class a little more intriguing, these super mini divisions, that's where Jet Reynolds was scheduled to race. Jet Reynolds, who had become nearly unbeatable at the ranch here the last couple of years, out with a brutal shoulder injury. So it would have been really interesting to see Thrasher. Often it's whatever class Reynolds is in, he's dominating, but when someone else is going 4 seconds faster than anyone else.
That's like Jet Reynolds.
I mean, Thrasher would have been right there no matter who was in this class. So that would have been a real interesting matchup. Maybe we'll get it in a different class next year.
Jet already playing around on the big bike back home.
Yeah, he is back on the motorcycle we saw recently. But what was that, May? Got hurt at Cal Classic?
April, yep.
April, yeah. So
Missed
he's
all the
back on the bike,
qualifiers.
but wasn't able to qualify this year. So Nate Thrasher taking full advantage, and that has happened many times out here at the ranch. One of the riders who already has the confidence misses one. Another rider takes advantage, and you know Nate Thrasher's confidence is going to be sky high after these motos. How about sky high over that jump? Max Volan working on Talon Hawkins.
What a great move. Outside, inside. Stood him up. There he goes. Traditional hand guards. The European look flowing all over the machine there. The number 11, Max Volan. Does he have time? Can he run and get Nate Thrasher? 4 seconds quicker was Thrasher again, Jason Wygant.
That has been consistent.
Guys, the clouds have come back out again too, guys, so we don't have that blazing sun on top of it. It's going to hold just a little bit more moisture in this track, going to keep things just a bit tackier than it normally is at this stage of the day. It's, say, 3 o'clock here at Loretta's.
No, that is not an optical illusion. That is an 11-second lead. That is 2 straightaways. Thrasher over Volan. That is absolutely incredible. That might be the biggest lead I have seen in 2 laps of racing here this year anyway. He is absolutely yarding the field. Thrasher calls Tennessee home, man. He just goes back and forth, eats lunch at the house, cruises back.
Rides the bike back.
Yep. He's in school today as well. He got a pass to come race for 3 hours, comes back.
Yep. Yeah, this is a work-to-learn program, an internship.
Work release program.
Yeah, gets a little bit of credit.
Work release, that's a different
Megawatt
one.
was in a totally different
you and
work
Wes
release
Kane.
program. Yeah. Yep. He's he didn't run a KTM, but he might have had some orange clothing on. I don't know, Megawatt.
Picking up trash.
Some stripes.
Some heavy bracelets.
All right, Megawatt's stepped up the game these days. He's free and clear up here in the tower. We're good these days. But
No more
someday he's going to
felonies.
write a book about the early days of Megawatt. Oh, gosh.
If these prison cell walls could talk, folks.
That's why he's so comfortable in this tower.
And you know
That feels
that
like home.
About 10 years from now, I'm going to hand you just a shoebox full of scribbled notes.
Yeah, that's all your writing
It's
is.
writing.
Yeah.
And hand drawings and stuff. My days from the racing paper.
Yeah, and then be like, okay, I'll try my best with it.
Yeah, I get out the crayons, hand you guys a story, and let you have at it.
Dude, my 2 columnists were you and Timmy Coombs. That's what I had to deal with the racing
That's
paper.
what you
Those are my
learned from. It's
columnists.
true.
Yes,
It's
those
true.
are.
They shaped you.
That was my editorial section of the racing paper. Megawatt and Timmy Coombs. Gosh.
There's Nate Thrasher.
Why do I not look like I'm 60 years old?
You should.
Dealing with these guys. Gosh, man. And then we had an advice column from Jessica. Ask Jessica for relationship advice. Man, I'm a glutton for punishment. Okay, so Thrasher comes by. We actually just watched the 15-second gap in real time. We just paused the camera. Great job by everyone there in the Racer TV jail cell down there. It pretty much is. Even got bars on the window. Maximus Volan, number 11. Talon Hawkins push back. Reezy. He's 4th. Matt LeBlanc 5th. Crockett Myers 6th. Jaden Clough is 7th. Jeremy Ryan, Larry Reyes, and Caden Amaron. Man, Caden Amaron has not had a good start yet this week. He's salvaged some podiums despite that, but he's going to have a tough road to try to get from 10th to 3rd in this one. Brock Bennett, Sage Lewis, Brock Walker, Patrick Murphy, and Jose Gadil round out the top 15.
No relation to Roger Goodell. Thrasher still continuing to just beat this track into submission, man. He is just impressive to watch. He went ahead on the first lap, boom, pulled that jersey right out, just like Jason Anderson. It's totally untucked, unkept, if you will, but it works. He's got a tool belt on there, got the whole deal.
Let's see if we can get Varese up here, man. He's also been working his way up from bad starts all week. Pressure being applied. Matt LeBlanc also on the radar. We haven't seen much of LeBlanc where he wants to be at the front of the pack so far this week. So LeBlanc and Varese trying to work together to move toward the podium. Good battle between Varese on the KTM and LeBlanc on the Yamaha.
Yeah, those two hook up. They're both turning about a 2:01 right now, a little bit quicker than Hawkins ahead of them and on par with Volan ahead of him. So those two might be able to use that momentum, put themselves in a little better position and work on that podium.
You think right now he's put together 3 heaters now that Nate Thrasher's just going to kind of manage this race from this point forward? He's 17 seconds out front. You can definitely toss the championship away if you just keep hammering when you don't really have to.
Yeah, you were talking about 4 laps or 4 seconds on the opening lap, Kevin. This guy's done about 4.2 per lap. So here we are at 17 seconds on lap number 4.
Right.
There's second place rider, Maximus Volan. He's in no man's land right now. There's a little bit of a gap over Hawkins, but cannot see the leader, Thrasher. Thrasher, an MTF product. So whatever they're doing with Thrasher to prepare for this race, don't change that. It has worked. Just already Thrasher has had success here at Loretta's, but this is next level and really making a name for himself going into the future, pulling away big time from everyone in both Super Mini classes. And Super Mini is not a joke these days. It's really one of the most talent-packed classes of all. There's Thrasher on the 48. Just want everyone to know he is shorter than me. We had money on it. That yeah, you'll see on the podium. I'm
He's probably
shocked. He
grown
looks
an
so
inch this
huge.
week, though.
Yeah, he might be taller than he was on Tuesday.
You need to draw a line every time he goes up to the podium and see if it grows throughout the day.
Yeah, Mark Thrasher.
Tuesday.
They got him on a
Wednesday.
stretching rack everywhere, in between motos. Look at that. Nate Thrasher.
Hey, do you think the number 79 is back home in Bakersfield, California, just stewing, or does he just not want anything to do with this right now? Is he one of those guys that doesn't even want to watch the race if he's not participating in it?
Yeah, he's probably taken a baseball, thrown it through the TV screen with the other hand, not the injured arm. But they'll probably kick the TV down. See you soon, Nate Thrasher.
Yeah, Jet Reynolds has owned this division for a couple of years now, and he's done it as a younger kid, too. You remember he came in here and back there, he was like 13 knocking out Super Mini wins. That never happens. That's usually your last year you're that guy, like Nate Thrasher, for instance.
Well, Thrasher right now, you take a look at that body position, you take a look at the body English, the movement on that guy, allowing the bike to move freely underneath of him. That guy is thoroughly in control right now, riding with 100% confidence, and he's manhandling that bike right now. That's exactly how we've got the time we've got.
Hard work. He hangs out, like you said, at MTF, and the motos and the guys, the talent that's there. He jumps in with the big bikes at times, and you're getting better down there. You just hang out. If you can stay the course and deal with Little Johnson, Big Johnson.
Colleen,
she's probably the real one.
Uh-huh. So Thrasher wheeling through those braking bumps. Perfect arc through that corner.
Fastest lap was a 1:56. Now he's backed it down to a 2-minute flat, just managing the race now. Got still another 17 seconds. Looks like Volan's kind of on pace with him as well for these last couple of laps.
Thrasher's done everything right. He's also nailed the starts in every moto as well. So pretty much the only thing when you have this kind of speed that's going to derail you is getting caught up there in someone's mess. We just saw it in that college boy class where first and second in the first moto were both down early, and that ruined any chance of a podium. So Thrasher's avoided the gremlins so far, but we have seen time and time again, especially in the mini cycle classes, someone comes in with 2-2, 2-2, 1-1-1-1, and then the third moto it becomes completely unglued. So Thrasher certainly cannot take anything for granted heading into the third moto of this class, even if he wins this one.
I believe he's ridden a different brand the last 3 years. He was on a KTM, the Rides Unlimited team, goes to Kawasaki the next year, now back to KTM in 3 different years. Nothing's really, he can ride whatever you put under him, it sounds like.
Yeah, man. Jeremy Ryan, I believe we're looking at here, trying to creep into this group. He's just at the back of it. Now, Jeremy, there he is on the Kawasaki way back there. Jeremy was up there earlier in the week, then had some crashes late in the motos, cost him positions, and since then it has been a struggle. So good to see him back on the radar. You're looking at LeBlanc on that 29 Yamaha and Varese on the 63. KTM battling 4th and 5th. Crockett Myers. Did we lose Crockett? Oh, down goes LeBlanc.
There's the 63 of Varese. He goes by. LeBlanc sits and watches those kids go by. I think Matthew's ready to get on that big bike. He's kind of a big kid right on that Yamaha.
Yeah, take a look now, Jason, Kevin, at our lap times. Second place through about 5th place, separated by maybe a second and a half. Now, you got 4 guys under 2 seconds apart right now.
There's Evan Ferry popping into view in the number 15th spot. Kate
Varese's
Namrine has
popping
jumped
into
up
view.
to 8th.
Talon Hawkins' view. He just got inside the 10 Commandments and made the pass. That's going to be good for a third. So this is the Joshua Varese we expected to see throughout the week, now rolling up into a podium spot. So he's got it uncorked. I believe he's got the red hair. So you know he's quick. That's how it works.
He actually had a hair transplant. He's a blonde kid.
Really
pulled
had a
all the hair out.
permanent hair transplant.
Went and got red hair on the black market. I don't know if that's legal.
Yeah. I mean, it is Super Mini. We don't have a stock class, so you can run someone else's hair.
And he went and had freckles tattooed onto his face.
Really?
Yep.
Just to be even more like
red
Carmichael
hair.
and the rest.
Took the melanin out, get sunburn really easy now, all in the hopes of being a great red-headed motocross champion.
Did he go with the synthetic red hair or the cadaver red hair? It's two different ways to do it.
No, it's real human hair.
Okay, so he went with the cadaver. 2 different ways to have the surgery done.
Some people go with the goat hair. It's a little more thick, a little more coarse.
Seems like a sponsorship opportunity to me.
Yeah,
I know.
It seems like there should be graphics out there, Moto hair.
Yeah. Red hair
Moto
and
hair
transplants.
for men.
Red hair, don't
something,
care.
yeah, you know.
Get it done here at the racetrack. Come here a week early, let it set in. By the time it comes in, the red hair will have filled your body. You will become a true redhead, and you will be winning motos in no time. It needs a week lead time. That's all they need now.
To set in. But the gorilla hair that Wes Kane had.
That
He had
purple
gorilla
black hair was so black it was purple when he
Yes,
dyed
his
it. You
hair
remember
was
that? It was
so
so
black, it was
shiny.
purple. Yes.
Wes, I'll give him. He has great hair. I mean, it's super thick. It's not going anywhere. He yells at it, "Stay on my head!" It won't leave.
That's
You're
how
not
it
falling
keeps in
out.
there.
Not any chance.
Yeah.
Hey, his
Hey,
hair wakes him up. Hey, we're Wes Kane's hair, and it wakes him up.
And you're
every
not.
morning.
We're Wes Kane's hair, and you're not. He doesn't even need a pillow. He's got it built right in, man.
Big fluffy head of hair.
So there's Varese on the 63. Nice charge through traffic. He had that battle going on with LeBlanc. LeBlanc fell down. Then he got Hawkins. Next rider on the list, see Hawkins there in the 71. And let's see if Jeremy Ryan can get in that mix. We had LeBlanc with a crash, picked himself up. Jeremy Ryan would be next. Nate Thrasher, 2-lap card, alert. It's en route. And so is our leader, 21 seconds. Jeez, oh man.
He has
this guy.
completely dismantled this field. Something to say about confidence. When those two kids meet at Mini O's, whenever Jet and Nate Thrasher jump on the track, that is it's must-see TV. There's Max Volan, number 11, Red Bull Orange Brigade rider. He is doing fantastic work out there as well. Solid in that number 2 spot. Varese is third. Hawkins, the first non-KTM to break up that KTM freight train. Hawkins on a Husqvarna.
Yeah, and solid, man. That describes Volan really well. Not making any mistakes, doing real consistent laps. Been 202, 203 the entire day. So far, Varese, you know, had a couple little mistakes. Got stuck up in a couple corners right there. Not really able to close that gap as much as he'd like, for sure. And then, of course, Hawkins just fell off the pace in the last lap or so. Had a mistake, I'm sure, that cost him a few seconds. But right back to Matt LeBlanc. Matt LeBlanc now turned into 2:10. So last few laps here, guys having a few problems. Everybody but Thrasher. So Thrasher not having any problems. Got a 20-second gap up there. Max Volan, once again, just doing a great job of hitting all of his lines and doing good laps. So pretty much making it easy on the rest of the field right back there. Just going to fight it out for themselves.
Cool to see Varese run the number 63. He's normally number 24, and he's running 63 in honor of one of his dear friends that we lost a few years ago, Jacek Sloan. So he was really pumped. He posted that on Instagram. He got the number he wanted to honor his good friend that he still mentions, talks about. They were very close, their two families. So cool little deal there put together by Joshua Varese. There's Nate Thrasher. Just absolutely putting it down. 20-second lead. He had a 17-second lead in 3 laps. He's just kind of hung out. Did what he had to do.
Hey,
here.
I've come up with an awesome nickname for Nate Thrasher. Are you ready? You want to hear it?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Get your dumb joke out of the way.
The Thrasher.
Uh-oh, wow.
What do you think?
Wow, that's going to stick.
That's going to stick.
That's, man.
Nate the Thrasher.
Basher, Thrasher. Don't want to say Crasher. The Masher. Hashtagger. Nate Thrasher, the hashtagger. Lap number 8, the 2-lap card is out. I believe the white flag is about to pop out for Nate Thrasher. There it goes. He's got one more lap before he sits on 1-1 Moto scores.
Been listening to you boys. Y'all sound great.
Oh, we know. Thanks, man. Shan Garcia from Texas. We announced with Shan out at Freestone. Shan, welcome to the ranch. You straight to work.
Thanks, Kevin. You guys have been doing a great job the last 2 days. Been very fun listening, entertaining, listening to you guys, and really cool to be here. How about this cloud coverage? It's like cool weather. It's not typical Loretta Lynn hot.
It is. We were talking about that earlier. It's not just oppressively hot out here. And thanks for telling us how good we are. We need to hear that more often, Shan. If you can come up about every 30 minutes, that'd be great.
Well, let me tell you something, Kevin. Your looks don't take you anywhere, so you got to sound good.
You're 100% right. No, I agree. Thanks a lot, Shan. Thanks for you brought the briefcase. Oh boy, you don't want to. If he opens that briefcase, you're out of gas. You're done. That briefcase has gotten me a few times at Freestone. Shan Garcia, the voice of Texas Motocross, as we continue to watch Nathaniel Thrasher working his magic. Got about a half a lap to go. He's got a 20-second lead. Shand on that Orange Brigade ride. I bet he's going to have an energy drink sponsor here in the near future. There's no doubt about it.
Nate the Thrasher.
Wow.
Thrashing.
That's so good.
Thrashing.
So good.
Nate the Thrasher.
The Basher Thrasher. The Master Thrasher Basher.
Kevin, you remember this instantly. What is the longest set of nicknames we ever invented here at Loretta Lynns? You know.
Adam's simply eating a pack of Rolo Cincerillo, right? Isn't that how it worked out?
Well, that's the yes.
Cooper Spud Webb hanging with Mr. Cooper.
That's the one.
There it is, Cooper Webb. You can go 900 different ways with Cooper Webb, but he's
Guy
coming your way right
Mr.
now.
Cooper Spud Webb.
We could go all day on that one.
Yep.
Nate Thrasher is your winner. He wins going away. There's a look at Max Volan. One more turn to go for him. As Megawatt looks at his clock going, man, where is the rest of the field out there? There's Volan, and then you have the number 63 of Joshua Varese wrapping up your podium. Let's see, did Jeremy Ryan get inside the top? He's 6th. I don't think he's going to get Matthew LeBlanc. Heck of a ride there for the number 10 of Jeremy Ryan. And we will wrap it up here in the tower. Throw it up. I'm going to crow hop it down your way. Use two hands. Look it into your glove. Jason Wygant. Here it comes. Take this podium.
And Hope from KTM, super stoked at the 1-2-3 for the KTM here. He's got a lot of water and drinks to hand out here. A lot of riders to keep cool. I'm surprised if Nate Thrasher is even sweating at this point, man. He is good to go. All right, so they got the motorcycles on up. Riders going to cool off. It's not quite typical Loretta's hot, but it's no longer cool. This would be warm for any other place in the United States. We know it can get a whole lot worse. Still don't quite have the humidity yet. Don't say I'm going to jinx it, everybody. Come on. We've already been living on the right side of things for the last 3 days. That's fine. And already downloading with Brian Johnson from MTF is Nate Thrasher talking about his moto, probably figuring out ways they can be even better the next time out, which is a scary thought. Let's hand out another gold medal to Nathaniel Thrasher. Now your confidence has to be sky high after these motos, but what were you thinking coming into the week? Were you expecting to do this kind of damage? He's got to get the hat on. Were you expecting to do this kind of damage? Because it has been unbelievable.
Yeah, I was coming into the week, and I felt really good all year. Just my starts weren't there all year, and it was only 5-lap races. So it was hard to come through the pack, and then just worked in them all summer, and just got the starts pretty good here. Fourth every moto is what we were looking for, and just got to the lead and got out front.
Man, so now that you're doing this, these strong lap times and big leads in every moto, how much more confidence do you have since the week has even begun?
Yeah, a lot more confidence, but we just still got to keep digging. We want more, and once we get out front, we're just trying to put in consistent laps and not go down. The lappers are so bad out there. Like coming up to them, they right in your line, the blue flag, they're getting out of the way, some of them, but some don't. So,
all right. Who do you want to thank, man?
I got to thank Monster Energy, KTM, Pro Taper, Oakley, Seven, Alpine Star, my mechanic Matt, whole MTF crew, my mom, my dad, the man up above, Hope, Nate Ramsey, Nahilo, Lynx Racing, FMF, Factory Connection Suspension, Vertex Pistons. Everybody, thank you.
Man, yeah, a lot of people to thank. A lot of people getting on board this train. Another dominant performance by Nathaniel Thrasher. We'll see if he can keep it going. If not, also in title contention, a bunch of other KTM riders as well, looking for the second-place finisher. Again, on the number 11 Orange Brigade KTM. Let's bring him on up, and let's hear it for Maximus Voland. We'll come on over to the center here. It looks nice on camera. All right, take us through your moto there, Maximus.
Got off to a pretty decent start. Got some of those inside dudes pushed out wide, so I had to check up a little bit. And I just was pushed hard the first 4 laps and got up to second. And I seen Nathan up there, and I tried putting on a push. I just couldn't make it happen. But there's another moto and like 6 more motos after this. This is the next Super Mini class, and looking to get a win in that one.
Oh, yeah. So what do you do for the quick energy turnaround, man? That's not a big break.
Bananas and Pedialyte.
Okay. All right. That's the secret sauce. All right. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd love to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Red Bull, Troy Design, Scott Goggles, FMF, Dunlop, Needler Concepts, Motion Pro, mechanic Brent, everyone at TLD, my dad, my grandpa, Pronto Real Estate, John Moore, and everyone else, thank you.
All right, second place. Let's hear it for Maximus Voland. Good job, Max. And I'm looking for Joshua Varese, who takes third in this one. Varese's been struggling out of the gate this week, but he made it work. Key passes when he needed to make them happen. He made them happen quick, and it brings him up to a podium position. Joshua Varese. Bro, you're riding good. We just got to get you off the gate a little better.
Yeah, I had a way better gate pick this time than any of my other gate picks, so I got a good start. Wasn't the best gate. The gate's pretty choppy end of the day, but I got a good start, and I don't think I was top 5, but I was up there for sure, and I was just trying to find lines, scope out lines that I saw in the sight lap, making sure I stay smooth, and I found really good lines, and I wasn't tripling through the 10 Commandments or hitting the triple after it a couple of race days, so today I finally said I got to do it if I want to be up on the box, so I just sent it and felt good, and thanks to just everybody that, gets me up here.
Sent it all the way to the podium. Nicely done. Who do you want to thank, Josh?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, KTM Orange Brigade, my mom and dad, my little brother, all my friends and family, Randy Lawrence, Thor, Parts Unlimited, Scott Goggles, Twisted, Pro Taper, JaysExcellent.com, For the Peeps, just everybody. I know I'm forgetting some people, but Alpine Star, Dunlop, Factory Connection, and everyone else I forgot, thanks. Oh, and FMF, and then everyone else I forgot, thanks.
There it is, third place. Let's hear it for Joshua Varese. I think I got a whole shot award to hand out here in Super Mini. All right, KTM folks are happy with Joshua as well. Crockett. Bell Helmets whole shot award, $100. The Suzuki man, Crockett Myers. Been ripping some starts on that Suzuki, man. Looking good. Move over here. It's a little bit better on camera. How'd that one go?
It was good. I got off to a really good start. My dad packs a really good gate, and I just got a good start and went out there, rode my own race, made a couple mistakes, but all in all, it was a good race.
Who do you want to thank, Crockett?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Suzuki Cycles, Chris Wheeler, Dunlop, Rob Fox, Jeff Cernix, Answer, Alpine Star, Ethica, Bell Helmets, Benny, FMF Joel, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Crockett Myers. And Bell Helmets, $100. They're going to take his photo, and I'm going to send it back up to the announcer's tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. Hey, we got a white Toyota RAV4, Georgia tags APJ 3838. Sheriff's Department has asked that you move that vehicle immediately, please. White Toyota RAV4, Georgia tags APJ 3838. Please move that vehicle immediately. Well, on the track right now, we've got our 250C Junior 12 to 17-year-old riders out on their sighting lap as they take one final look at this racetrack before the gate drops in Moto number 2 for these riders. And as we take a look at this one, we've seen these names, and wow, we remember these races, I think, from Moto number 1, the 99 KTM of Luke. We were calling him Phineas and Ferb and all that, and we found out how to say his name, and I've already forgotten. But Luke is out of Westfield, Indiana, not far from the Westfield Power Sport crew, and of course he taking that Moto 1 win. He's hoping to be able to do that 2 times in a row, but with this being the novice class and the inconsistencies we've seen from Moto 1 to Moto 2 in a lot of different classes, it's going to be probably kind of hard, but at the same time, Luke's got some things dialed in. The 17 of David Dabin out of Lehigh, Hawaii, finishing up in a second-place position. The 74 of Michael Savard from Canada in third. Then Mark Wilson from Weatherford, Oklahoma, finished fourth aboard the number 33. Logan Schaefer from Augusta, Kansas on the number 27 Yamaha in fifth. The 31, Seth Crotty from Vancouver, Washington, was sixth. 96, Tristan Moffitt from Palmer, Alaska, in the number 7 spot. Eighth place, Alex Weinheimer, the number 30 out of Batavia, Ohio. Scottsdale, Arizona, home to DJ Weber, the 51 machine, in ninth. In North Branch, Michigan, out of, or is Garrett Simpson on the 87 Yamaha. And, you know, amazingly, looking down through this list of top 10, and I don't know that I see and notice this very often, but this time around, there is 10 different states represented in the top 10. And not only 10 of the continental United States, but actually 2 of them are the outside the continental part. We're talking Hawaii and Alaska being represented, and I think that's pretty neat. So that's a good cross-section of the U.S. when you take a look at this top 10 breakdown in this 250C junior class.
That is really neat, and I always like to look at that myself, Rodney. Want to see where all the competition and all the talent's coming from, and see exactly where you know, where the next maybe fast patch is coming from. A lot of times we'll see groups of kids like the Bakersfield crew and stuff
Florida
like that. Florida,
and
yeah,
California guys.
For years, New York had some notorious groups of fast riders up there. So interesting to see 10 states in the top 10.
Yeah, it sure is. As we go through the Bell helmet hole shot, look at that. Thanks a lot, Luke. Luke F. We'll call it Phineas right now. And anyway, back out to the front of the pack. Way to go, Luke. Good job, the 99 out front, that 16 machine in the number 2 spot. I believe that was a 16 that we were looking at. I might have misread that one as well. So back through Storyland now as we try to get it sorted out. Yeah, I totally missed that number. I thought it said 16. So we'll get your second place ride as they start to make their way out of that Storyland area now, and still can't get it.
Every time we go to get it, man, it just kind of gets blurred just a bit on us right there.
Everything's working against me today, man. I tell you, it's like, well, Luke, well, I don't want to say Luke's working against me because he's doing everything in the world that he can to be up front. That is a 16. Okay, maybe I just missed the 16. 16 followed by the 23 and
the 24.
Do I have the right paperwork here? I can't see either one of those. Yeah, that's what I've got.
All right, first lap getting ready to come to an end right now. Leaders making their way into that tight 180 right down here below the tower.
All right, and I did find the 23.
It looks like it is number 99, Luke Finnis, still out front.
16, Nick Norton. He finished 31st place in the number in the first moto. So 31-2 right now is what Nick Norton's looking at. Dustin Renteria, the number 23 machine, he also a mid-pack finisher in the 21st place position out of Hollister, California, as he opens up in a 3rd place position here in Moto number 2. The 87 machine, that is your 4th place, right? Garrett Simpson, he finished in 10th in Moto number 1. Rounding out the top 5, the 74, Michael Savard. Savard was a 3rd place finisher in Moto number 1. So of the top 10 right now, only 3 riders that finished top 10. Make that 4 now as David Dabin has checked in, I guess, in that number 7 spot. So he's out of the Hawaiian rider there, the number 17. So we've got about 4 out of the top 10 that have made it there on that first lap of racing. It'll be interesting to see what happens as this race progresses, how many of those top 10 riders from Moto 1 will be able to make it in there, or who is going to turn things around for themselves here in this second moto.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. But what I see already, I see a 151 for Luke on lap number 1. That's quick. You know, this morning, some of our A classes and pro classes turning a 154, 150 flat. Oh, my goodness. Big pile up on the screen up there right now, back in back around the campground back there. So it looks like the 23 of Dustin Rotera and the, 74 was it?
Yes,
Not sure.
Michael Savard.
All right, not sure if that was the 74 or not, but it definitely was Dustin Rentera, who already was up front running in that third position, got together with somebody back there by the campground, and next thing you know, 2 riders on the ground.
Andy Fahey, the 71 Yamaha from Truckee, California, finished 19th in Moto number 1. He was one of the riders that we were looking at that was down there for a moment, Megawatt, as we pick the action back up. There's Simpson trying to work his way through the pack right now from 4th place as we roll into the Thor sweeper turn and the conclusion of lap number 2 now. Your number 99, Luke Phineas, is out front in that number 1 spot. Nick Norton now 5 seconds back in second aboard number 16, Renteria. He drops a spot there as David Dabin is working up through the pack right now. Dabin was 10th place at the end of that first lap of racing. He's all the way up into a 3rd place position now.
Yeah, look at that. Dabin really on the move. Got this thing lit up. Got that Yamaha on fire right now. And look at that. Cooley pulling the tear off as they come back behind the billboard back there. Just setting himself up in a good position right here because we still have all kinds of time remaining. We're only 4 minutes into this thing, Rodney, so Dabin really putting himself in a good position quickly.
Yes, he most certainly is. I may have misspoken. He may have been about 7th or 8th instead of 10th, but needless to say, he is making some major gains real quick. If you look at lap times right now, Phineas, your leader, 204.8, 206.1 for Nick Norton in second, and coming through that pack to the 3rd place position, a 206.7. What does Dabin have in store for us now that he's got a little freer racetrack ahead of him? He got 6.7 seconds to make up on Norton. He could be one that we want to keep an eye on, to be honest with you.
Oh, absolutely we want to keep an eye on him. Like you said, he's got clean air right now. He's breathing clean air. He's not fighting the roost. He can go anywhere on the racetrack he wants to go. So right now is an opportune time for Dabin to make some progress. All right, the debate continues on our leader's last name here. And
the rider said yes, and the dad corrected me, so it's not nice.
Phineas, okay.
Phineas it is. That's what we're going with.
All right, Phineas out front and Norton in second, and the gap was 5 seconds a lap ago. Now, again, I want to watch the 17 of Dabin as we see this. There's Dabin right there, and just ahead of him is the 2nd place ride of Nick Norton. Norton in the final turn. Last time around, 6.7 seconds separated those two. They turned, well, Dabin a 206.7, about 0.6 slower than Norton, but he was in some traffic this time around with free air, a 203.1.
Wow.
And he closes that gap now down to 2.4 seconds. So the 16 and 17 are the ones to watch right now. And Dabin turning the fastest lap so far of the moto as we watch the 17 come from around behind the billboard, now around the Yamaha mechanics area. And you can see he has got one thing in mind, and that is the rider ahead of him now as we roll to the Red Bull Arch. And we start to see that gap begin to shrink there on Nick Norton. Look at that. We've already seen that 2.4 second gap. I think another half second. There went another half second right there, Megawatt.
Yeah, Dabin's got some great lines right there. And what he has, he's got momentum and confidence. Look at him change lines midway through the 10 Commandments.
Side by side now.
He went from one side of the 10 Commandments to the other in order to make the pass. And how clean was that?
Wow, that was very well executed by the 17 of David Dabin, as now he moves into the number 2 spot. And with a ride like this, he is actually running consistently faster lap times than your leader of Phineas now. And basically, I have to begin to wonder, will he find the fire with 10 seconds now that separates he and the number 1 spot? Will he find the fire to be able to close that gap?
From what I've seen, yes, he will, and that's because of his lines right now, because of his confidence. And I got to tell you, you just watched him pick up a 1.5 seconds between the 10 Commandments and 2 turns.
Yeah.
That guy picked up a 1.5 seconds. He's on a mission. He's riding cool, calm, and collected right now, and his confidence is extremely high. You can tell by his body position.
Yeah, and the 99, Phineas, he could find himself falling into a groove, but after a Moto 1 win, the kid already seems to be somewhat experienced at knowing how to, I guess you could say, handle the race up front and work it to his advantage. And as we approach the halfway mark, just past the halfway mark, actually, of this 15-minute moto, 4 laps down, the 99 is in. He just turned a 2:05. Dabin a 2:03.8. 4. So now we are right there at 10 seconds almost flat between first and second. Norton 3.8 seconds back in third. He's got a comfort zone of his own of 10+ seconds, it appears, as well.
Dabbing only 0.3 of a second variance in his last 2 laps. He's in a groove right now. He's got that mojo flowing. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and he can see Phineas right now.
Well, when you look at lap, he turned the fastest lap on lap number 2. He turned the fastest lap on lap number 3, and he established that as the fastest lap of the moto. And like you said, only 0.3 off of that pace on lap number 4. Very consistent ride for the 17 machine.
Yeah, that tells me he's hitting the marks. He's making the corners. Everything he's wanting to do is happening if he's staying that consistent.
Well, Mikhail Savard, the number 74 back in 6th place, was your 3rd place finisher in Moto number 1. If you're wondering how the rest of the field may have be faring here in Moto 2, the 33 machine, who was your 4th place finisher, Mark Wilson, don't see him in the top 15 right now. We'll do a little research and find him a little further back. 27, Logan Schaefer, also, well, he's back in 11th place position. Schaefer rounded out your top 5. So we see that, again, as we've seen a lot today in a lot of different classes, not just the novice classes, there's a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of separation in riders from where they were in Moto 1 to Moto 2.
Absolutely, and several times today. Only a couple times have we seen the front runners from Moto 1 become the front runners of Moto 2 earlier, instantly.
Yeah.
It seems to almost have been a flip-flop for 50% of these classes.
Right. You know, the back of the field's up front, and the front of the field's in the back, and they made for some great racing. I mean, you know, generally, you wait till the 3rd moto to see the types of battles that I think that we're seeing out here in the 2nd motos, all right. And I can't wait to see what Moto 3 will bring when we get into those tomorrow.
Right. That tells me if we've had that big a flip-flop and the points are that scattered in some of these classes, then man, oh man, Moto 3 is just going to be off the chain.
And Finney is checking in. There is dabbing in. Norton is in, so no change. Looks like we're holding steady in the position between 1st and 2nd, and that will be, well, that's exactly the way they finished in Moto number 1. So Phineas will be going in with a 1-1, dabbing with a 2-2, so a couple of positions or a couple points separating them into the championship. Mikhail Savard is the one we're keeping an eye on. He finished 3rd. He was in 7th a lap ago. He's up to 5th now after 5 laps, and if we look at lap times right now, he may, within the next lap or 2, get into that, into a battle for the 4th place position, and then it's going to be a long road to hoe from that point on, because there's 15 seconds between him and the next position of 3rd place.
Yeah,
It's the final podium spot. Yeah.
The next stop up the road's another 15 seconds, and like you said, running faster than the competition ahead of him. But right now, Rodney, we're down to 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, running out of time.
Really gonna be up against the clock right now.
Yep, and 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited class. 2-lap board, I believe, is out on this one now, so we'll be seeing a white flag come out next time around for your leader, which will be in just a moment. We're coming off of the, I believe, Rocky Mountain here pretty soon with the leader, and into the heart of this race course. Your KTM lead rider is now into the Thor sweeper turn and using the inside. And, you know, we've seen a lot of riders using that outside, trying to rail the high side of that, maybe even ride around almost literally on the hay bales out there. But we're seeing today, as pointed out, the inside is starting to become a hot spot as far as these riders are concerned, and trying to manipulate this race course. So some definitely different looking characteristics to that sweeper turn today. Not nearly as many rolling bumps out there, but still rough and got its challenging face on. There's dabbing in for 2 now as he has dropped to 15 seconds. Must have made a little mistake back there of his own, as now the gap is only about 10 seconds between he and the 3rd place position. Maybe, yep, still remains 9.551.
And let me tell you, we watched riders in a moto 2 motos ago pick up 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
So anything is possible down here. This is an ever-changing landscape, ever-changing racetrack, and all of a sudden, Rodney, there might be a single line, there might be a single corner that one of these guys finds, and in 3 laps make 3 passes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
Mikhail Savard up to the number 4 spot as we anticipated here at the end of lap number 6. He's still 14 seconds behind Norton in that 3rd place position. That drops Moffitt off to the number 5 position with Garrett Simpson in 6th. Dustin Renteria in the number 7 spot. Seth Crotty in 8th. DJ Weber 9th. Brian DeReuter rounding out the top 10. The 31 of Seth Crotty, he actually finished 6th place in Moto 1, so he's finally putting himself into a close to consistent fashion there as he's up to an 8th place position. Renteria, looking at that name, I believe he had a good run going yesterday, but don't see him there in the top 10 in the finish of Moto 1, but looking like things are turning around for him here in Moto number 2.
Well, rolling down to 1 minute right now, Rodney. The final stages of this one, making our way down into the final stages of it. So right now we're going to have Rodney working his way down to the podium. White flag is out right now, so Rodney on his way to the Race Tech podium. Luke Phineas out front right now, still David Dabbin in that 2nd position. Nick Norton riding in the 3rd spot. Michael Savard in that number 4 position. Tristan Moffitt rounds out the top 5 with Garrett Simpson in 6th. Dustin Renteria in the number 7 spots. Seth Crotty in the number 8 spot. DJ Weber in 9th. And Brian DeReuter in that number 10 position. So waiting right now for your leader to make his way back through. As a matter of fact, checkered flag is out. Those guys pass right below the tower and so fast go from the white flag to the checkered flag. And right now, Phineas able to make it happen. David Dabbin in that 2nd position. Nick Norton taking that 3rd spot. Coming up next, our 85cc 9 to 12. 85cc 9 to 12 coming up. That's race number 21. On deck behind them in staging area should be our Schoolboy 1 12 to 17 BC in staging area. So coming up next, 85cc 9 to 12. Just about 3:45 right now. More cloud coverage working its way into the area, keeping things just a bit cooler out there as we move in later into the afternoon. Very unusual for 3:45 in the afternoon here at the ranch. Normally high temperature right now, high humidity, low moisture, but quite the opposite here this Thursday afternoon. Getting ready to finish up with our 2nd round of motos. Going to get into our gold medal rounds tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact. I believe around noon or so. Going to be getting into our gold medal rounds and, of course, working all the way through Saturday and handing out our class championships and number 1 plates.
All righty, down here on the podium now with Luke Finnis, winner of Moto number 1 and your Bell Helmet Hole Shot Award winner. Put your hands together. A pair of ones here going into that 3rd moto for you. And, wow, Luke, what a great run, man. Drop of the gate, bam, off that gate like a rocket.
Yes, sir. It was close, I thought, but apparently I got it. And after that, I just stayed consistent, made a few mistakes, but then cleared my head and went back to it.
You most certainly did, and of course, with that, how does it feel going into that 3rd moto, knowing where you're at in a 250C class like this?
Oh, it feels fantastic.
And I'm sure you feel like you might have a 3rd one in you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, looking forward to seeing that, and of course, I'm sure there's some folks you want to say thanks to.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank my mom, my dad, Westfield Power Sports, Fly Racing, Club MX, 100%, Alpine Stars, the Lord up above, and everyone. Just thank you.
There you go. Luke Finnis, ladies and gentlemen, taking the Moto 1 and 2 wins, and also the Bell Hole Shot Award. Give me some gold medals over there, guys. I forgot to go grab those on my way over. We're going to get him his gold medal. We're going to get the 2nd place position up here of David Dabbin, and, of course, Nick Norton over here in just a moment as we'll congratulate these other 2 riders. So, wow. Big days here, and Luke has got to be feeling pretty proud. Now, this is what you worked so hard for, my friend, this gold medallion right here. One more time, Luke Finnis, ladies and gentlemen, taking the Moto win. All right, we need our silver medal winner up here. David Dabbin, come on up. Wow, he had a little bit of work of his own cut out for him as we present to him silver. David, wow, second moto, coming into this one a 2-2. This guy's kind of tough to beat, huh?
Yeah, he was riding really good.
Tell me about that one. How was your start?
My start was kind of drunk. The kid next to me hit my bars, so I was pretty much last, I think. And I had to work hard to get second place.
So tell me, what are you thinking going into moto number 3? You think you got something for him?
Yeah, if I get a good start, we can battle.
So this is going to be a good one. I can't wait. We're going to be gunning for that, man. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Thanks to my mom and dad, Quiet Energy, TBT Racing, Aloha Juice Bar, my whole family back home, my brothers, friends, auntie, uncles, everyone else. Thank you so much.
David Dabin, ladies and gentlemen, taking second, a 2-2 for this 250C junior rider. And as we go to our third place position finish, we ask for the number 16, Nick Norton, to make his way on up. And we ask you folks to make some noise for Nick Norton, third place here in Moto 2. He's a real deal rider. You can tell by his hat as he comes up here. And Nick, I tell you, man, it looks like Moto 1 may have not gone as well as you'd hoped. Is that the case?
No, Moto 1 wasn't that great. I got off to a bad start, a bad gate pick, and then I crashed a couple times. But this moto is definitely a little better, but I got more on me.
There you go, man. Redemption out there in that second moto. So seeing how well you go out here in this second moto, what are you hoping for out of this third moto?
I'm hoping I can get out there, get a better start, whole shot, and carry it on from there.
Working hard to get to this point, man?
Yeah, definitely. I've been training with Real Deal, and that's just amazing. They have a really great program.
Well, I tell you what, I'm sure Real Deal's got to be real proud of you right now. Who else you want to say thanks to?
I especially want to say thanks to my dad and my mom for coming out to watch me. And then all my sponsors. I got Real Deal, Mika Metals, NorCal KTM, 365MX, Boykin Suspension, everyone behind me. 100%, Bell Racing, Guts, everybody.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. It's Nick Norton, third place here in Moto number 2 as the stage is set, and more racing about to get underway from down here at this Lucas Oil starting gate, guys. And wow, you know, as hot as it was and as intense as the sun was a little while ago, a little cloud cover has brought it right back to comfortable here at the Dude Ranch. Little track maintenance underway right now, as we can see water going down and a few areas of the race course being groomed, and a perfect opportunity for you to stop by the Moto Tees event souvenir stand and pick up your latest apparel. And of course, if you've been racing this week and you haven't stopped by the Mad Moose booth and checked out your photos, you need to be sure and do that, my friends, because that's a great way to capture some of these memories that you're making here during your Loretta Lynn experience. And if you haven't had a chance to stop over and check out the action from over here from under the Moose Racing rig, be sure and do so. Pick up a full color catalog of all the great Moose Racing attire and Moose Utility Division products they have on display.
Rodney, we got race number 21 coming up, my man. That's our 85cc 9-12, race number 21. Those guys down there eagerly awaiting their sight lap right now. Ryder DiFrancesco taking the win in Moto number 1 with Nick Romano hot on his heels in the number 2 spot. Ryder McNabb out of Canada riding in that third position, finishing in third spot in Moto number 1. Preston Blosflug in that Battleground, out of Battleground, Washington. He's finished in the 4th position, and Daxton Bennett rounding out the top 5. He comes from Morganton, North Carolina. So DiFrancesco, Romano, McNabb, Blosflug, Bennett, and Cochran, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in our 85cc 9-11 Moto number 1. Looks like we're getting our equipment off of the track right now. Going to send these guys out for a sight lap, and then we're going to be underway with Moto number 2 for our 85cc 9-12. Cloud cover remaining to hang out with us. Going to be a blessing as we move into the last motos of the afternoon. Going to keep that air temp down just a bit. Gave the track a little bit of a drink here. Should be enough to get us through the rest of the afternoon. As a matter of fact, the way we have this cloud coverage, the way that the sun has been dissipated just a bit, going to be able to hold some of this moisture down. So not really anticipating having to give the track another drink throughout the rest of the day. If you haven't done so, make your way down to Moto Tees. Now's the time to get your favorite shirt, get your favorite color, get your favorite size. Supplies will be running low over the next couple days, no question about that. They've still got all kinds of memorabilia down there, souvenirs, and all kinds of toys for the kids. So stop down Moto Tees and see Charlie and the crew down there. Say hello, pick up something for one of your friends and neighbors, family that couldn't make it, a little keepsake for them, a little souvenir for your friends from the ranch. Final preparations being made now on the surface of the course right now, getting the last few areas now watered down. So looks like equipment will be heading back to the waterworks area. Get our 85cc riders out on the course here for our parade lap, our sight lap. Race number 21. 85cc 9 to 12 anxiously awaiting on the gate. Race number 21 coming up after our 85cc 9 to 12 will be our schoolboy 12 to 17 BC, 65 7 to 11, 450c super mini 1 12 to 15, and final race of the day will be 2. So right now riders out on the track for their in our 85cc 9 to 12 division.
Well, I seen Kevin Cobb out just a moment ago down here on the lower deck of the announcer's tower. We're going to stop down here, talk a little bit about the sick recovery services that's coming up tonight, the meeting down at Western Town. And Kevin, I know we were talking about doing this in a few moments, but we got just a second here. Let's take this time to again invite folks down for the sick recovery addiction seminar that's coming up tonight.
Yeah, tonight down at the Loretta Lynns Museum, we're going to have the first ever recovery meeting down there for anybody that may be struggling, just needs to talk to somebody about what's going on. And then, hopefully have a couple people from around here just talk about sick recovery and where we're going to go next.
Exactly. And one thing we want folks to remember is don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. Step up, and if you realize that you got a problem or you think there may be somebody in your family with a problem, step up. Let's try to get some help. Let's shine some light on this problem that we kind of been turning our back on in the past.
Yeah, no doubt, man, that I for sure was embarrassed in the beginning, but the only way I got through it was being around people like me that had an issue that wanted to help. And there's going to be a bunch of people there tonight that absolutely live to help. I live to help another addict. It's what my calling is, what my purpose is. So there's going to be other guys down there that just want to help. I'm pumped about it. I'm ready to go.
Kevin, I'm happy you're here, man. Thanks for bringing this to the motocross world.
Thank you, sir.
All righty, there you go. And Megawatt, we got our sight lap going on right now, and we're about ready to drop the gate on another battle here for Moto 2. Oh, there is no Megawatt. That's why he didn't answer back. So here we go as our next class coming up, the 85 9 to 12-year-old class coming up. And this is one of those ones where lots of folks are going to be keeping another close eye on. We got riders like Ryder D, Nick Romano, Ryder McNabb, Preston Boslug. Those were your top 4 finishers for Moto number 1. Daxton Bennick is in this one. Casey Cochran is in this one. Chance Hymas is in this one. Colin Allen, Chris Tignanik. Wow, a relative who's who, a relative who's who of 85cc 9 to 12-year-old riders. These are the kind of classes I don't know. This is another one of those very deep fields where a number of riders could end up winning this, and a lot of it's going to hinge on starts. A lot of it's going to hinge on just being able to put it all together for the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, we got a RAV4, a white RAV4, looking for those Georgia tags. If you've got that, I believe it's the last 4 numbers on it. Here it is, APJ 3838. If that happens to be your white Toyota, we need to get that moved ASAP. Thank you very much. All righty, taking a look at this Red Bull Live drone here, and we're looking at the Lucas Oil start gate as these 85cc 9 to 12-year-old riders. And again, it's hard to believe these kids are only 9 to 12 years old. We've been watching them race so long here at Loretta Lynns. They seem like they should be in their early 20s by now, but no, they're still pre-teens out here racing in this thing.
You know, I've been lucky to do a lot of different motocross and a lot of different TV things, and occasionally you get producers or reporters that work in other sports. And of all the facts about motocross that I tell them that blow their mind the most is the idea that most of the riders, we've known that they were good since 8 years old. It doesn't work that way. In Little League, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of good 8-year-olds, and the best 8-year-old baseball player very rarely turns out to be the best 28-year-old baseball player. In motocross, many of them are marked men from a very early age, and the accuracy is astounding. It's probably like 75% of the time, a really fast 8-year-old turns out to be a really fast pro. That blows people's mind more than anything in any other sport when they come over and I explain to them, oh yeah, I've known this kid since he was 8. Really? Yeah, because we knew he was good since he was 8, and we go to Loretta's and we see it happen. So absolutely, we got marked men here. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award on the line, and these are future stars. You can almost guarantee whoever is fast in this one is going to be a professional someday.
Ryder D pulling out the
Like
early
him.
lead. And, of course, with that, oh, well, that was almost a clean start. It was turn 2 before we saw one go down. One went off the track, but we were looking at that saying clean start. And a few riders off the edge. You can see a little dust kicking up as these riders jockey for position. Man, a lot of hunger out here in this second moto.
Casey Cochran, I see that Suzuki in there in 3rd, so he's in the hunt. Riders hopping, skipping through the 10 Commandments. Man, it is wet now and a lot more difficult to get through. Look at how muddy some of these riders are on their first trip through that section.
Yeah, we had a pretty extensive water session and also maintenance section with dozers and skid steers and things on the track there a few moments ago. So a lot of work going down, some water, trying to, obviously grasp hold of the dry soils, and that's the number 11 swapping out there. Looked like about 11th place there, but Dave Orland finishing 26th in Moto number 1 is going to have to find himself a way to work up through the pack again, as he may have taken himself out of a top 15 position right off the bat here. Let's see what's going on out of the Rocky Mountain Sweeper. Still position jockeying going on, Jason.
I remember the first moto of this one, I was really interested to see Ryder DeFrancesco is now one of the older riders in this class versus Daxton Bennick, who is starting to make the transition from 65s to 85s. Bennick hung with him pretty good for a long time in the first moto. He's younger. I talked to Bennick's dad. The goal isn't to win. The goal is to just kind of see where you measure up with the kids that have been on 85s for a couple years. Now, Bennick did end up crashing in that one and I think settled for 5th. Nick Romano, also been at this game for a while, got up to the number 2 spot. It was a Cowie 1-2. And how about that? That's exactly what we have early in Moto number 2.
That's it. DeFrancesco, Romano, Bennick, 1, 2, and 3. Casey Cochran in the number 4 spot aboard the 66. Bose Plug is in the number 5 spot. Chance Hymas, the 83-6. Jordan Renfro in 7th. Ryder McNabb in 8th. Colin Allen in 9th. And Matty Jorgensen rounds out your top 10. And taking a look, there's Stave Orland actually was able to maintain a 15th place, so he must have been a little farther up in that top 10 than what I realized as we opened up this first lap of racing.
Yeah, tough break for Stav Orland there, back to 15th after that fall. Meanwhile, we're tracking our leader. That is Ryder DeFrancesco out of Bakersfield, California. Second in the class last year. That's why you get the number 2 plate. The way it works at Loretta's, if you finish in the top 10, you can run that single-digit number the next year. You can't select a single digit. You can only get it if you earn it. And in the mini-cycle classes, if anyone has a single-digit number, you know they're fast because that means they were in the top 10, but they were young enough to not age out of the class.
Wow, look what's going on in second behind DeFrancesco right now. Romano maintaining the number 2 spot. Bennick appears to be very aggressive right now and possibly trying to force a pass as he pulls up side by side coming out of the waterworks for just a moment. Romano rises to the occasion, but I think he knows he's under fire right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Bennick now looking for running room in third place on the number 24. Oh, 2 riders are down at the 53. Oh, this battle for second continues to rage. Look at that. Daxton Bennick makes the pass.
So Bennick, I don't know whether he was trying to catch Romano off guard in the early part of this race and just make that pass without him seeing him coming, but whatever it was, he found the speed, he found the line, and he went railing for it. And here he is up to the number 2 spot, and it almost looks like Bennick may be looking ahead right now to Ryder D to see just exactly where he is. Last time around, there was about a 4-second deficit between the first and second place ride, more like 3.5. And look at this, they've only lost a second to Ryder D, and in reality, Bennick actually turned a faster line. He got around Romano up to second. He's 4.5 seconds behind. He turned a 2:05.8 and a 2:06.4. So we're looking at just a little over a half second faster than Ryder D. This could get kind of interesting. If Bennick's got this kind of speed, maybe he will be ready to set the challenge.
Yeah, he is about a half a second quicker than DeFrancesco right now as Bennick in the number 2 spot. So he went a little faster while making the pass on Romano. So Bennick on the move right now. And we're moving too as we watch Ryder D through the 10 Commandments. Casey Cochran is 4th. Baseflug 5th. Chance Hymas is 6th. There is Romano. You just saw Bennick shoot out of the shot in 2nd. This is the 3rd place rider now. Romano out of Bayside, New York. Into Storyland.
Well, you know, I know Romano coming into this one was one of the riders that folks were going to be watching. I saw him at Sunday Creek. He did a lot of dominating riding there. We've seen him in years past. We know watching him come up through the packs, he's certainly a force to be reckoned with. And I'm sure right now he's thinking, wow, Daxton's really been doing his homework, and he's going to be looking for something in this moto and something in Moto 3 that he might be able to pull out his bag of tricks to try and beat this guy.
Bo, he's been really impressed with Bennick's skills and also his buddy Hayden Deegan. They're around the same age, and they battle year after year, usually on 65s. Last year, I remember they had a mud moto, and they were battling for a championship, and it was just real impressive to see them manage the track in the mud on 65s. The skills of these riders at these ages are crazy. That certainly goes for your leader, DeFrancesco, as well. He's not afraid to twist it and do big things, but technically, these riders are so precise. And Bennick, it's going to be the tail of the stopwatch right here.
He's
Lap
still
time,
faster. Another second
he
faster.
was faster.
1.2 seconds faster. The gap now 3.3. He keeps clicking laps off like this. Ryder D might see the shadows of that front wheel here pretty soon.
So this is impressive. Daxton Bennick trying to run down. Ryder DeFrancesco is up front. See the go past the Yamaha Mechanics area through the twisties. There's DeFrancesco. Bennick's just about got him in sight. Took a 4.5 second lead down to 3.5 by going. Actually, that lap was 1.2 seconds faster.
Yeah. And looks like this lap might be on track to be about the same. Jason, as out of the Cometic corner goes second place Daxton Bennick with only a much smaller margin of deficit there than what we saw 2 laps ago. Remember, Bennick had to work around and up through the pack, around Romano to get in position now. And he's been there for the last couple, well, that was the first solid lap, I think we could say, that he rode there, because the last time when he had about a second faster lap, he was racing against Romano trying to get around him.
Yeah, you're right. So even though he was making up ground, he was still slowed up a little bit. Now we're seeing the real speed. Got to figure that the pit board came out and told Ryder D, can't manage this lead. You've got to step up the pace because Bennick is coming. Oh, a bunch of riders down here. That's the tunnel of love. Certainly isn't right now.
No.
It's a tunnel of dislike. The 82 Talon Zollers, Illinois, one of the riders down. We go back to our leader, DeFrancesco, the Jimmy Johns backed Kawasaki. Real interesting. He actually has represented the sports agency. Kevin Harvick, the NASCAR star, has a sports agency, so Harvick represents himself, several MMA fighters, and that kid.
Wow.
It's a strange thing. And Ryder D told me that there's even a company Christmas party, and he's in the picture. So you got a NASCAR driver, a bunch of the most intimidating, scary fighter dudes on earth, and him. And you see Ryder D, he's in the 9 to 12 class. So he's
Right.
I think he's actually 13 now. But he's 13 going on 10 when you see him in pictures. He's far from an intimidating presence.
Well, Ryder D, 207.9. Not going to say he picked his pace up.
Yeah, what
any,
happened to both of
but
them?
But Daxton Bennett dropped his a little bit there as well to a 208.4. The gap still under 4 seconds right now between first and second. We see almost 10 seconds now back to third. And what happened to our third place ride? We watch Romano slipping away, but all the way back to 10th place from third.
So that's a big difference. DeFrancesco, he went from the 207 and basically stayed there. He lost a little ground on his lap time, but Bennick lost a lot. Bennick almost 2 seconds slower than where he was the previous time around. So I don't know if somehow the track just magically got slower instantly on one lap, or if both of them made mistakes. Look at the gap now. Ryder D. Well, maybe he just got the word that Bennick was coming.
That might have been the case. A very good point, Jason, as already starting to see a few little lap markers there, but I don't think they're going to play anything into this race right now. So still a free and clear racetrack for our front two riders. I think this lap will tell the tale of whether or not Ryder D realizes just how fast Daxton Bennett was closing in. Look at that. Look how hard he's hitting those lines, man.
Woo! Yeah, we mentioned those ruts, man. They get those hooks. Everybody brakes in the same spot. Everybody gets on the gas in the same spot. That digs a little hole. So the ruts are never really that smooth. A little bit easier in the sand here, where the dirt will fall back on top of itself. But here is Bennick. So we had 2 laps of glory, 2 laps of fury. We closed in on Ryder D. Now, oh, he took a look over his shoulder. We got a change back there in third. Chance Hymas is in a third place spot, and Romano, who was third, is now in 10th. So Romano must have gone down. He had a 2-minute, 32-second lap time. Most of the leaders are running around the 2:10 mark. So Romano now, he's in big trouble. Had that podium position. It's Chance Hymas, fellow Kawasaki pilot, taking advantage. He's in third.
Casey Cocker moving up into the number 4 spot. That was at the hands of that misfortune of Nick Romano as well. As we watch up front again, Ryder D, a 207.8, 8-second lead, and there it is, 2:12. So a mistake made by Bennick, and 5+ seconds being lost on that lap of race. We talked about that 5-second. One little miscue would be 5 seconds, and that's basically, I believe, what happened to Daxton Bennick right there.
Yeah. So suddenly the gap is huge. So Bennick, that was 2 laps where he can say, I feel like I can run with DeFrancesco's pace, but doing it consistently is a different story, and Ryder D just grinding it out. For DeFrancesco, it's got to be nice to finally be the older guy in the class. I feel like it was several years here where he was nipping at the heels of some of the bigger, older riders. Now he's the one that gets to be the old man, so to speak, in the 9 to 12 class. It's a lot easier managing a race out front like this. So Bennick's okay. He didn't go down or anything like that, but no longer able to apply any pressure.
It'll be interesting to see what Romano can do as far as trying to make up for that lost ground that he sustained there after lap number 5. Wow. Yeah, it has. Momentum obviously getting slowed down quite a bit there for the 24. Oh, look at this. Up onto the Rocky Mountain. Hymas already trying to strike here as we head into the heart of this race course. He gets a nice run on the outside over the step up to the Kawasaki Camelback. And look at this side by side as they roll into the Thor sweeper turn. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Looks like it's going to be Hymas. A 2:06.854 lap time for him right there. DeFrancesco has settled into a 2:09 after 6 laps of racing complete. We're now 13 minutes into this race, about 7 minutes remaining as far as the battle is concerned. And as far as the clock is concerned, still a lot of time left for things to happen out there. And 10 seconds is going to be quite a bit to make up for Chance Hymas on DeFrancesco, but I'm sure he's going to try the best he can. And I have to wonder if Daxton Bennett can maybe find and retune that rhythm that he had going on there in the early part of this race. And if he can, he might be able to re-challenge Chance Hymas for the number 2 spot. Looking at these Moto 1 results, DeFrancesco took the Moto 1 win. Nick Romano, who we saw drop from 3rd back to 10th, is now up to a number 7 position. He finished 2nd in Moto 1. The 64 of Ryder McNabb is now running in an 8th place position after a struggle of starts there. Preston Baseplug, the 94 KTM, he is running back in the 9th place position here in Moto number 2. He finished 4th in Moto 1. Daxton Bennett, he finished 5th in Moto 1, currently running in the number 3 spot. So when you look at the tail of the tape, I think Ryder D has got the lead in points, obviously, with this, and could be quite a bit of a buffer zone going into Moto 3.
DeFrancesco, 4 championships here at Loretta's. Did it twice on 50s, once on a 65, and last year won the 9 to 11 limited class on an 85. So would love to come out of this event with 2 championships this week and make it 6 for the career. Part of that Bakersfield, California crew. Bakersfield bunch, they call them. Tons of riders all around the same age came out of there. Jet Reynolds, Styles Robertson. Here is Ryder D working through lap traffic now.
2-lap card alert. Believe he'll be getting the 2-lap card next time he comes around as he heads around the Yamaha mechanics area now.
It is well past high noon now, so it is the dog days of summer. Sun is out. We're still lucky we don't have the typical oppressive humidity, but it's warm, no doubt, so these guys are working for it. Next class should be a great one. We have a Schoolboy 125 Schoolboy coming up next.
I haven't looked at the forecast myself, but when Michael Lessie left out of here, he shook my hand and said, "Randy, I'll see you later." And
Randy?
Yeah, no, he didn't really say that. But anyway, he said, "I'll see you later." He said, "Looks like it's going to get hot tomorrow. I think the temperature is going to be around 90, maybe a little hotter," is what he said. He says, "Enjoy the rest of the week. It's not going to be this nice."
Tell Michael Lessie, I'm going to leave you, but I'm going to drop this knowledge on you first. I'm going to drop some knowledge on you before I leave. Okay. I'm headed to the podium, Rodney.
All righty, we'll take it on home as Ryder D is headed that way himself. Lap number 7 in the history books now. And the white flag, I believe, may be getting ready to fly or already flying now as we look at our finish line flagger. Add 2-lap card alert, so maybe that's what's going to be coming up. We're going to wait until we see when Ryder D checks in here in about 20 seconds as he makes his way off the Rocky Mountain Sweeper and the Rocky Mountain itself and right into the heart of this race course as we pick up in the Thor Sweeper turn down low on the inside. As we said, a lot of riders utilizing that area of race course for the fast line today. And with that, I think my batteries died in that one mic. Sorry about that. But Ryder D on his way back through now with 8 laps complete. And as we told you, the 2-lap board is out on this one. Chance Hymas 5 seconds back in second. Daxton Bennett holding steadily in third right now. Looking at about a 9.3 second gap between second and third. You got to commend Daxton Bennett as he's testing the waters, as Jason Wygant was talking earlier, and these waters appear to be in his favor. He had a little mistake there, but nonetheless, he is still going to be a contender, I think, in years to come here in these classes. We see Casey Cochran still in the 4th place position. Colin Allen rounds out the top 5 with Avery Long in 6th. Ryder McNabb, the 64 machine, is back there in the number 7 spot. Romano is dropped to 8th now. Romano has dropped to 11th now and still not checked in with 8 laps complete, so Romano was getting himself back in the game, it appeared, and all of a sudden he is back out of this one. So tough break there. Romano checking in 8 laps in 11th place position, turning a 2:31 lap time that last time around. Frustration, frustration, frustration for the number 41. Ryder D, though, on the other hand, is putting it all together, and like poetry in motion, we've seen him out front virtually unpressured since the beginning of this race, and has just basically put some textbook lines together, hitting his marks out there, hitting those lines. We saw a few little, I wouldn't call them miscues, but saw the full effect of what this racetrack certainly brings to little Ryder D and the rest of this field out there as we hit the final turn for one more lap to go. White flag is out. Di Francesco. Chance Hymas checking in the number 2 spot. And Daxton Bennick, as we said. There's some big gaps. If you look between second and third, there's almost 10 seconds. Between third and fourth, back to Cochran, 10 seconds. Another 9, almost 10 seconds back to the 5th place position as well. So rather, I think, interesting the way that breaks down. These guys so tight and so competitive in the early part of this moto. It just goes to show you, I think, how much they exert, and the harder they work, obviously, and the more effort they're putting in, sometimes the mistakes are compounded, and that may be why those gaps are opening up out there. But Ryder D not worried about a gap right now as he is on his way home to a checker flag in about a minute. We'll see him crossing this finish line right in front of the announcer's tower. Meanwhile, backside of Storyland now as he heads under the Suzuki banner into the waterworks now. And like Jason Wygant said, 4 titles to his credit, working on 2 more here in 2018, and it's rides like this that make things like that come to fruition, and Ryder D is certainly ready to pick that fruit, I'm sure. Hymas, Bennick, Cochran, and Allen, your top 5 is what we'll expect to see as we wrap up this 85 9 to 12-year-old class. We see that Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17 BC will be coming up with a gate drop scheduled at 4:30 this afternoon. And here he is, fist pump in the air, one more time for Ryder D. So a moto win, that's 2 of them for the number 2. Chance Hymas will finish up in second. Third place to Daxton Bennick. Again, the tail of the tape for moto number 1. Hymas took a 7th place finish in moto 1, so he goes 7-2 into moto 3. Daxton Bennick, the 24 machine, looking at a 5-3. Casey Cochran, the 66 machine, looking at a 6-4. So really, Ryder D's got a lot of buffer out there heading into that 3rd and final moto. Chance Hymas again finishing 2nd as we look at the Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard. Hymas, Bennick, Cochran following Di Francesco there. Colin Allen in 5th. Avery Long in 6th. And Ryder McNabb 7th. Parker Ross in 8th. Matty Argeson in 9th. And Preston Base Plug rounding out your top 10 as we head down to that Race Tech podium where Jason Wygant stands by to talk to our top 3.
Yep, this guy knows the podium drill as well as anyone here at the ranch. He's been here many, many, many times, working on what could be a 5th career championship at the ranch, and he does it the right way, start to finish. Pulled the old holy in that one. Bell Helmet's going to hook him up with a $100 gift card for that. Got the podium gogs. Let's hear it for your whole shot winner and your race winner, Ryder Di Francesco. Hey, Ryder D, there were about 2 laps there where Bennick was in 2nd and actually closing up a little bit. Did you find out that was happening because then you really started to wheelie away, or did it just take you a few laps to get going? Whatever it was, you started to pull away after about 4 laps.
Yeah, got up to the lead and really tried something different there. Kind of slow up a little bit and try to finesse my lines and just make them perfect. And I think like lap 4, I got that. So that's when I started pulling away, and my Dunlop tires hooked up great off the start, and got off to this win.
Who do you want to thank, man?
My mom, my dad, my mechanic, Jimmy Johns, Monster Energy, Pro Circuit Kawasaki, Jimmy Johns, Renthal, 60 helmets, Scott Goggles, Alpine Stars, Troy Designs, Ethica, Razor, whoever forgot, thank you.
All right, another moto win for Ryder D. And he gets his Bell Helmets photo there, and then we'll move to the rest of our podium. Looking for second. Let's bring our second place finisher on up. There he is. This is a hard-earned silver medal. Had to make a bunch of passes to get it. Still says Super Chunk on the butt patch. I'm surprised. He's not really, he might be Super. I don't know about Chunk anymore. Second place, let's hear it for Chance Hymas. All right, they're still going with Chunk. The nickname hasn't gone away.
Nope.
Are you still Super?
Yeah.
Take me through that moto, man. You had to make some moves, had to make some passes.
Well, I got up to a good jump. My Dunlop tires were always hooking up. And when I got out, everyone just got out in front of me, so I came around mid-pack. And then I made 4 or 5 moves in the next 2 corners. And I just tried to go for first, but got second.
It's all right, man. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, everyone at Team Green Kawasaki, Monster Energy, Fly Racing, Scott, Alpine Star, Atlas, Pocatello Power Sports, Western Power Sports. Everyone I forgot, thank you.
There it is, folks. Chance Hymas, second place. And we look for the bronze medalist. Taking third place on up. He gave it a run for a few laps, kept Ryder D. Francisco honest, and ends up with the bronze. On the number 24, Orange Brigade KTM, let's hear it for Daxton Bennick. Good job, Dax. I know you're jumping up to the 85 this year, just getting some confidence to run with these guys for a few laps. Is that cool?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good so far, so yeah.
For a few laps, you were making a run. I don't know if you could see Ryder up ahead. Could you get him in your sights a little bit?
Yeah, I just kept on doing my thing, and I kept seeing him a little closer and closer, and then my arms started getting really pumped up, and just almost couldn't hang on, and just started riding smooth and smart.
Yep, held on for a podium this time. Who do you want to thank for it?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. KTM Orange Brigade, Lynx Motors, Dunlop Tires, Scott Goggles, Troy Lee Designs, Power Band Suspension, Leaks Racing, Nihilo, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for third place, Daxton Bennick. And we're going to keep the 2 strokes on the track. Next up is our Schoolboy 1, which is a 125 only class for BC riders. And I'm going to send it to the tower with Rodney.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Wow. Wow. Jeez. Tell me to take my earplugs out next time before you do that.
All right. I think I got Kevin Kelly's mic. We got his turned up because he's too low. Let me adjust this. All right. That might be a little bit more favorable for the ear right there. Hey, the Schoolboy 1 class, just like you said, Jason, the 2 strokes are back out here, but also the fans and the industry and everybody wanting to see the battles are out here as well. And folks that are wanting to see what Ty Masterpool may have up his sleeve for Moto 2, as he took a Moto 1 win in this class, and very masterfully he did that. Ethan Mann manned his way into the number 2 spot with Preston Kilroy in 3rd, Aiden Tejero in 4th. 5th place was Brock Lassiter. He's riding the number 69. Colin Park finished up in the number 6 spot. Alexander Vestal, the number 41, was 7th. The 51 of Jace Kessler was 8th. 9th place was Levi Ketchen. He was riding the 47. And the 91 of Orion Gregory. He rounded out the top 10. Orion having a pretty strong moto earlier. We'll see if he can back that up here in the Schoolboy 1 class today, as these riders are out on their siding lap right now. looking a little further into this, if you're wondering how some of the other riders may be faring in this Schoolboy 1 class after that first moto, Parker Earl, a rider that a lot of riders expect to see in a top 10, he finished 11th in Moto 1. Also behind him, Max Miller, the KTM ride number 64. Chandler Baker, who finished 5th in this class last year, riding the number 5. He actually finished 13th in Moto 1. TJ Usselman, the 42, he finished 14th. Trevor Schmidt, the number 49, he rounded out the top 15. Then Gage Linville, the number 40 and 16th. Nate Mason was 17th aboard the number 15. 18th, Brandon Walther aboard the 68. Luke Kalatsian was 19th, and Charles Tollison, the 4th, rounded out your top 20 there. So, and there's another name back here, Chase Yenser, that maybe you might expect to see up battling for a top 10. Yenser actually finishing up, looks like 22nd place in Moto number 1. So there's Gage Stein, the number 18. He finished 29th in Moto number 1. So wow, a lot of the names you expect to see battling for top 10s outside the top 10 and finding their struggles in Moto 1. And we'll see whether or not they're able to put it all together here in Moto number 2, which is something we have seen happen for several other riders throughout the course of the second moto so far. And again, as we've talked about this, the shakeups, I guess you could say, and those may not even be that, but the differences, let's say, between Moto 1 and Moto 2 have certainly created a lot of interesting scores going into the final motos for those championships. And I think it leaves the door open in some cases for a lot of different people to possibly walk away with a championship, depending on the scenario that shakes loose on the racetrack. And everybody knows here at Loretta Lynns, a lot of different scenarios can shake loose, and different things and crazy things can happen. And 1 minute things look one way, and literally a second later, it's totally different.
I feel like in this class we're starting to see the Ty Masterpool hype starting to build. It was spectacular last year on the TM in the Super Mini class. He's put in some great rides on the Yamaha 125. A lot of the Star Racing brass out here. I saw Will Hahn walking the infield for this. Ryan Villapoto headed back to the infield to watch this. I don't know if you caught it, but in Masterpool's moto earlier, he said after his first moto of the week where he got a bad start, Ryan Villapoto grabbed him and said, "We're going to the burnout area, and we're practicing starts right now."
Really?
Yeah, after the moto. So he was there, hot, sweaty, in his gear. Said RV made him do probably 30 starts back there.
Wow.
So that's amazing to have that kind of access to that kind of knowledge right there.
Yes, it most certainly is. It most certainly is. And I'm sure a lot of information was provided to Masterpool, and if nothing else, that information turned into confidence. And confidence is a big key when it comes to this moment of a race. All righty, revs are about to go up. Riders are looking down that long start chute. You'll see every head go down at the same time. You know the cart has gone sideways, and we're just, there it is, 3 seconds away from a gate drop. And there it's down, and the race is on as we head for the bell. Hole shot award. Is Masterpool going to be able to pull it out this time? Hopefully a little better start, I'm sure, for him, or he's going to be spending some more time back in the burnout area.
That's right.
With Ryan Villapoto. Aiden Tejero finally getting some things to break loose for him, it looks like there, Jason, as he pulls off to the early lead. Tejero in Moto 1 took a 4th place finish, so this rider might be able to turn this into something as the moto wears on here.
Rodney's going to head to the burnout area himself. Rodney, a burnout himself. No, they can't fix your issues, though, man. 30 times of doing anything won't make you any better a person.
But it sure is a lot of fun, man.
Okay, he's like trying.
Well,
he likes trying.
Yes, Jason here on this Chamber of Commerce Day. Second moto here in the Schoolboy 112 to 17.
Kevin Kelly, that's him back up in the tower with us. Rodney heard burnout area, and he's headed out of this tower. He's done. Aiden Tejero, this is going to be interesting to get Tejero up front off the start. Now, he did lead that 125 class earlier and had the big crash in the turnaround
Is this
the
not,
billboards.
what class is this, though? Schoolboy 1, 12-17
One
BC?
is just called
Again.
125 BC. There's a 125 BC and there's a Schoolboy 1 BC.
Okay. I just
only-
heard these guys race like 30 minutes ago.
I think the only difference is that there is not an age restriction at all. You can have a 25-year-old B rider in the 125. Here you got to be between 12 and 17. But basically, let's be honest, the goal is to get more 125s out there on the racetrack.
Dude, everybody anytime you post anything on RacerX, if it's a 2-stroke compared to a 4-stroke, it's double the viewership, right?
Hey, a tip over there for the 80 of Preston Kilroy.
Kilroy. He had a decent start. He was top 4 or so.
Just in a huge battle, Alexander Vestal almost got him. So it's Aiden Tier out front. TJ Uselman at the end of lap 1. Second, Ethan Mann. Third, Cullen Park. Preston Kilroy was 5th. I think Orion Gregory got that Orion belt. He ends up in the number 5 spot after Kilroy went down. Vestal, Parker Earl, Noah Wilbrandt, and Gage Linville. Where is Ty Masterpool again?
That is correct. It is a footnoted comment to Tim Cotter. No doubt about it.
Good Lord. I'm telling you what, late in the day like this, I'm eating sandwiches that are here from Monday. I mean Monday sandwiches.
You're not going to let that go to waste.
Yeah.
It's delicious. TJ Uselman keeping it close right behind Aiden Tiero. Here's the 42, the 33. That's Mann, Cullen Park. Preston Kilroy is not in 5th anymore.
Cotter came up here. If you're going to say Chamber of Commerce, you got to say registered trademark, copyright.
Footnote, Tim Cotter.
Tim Cotter.
All
right, so look,
title.
Rodney, you might want to go hang out in the burnout area, but I'm going to tell you it doesn't work because the 30 practice starts that Ryan Villapoto had Ty Masterpool do, he still has not gotten anything even resembling a good start. I don't see him in the top 15. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, Gage Linville, another player we saw earlier, he's back in 10th. He finished 19th or 20th in the first moto. So Gage, I don't know. This is a lot of parity in this class.
Well, the man taking advantage of all this is named man. It's Ethan Mann, second in Moto 1, and he's second here in Moto 2.
Trouble.
TJ Uselman and Cullen Park on these Yamahas battling it out, the 42 and the 43. Great duel for third. There's Masterpool, just came by in 10th. So once again, he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat with magic or a magic rabbit out of a regular hat.
Yeah, we haven't really figured it out, what to really call that. 2 laps in the books. It's Aiden Fierro, that mid-engine motor he's got on the KTM working for him. T-tops, looks like a mini Ferrari.
Trunk rack. You usually have the rack on the trunk.
Yes. Yeah, why did you? Yeah, because you can't put anything in the car. With a
sportier than car, but I need to have my luggage rack.
Because there's no back seat.
I guess there's nothing.
Nothing, not a room for even a gym bag.
No.
Or, in Rodney's case, a douchebag.
Beauty geek.
Yeah,
Rodney, you forget that there's a speaker right outside the door.
right?
Rodney heard that loud and clear. Now, Rodney, now you done got him mad.
Yep.
Cullen Park, you see the 43 on your screen. He is running in 4th. Parker Earl 5th. Kilroy after that little crash. 6th. Gage Linville 7th. Alexander Vestal 8th. Orion Gregory 9th. Masterpool's 10th the last time we saw him. There's the 42. TJ Uselman in 3rd. Ethan Mann has slipped by him. Let's see if Mann can go after Tiero, or is Tiero finally going to lock this one down?
Both of them having those 157 lap times. Masterpool way back in 10th on the second lap. Man, he did a lot of passing because he was not on our screen on that first lap. So he has done work, but he has got a long way to go. Here comes again the 43 of Cullen Park right in front of us. Then Parker, my name is Earl. Preston Kilroy is up to 6th. Gage Linville is 7th. Vestal, and then I believe Ty Masterpool.
And this drone up in our tower.
Oh,
it's actually a bug. It's not the drone. Struggling. I got it. I got this gigantic, man, bugs are something special down here in Tennessee. They're super minis. These bugs here. This one's struggling for its last bit of life. This thing has been flying around in our tower since 8 in the morning.
Dude, Ty Masterpool up to 7th with a 157 lap time. Ty Masterpool picking up 7 spots pretty much every lap. He's in the number 7 spot. And Ty did that in traffic.
Right, so the fastest lap of the race is by Tiero, 157.0. Masterpool just did a 157.1, yes, but while passing riders. So if he gets clear racetrack, like he's done in all the other motos,
Good Lord,
he
here we
can
go.
come from behind, but man, he's making it hard on himself. That's your first moto winner, Ty Masterpool, up to 7th. Aiden Tiero rolling right now.
Little issue there for Ethan Mann. Put that power to the ground on that number 52 machine. There's a good look at Mann rolling through the sand whoops.
I love that golf cart parade down there. There's never room. There are golf carts parked there to watch motos from sun up to sundown. And
Never
every
stop.
time you see that beach turn,
Full.
It's loaded with fans watching motos.
A great group of fans all on the opposite side of our announcer tower. If you look way over there, just loaded with folks in the trees, getting that shade. Great view of the racetrack.
So Aiden Tiero's got this one in control right now in the 87, or does he?
I don't know,
think
man.
Ethan Mann's closing.
Mann's closed in. This is going to be a good lap. And it was. He was a second quicker than Tiero last time around. A 2-minute lap time. Let's see what Mann gets carded with, a 159.7, so he's slowly creeping in. If I'm in that Mann pit, I'm writing that on the pit board. It says, you're coming. You are going faster than him. Your lap times are there. I know you can probably see it now.
Have you ever been in the man pit? I have my feelings. You probably
I've been in a
you've
man
been in
pit.
a man pit
It was
before.
college. It was an interesting time in my life. We're going down to the man pit this
We're going
Saturday
down to the
night.
man
Not the
pit.
peach pit, the man pit.
Man pit. So
Me and
yeah,
Brandon Walsh.
they're practically in the same screenshot right now. Tiero and Mann.
That's
So battle
soft
for the
J
lead.
again. Those soft J's will get you Tijero, as Rodney would call
Roll
it.
it.
Tijero.
Tiero. Aiden Tiero on the podium.
Rodney did that a minute ago, or yesterday, when he's talking about Jordan Torres. He goes, and runner number 15, Jordan Torres. He
Did
rolled
he?
the R
Oh,
out of
all
nowhere.
Just had that. Just pulled it out of his pocket.
Super Sábado Sensacionalismo, Jordan Torres. Sábado Gigante, brought to you by Snickers Bar, Jordan Torres.
That's our simulcast. Our Deportes.
Yes,
Deportes
Deportes.
feed.
Aiden Tiero on the outside.
We used to do that with Martin Davalos, which now will indicate how long we've been announcing
Oh, my
amateurs
goodness.
at this
We've
race.
announced Martin
Davalos as an amateur. We were announcing
He's
his
old enough to
motos.
race vet classes.
Yes, and
as
we
a pro.
announced his motos. I remember calling that for the Ecuador feed. Mann is just inching up, slowly but surely, getting closer here and there on Tiero, your leader. Cullen
Totally
Park.
different lines, too.
Yep. Cullen Park's not too far back here in third, 43.
There's his mother anxiously watching her child race. She's in the red. Nice little look there. Nice little top from Kohl's. Back to school sale, 10% off. She got that by opening up that Kohl's credit.
Giving us the cold shoulder.
The
That
Kohl's shoulder.
The cold shoulder. The Kohl's cold shoulder.
Here it is, right in front of us. One bike link, not even a second separating them. And this could be good for Cullen Park. He wants them to battle. There's Kilroy in fourth. And where is Masterpool? Fifth.
Right there. Yep, there he is.
That dude has to be one of the Hard Charger Award winners of the week. He has passed more guys.
You've got to wonder what the deal is with these starts. I'll ask him down on the podium. I'm not afraid to ask the hard questions if he can get into the top three and make that podium happen. Here we go, past the Yamaha Mechanics area. He's working it, trying to catch up to Kilroy.
Dude, we're only 10 minutes into this thing. He just ran a 156. That is 2 seconds faster than anyone on the racetrack. He's got a shot. He's only about 7 seconds behind your leader. Aiden Tiero is about to battle it out with Ethan Mann, which is good news for Ty Masterpool, Cullen Park, Preston Kilroy, all those guys. They want to get up in there.
So now down to the inside comes Ethan Mann trying to catch Tiero. He rolled up on him, but now Tiero's kept the gap stable.
We were talking about Jeff Russell, and he purchased some new jumps this year. There's a couple I hope we still got the receipt on. Completely falling apart. These are brand new jumps. He purchased them, had them shipped in. That one jump after the 10 Commandments. Hold on to that receipt, Jeff. You're taking that back at the end of the week. No way I'm going to keep that jump.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's just my strategy right there. When you purchase something, use it for the amount of time you need it,
Take it
then
back.
return it
Correct.
for the full refund. I only need this jump for Tuesday through Saturday.
That's right. That's right. Jumps.com, that's where we've been getting our new jumps here. Jumps East took care of us for many, many years. They've since gone by the wayside. Jumps.com, the bigger internet giant, able to sell those jumps for cheaper. Package them in a, I guess, 2-day delivery. It's free. You don't have to join the Jumps Club anymore to pay that $50 membership fee. Just get the jumps delivered right to you. Jumps.com.
Here's your battle for the lead. Ethan Mann is right there, using the outside line. Somebody actually probably just looked. Jumps.com.
Jumps.com.
Serious, Clark?
I'm serious.
You serious,
Yeah,
Clark?
join our jump club.
The
Get
Jump
a
of the
set
Month
whoops
Club.
for free.
Jump of the Month Club. Oh, to the inside. There it is. Ethan
Wow.
Mann struck. He found the opening needed on Tiero, and now he's got the #1 position.
Wow, Tiero looks over to his right. He doesn't need to see. He knows what just happened. I don't
Yeah.
go faster, really. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, well,
I'm
he's
glad
gonna
you
put
wrote
on my
that down
clipboard
'cause
right now.
I was thinking I was just gonna cruise.
Speed. That's the difference. Speed. You need more speed.
There's Park, Cullen Park. You're gonna have company here in a minute. Ty Masterpool on the number 95 Yamaha again. 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than everyone on the racetrack, and there he was. He's just in the shot now.
Yep.
Ty Masterpool, take the shot. There's Park on the Yamaha. Take that wide angle shot. That flagger could care less about what's going on behind her.
She's just tightening up her work area.
Cleaning up. There's that
I
jump that
wish
they
we
want
could
to
do that.
consider getting their money back on that.
Oh, it just turned to ruts instantly. Yeah, that jump lasted about, 3 laps of practice
Yes.
on Monday? And then just turned into a rut fest.
You can call back technical support, and they can kind of walk you through refacing and fixing the jump, but I don't feel like we should be responsible for that. We bought the jump the last of the week. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, in
You
the box
guaranteed a
usually they
week.
now say do not return the score. Call the 1-800 number.
Right.
And the technical support try to work you through that jump.
Remember the boxes, the mask would come in for Halloween back in the day? Big, huge box, big clear cellophane. That's what that thing came in. We saw it when it was coming in. I mean, that looks awesome. Cool jump.
Oh, yeah, you see it through the plastic.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man, I would really want one of those. Oh, there it is. Ty Masterpool right up to the rear fender of Cullen Park. So we have 4 riders in the shot for the lead. Tiero push back to second. Let's see if he can hold off Park. Let's see if Park can hold off Masterpool. And let's see if Ethan Mann can get away. And Mann with second in Moto #1, in control of the overall right now.
The man with 2 ends, Ethan Mann, Cullen Park, Masterpool, Preston Kilroy. Man, he's good.
There is the 95 of Masterpool with the black gear coming across the finish line area. He's got 3rd place in his sights.
It's tightening up now, guys. Cullen Park and Ty Masterpool going across the starting line in front of the billboards. Ethan Mann has cleared the billboards. Aiden Tiero, he just nodding his head. Did you get that? He looked over to his right, kind of like just that sense of, I'm not feeling it, something's up.
You know, Tiero did the same
Good
thing.
Lord, he's close, though.
Yeah, he's still close to the lead, but Tiero did the same thing. He led for about 3 or 4 laps, and then things came unglued in the 125 class about 3 hours ago. So you got to wonder maybe if he's dealing with something, either arm pump or a nagging injury.
Was Mann in that class? He ought to be fresh if he was not in that class.
I don't remember. I don't
Most of
think
these
he
kids were
was.
in that class,
Absolutely.
maybe with the exception
Yep.
of Mann, so he might be a little fresher. But Tiero's right there. He's gonna. It looks like he's trying to make
Actually
one
come-
more push.
Yeah, come right back on him. Oh, man, only at Loretta's do you see this where riders gain speed, lose speed, go back and forth. I mean, look, Mann caught and passed Tiero, and now Tiero is catching and passing, or nearly passing Mann, and there is Masterpool trying to get Park. 4-rider duel. I'm going to talk right over you, Kevin. You can't.
Please do it.
You can't do it.
You can't handle
can't
the
get a
truth.
word in here.
There's man Tiero. I just stuck it in there, Jason. Deal with that. Outside, everybody
boy.
going outside except for Ty Masterpool, of course. Trying to be difficult. Really, Ty, just follow everybody and stop being.
Yeah, you always got to do
typical.
it. You got to try to
Oh,
be
man.
the square peg in the round hole.
Jeez,
all the way to the outside. That is as far outside that sand as you can go.
He is an outsider now.
He's an
On
outlier.
the
he's an
outside looking
outsider.
in. 4 riders all within striking distance. Ty Masterpool has come from basically 3 motos ago. He wasn't even in this moto. Let's just say it that way. He's not even in here. Are you even signed up in this moto?
He was so far back. He
That's-
was, yes, in a previous race.
Cullen Park's mom is pumped. Cullen is in the house. The blue flags are out. There's a race going on, and you're not in it. That's what old man Martin used to say.
We need a heart rate monitor on the mom.
There she is. She
We're
is
gonna have a
pumped.
heart
She
rate
flipped
monitor
off
on
the
the
side of the box here.
Sheesh. Well,
Jeez.
she has a reason to be that pumped up because this battle is intense. Park trying to hold off Masterpool. Park trying to pass Tiero. Tiero trying to pass Mann. This is what it's all about.
Oh, around
Look at
the
Park
outside.
on the outside.
He's got a shot. He looks over.
Got him.
High-fived his dad. He high-fived his dad.
While making the pass.
When he made the pass. His dad jumped on his back, gave him a hug, and he's still in second.
All right. So Cullen Park, that's one way to fend off Masterpool. Pass the other guy in front of you. In that case, it was Tiero. Now Ethan Mann. It's a tiny, tiny bit of breathing room.
2 laps now. White flag going to come out this go-round. Can Ty Masterpool work his magic on Aiden Tiero? Looks like he has a holy cow, how did he get around that right-hander? He scrubbed a turn. How do you scrub turns?
He
scrubbed jumps, man. He just scrubbed a turn.
He did scrub a turn. I'm not sure what I just saw, but it wasn't enough. Tiero able to hold him off. Masterpool's got to go back to work. Masterpool lifting that bike to try to triple through Storyland.
He's been training with Robbie Knievel. Robbie says that's the best way to fly that machine through the air. Just loft the front end. Don't grab any rear brake. It worked for Robbie a couple of times, and
it did
14
not work.
other times it did not. When he jumped Snake River, landed in that sea of moguls, and broke his femur, that was a bad day for Robbie, but not so much for Ty Masterpool's going for it.
All right, into the sand we go. Ethan Mann, is there time for Cullen Park to get him? Is there time for Masterpool to hop, skip, jump around Tiero into third? This is great racing. The 125s delivering as they always do.
White flag coming out here in a moment. Can Cullen Park put it all together? Can his mother not pass out while she watches her son race? That is the question. They're all coming into the finish line turn at the same time. Aiden Tiero still slugging it out. And they are side by side. Masterpool makes the pass. Now he finds himself on the podium. Does he have time to go after your leaders? Cullen Park and Ethan Mann. That pass took 3 laps. Around the outside, Park looks over to his left. Masterpool went inside. Ty Masterpool's got to be exhausted. Every race he's participated in, he has had to just slug it out for every position. Kilroy is 5th, Usselman is 6th, Parker Earl 7th, Gage Linville 8th, Alexander Vasal 9th, and Noah Wilbrandt rounds out your top 10. But we are laser focused in on your race for the number 1 spot. Ethan Mann, holy cow. Into the 10 Commandments, that's where your leaders are. Mann clears the lapper. Here comes Masterpool around the outside. He draws up along Cullen Park. Some lappers now in the way. He looks over his shoulder. He is getting caught up in a typhoon. Masterpool has to check up. That helps out Cullen Park, but now Masterpool around the outside. Park is hogging the inside line. Masterpool swings around the outside. They will race to the inside turn here. Your leader has 2 more lap riders in front of him. Park still keeps the number 95 of Masterpool behind him. There's Ethan Mann into that sweeper. The blue flags are out, but man, these kids are all racing for whatever position they're in. So Ethan Mann looks like he's got control here. That's a lap rider behind him. And here comes that race for the number 2 spot. Cullen Park side by side in the sand sweeper. Can Ty Masterpool pull it off? Masterpool almost goes down. Cullen Park's mother is going to pass out here. Around the outside, look at Ty Masterpool. Can he pull it off? He triples. He almost hit in the air. And it's Cullen Park who hangs on by a foot for that number 2 spot. Ty Masterpool. Good Lord, what a finish. That was a all-out bonsai at the finish. Unbelievable racing in this 120 or Schoolboy 112 to 17. There's your finishing order. Mann, Park, Masterpool, Tiero, Kilroy. That's your top 5. Jason Wygant, you're going to have some excited folks down there. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, me too. My heart rate's up. If I was wearing a heart rate monitor, I feel like I just did intervals. What a battle right to the end. The 125 class always delivering. The gaps are never that large, and that means everyone's still in the race all the way to the end. But it's not just about this moto. It's about the championship scenario. Ethan Mann, a 2nd in the first moto, and a win here in Moto 2, now sitting on a 2-1. So he is your overall leader going into the 3rd and final moto. Schoolboy 1. That was intense. You guys good? Let's do it. Gold medal, hard earned. Let's hear it for Ethan Mann. That one's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does, man. I got off to a decent start and just worked my way into 2nd and rode behind Aiden for a while and just tried to stay smooth and not make any mistakes and made a pass and just tried to focus on what's in front and I did that and I'm super pumped.
What is it like riding a 125 on this track that's deep, it's got gnarly ruts and all that? What's it like out there?
You know, it's hard. You got to keep your momentum up and and I love it out here. It's sick, so this is what we train for.
That's right. All right, where do you train, and who else do you want to thank?
I train at Tap House, Kyle Regal and Taylor Painter. They've been helping me out so much, and my riding partner, Zane Merritt, and my mom and dad, my mechanic dad, Premier Plumbers of Texas. He's helped me out so much this year. VTO Sports, Monster Energy, Fox Racing, FMF, Atlas, Liquid Performance, Dunlop, everybody, just thank you so much.
There it is, folks. Hard-earned moto victory for Ethan Mann. And it was a great show throughout all those top 4 positions. They were shuffling it all day long. I believe Cullen Park held on for second place in that moto. You're not aware of how much we were watching you, the most animated person up on that deck, going nuts with that battle. But all the extra cheers paid off because Cullen Park held on for second, and we're going to bring him on up here and hand him the silver. Oh, yeah, there's reason to cheer. That was a great ride all around. Several fast kids in that one, and this one comes out in second place. Let's hear it for Cullen Park. Did you get taller since the first moto?
Man, I gotta say, I think I'm like 8 foot now. Hey, after that moto, though, I'm feeling it. That was a good charge. Yeah. I finally got a good start, and I was able to do something with it. I want to thank everybody that support me, the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, the whole Kern family, because I probably wouldn't be here without you guys. SLR Rifle Works, Timmy Ferry, Evie Ferry. They took me in with open arms this summer, and we're doing work now. Answer Racing, 60 helmet. My guy Robbie Renner right there. Man, I'm forgetting a lot of people. It's been a while. BTO, my mechanic Chris McCracken. He's busting his butt all week, man. Thank you, and I'll see you guys up here.
Cullen Park, congratulations. We got third place we're going to bring on up, now sitting on a 1-3 after the first 2 motos. So you think this racing is good, just imagine when we hang a #1 plate up for grabs in moto number 3. Come on up, yet another come-from-behind charge. Bronze medal for Ty Masterpool. I think it's time for another 30 practice starts back there. That was another tough one.
Yeah, definitely need to go practice some more starts. Just be helpful if I didn't start in about 30th every moto.
What did happen off the start this time? Was it another tangle up, or what was it?
I got an all right start, just kind of cross-ready, a little dumb move, but all good. Just tried charging way through the pack, pretty chaotic back there, and just tried riding my own race.
Okay, man, that last lap was crazy. Did you almost think you had him at the finish? Did you even know what was up? You guys were wheel to wheel.
I was just charging forward, same thing as every other lap, just trying my best out there and just unable to not be able to catch up to the front, but, it's all good.
Cool. All right, who do you want to thank, Ty?
I'd like to thank God for being with me no matter what plays, through the ups and downs, and last moto, missed my side lap. That was a little crazy, but just can't thank him enough. My mom, dad, my dad's birthday, turning 60. Can't thank him enough for God blessing me with a wonderful father. The whole Star Racing crew, they're just awesome help, and Ryan Poto for their starts, and not really helping too much with me right now, but just can't thank him, good tips and all that. Alpine Star, Thor, 100%, Bell, Monster, all those guys are awesome. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Ty Masterpool. Putting on a show there. It's fun to watch him come through. I'm sure he'd rather have it be a little more boring than that. Whole shot winner, I believe, is Aiden Tierro, so we'll bring him on up and celebrate a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Aiden has led some laps today, so he's certainly riding fast and battling it out, no doubt about that. Bell Helmets $100 Whole Shot Award to Aiden Tierro. Man, you've had some good laps out here, not just good starts, but leading a lot of laps. How's it going from your perspective?
Starts, actually, that was my first whole shot ever at Loretta Lynns, so I think I've been here 6 years, so that's pretty fun. But I just can't put a full moto together. I'm feeling really good, really fast in the first 5 laps. But after that hard charge, I just start getting pumped up, and I'm not even tired, not breathing heavy at all, just getting arm pumping. It kind of sucks out there, but everyone else is killing it. Props to everyone, the whole competition, all my sponsors, thank you. And yeah, just having a good time other than that, trying my best.
Who do you want to thank, Aiden?
The whole KTM Orange Brigade team, Monster Energy, Arai, Alpine Stars, Scott Goggles, FMF, Answer, Liet, just everyone, thank you so much.
Aiden Tierro, your whole shot winner. All right. Yep, arm pump. That's kind of what I suspected. When you see a guy throw down 3 or 4 heaters and edge out to a little bit of a lead, and then everyone starts catching back up, that's usually a sure sign of the arm pump. So Aiden, if he solves that one, he's going to be tough to beat in some motos throughout the rest of this week. That was Schoolboy 1. We're going to send it back up to the tower.
Let's have a look at the 65 7-11s as they complete their sight lap, move back to the starting gate. Dad has been feverishly working on an attack plan for this starting gate. Going over a few things. What'd you think? What'd you see out on the racetrack? Gonna have some fun. Give them a big hug. As we have a live look in on the Lucas Oil start gate cam, here's a look at how they finished. 65 7-11. Finishing up 10th was Jesse James Parkey. John Carver, not to be outdone with 3 names, finished up 9th on the number 55 KTM. Hammer, South Carolina rider, finishing up in the number 8 spot was Austin Schaefer, number 36 on the KTM. Landon Gordon finished up 7th out of Atascadero, California on the number 18 Husqvarna. 6th spot out of Midland, PA, Luke Falzer, number 46 on the KTM. Here's your top 5. Jordan Torres out of Watsonville, California on the number 71 Cobra. Jeremy Fapani finished up 4th out of Scottsdale, Arizona, number 75 on the KTM. And here's your top 3 in the 65 7-11 out of Wasilla, Alaska. Landon Peppard, number 49 on the KTM. He brought us some jerky and salmon up here that he caught and killed with his own hands. That's a true story. Your second place finisher was Logan Best, number 26 on the Yamaha. And Hayden Deegan took the moto win out of Temecula, California, and grew his Instagram followership by 14,000 people with that moto win. That's incredible. Kid's got 860,000 followers. Let's see if Hayden can back it up. 65 7-11's coming up next. They're on the gate. Seems like Hayden's been on the scene at a high-profile level for a long, long time, and he's still in this younger 65 7-11s. Not even riding the 85s just yet. The sun comes back out. We're going to heat this racetrack up now, just like the schoolboys did moments ago. Props to you guys. Ty Masterful putting on a great show. Good, clean racing with you and Cullen Park. That was a lot of fun to watch. Dad's out there. Got the pit boards blowing on the backs of the kids there. Waiting for our starter to make his appearance out on the racetrack. These things are timed. We go at an exact time, so we should be getting ready to rock and roll. We're going to take off at 5 o'clock. Look at those ruts coming out of the gate. Those get used one time and the gate's rutted up. Jason Wygant coming in for more free drinks, free beverages. Anything that's free, Jason Wygant wants it. So if you got something for free, some paper you've already used, you've already written on it, just give it to him.
Anything you got for free. You got some envelopes, some junk mail you don't want, I'll take your junk mail.
I'll burn that stuff, and you can heat your house with that.
Oh, yeah, I like that idea. Yep, I thought the fireplace was just for Santa Claus so I could get free gifts. It's actually, I could create some heat with that thing.
That's correct. All right, we're moving into the doghouse. That's where Rodney Tomlin spends most of his time with his girlfriend. We're about to drop the gate. Got a bed located inside the doghouse where the gate drops. Well, it was a rough night, and she's just not happy with me, and I said a few things I regret, and we've worked through it. Tell you
I have to turn the mic on just so they can hear me laughing at that.
Carrie Jo's been a wealth of information for me. She's helped me work through my relationships. Look at that. Big Cobra hole shot in a 65 class. A yellow Cobra out front, but for how long? Nathan Hummel. He finishes out that second turn under the Bell Helmet's hole shot marker there with the hole shot. That feels great. Even if you don't win, just pulling that hole shot, there's photos of you, there's video, you get a $100 check. You got to go to a big bank to use it, unfortunately. So they make it difficult for you to get a Bell Helmet because you got to go to that big.
The big banks.
The big bank with a big check.
Don't worry, they're too big to fail. So at least you know you're going to get that money.
It's coming.
The Bank of Bell. Yeah, for a lot of riders, as I mentioned earlier today, we almost take for granted just how difficult it is to even qualify for this event. There's so much talk about those winning the moto and making the podium, but for a lot of riders, you're looking to maybe make it even once. and have that moment of glory. And the start could be it. Oh, the humanity. We got 3 riders down trying to get over that jump at the end of the 10 Commandments. They're okay, but just trying to get on the bikes.
And that's the slot car portion of the racetrack. You're just stuck in that track. You can't go anywhere. If the guy in front of you stops, you're going to stop. The number 1 of Hayden Deegan, he won the first moto. He is the returning champ.
Yeah.
And he is leading, working on 2 moto wins. He's got a live Instagram feed going on of him right now. He's talking to his Instagram followers. A first, a never before seen.
He's got his Instagram story right here. Working on another title. It's actually the first in the Deegan family. His dad lost his seconds and thirds. He summed it up like this to me last year. He said, I always had to race Wyndham.
Oh, you're done. He was magic here. Kevin Wyndham. He was out of here by age 15, too. He rode the youth class in 95, said, see, I got stuff to do. I believe it was 95. Might have been 93.
Yeah, one of the original, I remember, way too big to race on a Mini.
Yep.
But racing
it was
Mini.
95. He had the Axo gear, Axo helmet combo on the Kawasaki.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Axo had it going on. That was towards the tail end of what they had with Bradshaw and Stanton.
They had like a 7 or 8 year run of excellence.
It looked awesome. Good stuff. Even Jeff Ward kind of picked it up for a little bit there.
Kidney belt.
Ran the lime green kidney belt.
And the boots.
Last guy to run the open face helmet in the open 500 class. That's a unbelievable move there.
Yep. Take that. Ain't so bad. Ain't so bad.
It hurts so bad.
Right
It really does hurt bad.
Hayden Deegan in the lead. Jeremy Fapani second. Luke Fauser third. Logan Best, John Carver, top 5. Jude Smirlick sixth. Austin Schaefer seventh. Alvin Hillen eighth. Landon Peppered. He's being peppered with roost.
He's the one that brought us up our salmon. He brought me some salmon.
That's Peppered?
Yeah.
The name is Peppered.
Landon Peppered.
And is
like
that
Pepperidge
salmon,
Farms.
Is that salmon peppered?
It's peppered up. He peppered.
Salted and peppered.
He peppered Rodney Tomlin until he fell to his knees.
Oh, jeez. Peppered him
left
with
and a right.
jabs.
Finished third in the first moto. Did Landon Peppered.
And who's in 10th right now?
That would be Jordan Torres.
Kyler Rahm is 11th. Jake Caesar is 12th. Manuel Dumas, 13th. Nathan Hummel had that hole shot, now 14th. And Ryder Thompson in 15th because you have to have someone named Ryder.
Correct. Every
It's a
class is
requirement.
mandatory.
AMA mandatory. You have to have a rider in every mini cycle class.
Named Ryder.
Yep, a rider named Ryder.
Water trucks in the background there. They constantly work this racetrack. If you're the last moto of the day, you are going to get as good a racetrack as the first moto, the midday motos. That's just the way it's always been here. Watching Hayden Deegan, he's out to a 6-second lead. And he is, we were talking earlier about how he's just been a high-profile guy, it seems like forever.
Well, I remember him in the 50 class being upset with some bad luck over and over, could never get the title, often with some bike problems in the third moto, that kind of thing. And last year it came down to him and his buddy Daxton Bennick in a shootout, and Deegan got it done, I think in the mud. That's not easy for a kid from Southern California. But that was a big one. That made Brian really happy. They're back, looking for more. The only thing you really have to worry about at this age, I mean, Deegan was so good, so young. Same thing with his buddy Bennick. You know, if they can just keep this train rolling, they're going to be great pros. There's so many things that can happen between, age 11 through basically age 20 when he'd really be hitting his prime as a pro rider. So, but if he can just keep riding this like he has so far, he's going to be one heck of a rider.
Yeah, we were chatting at Freestyle. I'm like, man, how much do you got? How much have you put in this program? He goes, I don't even want to, well into per year, 6 figures.
No, really?
Yeah, he's got like mechanics. They've got videographers that handle the. He's trying to monetize this Instagram, this Facebook stuff, and then YouTube stuff, and he's pretty close to getting it done. He went on, I think he jumped on someone else's YouTube, got a big shout out there, and just instantly boosted. His kid had 5 million followers or whatever, and then boom, he went immediately to 50,000 or whatever to start his online social media career.
So
they're smart.
out
They're
there,
very
they got
tactical
some
about
big-
what they're doing.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, this is the general of the metal militia, an absolute marketing maven. Maybe we'll have a marketing shootout. Brian Deegan versus Kerry Hart in a marketing battle, one-on-one in the marketing octagon. Looking at the battle here, I'm looking for some battles on the track. We might have found one for Patty on the 75. There it is, Logan Best. This is a cool story. We mentioned Yamaha's making the podium in the 65 class. They've never made a 65 before.
That way back in the early 80s, the
60.
60s. Oh, that's right.
Class,
there you
yeah.
go. They had an RM6. Suzuki had one.
Here. Yep. Honda, briefly, I think, had a CR60.
To 83,
like,
yep.
Yeah, 1 year, 2 years.
Yep.
So Yamaha, the Blue Crew, now dropping in to the 65 class. Of course, they have the PW50, so you know what that means.
They get you early, and they keep you all the way through.
Yeah, well, that's what KTM has done. They had a bike for every rider, and look at that Yamaha work right now, the 26 of Best.
Hey, Logan Best is one of our guys going to Australia to represent America at the, for lack of the Mini Donations. It's not.
Yeah,
It's the
FIM World Junior Cup, but let's be honest, Mini Donations.
Mini Donations
that's a
sounds way cool.
Cool term. So Logan Best trying to make passes, trying to get second place over Luke Fowler, Jeremy Fapani right behind them, John Carver fifth. We'll run through this top 10 again.
Looks like Schaefer in 6th, Jordan Torres in 7th, Jude Smirlick 8th, Kyler Rome 9th, and Alvin Hillian in the number 10 spot. As we take a look at this 65-7-11, 3 laps in, Hayden Deegan out front. He is about 16 seconds out front now. But man, the battles, they are just going off right here with Best and Falzer. Little Hoss, Big Falzer.
Best and Fowler, yeah. Fowler not giving up on it for second place. Deegan's got a big lead, 16 seconds, so we'll stay focused on this right now. Best and Fowler. And the 55, John Carver right in there as well. They're back into the Suzuki Rollers after Storyland, and now the Waterworks.
And I know we talk about your leader or your top 5 or whatever, wherever the race dictates, but I remember when we came here, we had our own set of goals. We knew we weren't going to, I say we, it was my brother, but we had a goal, it was like, I just want a top 10 motos. That may be your goal, and that's huge. When you go back home, if I could tell you that my son was a top 10 left-handed pitcher in all of America, in his age group. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So you guys that are already here, you're one of the 40 baddest kids in all the land. Like, go back with that already. You've already made it. To me, making it here from the regional was the hardest, most stressful time, hands down. Once we got here, I'm like, shoot, man, this is extra credit. This is all bonus.
The percentages of riders that actually enter to qualify and actually do qualify is unbelievably strict.
What are we around, 25,000?
I think it's only like 20% make it or 14% make it out of all the entries around the country, the areas and regionals. So absolutely, just making it for a lot of the people, that's their thing. We mentioned at the start, if you could pull one whole shot ever in your life.
It's awesome, great place to do it. They've got video proof of it now. You can go back and save that. You can get all the
perma loop, just on loop all the time. Boomerang that on your social media.
I would have an iPad with a chain with that thing looping on my neck, playing that bad boy at school.
All the time. Fapani goes by in the 75, John Carver behind him, and then Jordan Torres is now in the picture. We had him in 10th, we had him in 7th, and now he's 6th.
He's
trying to get top 5.
Yeah, 2:20 lap time. It puts him the 3rd quickest lap out there on the racetrack. He's 6th right now, so keep an eye on the 71 Cobra. Another one of those weird colored machines that is not orange. Now, you got a blue one out there. You got a yellow one, Kawasaki. I don't know that we even have a Cowie out there. Jet Reynolds, Ryder DeFrancisco, and Kristen Janik, some of the last few guys to ride that one. You got a Ryan Holiday. You got a Cowie rider.
Rider down 71. Oh, Torres. That was Torres. Now you can see it's got the yellow fenders. That's the Cobra. He just went down. You can see the top of his helmet behind that Cometic hay bale. So Torres putting in a great charge, but it has come to an end. And he's back on the racetrack, but he's probably outside the top 10, I would think now. So Hayden Deegan continues to lead. 18-second gap over Logan Best on the Yamaha. And then Fowler on the 46 and Jeremy Fapani on the 75. They are third and fourth. There's the 46 of Fauser.
I think he was top 5, right?
Just missed sixth in the first moto. Nice try, bro.
That was a great guess.
Missed by an entire position.
There's another rider that goes down. Who is that? The number 46.
That's him.
Fauser.
Jeez, we call their name,
That's
they go down. We
two
did
guys.
that. Yeah, we got Torres, we got Fauser.
We're going to stop talking about him. That kid right there on your screen.
Yeah, well, let's not name names. So Fauser, that's going to put Fapani up into third. Fapani was putting the pressure on, and it paid off. It's going to put him into a top 3 position. There he is, Fapani up to third on the 75.
Speaking of riders, and if you're not winning, like a lot of parents put pressure on their kids, like, oh, if we're not winning by age 10 or 11, it's over. We don't have a shot. That is so far from the truth. So many kids come through the 60s, 65s, the 85s, really don't do anything, and then for whatever reason, whenever all the opportunity, preparation, and all those things line up, sync up, then it just clicks.
Yeah, it is bizarre, actually, when you look through some guys when they become. There's guys that are perennially fast 4 or 5 years in a row, but then there's 1 year at the beginning of that where they're not even close. I remember, say, when Michael Alessi was really strong here, and then all of a sudden Villopoto started challenging him, and you looked the year before, and Villopoto was getting like 9th.
Yeah.
And you're like, where did the 9th to 1st gap come from? And really, I think what a lot of it is, you talk to some of these team guys, everyone matures at such rapidly different rates when you're talking about kids. You know, the difference in being 6 months older is a huge thing. Some kids just get one thing down faster than others. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to end up being better in the long run. So there's just this variance when you're dealing with these young ages. You never know what the riders are going to turn into when they mature. Some kids just mature more quickly than others.
Sure.
They get a big advantage. Everybody else eventually catches
Have
up.
to fight for it. Or you're from Washington State, like Ryan was. Maybe he changed his program around where he was down in Southern California. Now he's riding more. Now he's has more opportunity to.
Kevin's trying to take out that wasp. He's got the drone shot.
It's pretty quick.
In our he did take a nice swing at that, though.
I even changed the way I talked while I was talking. There's 75. Jeremy Fapani now in third. He's a big kid on a 65. Got great hair, too. Look at those flowing locks of Fapani.
Wow, yeah. That's going to be hard to clean up after a moto getting roosted.
That's why you go down to that creek, sit down there, and let it just wash a few hundred feet down the creek there.
Yeah, if you see his hair, maybe just throw it back.
You want to give it back to him? He's
Yep.
like the Noah Syndergaard of 65 riders. That's like a happening thing to have super long hair.
Yeah, your kid runs that, doesn't he?
Super long. Hey, he's already cut it.
He
Just
cut
cut
it?
Cut the whole deal.
Why? Summertime?
He used it to get his college scholarship. When we went to all these showcases to play baseball, everybody remembered him. Like that was
the long hair.
The long hair. They called him Baby Thor, super long hair, and he wanted to cut it.
It was just a marketing.
Yep.
It's a marketing gimmick. All right, so there's 75. Fapani. Somebody needs to make a food called Fapani. I mean, it just sounds like something that has to exist
A
somewhere.
6-inch Fapani.
Yeah, a
no
6-inch
mayo.
Fapani. I'll have some pepperoni and cheese.
Isn't there
more
like
Fapani.
a bread, like Fapani bread? I feel like there's something close. I bet I could look that up. There's some Italian dish.
There has to be. John Carver, fourth. He was fifth for a while, had a couple crashes. Back to our second place rider, Logan Best, on the new Yamaha 65. That thing came out in February.
Have you sat on one that just walked up to it? They look so cool.
Yeah, I actually have.
They're not unproportional. They're not goofy looking, like square in certain areas. That look
and 50s.
That thing looks cool.
Yeah, you can't make them look quite like full-size motocross bikes. That one looks like they just went on Adobe Photoshop.
Shrunk it down by 40%.
Yeah,
right.
60% size, 40% down.
Proportionally.
Exactly the same.
Yep. It's got the blue
Yamaha's-
rims, the big chrome pipe there, all the cool options.
Whoa, got a battle on our hands.
I think that's Deegan working through some lap traffic,
A
perhaps.
battle with lap riders.
Still a great race. He's still battling.
Yep, 22-second lead for Deegan on the number one. Yeah, Yamaha also redesigning the 85. Got a new 85 out as well. So really reinvesting in the youth ranks of the sport. That's awesome to see. There's Deegan on the number one.
What do you think the logic is there? Is there any logic in trying to get these kids, lock them down early so that hopefully brand loyalty will carry all the way through, or what?
Yeah, no doubt about it. A couple of years ago, I got to go to the KTM dealer show in California, and they had a whole triatomitis video they put together about how they used to have the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge at Supercross. But they noticed that all the riders their heroes when they got free in the pits to sign autographs. They went to the Honda truck, the Suzuki truck, the Kawasaki truck, the Yamaha truck. Yamaha or KTM didn't have 450 Supercross stars. They had the 50cc thing dialed. So their dream became to get to the point where they would have a KTM for you for life. And they said the first time that they were able to have those KTM 50 riders high five Ryan Dungey on a KTM, it was like it finally got to where we want it to go. So that's what everybody's trying to do now. Keep them on the brand for life. Yamaha has a ton of bikes, not just on the motocross side, but even trail bikes, TTR 50.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to start that way instead of a PW. Just really cool to see all the manufacturers investing in the youth of the sport. I don't know if youth bikes are necessarily money makers. It's more of a growth thing overall for the brand that's going to pay off with more bike sales and other divisions down the road. So that's cool to see Yamaha doing that. I know Cowie redesigned their 85 not that long ago, so they're investing in the division. KTM and Husky have a ton of new bikes in this type of class all the time. And the Cobra, you see the 71 of Torres on his Cobra. He's charging back up. Oh, and he made the pass.
You gave that curse. It almost went to him, but it kind of drifted off to the right or to the right.
Power curse.
Right on there.
Oh,
they're even going so deep. Look at this. That's a technique. You seen how you pick it up backwards?
I like that.
Right?
That's a whole lot less energy. Whole lot less energy that way.
That was the number 42. Don't have him on the
I
list
think that might
here.
have been a lap. Is that 82?
Yeah, he was a lap
rider. Okay, he's down. So Torres, who also fell similar to that earlier in the moto, is back up to 6th place. 2-lap card warning, and that means I am leaving town. I'm not going to the tower.
Are those free shades?
Oh, of course they're free.
Yeah, I know you didn't pay money.
You don't know of Moser brand? Not familiar with that?
Where'd you get those at?
My buddy named Moser. He just made sunglasses with his name on them. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I thought you found them just laying down there by one of the urinals.
He was handing them out as a joke, and I'm like, no, seriously, bro.
Let me have 10 pair of those.
I highly recommend that folks buy Oakley shades. I highly recommend that. Proud supporter of this event, but I've got the Mosers.
The Mosers. White flag, the Lucas Oil last lap. You're watching Hayden Deegan do some work out there. He's 27 seconds out front of Logan Best on that Yamaha. Best is going to take his talents to Australia and represent America in a couple of weeks. Got a 5-man team. Aiden Tierra, one of those riders as well. Jeremy Fapani, solid in third. 2:23 lap time for him. John Carver 4th. Austin Schaefer is 5th. Logan Torres is 6th. Luke Falzer is 7th. Kyler Rome 8th. Drew Adams is 9th. And Jesse James Parkey rounds out your top 10 as we are on the white flag lap now, taking a look at the number 1 of Hayden Deegan, going around what used to be a bunch of trees. That's where we used to park, and now they've got that opened up, putting a few kinks in that old start straightaway underneath the Red Bull arch. That straightaway started off nice and smooth. Now it is rough as all get out. Now they jump into the 10 commandments. That's the way you want to do it. Just double, double, double all the way through. Catch a little backside. Nothing to it. Hit this chewed up jump that started out nice and pretty as well. It is gone. Looks like Rodney Tomlin at about 2 in the morning. Ugh. No, no. Just scouting it out. Like that. Yeah, and tire choice. If you're an early moto, I heard that the MX-33 was the way to go, like the first couple of motos before you got down to that hard base. That tire worked really well. But after a few motos get cut in, you find some of that hard pack stuff, you want to stay away from that tire. So don't listen to me. Go down to Dunlop and ask those guys. They'll check your air pressure. They'll give you the right tire. That lady is on fire. Whatever's going on outside here, she sounds like her hair is on fire. Put her out. Woo. You spent all your work and all this money to get here to the ranch, and if you don't use every asset available to you, you're hurting yourself. That could be the difference between a 5th or a 7th, the right tire. So there's your winner, Hayden Deegan. Lap number 9, he led all of them. Logan Best, we're waiting on you, my man. 33 seconds back on the number 26 Yamaha. Great job for Logan. He is going to finish up second. There he is. I think you are correct. Those choppy, rutted up little turn there. There's Logan. He will double his way right past us in the tower. How's it going, man? There's Logan. And then Jeremy Fapani on the number 75 machine. There he is. That is your top 3. John Carver, Austin Schaefer. Round out your top 5 on down to the top 10. Luke Falzer, Drew Adams, Kyler Rome, Jesse James Parkey, and Jordan Torres as we get ready to send it down to the winner's podium. Jason Wygant with your winner, Hayden Deegan.
All right, getting it all set up down here. Hayden Deegan up on the podium on the number 1. Logan Best on the 26. All right, looking good in this class, no doubt about it, trying to defend that number 1 plate. He is certainly getting used to the podium celebration and how it all breaks down here at the Rocky Mountain ATV-MC Amateur National. Danger Boy is up front again. Let's hear it for Hayden Deegan. All right, you were rolling in that one. Take me through it.
Yeah, I got off to a great start. First, I came out about 5th, and then I clicked into 4th and didn't let off around the whole entire sweeper, and I got into 1st place, and then just kind of run my race and checked out. And once I seen him, like when I was going through Storyland, I seen him in roller still, so I was like, thank God I'm so checked out, so if I tipped over, I still have an advantage. But we rode a race pretty good, and I'm pumped on it.
Everybody's pumped on it. We got a good crowd down here. This is awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank all my sponsors, KTM Orange Brigade, Twisted, Team Dunlop, FMF, and Pro Taper, and Cooper Naley from YouTube for subscribing, and obviously all you guys make sure to go subscribe to the Deegan 38 page.
That's critical. All right, let's hear it for our Moto winner, Hayden Deegan. All right, starting to rack him up pretty consistently here as he tries to go for a 2nd straight title on the 65. Let's talk to our 2nd place finisher, bringing the Yamaha YZ65 to the podium. That machine unproven this year, but it is now proven. Been a solid performance for the new Blue Crew ride all week long. Let's give it up for the 26 of Logan Best. So how's that new motorcycle, man? That just came out this year. What's it like?
It's awesome. I mean, it pulls on the bottom, has enough speed on the top. And I just like to thank everyone that helped me to get me here.
And who would that be? Who do you want to thank, Logan?
Rusty from Triangle Cycles, Donnie Luz from Yamaha Blue Crew, 6D, 100%, FXR gear, Hastrick knee braces, Fuel Clothing, CD Boots, Coach Rob from Moto E, Ziggy from Factory Connection, Magic Mike, Matt Burkeen, Freddie Noren from Saba Max, and everyone else, just thank you.
There it is. Let's hear it for Logan Best, 2nd place. Awesome job, Logan. And 3rd place, had to do some battling to get there. Some good racing in this 65cc class. Gonna take the bronze medal. Let's hear it for Jeremy Fapani. All right, Jeremy, tell me about your moto there.
It was pretty tough out there.
Yeah, I would imagine. These ruts and holes probably pretty big for a 65.
Probably bigger than the wheels.
Exactly. Who do you want to thank, Jeremy?
I'd like to thank my whole family, 100% Pro Circuit, 7 Antonio, James Coy, 518 Garrett, Bell Helmets, my mechanic Mike,
my trainer Nathan and my other trainer Robbie. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Jeremy Fapani, third place. There we go. We got a whole shot award. Let's bring him on up. I remember Hummel. All right, Nate Hummel takes our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award. Well, how'd you pull that start?
Just had to shift through my gears and be consistent through all my starts.
You did it, man. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Cobra Moto, PR2, BC Racing, Dunlop, Bell Ray, 60, 100%, and yeah.
Let's hear it for Nate Hummel. Third one of those? 3 whole shots for this guy. Jeez, man, that's going to be a freebie helmet before long. All right, they got some photos. We are done here on the podium. We're nearly wrapping it up here. What day is today? Monday? I don't even know at this point. Kevin, take it away.
Putting a little bit of water down on this racetrack, 450C class. Coming up next, your 10th place finisher, Wyatt Raymer, number 66 on the KTM, finished up 10th the first moto. 9th place finisher was Hunter Wellman, number 44 aboard the Yamaha. 8th place finisher was number 63 on the Yamaha, Colton Yenser out of PA. 7th place finisher, Connor Stevenson on the number 11 Yamaha. 6th place finisher out of Lincoln, California, Kyle Props, 43 Yamaha rider. Here's your top 5. Out of Palm Coast, Florida, finishing up 5th, the number 34 KTM of Hunter Blackledge. 4th place finisher, Texas rider Riggin Smith. 3rd place finisher, Stephen Ward. 2nd place finisher, Jonathan Fitzgerald out of Apopka, Florida. And your winner, Mikael Savard out of Canada, number 74, the Canadian. How much riding you doing up there?
Who gets the opportunity? Who gets ahead of 41 other guys at one time? Who's going to make it happen?
We're going to find that out. The sight lap underway. Got our good friend Rob Beams from Moto E. Rob, you just now getting here to the ranch. You ran all the way here from Florida, didn't you? You were training. You had your partner there driving the car beside you, just cruising all the way up.
Just a little motor pacing on the way up. Yep, we actually flew in late last night, and we've been here early this morning and kind of catching up with all our athletes. Had Logan Best out there on the new Yamaha, so that was kind of nice to watch that. And just kind of catching up with all the riders. We've actually got one in the C class that's right there from Apopka, Jonathan Fitzgerald.
I want to give you 30 seconds to give 3 tips. 3 tips that, like, the most important thing here at the ranch to ensure success. Go.
Stay out of the air conditioning. Make sure that you don't overhydrate with straight water, and make sure that you go faster the second half of the moto than you do the first half.
There it is. Those are Rob's tricky tips. Moto E. Rob from Moto E. He's a trainer to all the top flight riders in America all over the place. You can call him. He's got a program set up if you want to face to face, or you want to call him in the morning. There's all kind of resting heart rate monitor, all that stuff coming. Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about it this morning. We've been here 15 straight years. I mean, if you remember all the way back to the Toyota Moving Forward program. So it's neat to see the evolution of the sport, the track, the sophistication of the bikes. It's absolutely amazing to watch it all.
Awesome. We're going to finish out the week helping out some of your guys and in general. And we always say, if you got a question for Rob, and even if you don't work with him, he is always willing to help.
We definitely want to help, and like we always say, we want to be a resource for all the riders, no matter what they've got going on. They can, if they see anybody with a Moto E shirt, we've got our staff here this weekend. If you have any questions or anything we can help you guys out with, that's what we're here for.
Last thing, how do you hydrate after a rough night at the beer tent?
Oh, that's a good question. First thing is just make sure that you try to eat some protein while you're drinking the adult beverages, and that'll offset the sugar content and not pound you as hard.
Real talk right here, folks.
Doesn't sound like that's a scenario they train for.
No, not at all.
To come up with an answer
Yeah, I'm talking about for the dads or the announcers. Rodney, you know, that whole deal. So, all right, we're going to wrap this up. 450C, there's your Red Bull live drone footage as these gentlemen head to the starting line and get what they hope is a hole shot. Turn your microphone on, Megawatt. Did it die on you? So as we begin to load the gate back up for the 450C class, look at the ruts coming out of there. That is commitment there. You got to hope the guy that laid that first rut out did it right. You got a squirrely rut, you're kind of doomed. Coming out of the gate, great shot overhead of the 450C class as they find their way back to the starting gate. Lock the hole shot device in. Pack a little bit of dirt there so the gate doesn't bounce right back up. We were watching some slow motion footage of some super mini riders, and one of the kids had a gate that the gate fell and it bounced, hit the metal, and it jumped up at least 4 inches. He was so close to clipping that gate. So there's lots of little techniques you can use to make that gate just kind of die. It's like laying down a perfect bunt in baseball. You just want that gate to die once it hits the ground. So you pack a little bit of dirt so it's not metal on metal when that thing falls down. But you guys know that.
Are they just looking for the GoPro cord?
Oh, that's not the way you want to do your sight lap there. The number 54 machine going to limp back to the starting gate. Dad's probably going, where is little Tommy at? Where is he at? What happened? I remember some of the races when they would push all the mud off of the starting gate. I've seen kids get stuck in that on the parade lap and almost miss a moto. All right, we're waiting for one more rider, the number 54 Yamaha. It looks like he's made his way almost to the gate. Megawatt, what do you got? You got a microphone that's not working. Starter now working his way down there. Points to each rider individually. My man on the right's really giving them an individual, personalized point. I like that. All right, so we got number 54 back in the gate. He is ready to rock and roll. And the gate's getting ready to rock all the way down to the ground as we go racing with our 450C class. The big key here, get through these first couple of turns safely. Everybody playing nice so far. There we go, nicely done. 450C class gets through turn 2, the drone in tow behind them. And we'll see the number 43 of Kyle Props gets the hole shot, the Bell Helmets hole shot. Remember, all 3 motos, $100 Bell Helmets hole shot awards. There's some kids out there with $400 or $500 worth of checks from Bell Helmets. Let's see if Kyle Props can hold on to this thing. I think Kyle finished inside the top 10. He's out of California, if I remember correctly.
I'm
Kyle
walking
Props.
past the fence line here, and I just saw his family, and they are going crazy when you
Nice.
announced that whole shot. They're fired up, looking at him on the fence line. Woohoo!
Be careful. Don't flip over that fence.
We need that fence to stay where it is. Don't gang rush the track. I know you guys are excited.
But if he does
Just
not,
focus. Just focus. You pumped up. All right, he's pumped up. We like it. That's what we're saying, man. You put one hole shot here at Loretta's.
feels great.
Can't take that away from you.
I think he's still there on the KTM. Just to lead a lap here, that is pretty special. Why, again, have you ever led a lap of anything? any competition?
When I was being lapped, yes.
You're not
When I was being lapped, I was leading the lap.
Well, that's incorrect.
You didn't even.
I had
I
no
just
response to
totally
that.
boxed you in. There's nothing you could do to argue that. My logic was so sound.
I can't go with it. Kyle Prop slips back to the number 2 spot. He's got a 7th in that first moto.
What's up? Just hanging out here in the tower. Rodney's back.
The number 41 machine out front. It's Jonathan Fitzgerald. That is a Moto E rider, one of Rob's guys out front. So can he stand the test of time? Will those goggles, is there any roll-offs left in that young man's goggles in the number 4 spot as they hang back? He's actually getting, there's a rider that's
pile
down.
up. That was
And,
second place.
hey, your guy, Kyle Props now out front, Mom. The number 43 is back at it.
So 41 goes down, and then one other rider got tangled with him and is backwards on the racetrack just trying to get the bike refired. Gets off as quick as he can. He is mad. Did he crash or did he have bike problems?
He crashed into that guy. The number 57 was down. I think he collided with him. And that's Kyle Fitzgerald.
Oh, he
Careful
is so
with the
frustrated.
assistance. I would not jump over that fence.
Oh, boy.
Check.
Well, somebody's picking up the bike for him. It happened. But, yeah, it's bike problems. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with the motorcycle right here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, just a shifter. He collided with that rider. The Yamaha rider was down. He didn't see him.
I tell you, you always got to be concerned with that type of collision right there. The bikes get locked together, riders get locked together, everybody goes down in a big heap. And good to see these guys up under their own power and rolling for sure.
So we got Coach Rob from Moto E here. So we have the healthiest guy here.
Yeah, he's been doing squats the entire time, not even out of breath. Straight squatting.
Wall
That's
sits.
400 air squats.
Go ahead and say what was next on your mind there. Go right ahead.
It was going to be Rodney, so you're good. So we have Rodney, the least healthy person here at the ranch.
Yeah, how does
and
that
Rob,
even
the
work?
most healthy. We had to like balance it out up here.
I thought it was headed my way solely because I'm the oldest guy in the booth.
No. Only because Rodney was here first, so he was going to be the butt of the joke. You showed up too late.
The good news is never really touched cigarettes in my life, so that's where I beat Rodney. So.
You do have one statistical category.
That's my advantage over Rodney.
There's Kyle Props, your guy. That's your guy, Weege, number 43 out of California.
No, I don't, dude. I'm unbiased journalist. I don't have a guy. I did just
That's your
high-five
boy.
mom and dad along the fence. No doubt about
You're
it.
hooked.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, I got to send props out to my guy from Midwest Vintage MX. Grabbed me out of the crowd, knew what time it was. I picked out his jersey the other day, and he goes, Megawatt, I got something for you, homie. I got the original, not a repop, not a cheap copy. This is
Come
a
on.
Lynns Offner Products. Check that tag out,
That's
homie.
from an LOP jersey.
Yeah,
what are we
my
talking,
man
like
right
early
down
80s
here from,
right here?
Midwest Vintage MX made it happen.
All right, he was watching the 15 of Stephen Ward on screen in a big battle with the 32 trying to make traffic. Sorry, 72. All right, I'm just going to wait till they get to complete this lap. They're already covered the numbers with mud. So I know Kyle Props in the lead. We got that established. Connor Stevenson, 11th. In second on the number 11. Jesse Burkeen, third. Regan Smith rigging up a way to get up on the podium in fourth. Stephen Ward, fifth. Garrett Nibbler on the number 21 Yamaha, sixth. Mikhail Savard, seventh. Casey Pater, Tanner Scott, and Wyatt Reamer. Okay, so people just know that you're just a vintage guy. They just know and they just hook you up. They can just sense it.
You know, it's amazing. Stuff finds me. You've known me for a long time, and it's just crazy. You know, out of nowhere, I'll get approached with different items or different things, and sure enough, man, this guy finds me last night. We get into a conversation right away, and he's like, I got something for you.
Luckily, it was just a jersey, everybody. Don't use your imagination. All right, so here's your battle right now. The 15, Stephen Ward. Yeah, there's probably another one of those. Yeah, there you go. So Stephen Ward able to make it happen. This is a good battle we're watching right now. The Kawasaki man has been dueling the entire lap. That's what you see in every class out here at Loretta's in every position. There are battles all over the place. It's the big difference between racing here and then at the local level where there's a couple fast guys. Now we got a bunch running out of room here in this tower rapidly. Regan Smith trying to get him back on that number 12.
All right,
All right,
taking
it's
a look
only
at
one
these
left.
lap
Go
times
ahead.
right now. Kyle Prop's out there with a 2:12, then a 2:13 for Connor Stevenson. Burkeen also running a 2:13. Then we go up to Riggin Smith with a 2:15 and Stephen Ward a 2:15. So about 3 seconds separating our top 5. Now that's through the second lap. Getting ready to get timing and scoring on lap number 3 here in just a second. Look like our leaders now making their way through. One more time, it's Props. Again, he's still out front on that number 43 Yamaha. So going to check in right now. Another 2:13 for Props one more time. A 2:13 for Connor Stevenson. Actually, Stevenson about a 1/10 of a second faster. So at this point in the game, 8 minutes remaining. Not quite halfway there, Weege. All good in the hood right now for the number 2 ride in Connor Stevenson. Jesse Burkeen riding in that 3rd spot. Stephen Ward in 4th. Riggin Smith rounds out our top 5 in 450C.
Dude, this battle between 15 and 12, Ward and Smith, this is 2 laps in a row now where they have been wheel to wheel, side by side, inside and outside of each other. This is a Gruey-Karsten level battle. This is amazing. Riggin Smith, he got past. He wants to get him back so badly. So let's see how it goes in the 10 Commandments, which also include 10 different ruts in the corner before it. Lots of options. And I think that's the KTM of Michael Savard rolling up behind him in 3rd in your shot, 6th on the track. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, and that's a battle right now for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Each one of these guys
Pass
knows
almost made. Yep.
there's a matter of 2 positions with 1 pass here for any of these guys. You can
Yep.
either gain 2 or lose 2 with a single pass right here.
And it almost happened. Look at this. Savard. He's got the inside on Smith. Outside's better. It's perfectly firm handshake there of Rob from Moto E. That is the perfect handshake. It's a specimen. Really. Yeah, it doesn't just happen on weekends, man. You got to do it during the week. Okay, battle on right now. Riggin Smith still dealing with Michael Savard. Savard, man, he had maybe a quarter of a lap with side by side and finally.
Oh, look at this.
Smith right back around Ward.
Right, man. You know, this is a race. These guys know exactly where they are, and they know what's on the line right now, Weege. And when you're talking about 4th, 5th, and 6th place, like I said, that 6th can become 4th in one corner, 4th can become 6th. And guess what? Next stop, 3rd place. So get out of this group right here, get your eyes on the prize, get an eye on the fender of that 3rd place machine, and you may be able to tag a ride, but you got to break free of this group right now. These guys are going to slow each other down. Now you can see 7th and 8th place now not far out of that same corner. Those guys making their way through one more time. Savard, Riggin Smith, and Stephen Ward, Garrett Nibbler now. As you see, when we talk about 5th, 6th, 7th, now 8th place, the gap, 1 second, 1 second, 2 second, 3 seconds. So just about 6 seconds separating 4 spots right now. So once again, track position critical. Understanding where you're at, how much time is left in this race, which every one of these guys is very aware. They've all got their pit boards down there. They've all got their mechanics in that area. But understanding what time it is, where you're at on the track. So all those things being put to good use right now are going to determine exactly what happens here. Just about 5 minutes left in this. We're on lap number 4 right now. 2-lap card is out. Actually, the halfway sticks are out. We'll be seeing the 2-lap card next time around, I believe. All right, coming up on the 4-minute mark here in our 450C. 4 minutes remaining in this one. Still Kyle Props out front, Connor Stevenson in that number 2 position. Only 5 seconds separating our 2 front runners, and only another 2 seconds back to Jesse Burkeen. Like we said, the gap starting to close between 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those guys really starting to edge up on the leaders. So a little bit of momentum from some of the guys inside the top 10, Weege.
Well, it's Savard. He's been the mover. Saw that huge battle between he and Ward, he and Smith. He finally did clear them. Just like you said, Megawatt, ride that wave, get into a podium spot. He's now there. He's in 3rd on the number 74. That's who you're watching right there.
He's got a
Jesse
1-3
Burkeen behind
moto
him.
score, too. So he's puts himself out. Those 2 kids in front of him are like 1-7-2-6. So it's goofy for that.
I remember that show. 90210, is that what it was? 227?
227 was good.
227.
That's your Megawatt tip of the day to make the podium past 4th place.
Very
So,
good.
Yeah, that's Megawatt's advice to you
100%
youngsters
success
out there.
rating.
You want to make the podium? Hey, pass 4th place.
Pass 4th place.
Every time.
Guaranteed recipe for success.
Finish in the
Pass
top 3,
4th.
you're guaranteed you're on the podium. Kyle Props, meanwhile, has controlled this entire event better than his family over on the fence line. Has controlled their emotions. They are out of control. Their heart rate is probably just as high as his. Props has got it under control. He has that 6.5 second lead. Connor Stevenson has been in 2nd pretty much the entire way. Let's see if Savard can make a run. He has the fastest lap times of anyone out there. 2:10s on the 74. So we'll keep on watching him.
Props to you, man. 6 seconds out front
Props
of
to
Connor
Props,
Stevenson and Mikhail Savard. Top 3, Jesse Burkeen, Riggin Smith. That's top 5.
I know. You might have missed a really good nickname that I came up with earlier. Did you hear?
Thrasher.
Nate the Thrasher. I mean, you had to be blown away. Nate the Thrasher.
That one's
I
gonna
literally
stick.
had to take a seat. I was so blown away.
I cannot wait when he's professional and I can tell everybody where it started.
Where you started
right
it.
here.
Because you know no one's ever said that before.
No, the
ever.
Thrasher. What about thrashing Nate the Thrasher?
Now that's kind of a stretch. That's really tough.
That can't work.
No way could that possibly work. Yep. All right, we got 1 minute. The Lucas Oil white flag lap is underway. Kyle Props on a 252 stroke is doing work.
Now you got Megawatt's attention.
What?
Winning a moto on a 252 stroke.
Absolutely.
He is pumped up on that.
In the 450C class. Good for him.
That makes me want to say slick mist.
Just for no reason. Go give him a bottle of Slick Mist.
Yeah, there you go.
Squirt that thing right up. Clean it up. Got that fresh new FMF nickel-plated pipe on there. Through the 10 Commandments one more time for number 43, Kyle Props out of California. Man, this feels good. Come all the way to Loretta, Lynns from California, and you're going to get yourself a moto win. You're going to put yourself into championship contention. You're in the hunt now.
Oh, absolutely. You're
A
in the
reason
hunt.
for being.
And you got to imagine, man, you know where this guy comes from. You know the conditions out there.
Yeah, they can't get to, tracks don't get like this very often in California.
No, absolutely not. Forget about, if you've never been there, forget about this fantasy land that you think you've read about and that exists, because that's not really the case when it comes to select soil and great soil. But this guy was expecting twice the humidity we have. Probably 15 degrees hotter he was expecting. So imagine how he's feeling right now out front and unbelievable conditions
awesome
on this track.
This track. His friends back home in California are watching. This is good stuff here. Kyle Props, 7 seconds out front. We have the Sidewinder going off tonight, I believe 8 p.m. The Moto Playground Sidewinder. We did that last year. It's going to be a lot of fun. Jason Wygant will be announcing it, as Kyle Props has but one straightaway to complete before he locks down a moto win. He is pumped. There they go. They're going crazy. They're dancing in the street. There goes Mom. Clear out. She's coming through.
Love that victory rev.
That's great.
Love it. Love it.
That's your first win at the ranch, man. That's got to feel amazing. There's Connor Stevenson, number 11. He's going to finish second. Mikhail Savard will finish third on the number 74 machine. There we go. Got some Savard fans out there. You can hear them yelling and screaming. Woo! There you go. Make
Kevin,
some noise.
you spent a lifetime with this. You know amateur racing probably about as well as anybody in the country. You've traveled to every major event, whether it's Mammoth, Freestone, Loretta, whatever. You've seen it all. You've been there, done that. Can you imagine after all of the training, after everything you did, all the steps you took, all the sacrifice, all the things you denied yourself, and get a first moto win? Can you only imagine?
No, I can't. I mean, I've never been good at anything, period. So, but just I've been there and watched how much work that even my younger brother did to get a 7th in the C class one time. So that kid, Kyle Props, fantastic. That does feel good. That's why the family, all that sweat, the driving late nights, the bike buying, the putting stuff on the credit card. It's tough, man.
This wasn't no mutter.
Look at that. There's Dad. Dad is stoked. Got him a big high five. That's what you want to see. That's all the work. Everything just paid off right there for me when that kid gave his pops a hug.
And he's still ecstatic. Check
Hey,
him
smack
out.
Jason Wygant with that towel. Just whack him right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
He can't hear you. Whew, boy, am I lucky. Well, I don't know who had a higher heart rate, the family or the rider on the track doing work. But we know who has the gold medal, Kyle Props. Your people were going nuts when you pulled that whole shot.
I know. I wanted to get a whole shot here, and I just never got this great start. But that start, I got a good start off, and that was awesome.
How did you keep the emotions in check? You were solid the whole way. How do you not get too excited, too pumped up at a big race like this?
I really don't know. I was just trying to stay smooth. That was just crazy. Woo.
Who do you want to thank?
I like to thank my mom, my dad, my family friend John for coming here, and my Uncle Rocky, and all my family that's come here. I have so many family from Arkansas coming, and I just like to thank Roseville Yamaha, Pro Circuit, Dennis Bozzona, Concrete, Threads Apparel, and Thomas Handler General Building Contractor. It's just it's awesome.
There it is, Kyle Props. I don't even need the microphone. You can just hear them cheering from every corner of the ranch. Also, Bell Helmets, whole shot award to Kyle. We'll let him take the photo here in just a second. Take a photo with this guy right here. Tim Clark's got you dialed in with your $100. Or turn into a full-on studio shoot here with the whole shot check. Beautiful. All right, great job, Kyle. You can go hang out, stay, do whatever you want. I'm looking for our second place finisher on the number 11. We got quite the story building here. People are pumped up. 13 years old, so one of the youngest riders in the class, and on a 125, correct? Come on up, Connor Stevenson. Well, no wonder they had to tell me you were 13, because you sure don't look it, bro. I'm telling you what. And riding the 125. Got to be proud of that performance. Yeah, we're getting the videos on the phone. What was that moto like for you? How'd it go?
Hard. I was struggling a little bit.
On that 125, man, how were the starts?
Pretty gnarly. I got off to a good jump, though.
Who do you want to thank?
Fox, Actionetics, my mom, my dad, my brother, the Ogden family, Atlas Brace, Yamaha, Blue Crew, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Connor Stevenson. Awesome job. And one more man to talk to on the podium. This is a title contender, making a lot of passes to get into third place. Strong in the first moto as well. They went back and forth, man. He and Savard. He ends up getting it. Let's hear it for Regan Smith. We're on the center here. These guys are tired. Dude, you did not give up.
Yes, sir. When we got out there, didn't have the best start in the world, but just kept pushing through. As soon as you see those last two laps, it really feels really good. Then you got to let it all out and give it all you got.
You pretty much worked right at this point?
Yes, sir.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Shannon Ide for being here to help me. I'd like to thank Myron Short for them helping us through this since our first time here. I'd like to thank my Mimi, my papa, and all of them coming out to support me.
All right, let's hear it for him. Third place, Regan Smith. Almost got the sight lap complete in our next division, so let's send it back up.
All right, Jason. Getting ready for our next race of the day. Looks like our Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Race number 25, Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Those guys have done their sight lap. Down there getting locked and loaded, getting ready to make it happen here. Sun getting ready to set on the ranch, 6 o'clock right now. Want to remind everybody that my buddy gave me that LOP jersey. He wants you to know that LOP's back in business. Lorenz Offner and my man down here from Midwest Vintage Cycle have come together. They're going mini bike racing, Kevin. Can you imagine
cool.
an LOP mini bike, dude? So
Let's see it.
looking forward to that, and going to keep in touch with those guys. So just want to let everybody know, if you remember that from back in the day, these guys are back in business.
Super Mini 1, 12-15, back in business here. We just saw Nate Thrasher about 2-3 hours ago take a moto in a very similar class. Nate is your first moto winner out of Livingston, Tennessee here in the Super Mini 1, 12-15. Max Volan was second. Cade Namarine was third. Hunter Yoder was fourth. Crockett Myers was fifth. Joshua Varese, sixth. Matthew LeBlanc was seventh. Chance Hymas, eighth. Jeremy Ryan, ninth. And Wyatt Liebeck rounded out your top 10. Holy cow, that is a who's who of American Super Mini riders.
Yeah,
no doubt
absolutely.
about it.
Yep.
Bad little dudes. That'll be your B class, your schoolboy class. It's going to be chaos with those kids coming up. And just hang on.
Well,
just
yeah.
like the schoolboy class is right now.
Going to be exciting. The bottom line is, like you said, the stair steps are about to follow, and we're going to be watching these guys take it all the way to Lucas Oil Pro Motocross.
Yeah, Nate Thrasher looks to be an impact player when he moves up to the big bike. He's already jamming on the Super Mini. Jet Reynolds waiting back home, ready to meet up with him at the Mini O's.
Jason, what was Thrasher's nickname?
It's Nate the Thrasher Thrasher.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Wow,
The
so who came up with that?
Okay.
Oh, I did.
Man, that was so creative, man.
Wow.
No. Man, there's no way that could have
The creativity in this booth at times is mind-boggling.
All right, we got them back down on the gate. They've locked them back in. Let's see if anyone has anything for Nate Thrasher. Can Max Volan get off the gate with him? If Max Volan can just see the lines, it's got to be able to help him. But Nate was just so elusive from the very beginning of the race.
Can he volinate the Thrasher?
Volinate. Did you hear that, Jason? I did not say that. So Volan getting some fanning done there by Pops.
Tell you, Kevin, look down that starting straight right now. Look at that. Look at the contrast, the little bit of overcast. I mean, it doesn't get any better to go into a first turn.
Yeah, the lighting is perfect there.
It does not get any better than that, my man.
See it nice and clear. Got some nighttime activities going on tonight. We have the Sidewinder. We have a movie they're playing, The Conjuring 1 and 2. So it's a scary movie they're going to be playing.
And where's the location of that?
I think Rodney said over by the beer garden, but I don't know if that they have a very expensive projector they're going to use, but I think we have the Sidewinder going over there as well. So there's a lot of activities in that area, but we'll try to firm that up for you before we turn you loose.
So we're going to watch The Conjuring in the woods.
That's not scary at all.
Well, here we
Hunter
go,
Yoder
Kevin
with
Kelly.
that great hole shot. You can hear the four-stroke. I don't know if he's going to be officially credited with it. And there was some pinching off on the inside. Those kids, 3 over from it looked like Nate Thrasher. They went hard right and pushed him right outside. Sage Lewis was able to squeeze past the number 58 of Hunter Yoder. I could see Yoder. I could hear Yoder on that 150 Honda. He's still in the mix there.
And there's about to be some serious action right now through the 10 Commandments. There's going to be some passing on. As I predicted, look at this. That looked like Yoder tripling on that four-stroke.
Wow,
right
no
through
room.
the middle.
The number 44 in the number 1 spot now. That is a KTM rider of Patrick Murphy out of Clinton, Iowa. Patrick Murphy, I have not said that name. I believe that might be Talon Hawkins in the number 2 spot, or is that a 21 in the number 2 spot?
It looks like the 21 machine of Sage Lewis.
Where's Thrasher? Where's Volan? Where's Yoder? There's Volan about the number 5 spot.
Yeah, getting ready to try to make a move. I got cut off right there. Was trying to get to the center of the course and maybe pick up 2 positions.
Nate Thrasher is out front. The number 48 KTM now has picked off several riders There's Yoder. And there's Lewis back there on the 21 machine as they now come into focus. This is Moto number 2 for the Super Mini 1, 12-15. And Volan needs to get out front. There's Talon Hawkins on that 71 machine.
Yeah, Hawkins looking good early in this one. Already got a few bike links out.
So you're
trying to make hay while the sun shines right here, and I can tell you.
And you don't have much time left.
As we complete the first lap, he's doing a good job because throughout the course of this one being 20 minutes, all this clean air, all this clean vision and stuff he's going to have is going to be real critical.
So Hawkins is trying to stay in touch with Thrasher. Thrasher already putting it on him. By the billboards we go. It's Hawkins in the number 2 spot. And then you have Cade Amrine in 3rd, Yoder, and Max Volan almost ready to make that an official pass.
Second time today you've seen that number. You couldn't believe earlier, 4 seconds on the first lap. And
that's
here
his
we
MO
go.
now. He wants to go out and put 4 of these laps together, open it up to about 16 seconds, and just back it on into the checker flag. It's exactly what he did earlier in the day.
And in theory, that can happen. That's the bottom line. You get that kind of a lead in this amount of time on this type of track, and all that sprint work, then you can put it in cruise control, and it really pays off.
Man, can he sprint? This is the kind of thing, if I'm a team manager, like a legit pro team manager, and I'm seeing this kind of stuff out of this young man, you love seeing that kind of unteachable sprint speed.
Right, yeah, absolutely. And as a team manager, you don't harness that. You don't take that away. You don't.
You just cultivate it. You work it. You train it.
Absolutely.
You make it more fit. Cade Amrine on the Rides Unlimited ride now, battling for a number 2 spot. He's starting to work on Talon Hawkins. And he is closing in. So a few bobbles there by Hawkins. He knew it too. He was looking over his shoulder thinking, where is everybody at? I just made 3 bobbles and I know they're coming. And here comes Cade Amrine. Here comes Max Volan, Hunter Yoder.
Yeah, he's right. They're coming. And when you know what, you make a big enough mistake to look over your shoulder.
You can
and I
sense
got to tell you, I've noticed, Kevin, not a lot of kids looking over their shoulder this week. And, rule number 1, don't do that. And you see it even at the pro level. And I got to tell you, everybody really well disciplined this week on it.
It happens. Let's see if Cade Amrine now can hold off Max Volan. Volan and Amrine both get around Hawkins. Matthew LeBlanc starting to work on Hawkins now. Hunter Yoder back there in the mix as well. Here's your running order. Top 10, Thrasher, Hawkins, Amrine, Yoder, Volan. That's changed. Ryan is 6th, LeBlanc 7th, Lewis, Varese, and Bennett round out your top 10.
Another 4 seconds in another lap. Here we go, 8 seconds.
So consistent.
Yeah,
That's
for
incredible.
Thrasher, a 1:58 this time on what we call a true lap going around the billboard and back. So 1:58, very consistent with some of our A classes today, running 1:54. So
here comes little Brian from MTF checking out his star pupil, Nate Thrasher. Nate Thrasher's like that 8th grade basketball player, that prodigy, waiting to go into high school. What's up? Oh, I thought you just handed off the mic there. Waiting to go into high school. Everybody wants him. All the coaches want him. They're ready. He could start right now in high school, but he's got 1 more year of 8th grade basketball before he bumps up, plays with the big boys, because Nate is absolutely crushing it.
You mean Nate, the Thrasher?
It works for basketball too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Man, great nickname, dude.
Yep.
Picture of a Thrasher, the bird on the back there.
He probably has a butt patch that says Thrasher, and you think that's his last name. No, that's the nickname, man. It's already caught on.
Right.
I already got it on there. That's the nickname on the butt patch. It's not the last name.
Cade Amrine on that BTO, Rides Unlimited, richest team in motocross.
At the Rolex heart rate monitors.
Rolex heart rate monitors. No contingency. Straight $100 bills.
No matter what.
No matter what.
They just let it rain. You get 40 it, they just throw money at you.
Boom.
Yep.
Bottle service there right to your trailer here at the ranch. They have a yacht. They don't have floats. They brought a full-on yacht. It's way too big. We can't put it in the creek down here. That's what Greg brought down here. I'm like, really, Greg? The creek is 6 inches deep. You have a 40-foot cruising yacht.
Yeah.
But he just parked it down there. They sit in it, hang out, play on the deck and stuff, whatever.
They fly in, helicopter in, chopper into the track.
Yep.
It's
Zip
parked
down.
on the yacht.
Helicopter landed on the yacht.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Helicopter landed on a yacht, and then big bridge came down, drove the limo out of the yacht.
Yep. That's his pit
Hummer
vehicle.
limo.
Is a
Pit vehicles, yeah, they got
26-foot stretch limo
with a pit vehicle sticker.
with a hot tub in the trunk. Greg wears he's got no shirt on with a top hat.
Flip flops, but he does still have the top hat and a monocle.
All right,
it's a monocle.
Yes, he has a moniker. He's the Monopoly man.
Nate
The Thrasher out front, 10 seconds now, out front of Amrine. They were once teammates on that BTO 7MX Rides Unlimited ride. Volan's still in third, so Amrine doing a great job keeping Volan behind him. Look at Thrasher going through there. He almost tripled through there. And again, the only thing I think about is Jet Reynolds just sitting there. His jaw hurts from just clenching watching this race. I'm supposed to be there.
Oh, it's got to be killing him. In fact, he
And it
might
should
not
be.
have teeth left.
Just
Might be
grind
over,
them
just
down.
ground him down to nothing. Give me new teeth. What's wrong? Just give me some teeth.
Go get me some teeth so I can watch another moto here. I need rubber teeth if I'm going to watch this stuff.
Guy's going to have a full set of crowns by the age of 16.
Yeah,
dude.
exactly. Just from
grinding them teeth. sitting
What
at
happened?
home.
That 1 year I didn't race Loretta's and I had to watch someone else win.
See what 2018 did to me?
Can't stand it.
So mad.
He'll be ready. He'll be ready to fight at Mini O's. We expect to see our good friend Jet with 2 T's at the Mini O's. And I'm telling you what, this is probably a perfect scenario for Thrasher to come in here, get a serious head of confidence and steam, and feeling pretty good about heading down to the Mini O's.
You know, I'm thinking about something here. Hold on. Just give me a second.
Oh, wow. This is some work.
I think I got a
here.
nickname for Jet Reynolds.
Oh, is it going to involve the
Jet the Jet Reynolds.
Dude.
What do you think?
That's
what do you
2
think?
for 2.
Jet the Jet
Wow.
Reynolds.
What about
and
Ryder
Nate
DeFrancisco?
The Thrasher, Ryder the Rider
Boom.
DeFrancisco.
You're unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, dude. Look, you can. I
Print
will
money
tell you
up
my
here,
next
dude.
play, and you can't stop this.
I'm going to come down. I'm going to go to my left, pull up, shoot a J. You cannot stop me.
it. I'm telling you that.
I've seen this type of creativity for years,
Unbelievable.
Kevin. I have seen this guy pull this kind of creativity for
Wow.
decades.
Yeah, just
Jet
it's
the Jet
amazing,
Reynolds.
dude.
Ryder
Yeah.
the Rider.
Thrasher.
What about
Max to the max?
Oh,
Volan.
You're unstoppable.
Yep.
Talon.
Volan.
What
Wow.
about Talon the Hawk? Hawkins. Oh, you're not going to give me credit
Talon
for
the
that?
Talon. Talon the Talon.
It's gotta be the
Hawkins.
first name, nothing
Yeah.
else.
Hunter in 6th place.
The Hunter.
Hunter the Hunter Yoder.
Man,
It just works, man.
you are the man. You are
Just works.
truly the man.
Yep.
Thrasher, 11 seconds out front. Kate Amron, dude, I'm impressed. He's beaten Volan. He consistently has not been able to really best Volan on a consistent
Yeah, it's
basis
big,
anyway.
big performance from him here. Volan's digging, though. He's trying.
Absolutely.
Riding hard.
Good ride for Matthew LeBlanc. Probably one of his better rides here.
He's getting better with each moto. I'm sure still wants podium, and right now he's in 4th, but he's definitely improving with each ride on that Star Yamaha. How you doing, Matt LeBlanc?
Ooh.
Look at Volan and Amarine's times. 1/100th of a second apart.
Dead even, you're right. 3 seconds quicker was Nate Thrasher as we have a look at Cade Amrine out of Kansas. His dad's in the utilities business. I always like to find out what these guys do
like
with
this,
construction
yeah.
stuff. So
Yeah, I noticed you interviewed your food delivery guy today. Brought you some smoked salmon
Yeah,
and
Landon Pepper.
moose jerky at Mammoth. But,
I did, yep.
Dad is a project bid manager.
that's correct.
Is what he does, and
That's
allows
what
him to go
enables him to
racing.
travel. They live in an RV, Landon Pepper. They don't even have a home. They just cruise all over America. Wherever he's racing, that's where
Seriously.
home is. Yeah.
Oh, he said, "Where do you live?" And he said, "Everywhere."
In an RV.
He said, "In
With
an
my
RV,
mom
everywhere."
and dad. And
What do you do about the mail?
Just, we don't have any. We're from Alaska.
Every single thing is going to be.
It's courier pigeon.
We got online bill pay.
Everything.
Yeah.
You can do it that way. You can go
no
paperless.
mail. Yep, no mail needed. Nate
Look-
Thrasher continues to lead 11 seconds. You're watching Caden Amrine there at the number 32 in 2nd. Max Voland. Every once in a while, you see that number 11 lurking in 3rd. LeBlanc and Hawkins top 5. Hunter is 6th. Jeff Canfield just came in to just say how awesome the nicknames I've come up with are.
Not exactly, yeah.
Nate the Thrasher.
He is standing in awe of you right now. I can see that. But actually, we need Jonathan Fitzgerald from the 450C class to the MX Sports office immediately.
Okay.
So you just raced Jonathan Fitzgerald. You're in 450C. Hey, you need to go see the bosses in the MX Sports office.
Throw that sweaty
you,
gear
Jeff.
back on. Get back over to the office. That's behind our announcer's tower. We're watching Nate Thrasher right now wheeling through the bumps.
Hey, here's another sign that he is going to be special. No jersey is safe with Nate Thrasher. Are you seeing this? Cannot keep it
every
tucked.
time. As you said,
That's details, dude.
Jason Anderson style.
Jacob Saylor style. It all started with Saylor here.
Really?
Saylor
Jersey always untucked.
Always untucked. Could not keep it tucked in. Clean yourself up. But Nate Thrasher, that's like the cool thing to do now.
Some guys believe in ventilation.
He's getting ventilated for sure.
Absolutely.
Got the exhaust fan back there.
He's got the exhaust actually turned up, extended the pipe where it goes up into his shirt, cools him off while he's riding that 400-degree exhaust
right
heat.
in. Yeah, that's
black
good. That'll
marks up
cool
his
you off.
That'll do it at the ranch, yeah.
It's
Nate
still cooler
doubling
than the
through that-
outside temperature. So
It is because it's 190 here.
Yeah.
Nate doubling through the flat straightaway that's no longer flat. It's just big doubles. Here comes Nate down in the finish line turn. Like, what does he do that's so much better than
I don't
everyone
know.
else?
Like, I'm
what
watching
is
it, and I'm not. He's
just-
riding well, but you're not seeing 4 seconds a lap. But that's what he consistently was doing at the beginning of these motos. Meanwhile, Amorine and Voland, they are at warp speed, battling each other. Voland closed up for a little bit, but not able to sustain that. These guys are as dead even as it gets. They were exactly the same for a little while. Now Amorine slightly quicker.
Matthew LeBlanc is coming. He's had a quiet, nice little ride here. He's up to 4th, and he is absolutely closing in. And I'm going to say this. I think everybody expected more out of Matthew LeBlanc. He's better than 4th place. This guy should be competing for
contender,
titles,
yeah.
and he has in years past. So I know this is grinding on that little Louisiana guy, and he needs to get up there and challenge for a podium spot, and he's working on it right now.
Just saw him come by in that blue Yamaha, trying to chase Voland down. It's only a 2-second gap between them. You'll see him lurking back there at times down the long, short chute.
Matthew LeBlanc really good in the mud, trains out in a 4-foot deep swamp every day, runs that Yamaha through its paces. All you can see is his chest up, bike completely submerged. They got the mud technology
Breathes
dialed
through
in.
a straw.
That's correct, just like Sylvester Stallone.
Come out at the end of the moto, pops up the finish line with a knife in between his teeth.
And seaweed on his face, like, hey, that was a great moto. Could work on some stuff. Good line choices. I couldn't even see the lines. It was underwater.
Yeah, he's never felt humidity here. He thinks it's a dry heat at Loretta's.
Right, because he's from the swamps of Louisiana.
Swamps of Louisiana.
Takes an airboat into 40 miles into the swamp where he lives.
That's his private test track.
Correct.
Yep. I was taking the airboat in.
Nothing's easy about living in the swamp.
No. Like, it prepares him for races like this.
Goes out and catches gator for dinner every night.
Just to wrestle for his dinner.
That's his fitness. That's his cardio.
Yeah, that's the cardio right there. A little gator wrestling of an evening, a little dinner after that.
Do a little noodling.
Couple swamp motos till dark. So,
and then
you know.
call it a day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fight off whatever diseases are floating around out there. MRSA. Just,
yeah.
You don't
That's
even take,
fitness.
You
Fighting off
flex
diseases.
on it,
Get
and
up
you pop it off of you.
You get up at
You don't take pills
5:30.
for it. You just and you squeeze everything. Pop that MRSA right off me. We're about to have a 3-way battle here. Voland has closed into Amorine, and LeBlanc wants to get in on the fun as well. Here they are.
LeBlanc got blocked by a couple riders, and that's going to make a big difference.
We'll see if he uses my advice. He wants a podium position. We'll see if he passes the 3rd place rider, and see if he puts that to use today. So
Can't argue with the logic, Megawatt.
So
if you can just figure out a way to finish top 3, you will finish top 3.
Yeah. Yep.
Sage advice here from the
Megawatt's
tower.
keys to the podium. Pass 3rd place.
Nate Thrasher, 13 seconds out front. Some KTMs running 1, 2, 3 again in these super mini classes.
Hope was so pumped in the previous one, going 1, 2, 3. Hope from the Orange Brigade. Yep.
Go ahead and get that checkbook out, Hope. You're going to have to write some checks to these boys. That orange contingency about to start flowing on the podium. Thrasher, Amorine, Voland, LeBlanc trying to break that freight train up on that number 29 Monster Energy Yamaha, that star racing ride. LeBlanc's going to be fine. When he's going to get on that big bike pretty soon. He's going to be terrorizing everybody along with Nate Thrasher, Amorine. Man, the B class is going to get crowded when these kids all bump up. Look at all that. That's a bunch of talent that's about to hop up onto the big bike. The last stop for the mini cycle here.
All of them too big for the motorcycles. They look huge.
They are. They all. Well, they're. You know, that's about what they're supposed to look like at this point. But they're all ready for the big bike. It's going to be fun.
Right, that's the first indication that you're ready to move up to a big bike is when you look huge on your current bike.
And you go fast.
Unless it's a 450 and you're Rick Smiths or something. But that first indication that you need to move up is when you look really big on your bike. So, good logic, Weech. Good logic.
We're blowing people's minds today.
Great stuff coming out of the tower. How big would how big would Nate Thrasher look on Jimmy Button's CR80 from 1985 when the bikes were 7 inches? They were so small. What is the deal? Our bikes were smaller back then.
Yeah, why? Full-size bikes, about the same. But 85s are like back then are today's 65s.
Yeah, they're
what
bigger.
changed? Why?
Well, like you said, we went from 6 inches of travel on my 79 groundbreaking YZ80 with 6 inches of travel to now every one of them has a foot. You know, so that's it. You got new seat designs, new frame designs, and the bottom line is.
Did someone realize, like in 1982, why are we building bikes that are sized for children 3 years younger than the intended audience, and we finally got it right now?
Some engineer got a huge bonus that year when he built a bike that was proportionally the right size.
They let the accountants quit building bikes and let the
You're
engineers
saving
start building
steel.
bikes.
See, that's 2 inches less
So-
steel times 1,000,000 bikes. Now we're making a lot more money. We're cutting into that profit margin, but we got a better fitting bike. Volan is within 2 bike lengths of Amaron as they go into the 10 Commandments. Late into this moto, here comes Volan. He's got a shot at making the pass right now.
Oh, great
Oh, that's
move.
going to sting right there. Amaron's going to give up the ghost on the last lap, or second to the last
Wow.
lap.
And look at this. Volan immediately making a statement, popping her up out of there, getting a great drive, trying to put a few links on them, and absolutely doing that. Both riders getting a little sideways action feet off the pegs right there. But right now, man, Volan just making a statement at this
Sure
point in
is.
the race.
Still KTM's running 1, 2, 3, so not to fret, Hope.
Yeah, not to threat. Hope you guys still looking good. But I tell you, kudos to Volan, man. That just stalked him, put the pressure on, picked his spot. Super clean, man.
Looks like Amaron now trying to make a last-ditch effort. For a moment there, it just looked like he gave up. The riding posture, everything changed. Now he's aggressive, he's attacking. So I think Caden wants to make one last run at number 11, Volan, as we see the Lucas Oil last lap. White flag for Thrasher right in front of us here in the tower. Volan trying to hold on to a number 2 spot. Can Cade Amaron come up with something? He almost went over the bars.
Oh, again.
I think that's going to be enough right there. Amaron comfortable in the number 3 spot. Here comes Matthew LeBlanc. He had all kinds of trouble. You're right with those lap riders for about a full lap.
Yeah. And like you said, underneath his helmet right now, he's steaming right now. He knows that his speed and his abilities right there at the front of the class at any time. And right now, just playing the cards he's dealt, my
There
man.
you go. Talon Hawkins rounds out your top 5. Hunter Yoder is 6. Joshua Varese now into the number 7 spot. Chance Hymas is 8th. Jeremy Ryan 9th. And Larry Reyes Jr. hops into the top 10. Just outside the top 10, Wyatt Liebeck in 11th. Jackson Craig 12th. Brock Bennett 13th. Sage Lewis, your early hole shot award winner, number 21 on the KTM, is 14th. Brock Walker is in the number 15 spot. Oh, what could have been. I wish we had Jet Reynolds here to provide us with some sparks in this Super Mini class. Although it's been great racing back behind Nate Thrasher, but absolutely Jet Reynolds would have to have been the favorite going into this one. And Nate Thrasher would have loved nothing more than to beat him right here in front of everyone.
Yeah, to prove everybody wrong, no question. And white flag's out right now. Thrasher just absolutely flawless ride. Didn't see a single mistake from him, to be honest with you. Volan, what an effort. Amaron, all these guys, like I said, Matt LeBlanc, riding extremely hard, great lap times throughout the day. But you know what? It's just a matter of track position. And when everybody's running a similar speed, just makes it so much harder. So
I think we're on to something here. I think when the number, what number is Jet Reynolds? 79. When the number 79 returns to racing, it's going to be exciting because what we saw in Texas was just a glimpse at Freestone when they were battling it out. There were some fantastic races there. And I think Thrasher's only gotten a little better. He's taking advantage of that downtime that Jet may have, and he may have something for him. We'll see at the Mini Olympics.
On the other side of that, you got to understand that Jet's as motivated as he's ever been.
Exactly.
right
Absolutely.
now, okay, and
so he wants nothing more than to shut this down immediately. You're not getting any more head of steam on my watch.
What entry?
Right, he's ready.
So
let's send it down to Jason Weigand. He's got Nate Thrasher, Max Volan, Caden Amaron. That is your podium. Matthew LeBlanc and Talon Hawkins round out your top 5 as we get ready for the last moto of the day. Jason?
Yeah, Jason, ask Nate how he feels about his nickname and let him know who came up with it.
No problem. I will definitely let him know who came up with it. Registered trademark copyright. Right here. Okay, they're debriefing. Going to get Nate Thrasher all set up. I see the Volan and Amaron caps getting to work as well. Most exhausted person out here is Talon Voland, carrying that ready to climb Mount Everest level backpack, which has got every single thing you could ever need as a mechanic. He runs down here in the work boots, helping out his rider. Maximus taking second, Caden Amarine third. Well, it's deja vu all over again. Every time we drop the gate on a Super Mini Moto, it ends the same way so far this week. Let's hear it for Nate, the Thrasher. Now I said it on the podium, so it's totally legit. Can I give you a nickname, the Thrasher? Would that be cool? Is that like, has anyone ever come up with that before?
Yeah, they have come up with that before.
I'm shocked. What are you doing, man? What are you having for breakfast? What are you having for lunch? What is going on? This is ridiculous, these lap times, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great. My whole KTM USA bike is ripping, and factory connection suspension handling awesome out there, and I just can't thank them enough. But Dunlop hooked up great off the start, hit a little bit of slick stuff, and pushed me back to about 6th or 7th, and made my way through the pack quick, and I got to the lead and just tried to put it away, and then caught some lappers there at the end pretty bad. They were in a battle, so ran a really slow lap time that last one. So
you'll be back for the next one. We'll finish that off. Who do you want to thank, Nate?
I want to thank Orange Brigade, Nahilo, Comatech, Monster Energy, my mom, my dad, KTM, Hope, Nate Ramsey, Matt, my mechanic, my brother for coming out, my sister, Pro Taper, KTM, just everybody. Thank you.
Let's hear it for him. The Thrasher, Nate Thrasher. Switched it up a little bit there, too. It's very versatile. All right, so undefeated so far in his Super Mini Motos, Nate Thrasher. We'll see if that turns into championships by the end of the week. KTM sweeps this one. We got another Orange Brigade rider coming up here in the number 2 spot. Let's hear it for Maximus Voland. Working hard for that second place finish. You had Caden Amarine up ahead, and you just kept your head down, and you got to him, man. That was a good effort.
Yeah, got off to a pretty crummy start. It was about mid-pack, but made some passes in the first few corners. Got up to about 5th. Just kept moving up, and I seen Amarine up there, and I was just pushing hard, and I knew I had the triple down in the whoops, and he got held up by a lapper. I got really close that lap, triple to the inside, got the pass, and you can never be happy really with the second when you're just getting them all the week long, but last moto of the week, anything can happen. Someone could crash, bike blow up, but yeah, I'd love to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Red Bull, Troy Design, Scott Goggles, Brent, everyone at TLD Moto, my dad, my grandpa, Pronto Real Estate, Scott Goggles, WP Suspension, and everyone else, thank you.
Let's hear it for him. Maximus Voland, second place. One last sight lap out on the track. Now we're going to bring up third place. Come on up, Caden. Well, he ends up bronze. That's not bad. A moto medal always feels good. Let's hear it for the Rides Unlimited man, Caden Amarine. That was a good battle right to the end. I'm sure he wanted to win it, but still a solid run for the podium.
Yeah, it was good. I got off to a better start than my other one, so I was able to battle up front early, and I made the pass for second, like on the second lap or so, and tried to run clean and fast and ride my own race, and then made a couple mistakes at the end of the moto, and then Max got around me, and just it was an overall good race.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Greg Geisler, Duke, my mechanic, Kyle Regal, Robbie Raynard, my sister, the whole Rides Limit team, BTO Sports, Seven, Garnet, Scott, Bell, Ethica, KTM Orange Brigade, Power Band Suspension, Gizmo Mods, and that's it.
Let's hear it for Caden Amarine. We're going to give out a whole shot award real quick here before we wrap up Super Mini, and then we'll send it back up to the tower. All right, there it is. Sage Lewis taking our whole shot award. Bell Helmets giving out the money. How'd that moto go?
It was all right. I fell back pretty far, but should get him next time.
Who do you want to thank, Sage?
My mom, my dad, Matt Walker, Team Sky, Bell Helmets, and everyone else. Scott, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Sage Lewis and your whole shot award. Sage getting some photos, and I'm sending it up to the tower. Heartbroken. Apparently the nickname has already been coined.
All right, Weege, coming up next, the final moto of the day, 250B Limited, race number 26. Hey, right now we need Jonathan Fitzgerald. Jonathan Fitzgerald, 450C rider. We need you at the MX Sports office immediately, please. Jonathan Fitzgerald, 450C competitor. You are needed at the MX Sports office ASAP, as soon as possible, please. So thank you, Jonathan. Right now, Kevin Kelly getting ready to move on into our 250B Limited race. And let me tell you something, got a stacked field once again. Well, every class is stacked down here. I mean, that's why it's Loretta Lynns. But final race of the day, conditions just look epic to me. That little bit of water that they put down about 3 motos ago, the cloud coverage right now, I don't think conditions could really be better at 6:30.
Yeah, at this time of day, normally you're trying to run some limo tint goggles because the sun's right in your eyeballs. And the way the cloud cover's in, right, it's perfect. So I hope you probably have. You could almost use a pair of yellow tint goggles to kind of bring out some of the shadows, to be honest.
Amber lens, man. Kent Howerton ran one on his work Suzuki.
There you go. Well, last time we went racing in the 250B Limited class, it was Carson Mumford out of Simi Valley, California. He was your winner. The number 51 of Jace Kessler was second. Joshua Boaz was third on the 23 KTM. Caden Palmer was fourth on the number 99 KTM. Tristan Lewis was fifth on the number 53 Yamaha. Trey Fierro was sixth on the number 11 KTM. Brandon Grigori in the number 7 spot on the 93 Yamaha. Colton Eigelman was 8th on the number 32 Yamaha. Noah Adams was 9th on the 28 KTM. The number 98 KTM of Eugene Christian III out of North Carolina rounded out your top 10. Hey, Oakley has a fresh shipment of shades. They've restocked everything. Bring your wallet. Come on down. Buy yourself some Oakley shades, the official eyewear of your Loretta Lynns experience.
And one more time, we're going to holler for Jonathan Fitzgerald from 450C. Jonathan Fitzgerald from 450C. You are needed at the MX Sports race office.
Carson Mumford, he had a great start last time. Can he back it up? That's been his MO. He is really quick, got a quick snap out of the gate. We'll see if Carson can back it up.
Hey, Jason, what do they call Carson and his dad at the starting gate? Mumford and Son.
Oh,
how about
nicely
it?
done.
Huh? You like that?
Megawatts in the game now. Mumford and Son.
That was actually way better than anyone you've done.
Yep. When he goes out
Mic
for his
drop.
parade lap,
Yes, take it
Dad
off.
says, I will wait for you.
Something like that.
Waiting for him to come back around.
There you have it.
Mumford and Son, very good. I cannot believe it. Nate Thrasher says someone else has called him Nate the Thrasher.
Can you believe
Thrasher.
that?
Jeez.
Look
Gates
at that.
down.
Carson Mumford, you can see it from a mile away. He's standing up. He was snatching gears so quick out of the gate.
Dude, it's just both hands off the bars, just grabbing gears.
He was
both
grabbing
hands.
their gears. He is 2 for 2, dude. He's got hundreds of dollars worth of Bell Helmets whole shot money now.
That limited stock Honda, they got that limited motor running so good.
Right to the edge. Did you see that, though? He was up off the seat, 10 feet out of the gate and ripping gears. And that's, I'm sure Randy Lawrence and he have perfected that. And the boys down at JGR when he was spending some time, or Club MX, wherever he was at before Loretta Lynns.
It was good enough to beat Phil Nicoletti out of the gate from what my intel tells me. Okay, so these riders are battling hard behind him as Mumford just got going into Storyland.
Hey,
Yeah,
guys,
go ahead.
We have a found phone. If you lost your phone, we have a really honest spectator taking it over to the MX Sports office right
cool.
now. You can claim your phone over there. So somebody's lifeline has been found.
Somebody just went down. I think it might have been 4th or 5th place, just tipped over on the inside of that corner in the back of Storyland. You see the yellow flags in the background.
We were talking last moto of the day. Typically, you're battling that sun. Look at this, the cloud cover. This is probably the best conditions for a race.
We've had some years at Loretta's where the weather was like it, but it took a hellacious thunderstorm to cool the place off and get it there. We didn't even have that.
Nope.
No.
And
They write about days like this, Jason.
Yes.
Hint. They write about days like this.
I don't know. I don't know.
Here's Mumford out
Mumford and
front.
Sons.
The number 31 in the number 2 spot, or the number 51
Ooh.
actually. That is Jace Kessler. So they're running 1-2. That's a mirror image of the first moto. Third place rider number 32, and that is Colton Eigelman. How about that? Colton
Man,
having a good ride.
Mumford stuck that bike into that last turn so deep. I thought surely to God the clutch lever was going to get stuck. I'm telling you.
You know that actually happened in that battle in the 125 class with Cullen Park. I think that's what made the move. Masterpool was trying to get him, and it clutch lever stuck into the ground.
All the way that far over.
Well, as on the inside of one of these corners, there's a little bit of bank built up on the inside.
Sure.
It happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. It'll affect shifters, brake pedals, levers. Absolutely, it will.
Yep. It didn't bend it. It just pulled the clutch in.
Bummer. Colton
Oh,
Eigenman.
Jace Kessler.
And that disengages
And
momentum.
You're done.
Eigenman.
Yep.
Jace Kessler and Eigenman. They were running 2-3. They were both down.
Oh, not good.
So that shifts everybody up a couple of slots. Looks like the 53 now into the number 2 spot, Tristan Lewis.
Mumford and Son looking good here.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna ride this thing all the way to the top.
Was that his dad on the screen?
Mumford and Sons.
Looks like they're going to top the charts.
Oh man, spinning the hits
I see a
up
hit
here.
in the making, Jason.
Yeah, I mean he's a hit maker. This is like that guy that used to get all the boy bands together, Mumford and Sons, just churning out another
Quality work up here.
got the record label done here, single.
Stop it.
Man.
There's the golf cart turn. We're just going to change it.
Smart,
It's nothing but golf
talented.
carts.
Tristan Lewis is up to the number 2 spot. There's Mumford, the son of Mumford
Old man
and
Mumford.
Sons. Yeah.
They do heating and air.
One half of Mumford
Once
and
again,
Son.
you've got this dialed
I know
in.
that,
They
yep.
do heating and air.
One half of the team. Mumford and Son.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, half of the.
Can't have one without
That's
the
the
other.
difference. The band is Sons. The band is it Sons or Son?
Son.
Singular? Okay.
So new second place rider, Tristan Lewis. Good ride for him. We spoke with him on the podium earlier with a hole shot. Third place rider, number 99, Caden Palmer.
Oh, Chase Kessler.
Where'd that lap time
Yeah,
come from?
I'm a little confused what we're seeing on the radar screen. Remember, Kessler was down.
He's dropping in position, but he had the fastest lap.
Yeah, that was the first lap where they run that crazy abbreviated
that's
lap.
right.
Oh,
Yep,
I
yep,
see.
Yep. That
Yep.
Kevin, he's so smart.
You can't trick Kevin.
And I just caught myself doing that 2 motos ago.
Wow, just burner lap times. So Carson Mumford 4 seconds quicker than Tristan Lewis, so the gap is 7.5 seconds. Caden Palmer third. Brandon Gregory and Trey Fierro 4th and 5th. Jeremy Killer Kowalski is 6th. Eugene Christian 7th. Seth Brown 8th. Brett Gorley 9th. And Luca Marsalisi. I'm going to eat some of that. I'm going to have some nice breaded Marsalisi tonight.
Get it on the side with clams.
Marsalisi with clams. Yep.
Absolutely.
With Diablo.
Some
Get the
Hablett.
cream sauce.
Marsalisi,
Ooh.
Diablo. Oh, you like the cream sauce. Yep. Marsalisi, Alfredo. Noah Adams, 11th. Kevin's just here to make sure we don't mess up the first lap times.
There we go. You're on your own after that.
Yeah.
So Carson Mumford, one of those kids from out west that he doesn't really attach himself with a training facility. He kind of bounces around, does some racing. He's got a personal trainer in Randy Lawrence who trains Derek Drake as well.
Oh, he's got a training facility. He bought Michael Leslie's old compound.
Yeah, so
He got his own.
what I'm saying
Yeah.
is he's doing that West Coast thing. All the East Coast
Yes.
kids are all
Yes.
hemmed up in a at an MTF or whatever. He'll go in and pop in right before one of these races at an MTF or club or SOBMX, but that's kind of the way they do it out west.
You know, I was talking to one of the team principals last night for many, many, many hours, as conversations usually go here at Loretta's.
Yes.
And I have to wonder if things might switch back a little bit the other direction. You know, Star Racing Yamaha kept all their guys on the West this year. Aaron Plessinger, Justin Cooper, Colt Nichols, Dylan Ferrandis. They went to North Carolina with Cooper Webb the last 2 years. This year they're staying in California. The results have been very good.
Absolutely.
And yeah, they're going to the public tracks, which seems insane to me, but they're doing it.
Getting hit by a guy in blue jeans on a Thursday.
Why would you expose yourself on Wednesday afternoon to me?
Yeah, you want to be out there with Aaron Plessinger banging bars? Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But it's working.
Nobody knows the closing rate better than the guys that are doing it. And why you expose yourself blows my mind.
Well, what they're saying is once you get to this part of the summer, probably not the ideal riding
You're not
conditions out
training as
there.
much.
There's not as many people. That mad rush between Supercross and Motocross, I've heard it's out of hand at those tracks because every single fast pro, probably 100 of them literally.
Why wouldn't they
are
just
out there.
all go in together, rent that track
For a
2
week.
days a week, and be done with it?
I mean, that would be an easy solution. All the teams
Split
pitch
it
in.
evenly, and
Yep.
you all your guys get
and
to
they
ride.
told me it's really only, again, a 2 or 3 week span where it really gets crowded out there. But it's working. So Mumford, similar, he did come east a bit to prepare for this event specifically, but still lives out in California. Not, all the training facilities for the most part are on the east, southeast generally, and he's doing it on his own. Tristan Lewis, you're watching here, 53, in second on the Yamaha, about to hit the beach turn.
It's the golf cart turn, dude.
Mumford, lap
Crazy
number
how
2,
packed
that
always.
157, fastest lap of the race. Still running a 157 through lap 3, coming into lap 4. Be curious to see how consistent he's really going to be, because you guys talked about earlier, keeping within several tenths of a second. That's what these guys train for. That's what the stopwatches are about, is that kind of consistency. But with a 9-second lead, Carson Mumford will wait for no one.
Nate Thrasher would be top 3 in this moto on his Super Mini if he could get off the gate clean with these guys.
I'm not sure if Megawatt actually has a cell phone, let alone a smartphone, but if he did, I think I know what albums he would purchase on iTunes. Seems like more of just, I got a landline at home, I'm at Loretta's, call me next week. But if he did have a smartphone, it sounds like he's got some Mumford & Sons on the theoretical playlist he doesn't have.
That he does not have.
I do have a smartphone.
Really?
Only because the screen's big enough I can see.
That's what you need.
Okay,
The
all
font
right,
is just
yeah,
it's just one
absolutely.
letter. Each,
Yeah.
He has to keep swiping.
I'm
per letter.
considered headed for the jitterbug. Okay, I mean I've headed that way to the store more than once to pick it up, and you will not believe how many ignored messages, texts, Facebook messengers. You won't believe how many I will absolutely ignore this week and delete. So,
Well, yeah, we're all going to. I mean, my
'cause if
phone
it-
hasn't worked in 3 days.
If it's that
Yeah.
important, go sit down and call me. And other than that, leave me alone.
I
So,
think that's fair.
Wow,
So
a
you
little
were
aggressive.
correct in my
I figure that's how you work.
attitude. Yeah.
Just wait till Monday.
Yeah, right.
Watching Tristan Lewis, Caden Palmer, I believe, unless Lewis has gotten passed by Palmer, I believe.
Palmer looked really fast to that sand section when we saw him last time. Let's check this out. That might be Gregory behind him when we see the numbers here in view. And then Trey Fierro. So I think that's still 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yes. Yes, Jason. As these riders continue to circulate around this rough motocross track, the beautiful sun starting to set on day 2 of Loretta Lynns, the 37th annual Loretta Lynns Dude Ranch. It. Somebody just threw LeBron James is over there getting ready for that white powder.
The white
out of
powder
nowhere.
from LeBron James over there on the bench.
LeBron, a big
Getting ready to
motocross
come in.
fan.
I had no idea.
And as this rough racetrack, Jason, as we bring Rodney Tomlin back in the tower, LeBron James, a big fan of motocross. And you'll look back down at the lap timers, 6th through 7th, all within about 1/1,000,000th of a second there. If anybody's seen my son, you can grab a Reese cup maybe and maybe a NOS Energy and feed him for me. That'd be great. I'm down here hosting the Yamaha dinner. That's for you, Rodney.
That was so good. Carson Mumford leads the way. He's gone from 157 laps to 159, controlling the lead, 11.5 seconds over Tristan Lewis. Caden Palmer. Yeah, I know. There was one section of sand apparently they had not touched until that moment of the moto, and the sand went ploof.
Oh, a tricky maneuver for 22 Carson Mumford. Just the cadence, man. That's where it's at with Rodney.
It's cadence.
And laps starting to click off for Carson Mumford. As my voice gets more raspy, I can actually get it close.
Tristan Lewis second. I want to see Caden Palmer. What happened? He had the 2:10 lap time. So we thought he might have been closing on Lewis. Now he's going to deal with the Fierro behind him. We got the 1985 Pontiac Trey Fierro in the number 4 spot, the mid-engine Iron Duke in line 4. Brandon Gregory 5th, Brett Gorley, Eugene Christian, Colton Eigenman, Luca Marcelisi, and Josh Boaz. That's your top 10. Just past the halfway mark. Final moto of the day. It's so nice out. Let's just do it. Let's just get 2 more in While the weather's nice.
Can you imagine the people that are back at their hotel?
Ah, what?
No, we're kidding. So 5 more motos on the day. It looks like we're going to be able to squeeze them in before we head down and watch The Conjuring 1 and 2.
Is that what they're showing?
Yes.
What?
The Conjuring 1 and 2, if you dare.
It is.
Not just the first one.
Just want to scare.
Yes, all the kids.
In the woods.
Guess who's sleeping with all the parents tonight? Yeah. It's kind of ruin your night if you want to catch my
Good luck
drift.
with an early moto. I'm trying to see. Our screen broke up there as they went past the Yamaha mechanics area. I think that might have been a rider that was a lap down.
Put 4 people in an RV bunk bed. That's going to be cozy. Because those kids are not sleeping by themselves.
No, not tonight. Not
Nope.
after The Conjuring. Yeah, we're going to go down to the woods, watch a moto, watch a moto.
Watch a movie in the woods.
Yep. I've called so many motos at this point. Anything that starts with the letter M. is just the
moto.
word moto. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I cannot get enough of this Red Bull live drone shot. It is the best thing to happen to this production.
So good. Look at the triple out there.
You jump, you land in a rut.
93, Brett Gorley.
Gorley. Stop it, Jeff.
Brett Gorley. That's 6th. Brandon Gregory is in front of him. And then Trey Fierro, who you saw just a moment ago on the number 11, is in 4th. Got a lot of activities going on tonight. We got the movie, we got the Sidewinder, which could be the name of a scary movie.
Are we doing fireworks as well?
Oh, I forgot. After
Mr.
the Sidewinder, they blew it up last year.
Old man Quick has no problem spending $10,000 on fireworks just because he likes them.
I share my hobbies with my friends.
Quick's Roofing. Big thanks to those guys. The Moto Playground Sidewinder. If you haven't seen it, come down and check it out. It's a good time. It's free. I think you can jump in there and do some racing. No jumps, just about 700 turns in a row.
That's what it's all about, man. It's still fun on a motorcycle, but safe as well. So get down there and check out the Sidewinder, test your corner speed. It's really unfortunate a couple years ago when they were telling people that some random kid was Cooper Webb.
He looked just like Cooper
yes,
Webb,
but then
too.
everybody was pumped thinking they beat Cooper Webb.
I beat Cooper Webb. And Cooper Webb goes to the next race.
It was a dead ringer. It
He
was like,
was. I thought it was Cooper Webb.
yeah,
I said
couldn't tell. I'm like, is it Cooper Webb or not? I mean, they have gear and a helmet and everything on. It makes it a little difficult. It was not Cooper Webb.
No.
Nobody beat Cooper Webb at the Sidewinder. It did not happen.
We just had his voice double on the podium there, didn't we?
Caden Amorine sounds
Absolutely.
just like Cooper Webb. It's uncanny.
It was scary. I said it, and
And
Kevin
I
kind
was
of
like,
looked,
wait a minute. It is.
All right, I got to look into this now.
It's
All right.
interesting.
Okay.
Rodney Tomlin was your winner at the Sidewinder last year.
Did he? Yeah. Really? Rodney taking the win.
Well, these young kids, that's why I was raised on just turns.
All right, the 11 is making moves here. Trey Fierro got that high dramatic transmission locked into drive and moving up on Caden Palmer, looking for a podium finish. 2-lap warning. 2-lap warning. Everybody gets a free timeout. Doesn't come out of your timeout stash.
Right,
when
right.
The two-lap warning comes.
So
All
now this
scoring
stops the
plays
clock.
will be
You go
reviewed.
Go off the track, stops the clock. All you want to do is keep getting first down. Just kind of eat up this clock.
But you can't. Once you're in the lead in the fourth quarter, suddenly nothing works.
Nothing
So
works.
you can't
Throw it all out the window.
Nothing. The
Get
defense,
within-
no one punts.
Prevent defense.
Yep, no one punts in the fourth quarter.
Why?
Impossible. Doesn't make any sense.
28-3.
Yep, it was. Carson Mumford's got this one locked in, looking at 1-1 scores. We're watching the Red Bull live drone, and I'm going to grab onto that thing and fly down to the podium.
Something's happening here. Tristan Lewis ran a 2:10 again, and he's still in second. That's mind-boggling. Not really sure how that's even possible.
He covered more square footage in 2 minutes and 3 seconds than anybody else. That's all I could say.
No doubt. Going to see the white flag, the Lucas Oil last lap coming up next for Carson Mumford. He did everything you possibly do. If you script a moto, you snatch a whole shot. You don't even bump bars. You're already a bike length out of the gate, and you're already ahead of everybody, and that was the last time you saw anybody on the racetrack.
And that's exactly how it went. The number 22 just looking amazing, and talk about consistency, lap time after lap after lap, all within a couple hundredths of a second of each other. Clean air the whole time, clean vision, and like you said, you don't write a prescription for a perfect moto better than that.
No, not at all. He's done it 2 times now. Carson Mumford with the Bell Helmets whole shot. He's going to take home a stack of those checks. As Rodney Tomlin's son just got attacked by a hornet up here in the tower. He about flipped him off of the side of the tower.
As a matter of fact, I think he may have took one to the wrist there. Not sure. Here he comes. Yeah. Did you get stung? No, almost.
Woo. That was close.
Yeah, that thing was close, wasn't it, dude?
Your dad's down at the Yamaha dinner.
That's what happens when you flip beehives.
Watch these little dudes grow up at the track. Everybody brings their kids with them, and just it's cool to see them all grow up, stay out of jail.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Lap number 9, the Lucas Oil last lap, happening right this very moment, I believe, for Carson Mumford. 2:02 lap time for Carson, 26 seconds out front. Lewis still second, Trey Fierro third, Caden Palmer fourth. Brandon Gregory is fifth, and tough break for Colton Eigelman. He was up in the number 3 spot, along with Brett Gurley, I believe, and they both went down. Lost several spots, but he's clawed, scratched, and made his way up to the number 6 spot.
Yeah, that's a fight for him today, man. Absolutely. And, you know, hang your hat, you know, absolutely hang your hat on it. Left it all on the track, gave it everything you had, and once again, a couple riders that just had to play the cards they were dealt today.
Yeah, we're going to have to order up some hot temperatures for next year. We put in a good order. We only get these every 5 years, so
right.
You're due for 5 years of, like, bad luck. We're going to have 5 years of 100-degree heat, super humidity, because you guys aren't getting a taste of what this place usually dishes out.
No. Nobody's blistered yet. Nobody's, you know, we haven't found multiple passed out flaggers. We've had.
There was a year when we were over 100. The governor of Tennessee issued no outdoor sports for high school sanctioned sports. He shut that all down. Yep.
Absolutely. But yet, you know, we put on the gear.
We went
racing, man.
That's what we do. Well, we're up here in this 68-degree tower, so we never feel it. Carson Mumford got a couple more turns to go before he clocks another moto win. Randy Lawrence has done some work with this young man. One more turn remains.
You know, Randy got a proven system. He's been around a couple winners in his day. And,
that he has.
You know, given his expertise and bestowing it upon a guy like Mumford and working close with him, man, here comes Carson right now.
He is pumped. 2 hands in the air.
Yeah, actually down there right now, making his way to the podium. And I got to tell you, Kevin, absolutely dominating performance. Impressive to watch. Great racing from Lewis, Fierro, Palmer, Gregory, all these guys. But Mumford put in about as perfect a moto as we saw all day.
Yep, from the very, very beginning, the gate pick was perfect. The nickname came at just the right time. Everything worked out. Carson Mumford, there's a look at results. Mumford hops up onto the deck there.
Where's his dad?
Mumford and son,
Let's
Jason
get Dad
Wygant.
up there on the podium.
Do some work, son.
It's amazing the difference when these riders are not unbelievably roasted by the end of these motos. Everybody's just pumped up, good moods, fired up. Carson Mumford absolutely ruling the roost here in 250B Limited. We'll come on back here once you get yourself all set, Carson. Actually, heck, it's a nice night. We don't have any other motos. We might just bring a couch up here, sit back, relax, record a couple podcasts. That's what everybody does these days. Well, class is limited, but the skills are unlimited because Carson Mumford has won again. Let's hear it for him. Yeah, nice. Yeah. The 2-2 looking to go 1-1-1. There's been a lot of 2-2s on this team through the years. Is there any? Yeah, there you go. Is there anything to the 2-2 thing? I remember Hampshire had it for a while here for your team. Is there anything to that?
Oh, yeah. 2-2 definitely gets it done. Chad Reed, first off. Yep. RJ Hampshire. Chase Sexton got the Horizon Award also. So trying to keep the 2-2 going and seem to be doing it.
All right. What's going on in these motos, man? You feeling it?
Yeah, I'm really pumped that I was actually last moto of the day. The track's rough, and I just feel like I really excel in that rough stuff. My trainer, Randy Lawrence, has got our fitness pretty dialed. So, yeah, I was feeling it.
Is Randy going to take you out on a BMX and make you do some dirt jumps tonight now just for a little extra skill building? I know that's his thing.
Not tonight. I've already had my fair share of crashes on those, so I'm going to stay off of those till the end of the week.
Who do you want to thank, Carson?
My mom and dad, Amsoil Factory Connection Honda, my mechanics, Ricky, Christian, Derek, Pedro, Joe, Shane, Christian, Randy Lawrence, Fox, Shift, Yoshimura, Pro Taper, X Dubai, 100%, Alpine Stars, Atlas, Dunlop Tires, Rob Fox, Showa, everybody. Thank you guys.
Let's hear it for him. Back-to-back moto wins, Carson Mumford. And doing it with the whole shots makes life a lot easier, so he's got the Bell Helmets Award as well. Christian Munoz firing off some photos. We'll get second and third. Do you need more? Yep, 2 for 2 out of whole shots for Mumford. All right, nicely done, everybody. We'll bring our runner-up on up to the podium. Come on up, Tristan. Well, I hope these riders never forget this opportunity to come race at Loretta's under perfect weather conditions. Nice day for everybody to go out here for a dirt bike ride. Second place, let's hear it for Tristan Lewis. Come on over here to the center. Tristan looks better with the camera. How'd that moto go for you?
It was pretty good. I got off to like a decent start, not too good. I came out of the gate and me and Mumford kind of came into each other, so I dropped back, but I made my way to second. I rode smart and pulled away, and I had a small tip over with 2 laps to go, but I managed to get up and keep it in second.
Freak out a little bit when that happens. That's a scary moment, right?
Yeah, it's a scary moment for sure, but we have a lot of training, and I'm just trying to keep myself in control and stay calm so it doesn't get out of shape.
Who do you want to thank, Tristan?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, the man up above for keeping me safe, my brothers, my girlfriend, Answer, MTF, Colleen, and Brian. They've helped me out a lot, 100%. Andy and John, they do a lot for me, and they've stuck with me through my time off. And FMF, Joel's helped me out a lot. Garnet, 139 Designs, Factory Connection. We did a lot of testing before this race to get my suspension good, and it's not going to get any better. David Walls, he does a lot of my bike work. Troy Campbell, and Mark Lane.
All right, let's hear it for Tristan Lewis, second place. So who won that battle for third down to the wire? Was it Fierro? We'll bring up our third place finisher. Come on up. They'll tell you if you got third. All right, let's hear bronze medalist Trey Fierro. Come on right here, Trey. Great ride, man. How'd it go?
Great, man. I just knew from the beginning there was hope, and I don't know. I just thought this was my last race as a B rider, so I don't know. Just put everything on the line, nothing to lose. So.
Good for you. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, TNT Motor Works, my grandparents, Jim Thormalin, Carzale Valley, GT Graphics, Fly Racing. Who else? KTM Mexico, of course. They are my biggest supporters. Besides my parents and my grandparents, but them and Atlas Brace and anybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Trey Fierro. All right, he's got the bronze. Congratulations on that. Well, that's it. That's another day of racing. We've essentially moved past the halfway point. We're up to Friday and Saturday only, which means tomorrow we will start crowning champions, the 38th, 7th annual